Chapter 1. Entering the world of Dragon Ball Xiao, he found himself in a state of bewilderment. He had merely accompanied his family to a hot spring establishment named Edo Castle, where, out of sheer curiosity, he perused a selection of complimentary manga in the relaxation lounge. He stumbled upon his childhood favorite, Dragon Ball, and as he indulged in its pages, drowsiness overtook him upon awakening. He was inexplicably transported to the world of Dragon Ball. The realization of his surroundings struck him instantly upon observing a small, spiky-haired boy gleefully swinging on a vine in the forest before Xiao he could take further action. A mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Welcome, player Xiao Yi, to the world of Dragon Ball. Here, by completing the tasks assigned by the system, you can acquire a wealth of treasures. You have 59 minutes remaining to escape the game. Novice Task 1. Descend the mountain. Make your way down from this precipice node. Pay attention to the people and objects around you, as they may provide significant assistance. Novice Task 2. Harvest. Collect some valuable items. The system will reward you based on their worth. Novice Task 3. Befriend Goku or become his adversary. Opposing him may entail considerable risk. Note. Discover who Goku is on your own. Xiao He was uncertain of the origin of this voice, yet the countdown timer in his mind instilled a sense of hope that he could return to his original world. Though he was skeptical of the system's authenticity, he recognized that believing in it was his only path to a better situation. Moreover, it was evident that the system provided an introduction for unfamiliar players, and having grown up immersed in the lore of Dragon Ball, he possessed a distinct advantage. In this realm, however, the more Xiao Yi delved into the intricacies of the Dragon Ball universe, the more he understood that despite its seemingly enchanting Ade, it was fraught with peril at every turn. Currently, he found himself within a cave on a steep mountain cliff, with a verdant pond below, while Goku frolicked in the nearby forest, tirelessly searching for sustenance. Xiao Yi contemplated that calling out to Goku would surely prompt the kind-hearted boy to assist him in descending the cliff. Given Xiao Yi's familiarity with the Dragon Ball world, he recognized that becoming an enemy of Goku would be akin to courting disaster. Even with a power level that far surpassed Goku's, he understood that a sudden surge of the latter's latent energy could easily lead to his downfall. Conversely, forging a friendship with Goku would be remarkably simple. Throughout the series, Goku was depicted not only as a martial arts enthusiast, but also as a genuine foodie. Xiao Yi, having once enrolled in a culinary course to impress his now wife, had honed his skills to a level that, while not on par with a professional chef, surpassed those of the average person significantly. Xiao Yi was certain that, with his skill, capturing little Wukong would be a mere trifling task. However, the time allocated for this mission was a mere hour, rendering the completion of the task nearly impossible. Conversely, the second task piqued Xiao Yi's interest considerably more. Aside from the rewards promised by the system, he was eager to ascertain whether these treasures could be transported back to the real world. If such a feat were achievable, Xiao Yi could hardly fathom the monumental changes that would ensue in his life. After surveying his surroundings, Xiao Yi refrained from immediately calling out for little Wukong. Instead, he turned and ventured deeper into the cave. To Xiao Yi's intuition, the existence of such a cave could not be merely coincidental. It was highly probable that treasures lay within. Of course, it could also be the den of some monstrous creature, but that possibility seemed remote. Thus, Xiao Yi resolved to take a risk even in failure. As long as he exercised caution, his life would likely remain unthreatened. As he slowly progressed deeper into the cave, the path widened progressively. The once narrow entrance, suitable for only a single individual, had now expanded to accommodate several vehicles side by side without feeling cramped, further assuring Xiao Yi that extraordinary treasures awaited him inside. Indeed, upon reaching the innermost recesses, he encountered a stone door. The system chimed in with a prompt. Developing hidden task. The locked stone door. Find a way to open the door. There may be surprises within. Hint. The stone door is quite heavy. With your current strength, you cannot open it. Seek assistance promptly. Xiao He was taken aback that his adventure had been thwarted by a mere door. He would now have to seek little Wukong's aid to open this formidable stone barrier. Son Wukong! Son Wukong! Xiao Yi returned to the entrance and called out loudly in the direction of little Wukong. Soon, his calls elicited a response. Little Wukong appeared momentarily perplexed, glancing around before finally spotting Xiao Yi against the rocky backdrop with a swift tap tap tap. Upon seeing Xiao Yi, little Wukong dashed towards him with remarkable speed. Though the distance was considerable, he leaped and bounded, occasionally swinging from a vine between two trees, and before long, he arrived at the edge of the pond beneath the cliff where Xiao Yi stood. Splash! Just as little Wukong was about to leap into the pond, a gaping maw erupted from the water, startling him into an abrupt halt mere inches from the edge. The owner of that terrifying mouth, a colossal crocodile, swam disappointedly into the depths of the pond following suit, more gigantic crocodiles began to surface from the water. At that moment, Xiao Yi was drenched in cold sweat had he not been unable to swim. Coupled with the knowledge that he was in the perilous world of Dragon Ball, he might have plunged directly into the pond upon witnessing the task. With dire consequences that were all too clear, little Wukong, too, found himself in a precarious situation he wished to approach, yet was wary of the massive crocodiles lurking in the lake. Used the golden staff. Xiao Yi, without concern for future explanations, could only offer this timely reminder. If he allowed little Wukong to ponder further, it was likely they would reach no conclusion for quite some time, or perhaps he would even turn and leave without a word. Xiao Yi was not apprehensive about the distance concerning the golden staff in the comics. Little Wukong had previously used the staff to send the rabbit chief to the moon. Thus this short distance posed no challenge to the staff whatsoever. After Xiao Yi's reminder, little Wukong indeed had a moment of clarity and extended the golden staff directly into Xiao Yi's cave. However, Xiao Yi was preoccupied with the treasures within the cave and waved to little Wukong, signaling him to enter. If an adult were in his place, they might suspect some ulterior motive and would not acquiesce to Xiao Yi's request. Yet little Wukong, in his innocence, thought nothing of it. He utilized the golden staff and promptly appeared beside Xiao Yi, marking their first official encounter. Chapter 2. Return. Little Wukong curiously examined the being before him. This creature somewhat resembles my grandfather. Could it be the human my grandfather spoke of? Xiao Yi scrutinized little Wukong. In return, the young one's appearance bore an uncanny resemblance to his animated counterpart, cartoonish, with a wild mane of black hair, large expressive eyes, and a fluffy tail, exuding an irresistible charm. Hello, I am Xiao Yi. Hello, I am son Wukong. Are you human? Little Wukong seemed to have forgotten that Xiao Yi had previously called him by name. Yes, I am indeed human. Have you never seen a human before? I have. My grandfather was a human, though he has been gone for quite some time. How peculiar. Why do you lack a tail? After a somewhat childish exchange, Xiao Yi and little Wukong became more acquainted, prompting Xiao Yi to formally invite little Wukong to join him in exploring the cave. At little Wukong's age, curiosity reigned supreme, and without hesitation, he accepted Xiao Yi's invitation. Together, they approached the locked stone door, at which point the system's voice resonated again. Locked stone door. Opening it may yield unexpected treasures. Seeking the assistance of others is not without its wisdom. Upon seeing the system's prompt, Xiao Yi realized his assumptions were correct. This stone door required little Wukong's help to unlock. Little Wukong, undeterred by the sight of the door, pushed against it with all his might. However, despite his utmost efforts, the stone door remained immovable, not yielding even a fraction. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Yi felt a flutter of anxiety. If even little Wukong could not open the door, could he truly obtain the treasures within? What rendered Xiao Yi's predicament even more challenging was the dwindling time. If he did not swiftly devise a means to unlock the stone door, it was uncertain whether he would have another opportunity to return to this cavern. Even if he were to reappear here, it was highly probable that little Wukong would no longer be present, and thus, the treasures within would elude him forever. Son Wukong, why not try the golden staff? Xiao Yi suggested. Resigned to offering an idea, little Wukong obediently drew the golden staff and struck the stone door with vigor. Bang, bang, bang. The resounding blows echoed logically. Even a robust metal door should have shown signs of denting, yet the stone door remained utterly unscathed. Instead, the ground bore the brunt of the assault, becoming pockmarked, and even the mountain wall adjacent to the stone door exhibited a network of fissures. As Xiao Yi observed the damaged ground and wall, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him, and a bold thought materialized in his mind. Although the stone door was impervious, the surrounding mountain wall and ground were not as resilient. They could feasibly excavate a tunnel to access the rear of the stone door. Indeed, after little Wukong valiantly wielded the golden staff against the loosened earth, a passage leading directly behind the stone door was successfully created. At this juncture, less than 20 minutes remained before Xiao Yi's return. The subsequent journey unfolded seamlessly, and Xiao Yi, along with little Wukong, successfully traversed the stone door, entering a secret chamber. Within the chamber, aside from skeleton-clad in a Taoist robe, seated in meditation, there were no other items of value to be found. Just as Xiao Yi felt a surge of disappointment, the system's voice resonated, detected a character not belonging to the Dragon Ball world. Mysterious Taoist, no value, storage. Ring celestial artifact note. Ownerless item, can be refined with blood to claim ownership. Meditation cushion, celestial artifact note. Ownerless item, can be refined with blood to claim ownership, providing a boost to enlightenment when meditated upon. Without hesitation, Xiao Yi seized the storage ring from the Taoist's hand. Just as he intended to move the Taoist's remains, the entire body suddenly erupted into a ghostly blue flame. In mere moments, the Taoist was consumed entirely, leaving not even a trace of ash behind where the Taoist once sat. Only the system's indicated celestial artifact, the meditation cushion, remained. Little Wukong, intrigued by the spectacle, searched the spot where the Taoist had vanished, pondering how a mere corpse could ignite spontaneously and disappear in an instant. Seizing the opportunity, while little Wukong was momentarily entranced, Xiao Yi swiftly stored the storage ring and the meditation cushion within the system, a feature he had only recently discovered. Realizing that the system could indeed preserve items of immense value at this point, time was of the essence. Contemplating his task of descending the mountain, Xiao Yi urged little Wukong, "Son Wukong, there is nothing here of interest, it is quite dull. Let us depart and head to your home instead." "Oh, all right," replied the still-dazed little Wukong, in a somewhat absent-minded manner as the two prepared to retrace their steps. Xiao Yi suddenly recalled the stone door that remained impervious to all attempts at opening. Could it be a treasure? Upon arriving beside the stone door, the system still indicated locked stone door. However, when Xiao Yi positioned himself behind the door and removed the latch, the system's notification altered. Enigmatic stone door, crafted from exceptionally rare materials, holds value without hesitation. Xiao Yi assimilated the stone door into the system and hurried to reunite with the already emerged little Wukong at the cave's entrance. Utilizing the golden cudgel, they successfully departed from that place. Emerging onto the surface, "Why did you wander so far to relieve yourself? It's such a hassle," little Wukong complained. "Is your home far from here?" Xiao Yi disregarded little Wukong's inconsequential grievance. "Not far at all. Just cross 5 mountains like this one, and you'll arrive in no time." Little Wukong innocently pointed at a towering peak that soared far above the mountain. Xiao Yi had just descended. Xiao Yi could only remain speechless. As he stared at little Wukong, uncertain of how to respond, the system suddenly announced, "1 minute remains until disconnection. Players are advised to log off in a safe location upon re-entry. You will resume here. I have matters to attend to and cannot accompany you further. I shall return here in a few days. Will you come to guide me to your home?" "Of course. My home is filled with delightful things to do. When you return, we'll take you to play at my place." Little Wukong nodded eagerly. Then, Xiao Yi felt a sudden whirl of sensations and lost consciousness. When he awoke once more, he found himself in the leisure lobby of a bathing center, while his wife was playfully engaging with their 1-year-old daughter in the children's area. Gazing at the Dragon Ball comic in his hands, he pondered, was that all merely a dream? Just as Xiao Yi wrestled with uncertainty, a voice resonated in his mind. "Congratulations, player Xiao Yi, for successfully exiting the Dragon Ball world. The system will now summarize this adventure. Chapter 3. A Letter. Beginner. Task 1. Descend the mountain. Completed. Reward: 10 gold ingots. Beginner. Task 2. Harvest. Ongoing task. Storage ring. Exchange with the system. Reward: 10,000 gold ingots. Meditation mat. Exchange with the system. Reward: 8,000 gold ingots. Enigmatic stone door. Exchange with the system. Reward: 5,000 gold ingots. Beginner. Task 3. Friends. Enemies. Completed. Gained little Wukong's friendship. Reward: 10 gold ingots. Hidden task. Lock stone door. Completed. Open the door through wisdom. Reward: 50 gold ingots. Total gold ingots acquired: 70 items. Storage ring. Meditation mat. Enigmatic stone door. Overall evaluation: excellent. Having passed the beginner's trials, the system has unlocked marketplace services. A cascade of system notifications left Xiao Yi in a daze. Fortunately, alongside the auditory alerts, there were textual reminders. As he gazed at the system interface in his mind, he felt that this time he had indeed struck a considerable fortune, although he was unaware of the significance and purchasing power of the ingots. A mere comparison sufficed to reveal the disparity. A simple novice task yielded only 10 ingots, while even the challenging hidden quest offered paltry 50. However, the 3 items that Xiao Yi obtained behind the stone gate were worth an astonishing number of ingots, thus underscoring their true value. Xiao Yi first accessed the system interface, discovering a full-body image of himself on the homepage, with frames for equipment and items adorning various parts of his figure. Beneath this image, Xiao Yi's fundamental attributes were displayed. Name: Xiao Yi. Gender: male. Strength: 10-10. Speed: 8-10. Spirit: 12-10. Attribute points: none. Merit points: 256. Goodwill obtained by helping others. As soon as Xiao entered the system mall interface, his eyes lit up. There were many items in the mall. Perhaps it was because Xiao had just entered the Dragon Ball world, but most of the items in the mall were from that world, such as various capsules. There were capsules for a villa, a plane, a yacht, and almost everything one could think of was available here. However, all these items required gold coins for purchase, and Xiao had none. Of course, Xiao also found a way to exchange ingots for gold coins at the bottom of the system. 1 ingot could be exchanged for 100 gold coins, but there was no option to exchange gold coins for ingots. From this, it was clear that the value of ingots far surpassed that of gold coins, so exchanging the ingots he had for gold coins might be a very unprofitable deal. In the system mall, there were also many items that had not been unlocked, which required Zhao's level to be raised to a certain extent to unlock. After checking the system mall and confirming that there were no items he must purchase, Xiao exited the system mall and continued to search for ways to enter the Dragon Ball world. The 1 hour that Xiao Yi spent in the Dragon Ball world deeply captivated him. Living in the real world like a salted fish had long made him extremely dissatisfied. He also knew that the Dragon Ball world was an important opportunity for his rise, so naturally, finding a way to enter the Dragon Ball world became his most important task. Sure enough, in the system, there was a symbol of a hexagram. And in the center of the hexagram, there was a pattern of the 7 Dragon Balls. Below the hexagram, there was a symbol for entry. However, at this moment, the entry symbol displayed a black frame, and next to the icon, there was a prompt that read, "The free trial time for entering the Dragon Ball world has expired. To enter the Dragon Ball world, one must exchange merit, 1 merit 1 day." Upon seeing this, Xiao Yi finally understood the role of merit and suddenly felt a sense of joy from the idea of being rewarded for doing good deeds. Xiao Yi carefully checked the system again, ensuring there were no omissions in his development before he confidently exited the system interface. Currently, what Xiao Yi wanted most was to bond with the storage ring and the meditation cushion, as well as to see if there were any unexpected surprises in the storage ring. However, since Xiao Yi was at the bathing center, surrounded by people coming and going, it was naturally impossible to take out these 2 items for inspection. At that moment, Xiao Yi's wife by Miaoxin and daughter Nan Nan finally emerged from the children's playground in the leisure area. When Xiao Yi saw them, his daughter Nan Nan was lying in his wife's arms, fast asleep. Nan Nan was just over a year old. Although the children's playground was fun and there were many other kids, she quickly exhausted her energy and fell asleep in her mother's embrace. Although the second-floor leisure area of the bathing center provided a resting area, Xiao Yi's family was still not accustomed to sleeping among strangers, and they were also concerned about their daughter Nan Nan's safety. Thus, they chose to change their clothes and go home. Xiao Yi was driving his newly bought domestic car, lost in his thoughts while driving. Although Xiao Yi and his wife are both formal employees of the state in this small third-tier city, their salaries can only cover the normal expenses of their family of 3, making it nearly impossible to save any money. Xiao Yi has long had the idea of resigning to earn more money, not for any other reason, but simply to improve their family's quality of life. He also wants a second child, but given their current financial situation, raising a second child is indeed an extremely difficult task. However, now that he has a system and can traverse into the Dragon Ball world, as long as he works hard enough, changing their living conditions is completely within reach. Thinking about this makes him so happy that he can't help but smile, and fortunately, his wife by Miao Xi notices Xiao Yi's unusual behavior and reminds him in time. Otherwise, Xiao Yi might have ended up in a mental collision between cars. He smoothly parked the car downstairs, and the couple carried their sleeping daughter into the elevator, successfully arriving at Xiao Yi's residence. The Xiao family lives on the 23rd floor of this building, and the environment is quite nice. The only regret is that the owner of this apartment is not Xiao Yi, which is another reason why he is eager to resign. He wants to have a home of his own. After placing his sleeping daughter in the master bedroom, accompanied by his wife, Xiao Yi went to the second bedroom alone. He took out the storage ring and the meditation cushion from the system, and, following the system's instructions, cut his finger to drop blood for recognition. Xiao Yi initially thought the process would be quite complicated. He even imagined scenarios of fainting. However, after absorbing just a few drops of blood, the storage ring successfully recognized him. Next, Xiao Yi did the same with the meditation cushion for recognition. After that, he sat on the cushion and indeed felt an unusually clear state of mind. Xiao Yi officially began to examine the items left behind by the unnamed Taoist in the storage ring. There weren't many items in the storage ring, but with the help of the system, Xiao Yi finally understood the general uses of these items. He was also surprised to find a letter left for him by the original owner. Chapter 4. Body Refining Technique. This letter was addressed to the human who would inherit the storage ring, detailing the life of this Taoist. As the system had indicated, this Taoist was not a native of the Dragon Ball world, but rather from a cultivation planet called Jinlan Star. This Taoist was the supreme elder of the Tianhui sect on Jinlan Star, named Lu He, and had reached the pinnacle of the void refining and harmonization stage. During his ascension to the higher realm, he was ambushed by enemies. Seeing no hope of surviving the tribulation, he forcefully increased his magical power in an attempt to perish together with his opponent. Unexpectedly, due to the immense energy He opened a spatial passage and arrived in the Dragon Ball world. However, after entering the Dragon Ball world, Lu was already at the brink of exhaustion, able only to set up a simple large door to block ordinary beasts. After writing this letter, he left the mortal world. Years later, he was unexpectedly succeeded by Xiao Yi. If Xiao Yi had not discovered this secret room, it would soon have disappeared with the destruction of the Dragon Ball world. Even if it were later restored by the dragon, Lu's legacy, not belonging to the Dragon Ball world, would not be restored alongside it, thus vanishing into the river of history. Now, due to Xiao Yi's intervention, Lu's legacy was preserved and fell into Xiao Yi's hands. Understanding the reason, Xiao Yi did not feel overly sentimental, as these were all virtual characters to him, lacking a strong sense of reality. Even the later appearance of Lu was just a fleeting encounter, which did not evoke any deep emotions in Xiao Yi. Next, Xiao Yi examined the items in the storage ring, which was about the size of a football field. At this moment, there weren't many items inside. Possibly due to Lu's tribulation, he had left behind useless items for his descendants. Inside the ring, there were only 3 things: a jade tablet for passing on skills, a set of formation flags, and a pile of high-quality spirit stones. Xiao Yi first checked the transmission jade slip and found that it was a complete inheritance that directly reached the great Luo golden immortal realm. The reason Taoist Lu did not place the jade slip with other items in the sect was that he obtained this transmission jade slip by chance during an adventure, and it was not a sect item. Furthermore, this jade slip itself contained extremely complicated formations, and even with his peak cultivation in the void refinement and harmonization realm, it was difficult to damage the jade slip in the slightest. The second item, the array flag, was a spiritual treasure called the Tao Tai array flag, specially refined by the master of formations, Qing Lian Zhu, for Taoist Lu to use during his tribulation. Its main function was to absorb the divine lightning that descended from heaven and earth during the tribulation. The Tao Tai array flag indeed lived up to its name. When Taoist Lu was undergoing his tribulation, the flag was set up in his outermost layer, absorbing the tribulation lightning from heaven and earth, directly absorbing all 3 layers of the 6-9 tribulation lightning, while the array flag only swayed a bit without showing any signs of damage. Seeing the outstanding performance of this array flag, Taoist Lu couldn't bear to let it be damaged due to his tribulation, so he placed it into his storage ring. After absorbing a total of 21 bolts of tribulation lightning from 3 tribulations, the Tao Tai array flag had now improved in quality and was upgraded to a semi-immortal artifact. The top-grade spirit stones were originally reserved by Taoist Lu for quick replenishment. It should be noted that on Jinlan Star, the highest quality spirit stones available were these top-grade spirit stones, and often in a large spirit stone vein, there was only 1 top-grade spirit stone produced. The more than 20 top-grade spirit stones in front of him were collected by Taoist Lu over his lifetime. The reason top-grade spirit stones are precious is that the spiritual energy within them is not only abundant, but also extremely pure, allowing humans to absorb it directly without any side effects. Moreover, used top-grade spirit stones, after a long period of storage, would slowly absorb external spiritual energy, recovering to a full state. The pile of top-grade spirit stones in Xiao Yi's storage ring were those used by Taoist Lu during his tribulation, and they had now become replenished, with the cost being merely a pile of spirit stone powder beside the top-grade spirit stones. For Xiao Yi, who was currently impoverished, these 3 items could be considered treasures, especially the jade slip, which was unique even on Jinlan Star, for the ordinary Xiao Yi now. It was a key to open the door to cultivation. Xiao Yi sat on the mat, holding the transmission jade slip in his hand, entering a state that was neither fully asleep nor fully awake. Images and text continuously flowed into Xiao Yi's mind from the transmission jade slip. Xiao Yi's entire brain was continuously operating passively. As time went on, a pain akin to being pricked by needles radiated from his head, and at the same time, the transmission of the cultivation technique from the transmission jade slip also came to a halt. In this transmission of skills, Xiao Yi acquired the cultivation methods before the qi refining stage, specifically the techniques for ordinary people to reach the innate level. A qi refining practitioner must possess a powerful physical body before practicing qi refining. The stronger the body, the faster the absorption of spiritual energy, and the more comprehensive the coverage of that energy throughout the body, which will also aid in future qi refining. The methods Xiao Yi obtained are focused on body refinement before the qi refining stage. There are various body refinement techniques in this world. For instance, in the Dragon Ball world, Master Roshi trained Goku and Krillin in body refinement. However, that type of body refinement is difficult for most humans to endure, and only Goku, along with Krillin, who has exceptionally high talent and had trained at the Korin Tower for some time, could withstand it. For someone like Xiao Yi, who is over 30 and has already solidified his meridians, attempting to endure Master Roshi's body refinement techniques would be akin to seeking death. Fortunately, the body refinement technique Xiao Yi received does not have age restrictions. Any ordinary human, even the elderly, can successfully refine their body as long as they can follow the requirements and complete the cooldown. The transmission Jade Slip provides a set of physical exercises. Simply performing the movements outlined can lead to successful body refinement, forming an innate Tao body with all meridians connected, which will also yield significant benefits for future cultivation. This set of movements consists of 20 levels, corresponding to the 12 primary meridians and the 8 extraordinary meridians. Each level contains 9 movements, and as long as one can perform these 9 movements in succession, it is considered that one meridian has been opened. Once all 20 levels are completed, there will be a tremendous transformation, resulting in the formation of the innate Tao body. Of course, to complete these 20 levels of body refinement techniques, one must consume a large amount of meat after each training session to extract energy and nourish the physical body. Otherwise, without sufficient meat, one risks depleting their vital energy and blood, potentially becoming incapacitated. Chapter 5. Re-entering the Dragon Ball world, Xiao Yi did not immediately try the body refining technique. At this moment, he had already been in the second bedroom for a while, and his wife by Miao Xian and daughter Nuan should be waking up soon. He didn't want them to be scared because of him. He quietly walked out of the room, tiptoed to the main bedroom door, gently pushed it open, and saw that his wife and daughter were still sound asleep, which relieved him. He sat down, lost in thought. How exactly did he enter the Dragon Ball world? Was his soul crossing? Or did his entire physical body cross over? After entering the Dragon Ball world, would time on Earth change? Xiao Yi was constantly entangled in these questions, pondering whether it was necessary for him to once again travel to the Dragon Ball world for a deeper understanding of these matters. However, the primary issue he faced before entering the Dragon Ball world was safety. There was no longer the protection of little Goku. How could he ensure his safety in the Dragon Ball world? It should be noted that once he entered the Dragon Ball world, he could not return at any time. He could only exit when the time was up, and the minimum time for exchange was 1 hour. How could he solve the safety issue during this period? Currently, Xiao Yi's equipment included a storage ring, immortal artifact, a meditation mat, immortal artifact, a magical stone door, and a gluttonous formation flag, semi-immortal artifact. Although both the storage ring and meditation mat had recognized their master, they had no offensive or defensive capabilities. The result of scanning the gluttonous formation flag with the system was formation flag, semi-immortal artifact, required cultivation level, refining spirit returning to void realm, recovery, 5,000 gold coins. The description of the magical stone door was a magical stone door with a certain level of protection, a special item that recognizes its master by blood. At some point, the description of the magical stone door had quietly changed, and Xiao Yi needed protection at that moment. Without any hesitation, he directly cut his fingertip and let his blood drip onto the stone door, which had now shrunk to the size of a palm. When Xiao Yi's blood fell on the stone door, a magical scene occurred. The stone door transformed from a real stone door the size of a palm into a card surrounded by golden inscriptions. And Xiao Yi also understood the function of this card. This card remained hidden around Xiao Yi's body and would only materialize into a real stone door when an object attacked him, surrounding him to block external attacks, and could also be used as a weapon to strike back at opponents. Of course, this stone door could also manifest as a giant stone door, but in that form, it would lose its ability to fly and could not protect the host's safety at all times. Seeing that this stone door actually had protective effects, Xiao Yi was overjoyed. He knew the defensive power of the stone door. It was a treasure that even the incredibly magical golden staff in the early stages of the Dragon Ball world could hardly damage. Protecting Xiao Yi was quite an easy task. Having solved the most important defensive issue, Xiao Yi prepared to embark on another adventure in the Dragon Ball world. The next day, Xiao Yi took a day off from work and booked a room at a nearby hotel. He set up the DV camera he had prepared at home facing the bed and turned on the recording function. Once everything was ready, Xiao Yi purchased an hour of time using merits, sat in the center of the bed, and entered the Dragon Ball world. Upon entering the Dragon Ball world for the second time, Xiao Yi found himself in the same place where he had parted with little Goku last time. Although Xiao Yi's main purpose this time was to test the flow of time, since he was already inside and had the protection of the card, he naturally wanted to explore the Dragon Ball world. Xiao Yi found himself in a remote primeval forest, rarely trodden by human feet. In order to explore better, he crammed last night on the appearances of some valuable medicinal herbs, hoping to dig up a plant to sell and improve his family's conditions, allowing him to resign smoothly. However, to Xiao Yi's disappointment, although this place was indeed remote and the medicinal herbs were abundant, he was not an experienced herbalist and had no idea which was the real ginseng and which was just weeds. Unable to do anything else, Xiao Yi could only pursue another goal: hunting dinosaurs. The reason for this idea was that the body refining technique required a lot of meat to replenish the massive energy consumed during the process. In the real world, although there were many sources of meat, they contained very little energy, and most importantly, Xiao Yi didn't have enough money to buy them. However, the animals in the Dragon Ball world contained a lot of energy, which could quickly replenish his stamina. Dinosaurs, regardless of the world, were among the strongest animals, and Xiao Yi chose this creature for its massive size and the abundant energy found in its body as a carnivorous animal. As for whether he could successfully hunt a dinosaur, Xiao Yi wasn't too confident. He just wanted to give it a try. At least he was very confident in the defensive power of the stone gate. In such a primeval forest, there were quite a few animals. After the stone gate crushed 5 wolves, a bear, and a tiger, Xiao Yi finally saw this colossal creature that he had only seen in sci-fi movies. Dinosaurs, as seen in comics and animations, gave a cute impression, but in reality, they exuded an extreme sense of oppression. This was a giant Tyrannosaurus rex, standing at least over 10 meters tall and measuring more than 50 meters in length. In front of it, Xiao Yi looked like a small mouse. Although Xiao Yi tried to convince himself not to be afraid, when the Tyrannosaurus rex's hind limbs descended like small mountains, he involuntarily retreated. However, Xiao Yi's speed could not match the Tyrannosaurus rex's size, as its hind limb came crashing down toward his head like a giant pile driver. At that moment, the cards that had been hidden around him suddenly seemed to be stimulated, transforming into a small door panel that surged upwards against the force of the Tyrannosaurus rex's hind limb, blocking its descent. Then, the door panel unfolded and counterattacked, growing to the size of the Tyrannosaurus rex, and with one strike, it crushed the dinosaur, before shrinking back into the shape of a card and hiding itself again. Although it seemed to take a long time to describe, the whole action was completed in less than a minute. The Tyrannosaurus rex was smashed to death in a patch of grass, causing a stir among the animals in the underbrush. Its mountainous body fell into a pool of blood, creating a large pit in the ground. Looking at the gigantic dinosaur before him, Xiao Yi used a storage ring to directly store the massive dinosaur inside. After checking that enough time had passed, he found a clear patch of grass, confirming multiple times that no large animals would emerge, and then stopped to wait for an hour to pass. Chapter 6. Encountering little Goku again when the countdown pointer reached 0, Xiao Yi's figure gradually vanished, leaving the Dragon Ball world and returning to the hotel in the real world. Without hesitation, he immediately took out his DV and began reviewing the recorded footage. To Xiao Yi's surprise, although he had spent an hour in the Dragon Ball world, only 6 minutes had passed outside, meaning that time inside and outside was 10 times different. From the DV, Xiao Yi saw that his body indeed disappeared for a while, which was fantastic news for him. From now on, he could completely enter the Dragon Ball world for training, saving a lot of time. Xiao Yi had gathered most of the information he wanted to know, and it was only a little past 8 a.m. Thinking about living in the Dragon Ball world for a long time, he realized he needed a set of kitchenware for cooking various meats. He went to a large kitchenware market and bought some large barbecue racks, a complete set of outdoor cooking utensils, several large boning knives, and various seasonings. Then he went to an outdoor goods store and bought a very sturdy tent. All of this cost Xiao Yi a month's salary, which made him even more determined to quit his job. Looking at the time, it was only 10 a.m., and Xiao Yi decided to go back to the Dragon Ball world for some serious training, aiming to get the basics of body refining down before returning. There were still more than 6 hours until the end of the workday, meaning Xiao Yi could spend 60 hours in the Dragon Ball world. Initially, Xiao Yi planned to train in the Dragon Ball world and then return to the real world at night, so he wouldn't waste his merit points and could save a lot. However, reality was not as nice as he imagined. Xiao Yi originally had 256 merit points, and traveling for an hour only required 1/24th of a merit point. Unexpectedly, the system directly deducted 1 merit point from him, making Xiao Yi realize that the time exchange in the Dragon Ball world could only be calculated by days. Even exchanging for 1 minute required 1 merit point. This result completely eliminated Xiao Yi's hopes. After exchanging 2 merit points, he entered the Dragon Ball world. Over 2 hours passed in the real world, while a full day passed in the Dragon Ball world, and when Xiao Yi entered, it was still early morning. He found a flat piece of grass, took out the beasts he had, processed them, and, after a simple marination, he began practicing body-refining techniques. Since the movements were transmitted through a jade slip, there were no deviations. Xiao Yi only needed to ensure that his movements matched those in his mind. The first 3 movements were extremely simple, and Xiao Yi quickly executed them perfectly. Just when he thought he might be a genius in training, reality slapped him hard, making him realize how difficult body-refining techniques were. The difficulty of the 4th movement was such that even with all his effort, he could barely complete it. Moreover, after finishing the 4th movement, Xiao Yi felt significant discomfort in his body. Sweat poured out of him as if it were free, and, after just 10 minutes, he felt dizzy and on the verge of fainting. From the jade slip, he learned that this was reaching the limit of his body, and he should immediately stop training and replenish a large amount of energy food. Otherwise, he would consume his inherent vitality to offset the energy expenditure from the growth of his physical quality. Xiao Yi immediately stopped his training. Although he had only been training for less than 20 minutes, he felt as if his entire body had fallen apart, and his stomach was already rumbling. He quickly placed the meat strips that had not yet been fully marinated onto the grill, while also putting the prepared charcoal underneath. This was Xiao Yi's first barbecue since arriving in the Dragon Ball world. After finishing the barbecue, Xiao Yi was surprised to find that he had eaten half a wolf. Although wolf meat wasn't very tasty and had an unpleasant fishy smell, Xiao Yi had marinated it beforehand, which effectively removed the fishy odor. It tasted as tender and delicious as beef, making Xiao Yi reluctant to stop eating. Having learned from his previous experience, Xiao Yi did not immediately resume training this time. Instead, he placed some of the tougher meat on an automatic grill to cook slowly over low heat. He also wrapped several cleaned whole chickens in lotus leaves and mud from the pond, burying them under the charcoal to prepare for a beggar's chicken. Meanwhile, he didn't waste time with the iron pot used for outdoor cooking. He used the leftover organs from the tiger, bear, and wolf he had processed, along with fresh wild mushrooms from the surroundings, to make a pot of fresh mushroom and organ soup. After completing all this, Xiao Yi began a new round of training. This time, he felt a significant difference. Previously, he could barely manage the 4th movement, not even close to being proficient, but after eating the meat, he felt a surge of warmth throughout his body, and he completed the 4th movement with almost no obstacles. When it came to the 5th movement, he completed it in one go, only breaking a slight sweat, and he had not yet reached his physical limit. This noticeable change made Xiao Yi, who had been somewhat troubled by the body-refining technique, see hope. The meat in the Dragon Ball world was like a miraculous elixir. At this rate, he might complete the body-refining technique before his merit ran out and enter the Chi training stage. Just as Xiao Yi was fully focused on training the 6th movement, little Goku suddenly ran over from somewhere, drooling at the sight of the meat on the grill. However, seeing Xiao Yi training nearby, he did not rush over to eat the barbecue, but instead waited for Xiao Yi to finish his training. Xiao Yi quickly completed his 6th move, and his body felt as if it had just come out of a sauna, completely soaked. At that moment, Xiao Yi saw the little Wukong standing nearby, greeted him happily, and walked over to the barbecue grill. Seeing that little Wukong had already been waiting here, although his mouth was watering, it was rare that he didn't enjoy the barbecue on his own, but waited here for Xiao Yi instead. Without any nonsense, Xiao Yi directly handed a golden brown skewer of meat to little Wukong, and casually picked up a skewer of grilled meat himself, bringing it to his mouth and starting to eat heartily. Xiao Yi's cultivation time was not long, so the meat was grilled just right, covered in grease, showing no signs of being overcooked. However, the meat soup in the iron pot and the beggar's chicken beneath the charcoal fire would take longer to prepare, requiring Xiao Yi to cultivate several more times before they could be thoroughly cooked. Fortunately, the little Wukong was still very small and did not eat as much as he would when he grew up, so the grilled meat on the rack was just enough for Xiao Yi and little Wukong to feel full. Chapter 7. Killing the Waves with Bare Hands. Xiao Yi was very happy to meet little Wukong so quickly. What made him even happier was that with little Wukong's arrival, the system finally sent him a task. Task 1. Successfully reach little Wukong's home before evening. Although this is a challenging task, it should be fun with little Wukong's company. Reward: 100 gold coins. Task 2. Learn to play rock, paper, scissors with little Wukong, a martial art taught to little Wukong by his son Wukong. Highly practical. Reward: 500 gold coins, 5 ingots. Task 3. Capture a wolf without using any tools. Time-limited task. Reward: complete within 3 days. Reward: 1,000 gold coins, 10 ingots. Complete within 5 days. Reward: 500 gold coins. 5 ingots, complete within 7 days, reward, 100 gold coins. Xiao Yi looked at the 3 tasks sent by the system, as well as the noticeably reduced task rewards, and couldn't help but feel extremely fortunate. Fortunately, he had completed all the beginner tasks. Otherwise, he would have lost a lot. Xiao Yi couldn't help but think. Xiao Yi looked at the time and found it was still early, so he didn't hurry to go home with little Wukong, but instead continued practicing the movements of body training on the side. Your movements are really strange. What's strange? Do you also know martial arts? Not exactly martial arts. It's a set of movements to increase physical strength. My grandpa taught me martial arts too. Really? What is it called? Rock, paper, scissors. What? Rock, paper, scissors. I'm not trying to play a guessing game. I'm talking about the name of the martial art. That's a strange name. What's strange about it? Everything is strange. By the way, can you teach me this at a martial arts? Let me think. Since my grandpa didn't say no, then it should be okay. All right. You teach me rock, paper, scissors, and I'll teach you the movements I practice. Such strange movements. Can I choose not to learn? You can learn if you want to. Xiao Yi practiced the movements of the body refining technique while chatting casually with little Wukong. Although little Wukong said he didn't want to learn, his innate love for martial arts eventually made him join Xiao Yi in learning the body refining technique movements. However, for some unknown reason, whether it was the passing of the jade slip or something else, the actions little Wukong practiced, even when identical to Xiao Yi's, yielded far less effective results, forcing him to give up on the body refining technique. On the other hand, Xiao Yi quickly grasped the rock, paper, scissors fist technique, and by noon, he had already learned it quite well. In essence, the rock, paper, scissors fist technique was merely an unexpected fighting style that, combined with sound, created a momentary confusion for the opponent, allowing for an attack in that brief window. Little Wukong had mastered it at a very young age, so how could Xiao Yi not learn it? Checking the time, it was already 10 past noon, and Xiao Yi had successfully practiced 18 movements, meaning he had opened 2 meridians in just 1 day. If martial artists on Earth were to know this speed, they would surely be shocked. After opening 2 meridians, Xiao Yi checked his attributes in the system and found that his physical attributes had transformed to name, Xiao Yi gender, male strength, 40 speed, 40 constitution, 40 nerve response, 40. This meant that Xiao Yi's attributes were already 4 times that of an average human. If this continued, by the time he completed the body refining technique, his physical qualities would be 40 times that of an ordinary human, or even more, which should be sufficient before the first martial arts tournament. With 4 times the physical qualities of an average human, he calculated that by evening, he could traverse 5 mountains and reach little Wukong's home. We're out of food, little Wukong exclaimed. Let's go to your house. We can hunt some animals along the way, and I'll make you a hearty dinner tonight, Xiao Yi said to little Wukong. Okay, let's catch more animals. Your cooking is really delicious, little Wukong said, drooling. With just an afternoon to climb 5 mountains, Xiao Yi couldn't move as swiftly as little Wukong, who swung from branch to branch. Therefore, he had to make the most of his time, and hunting would have to be left to little Wukong. Xiao Yi cleaned the tools and packed them all into a spatial ring. This action was seen by the little Wukong beside him. Are you using a celestial technique? The little Wukong asked curiously. No, I have a celestial artifact that can hold many things, even dead animals can be stored inside. Xiao Yi introduced the storage ring to the little Wukong. How amazing. If only I had such a celestial artifact. I could store a lot of food and take it out to eat whenever I'm hungry, the little Wukong said longingly. With 4 times the physical quality and having just learned the rock, paper, scissors boxing technique, Xiao Yi should now be able to hunt a wolf on his own. Therefore, as he ran, he kept observing the surroundings. It must be said that the increase in level, especially the growth in neural reaction speed, greatly enhanced Xiao Yi's observation skills. In the past, he could only see a quiet forest, but now he could detect many hidden dangers beneath the quiet surface. However, this forest was too dense, making it extremely difficult to deliberately find a wolf. Along the way, Xiao Yi hunted quite a few animals, several wild boars, a leopard, and a tiger. It wasn't intentional. These animals happened to encounter Xiao Yi while he was running and attacked him. The stone door deemed them a threat to Xiao Yi and directly crushed them, allowing Xiao Yi to store them in his storage ring. As Xiao Yi was about to cross the 5th mountain, he finally spotted a wolf. He tried to communicate with the stone slab, asking it not to attack the wolf and to let him handle it. To his surprise, he received a conscious awareness from the stone slab, leading Xiao Yi to realize that this slab might be a living entity. However, this was a good thing. He initially worried that if the slab continued to act this way, one day when he and the little Wukong were sparring, the slab might perceive the little Wukong as a threat and crush him. Although Xiao Yi had killed a few wolves before, that was purely the slab's natural reaction, and he had no involvement. Therefore, he was still a bit worried about independently hunting a wolf this time. However, since a task had been given, he needed to find a way to complete it. Although killing the wolf might be easier tomorrow, Xiao Yi didn't want to wait. If even this small test required complete overpowering to accomplish, he would likely think of retreating when faced with future challenges. This was not what Xiao Yi wanted. He needed to eradicate such lazy thoughts from his source. Xiao Yi focused intently on the wolf in front of him. When the wolf ran up to him, preparing to pounce and bite him, Xiao Yi moved. With the speed that the wolf couldn't react to, he circled around the wolf from below its belly, reached its side, and with all his strength, struck the wolf's waist with a series of heavy punches, directly knocking it to the ground, frothing at the mouth. After a while, confirming that the wolf was indeed dead, Xiao Yi approached and stored the wolf's body in his storage ring. Chapter 8. The surprise from dinosaur meat after checking his tasks. Xiao Yi found that he had completed everything except for Task 1, successfully reached little Wukong's home. He felt very satisfied with his performance. Meanwhile, little Wukong came over Xiao Yi and said, "Climb up this mountain, and you'll reach my home. You walk so slowly. Do humans outside walk as slowly as you do?" Xiao looked at the little Wukong swinging back and forth on the big tree in front of him. If he could defeat him, he would definitely punch him on the head. Little Wukong's home was on a mountaintop, surrounded by an expanse of open land, with no vegetation at all, making it perfect for martial arts practice. At this moment, little Wukong had dragged a huge bear to Zhao Shan's side, and it was obvious that dinner would be this furry fellow in front of him. Xiao Yi was preparing food while making plans for the future. He had just asked little Wukong on the road and learned that he was now 13 years old. If he remembered correctly, son Wukong first met Bulma when he was 14. Later he found out that little Wukong had miscalculated. It should have been 12, which meant Xiao Yi had a year of preparation time left. Such a long time was enough for Xiao Yi to perfect his body refinement technique. However, that was not the main point. The key was that Xiao Yi needed to accumulate enough merit during this time before the plot began. Otherwise, even if he wanted to participate in the story, he would miss some events due to lack of time, which was unforgivable for Xiao Yi. To gain merit, the most important thing was to have enough money. As long as he had sufficient funds, whether it was establishing Hope primary schools or helping the elderly, these were shortcuts to gaining merit. There were many ways to earn money in the Dragon Ball world, but there were not many legitimate ways to obtain it from the real world. One of the ideas Xiao Yi had was to dig up some aged medicinal herbs. Medicinal herbs were universally valuable in any world, with only slight differences in efficacy, and they sold quite well. However, as mentioned, Xiao Yi couldn't recognize what the herbs looked like. If one could become a master herbalist solely from books in this world, then herbs wouldn't be so precious. Initially, Xiao Yi thought about treasures in this world, the kind of real gold and silver treasures. But after thinking it over, he realized that treasures had only appeared twice in this world. Once was the treasure stored by the Bull Demon King, and the other was the pirate treasure discovered during the underwater battle between the Red Ribbon Army and Little Yukon. However, both treasures were nearly impossible to obtain. The pirate treasure lacked a specific route map, making it as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack. As for the Bull Demon King's treasure, not to mention the Bull Demon King's strength, just a raging fire of flaming mountain made Xiao Yi feel helpless. "Hey, the meat is burnt," Little Wukong kindly reminded Xiao Yi, looking at the charred meat before him. "Ah, got it. I thought you liked your meat a bit burnt. If you don't like it, I can grill it again, you picky little brat," Xiao Yi said to Little Wukong while looking at the charcoal-like meat. "Forget it. I won't think about it anymore. I'll just focus on perfecting the body refinement technique first. If worst comes to worst, I can also become a bandit." Xiao Yi thought to himself. Dinner was a sumptuous wild boar feast, but the bear that Little Wukong had caught had turned completely into charcoal after Xiao Yi spaced out once again. The next day, when Xiao Yi got up, he saw that Little Wukong was already awake and practicing martial arts basics outside in the yard. Xiao Yi couldn't help but feel a bit ashamed. A child around 12 or 13 years old could practice diligently every day without anyone pushing him, while he himself only woke up when the sun was shining on his backside. What a huge gap there was. Xiao Yi took out some bread and milk from his storage ring and shared some with Little Wukong before eating by himself. He took out a barbecue grill and sorted the prey he hunted yesterday, even the Tyrannosaurus Rex, which was completely disassembled by Xiao Yi under Little Wukong's curious gaze, was prepared to be made into barbecue today and stored in the storage ring for future use. Although the artifact-level storage ring cannot hold living creatures, it can keep food in its original state from the moment it enters until it is taken out. Moreover, Xiao Yi did not overlook the huge dinosaur bones, which he also put into the storage ring, as they were excellent materials for making soup, and of course, he couldn't waste any ingredients. After Xiao Yi placed the meat on the barbecue rack, he began practicing his body refining technique. The movements of the body refining technique become increasingly difficult as one progresses. Although Xiao Yi managed to reach the third level of the technique in one go yesterday, achieving such rapid progress again was quite challenging. Indeed, after starting to practice the body refining technique, even after consuming a large amount of grilled meat from the rack, his speed was not as fast as yesterday. After practicing all morning, he had only completed 9 additional movements, and his physical attributes had reached 6 times that of an average human. For an ordinary person with no cultivation, to have their physical abilities increased 6-fold in just 2 days is an extraordinary feat, no matter where one is. Yet, Xiao Yi was still not very satisfied with this improvement. If those martial artists who had cultivated for decades and only opened a few meridians saw this, they might feel despondent. By noon, after exhausting himself once again, just as he was about to snack on some tiger meat, he suddenly noticed a piece of dinosaur meat that was already grilled but not yet stored in his storage ring. Instinctively, he stuffed it into his mouth and began to chew. Compared to other meats, dinosaur meat was chewier and more delicate. Once he tried it, Xiao Yi couldn't stop eating, and after finishing 5 pieces, he had to stop. It wasn't that he was full. His hunger told him he was only 50 satisfied. The reason he stopped was that the energy contained within the dinosaur meat was immense, and if he didn't release it immediately, it could lead to him exploding from the excess energy. The way to release this energy was, of course, through practicing the body refining technique. Xiao Yi practiced it repeatedly, moving from one action to the next as soon as he succeeded in the previous one, until his body could no longer withstand it, and he started sweating profusely. When Xiao Yi supplemented his meat intake again, he was shocked to find that he had reached the 33rd action of the body refining technique. Just moments ago, he had been struggling with the 28th action, and the effectiveness of just a few pieces of dinosaur meat left him astonished. Chapter 9. Resignation. By the time Xiao Yi was leaving the Dragon Ball world, his body refining technique had reached the 45th action, having opened 5 meridians. This pace was incredibly fast, even compared to the first day. Of course, Xiao Yi paid a price for this. Aside from his exhausted body, he had consumed 1/10 of the dinosaur meat. It should be noted that this Tyrannosaurus rex was over 50 meters long and more than 10 meters tall, weighing several hundred tons. Xiao Yi had eaten nearly 10 tons in just one day, which was almost 100 times his own weight. Still in a hotel bed, Xiao Yi woke up from his stupor and checked the time. It was nearly 3 p.m. This was not far off from what he had anticipated, meaning he hadn't been unconscious for long after leaving the Dragon Ball world. In just one day, Xiao Yi had undergone a transformative change, not only in his cultivation, but also in his perspective. In the past, Xiao Yi had a very small social circle, with family and work. The number of people he interacted with in a year was likely less than 100. He spent his days working for the sake of work, leading a monotonous and dull life. However, since acquiring the system that allowed him to enter the Dragon Ball world, the passion that had faded with age suddenly returned, rekindling the insatiable desire for exploration he had as a child. Xiao Yi planned to resign. Although he still hadn't earned a penny in the Dragon Ball world, he knew that as long as he wanted to, money would soon come rolling in. All he needed to do was figure out a more reasonable way to acquire it. Resigning at Xiao Yi's age was a difficult choice, especially as a formal employee of the state. In the past, whenever he thought about resigning, he hesitated in the face of this reason. But now, with the system, Xiao Yi didn't need to think twice. Without paying attention to his boss's attempts to keep him, he said goodbye to familiar colleagues and arranged to go out for a gathering in the evening. Xiao Yi then left the place he had worked for over 10 years with ease. Xiao Yi did not tell his wife Bai Miaoxin about his resignation. Bai Miaoxin is a thoughtful person. If she were to find out that Xiao Yi had so rashly quit this hard-won job, even if she wouldn't have a big fight with him, she would still be upset on her own, which he did not want to see. After Xiao Yi resigned, he didn't waste any time and went directly to the largest ornamental fish store in the city, buying many juvenile ornamental fish, including arowanas, koi, and flower horns of various kinds. This expenditure cost Xiao Yi several thousand yuan, leaving him, who was already financially strapped, to experience the embarrassment of being completely broke. With no other choice, Xiao Yi had to opt for overdrawing his credit card, renting an apartment in the suburbs, and purchasing some aquariums and fish tanks to raise these valuable ornamental fish. Xiao Yi can only be considered a novice when it comes to fish farming. The feeding equipment he has was only found through a search engine yesterday. The reason he has the confidence to keep these notoriously difficult-to-raise precious ornamental fish alive and turn them into the kings of valuable ornamental fish is mainly due to the carnivorous food he brought back from the Dragon Ball world. Although Xiao Yi wasn't very confident, this was still a kind of attempt. At worst, if he failed, he could go back to the Dragon Ball world to find some valuable items to sell in this world. However, if he succeeded, he would completely solve his financial problems and would also be able to better explain the source of the funds to his wife by Miaoxin. After categorizing the ornamental fish and placing them in different aquariums, adjusting the water temperature for each, Xiao Yi sliced the meat of the animals from the Dragon Ball world into thin strips and fed them to the young ornamental fish fry. Xiao Yi, while feeding these ornamental fish, naturally couldn't start by feeding them dinosaur meat, as it could easily cause these little guys to have digestive problems and might even lead them to die from being overwhelmed by energy before they could grow. Therefore, he started by feeding them some wild chicken meat. However, the effect was extremely noticeable. Originally, some of the little guys were a bit listless due to the change of environment, but when they saw the shredded chicken being thrown into the aquarium, they swam over as if they were risking their lives, eagerly competing for the meat. Within a few minutes, the meat was completely devoured. After eating the wild chicken, the fry became particularly spirited. At the same time, Xiao Yi noticed that they seemed to have undergone a significant change. Not only had they grown a little larger, but they also appeared even more pleasing to the eye than before. This was not just Xiao Yi's illusion. It's important to note that his various attributes were now 10 times that of an average human, especially the enhancement in his neural responses, which allowed him to notice many details that he usually overlooked. After seeing these changes, Xiao Yi couldn't help but feel more confident in his speculation. Now, as long as he waits for the ornamental fish to mature, he can make a big profit and solve his financial difficulties. However, before that, Xiao Yi still needs to contact some buyers with purchasing power, which is not an easy task. It requires searching for a lot of information online and joining many professional chat groups to spread the word about his high-quality ornamental fish, so that some enthusiasts will come to buy them. According to the growth rate of Xiao Yi's ornamental fish, they will mature in less than half a month. So he must invite enough customers to make purchases during this period. During the day, Xiao Yi practiced body training techniques in his apartment while feeding the ornamental fish, occasionally chatting with fish enthusiasts and posting recent photos of his fish. Gradually, Xiao Yi became a well-known figure in the ornamental fish forum, and the photos he posted were frequently shared by others, leading to an increase in his followers. One day, Xiao Yi left a message in the group, stating that his ornamental fish would enter the maturity stage in about 3 days, and that interested enthusiasts could contact him. Once this message was posted, many people reached out to Xiao Yi. However, very few were genuinely interested in buying. Most were just inquiring, and some even expressed doubts about the authenticity of Xiao Yi's ornamental fish. Xiao Yi ignored those bored guys and simply noted down the contact information of a few people who wanted to come and see the fish. They agreed to meet in 3 days in the city where Xiao Yi lived, and then go to his residence together to look at the fish. Nowadays, Xiao Yi's ornamental fish had grown rapidly because they had been fed a large amount of carnivorous food from the Dragon Ball world, and just a few days ago, Xiao Yi had even fed them a small amount of dinosaur meat, allowing them not only to grow quickly, but also to complete their evolution, transforming from ugly ducklings into beautiful swans, saving Xiao Yi a lot of time. It had only been 12 days since Xiao Yi resigned. Chapter 10. Selling during this time. Xiao Yi was not only busy feeding the ornamental fish, but also did not neglect his own cultivation. Due to the quiet environment, it was very suitable for Xiao Yi's training, and consequently, his progress was very rapid. He had already reached the 90th movement of the body refining technique, and his physical qualities were 20 times that of an ordinary human. This had exceeded the limits of human understanding. The best special forces on Earth today only have a comprehensive physical ability that is 3 to 5 times higher than that of normal humans. Yet they are considered the most powerful humans known today. As for whether there are cultivators on Earth, Xiao Yi did not know, and he needed to observe slowly. If there really existed ancient Qi practitioners on Earth, Xiao Yi would have to be more cautious. Only fellow cultivators like Xiao Yi understood how terrifying cultivators could be. Although Xiao Yi could not resist firearms yet, with his 20 times physical quality, he might not be able to withstand the speed of bullets. But he could make predictions and easily dodge the trajectory of bullets the instant a shooter pulled the trigger. Moreover, in Huaxia, where Xiao Yi lived, firearms were managed very strictly, making them hard to come by. In such an environment, Xiao Yi's 20 times physical quality was not something that mere numbers could offset. Calling him a Superman would not be an exaggeration. Xiao Yi could not rely solely on online users for selling ornamental fish. After all, it would be quite good if each person could buy a few. The remaining premium ornamental fish had to be sold through offline transactions. So having his own store was essential. However, Xiao Yi did not rush to set up a store, mainly because he lacked funds. He was hoping to sell a batch of ornamental fish and then use the proceeds as startup capital to either rent or buy a high-end storefront. To avoid selling these premium ornamental fish at a low price due to his ignorance of the market, Xiao Yi specifically spent money to consult a well-known local ornamental fish owner. After a few days, he learned a wealth of theoretical knowledge, mainly about the selling prices of premium ornamental fish. The owner treated Xiao Yi as a wealthy young man and answered all his questions without hesitation. According to the agreed time, Xiao Yi arrived at the airport to welcome several online friends from all over the world. These individuals were people Xiao Yi had met on the ornamental fish forum, often engaging in discussions below the pictures of ornamental fish he posted. Therefore, when they met, they quickly bonded over their shared hobby. In fact, Xiao Yi was the most silent among them. It wasn't that he was naturally quiet, but he found it hard to join the conversation about ornamental fish and didn't want to show his ignorance, so he could only maintain a cool demeanor. Of course, since Xiao Yi had invited everyone, he could not neglect these potential customers. So, he shifted the topic to local specialty foods. Being able to spend a lot of money on expensive ornamental fish indicated that they were individuals who paid great attention to quality of life. If Xiao Yi discussed other topics, they might lose interest, but talking about food hit the right spot, and everyone eagerly shared their most memorable culinary experiences. Although Xiao Yi's family is not wealthy, and he has never eaten overly exquisite food, he enjoys researching gourmet cuisine in his spare time. Therefore, he can participate in discussions on this topic. Laughing and chatting, the group quickly arrived at the apartment building where Xiao Yi lived. Although he was raising fish, Xiao Yi also considered the selling aspect. Thus, the house he rented was a well-decorated commercial property, a newly built home that, although expensive, he willingly paid for. When everyone entered Xiao Yi's room, their first glance was drawn to the large aquarium that occupied most of the living room, where one or several exquisite ornamental fish were placed in each tank. As enthusiasts of ornamental fish, they immediately recognized these as the same fish Xiao Yi had posted on the ornamental fish forum. To their surprise, the little creatures that looked very beautiful in the photos appeared even more stunning in person. There was no concern about image editing that netizens had worried about. In fact, their true beauty far exceeded what had been captured in the pictures, and their value had been greatly underestimated. It made one wonder how rough Xiao Yi's photography skills must have been to make such beautiful ornamental fish appear less impressive. Beautiful things always evoke a sense of possession, and it was no different now. Without Xiao Yi even mentioning it, they proactively inquired about the prices. When Xiao Yi saw the eagerness of these online users, he wanted to give himself a good start, so he directly quoted a favorable price. This made the many users who originally thought Xiao Yi would heavily overcharge them feel a wave of joy. Although they weren't short on money, being treated like sheep to be slaughtered was never a pleasant experience, and it also proved that Xiao Yi regarded them as friends. Amidst their joy, the users began to choose their favorite ornamental fish and made purchases. Perhaps the discount Xiao Yi offered was very enticing. Coupled with the fact that the ornamental fish here were indeed top-notch, people's enthusiasm was stirred up. In no time, 5 users purchased over 10 exquisite ornamental fish. Most of these fish were arowanas, which, in Xiao Yi's money-focused mindset at the time, were the most profitable to raise. And the arowana undoubtedly held the title of king among ornamental fish. Among these users, the least spent over 1 million, while the highest spent 3 million on a blood-red arowana. Although this was not as shocking as the 5 million price at the auction, it was still a high price. Combined, the 5 users brought Xiao Yi over 10 million in profit, while his costs were so low they could almost be ignored. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yi transformed from a penniless loser into a wealthy and handsome man worth millions. The buyers were extremely satisfied, especially the one who purchased the exquisite blood arowana. He had personally witnessed the blood arowana that set a Guinness record, and in his eyes, the blood arowana he bought from Xiao Yi, both in size and color, completely outshone the one at the auction. Moreover, it was 2 million cheaper here. How could he not be happy? What made them even happier was that they were fortunate enough to know Xiao Yi, an expert in ornamental fish. Just looking at the room full of ornamental fish, the sheer number of top-notch specimens, he had made it clear how impressive the scale of his fish-raising operation was. With this connection, it would be incredibly easy for them to acquire premium ornamental fish in the future. Chapter 11. The store these users may have done a lot of preparation in advance. Shortly after the transaction, several armored vehicles arrived one after another to transport all the valuable ornamental fish. Naturally, with such expensive fish, the users had to accompany them. So after expressing their apologies, everyone reluctantly bid farewell. Xiao Yi looked at the large amount of money that suddenly appeared in his bank account, and he felt incredibly excited. Although having the system meant that material wealth was no longer his pursuit, as an ordinary person, he couldn't help but feel thrilled at the sudden influx of cash. Without any hesitation, Xiao Yi immediately drove away from his rental apartment and returned home, while also calling his wife Bai Miaoxin to ask her to take a day off, as he had good news to share with her. Although Bai Miaoxin didn't know what Xiao Yi was up to, she usually followed his suggestions. So after asking for leave from her school leaders, she hurried home. When Xiao Yi returned home, he saw his mother happily playing with their daughter, Wan, so he sat down to join them. Before long, Bai Miaoxin returned from work, and seeing that the family was mostly gathered, Xiao Yi began to share some recent developments with them. When they learned about Xiao Yi's resignation, they all showed signs of worry. However, when they heard that Xiao Yi had earned over 10 million in just half a month through his own efforts, their expressions turned to surprise. Although they didn't fully understand what ornamental fish were, the fact that he could earn in half a month what they would never earn in a lifetime was undoubtedly impressive, making Xiao Yi's resignation seem like a wise choice. If not for the financial success, perhaps his family would still be concerned about Xiao Yi, but with so much money, they naturally wouldn't dwell on his job in the state sector. Now that he had money, buying his own store was naturally on Xiao Yi's agenda. And he also brought up the topic of Bai Miaoxin resigning. Although Bai Miaoxin's job as a teacher wasn't too exhausting, if Xiao Yi's store opened and there was no one to manage it, he wouldn't feel at ease. With his parents aging, he couldn't let them take on such exhausting work, and Xiao Yi himself needed to dedicate a lot of time to exploring the Dragon Ball world. So Bai Miaoxin undoubtedly became the best candidate. Furthermore, just overseeing the store and handling accounts was much easier compared to the hard work of preparing lessons all day. That afternoon, the family arranged their plans for the coming period. Xiao Yi's father was currently working in another city in sales, and upon hearing about Xiao Yi's fortune, he offered to resign to help him if needed. The decision for Bai Miaoxin to resign was finally accepted by everyone that afternoon. But resigning as a teacher wasn't an easy task. It required a transition period. Xiao Yi could take this opportunity to set up and renovate the store so that his wife wouldn't have to worry about it. Of course, Xiao Yi was happy to see his father willing to come back and help. Due to work, his father had been separated from his mother for years. And now that his children had the means, they naturally wanted to let their parents enjoy some days of relaxation. Additionally, doing charity work had also become part of Xiao Yi's agenda since he got rich. However, since it was a time to spend money, he bought a large quantity of food during his search for a store and personally delivered it to every elderly person at various nursing homes in the city. While doing these things, Xiao Yi continuously observed the growth of the system's merit. He discovered a pattern. Although they were all elderly, the merit he gained from giving food varied. After repeated experiments and investigations, Xiao Yi finally understood the general reason. Those who received less merit were usually not lacking in money or had children, while those who received more merit were often those living in financial hardship or were lonely elderly people. After Xiao Yi obtained this rule, he naturally carried out targeted charitable activities during the following period. He first went to the city government of Jiangcheng, seeking relevant personnel, hoping to visit some impoverished families and bring them a bit of warmth. The staff at the city government understood Xiao Yi's intention and, after consulting their superiors, provided him with a list of households in special difficulty. However, concerned about Xiao Yi's motives, the city government also assigned a staff member to accompany him for this charitable visit. Xiao Yi was very satisfied with the attitude of the municipal government towards their responsibilities. This serious and responsible attitude motivated him even more to do good deeds. Indeed, after delivering the items to these impoverished households, Xiao Yi found that his merits had increased significantly. In order to provide long-term assistance to these struggling families, he meticulously recorded their situations in a notebook, while also exchanging contact information among them, promising that they could reach out to him for help anytime if they faced difficulties. Of course, aside from charity, Xiao Yi did not forget about choosing a store. After some time of consideration, he decided to purchase his own store in the most crowded commercial street. The customer base that Xiao Yi's ornamental fish store faces is not the average crowd. The reason for opening a store on the commercial street is simply to establish the reputation of his ornamental fish shop, to let more people know about it, and to provide convenient purchasing conditions for those who truly want to buy. Due to limited time, Xiao Yi did not dwell too much on the price of the storefront. In the end, he purchased a two-story commercial property of about 300 square meters in the center of the commercial street for $9 million. The upper floor is 100 square meters, and the lower floor is 200 square meters, which is sufficient for Xiao Yi to open a large ornamental fish store. He found the largest renovation company in the city and commissioned them to renovate the entire property according to his requirements, using the highest quality materials. The first floor will serve as the ornamental fish store, while the second floor will be a reception room where family members can also rest. Due to the use of the highest quality materials, the overall renovation cost surprisingly reached $1.5 million, which was already discounted considering Xiao Yi's potential as a future client. Although Xiao Yi doesn't have much money now, he didn't hesitate to spend on the store and directly transferred the initial payment to the renovation company to start the renovations. After taking care of all these matters, a month had already passed, and in the Dragon Ball world nearly a year had gone by, approaching the time when Goku and Bulma would meet. Xiao Yi decided to enter the Dragon Ball world again to participate in the storyline. Due to his efforts over the past few days, Xiao Yi successfully raised his merit points to 500, which meant he could stay in the Dragon Ball world for more than a year. This was more than enough for the early storyline. Chapter 12, waiting before the plot. Xiao Yi's current task is to prepare before entering the Dragon Ball world. This time, he may spend a long time in the Dragon Ball world, so making some preparations in advance is essential. He doesn't need to worry too much about the renovation. The contract clearly specifies all the materials. Moreover, with the system's built-in detection function, if the renovation company tries to deceive him regarding the materials, they will definitely face severe consequences. Additionally, Xiao Yi's father and wife have both resigned from their jobs and will often visit the store to check on things. So there is no need to worry about quality issues. As for the ornamental fish, Xiao Yi only wants to pursue a high-end route. Those low-end ornamental fish are not worth much, and mixing them with valuable ornamental fish would require a lot of manpower for care, making it not worth the effort. However, security has indeed become a priority for Xiao Yi. In his vision, it would be best to find a few employees who can do both security and serve as waitstaff. This way, you wouldn't need to hire too many people, and it would make the store feel much cozier, as very few customers are willing to shop under the supervision of security. There are many people capable of being waitstaff, and there are also quite a few skilled security personnel, but combining both skills makes them rare. Such talents also need to undergo professional training, which is hard to find. At the same time, the personnel must be reliable, as these individuals will face ornamental fish worth tens of millions every day. One greedy act could lead to immeasurable losses. In desperation, Xiao Yi had to find a large employment agency and expressed his requirements, asking them to provide suitable candidates within a month for him to interview. After completing all of this, Xiao Yi returned home to bid farewell to his parents and wife, explaining that he needed to go to a mysterious place to procure goods, and warned them that there might be no phone or internet there, so they shouldn't worry. In fact, he had long prepared an explanation when he first told them about the source of the ornamental fish. He fabricated a story about being chosen by a Taoist priest who taught him some martial arts and asked him to gather wealth in the secular world for charitable purposes. This narrative, although flimsy and resembling a script written by a third-rate screenwriter, became credible once Xiao Yi demonstrated his extraordinary physical abilities, which are 20 times that of an ordinary human. Therefore, when Xiao Yi said he was going to a mysterious place to fetch some meat to feed the ornamental fish, his family did not find it strange. In fact, Xiao Yi had already shown them dinosaur meat and even cooked a delicious meal, allowing them to experience the wonders of this meat firsthand. It was not surprising for them that ordinary ornamental fish fry could evolve into top-tier ornamental fish. Xiao Yi's actions are meant to help them gradually adapt to his identity as a cultivator, while also preparing them for the future to lead them into the world of cultivation. After all, new things require a bit of acclimatization and cannot be rushed. As for the matters concerning the system and the Dragon Ball world, Xiao Yi does not intend to reveal the truth to them, as knowing too much can sometimes become a burden. After arranging everything, Xiao Yi left home the next morning and arrived at an apartment he had rented in advance. After checking the doors and windows of the room, Zhao Shan summoned the system in his mind and purchased 30 days of time in the Dragon Ball world. This time, Xiao Yi was not sure when he would meet Goku and Bulma, so he could only enter in advance and wait patiently. Once in Dragon Ball world, Xiao Yi found himself still in the backyard of Goku's house where he had left last time. He went to the front yard, but not seeing Goku, he decided to practice here while waiting for Goku to return. During this time, Xiao Yi had been extremely busy searching for a store and doing charity work, leaving him no time to practice, so his body refining technique was still stuck at the 90th movement. Xiao Yi practiced the first 90 movements and found that although he hadn't trained for more than half a month, he could still perform the movements skillfully without any hindrance, which made him very happy. However, Xiao Yi did not proceed to practice the 91st movement. Instead, just like before, he placed the processed dinosaur meat on the grill, took the firewood that little Wukong had chopped in advance from Fang's Han, lit it, and placed it under the grill, setting the meat on top where it began to rotate automatically. Concerned that little Wukong might return midway, Xiao Yi grilled double portions of meat. After seeing the sizzling oil emerging from the dinosaur meat, Xiao Yi began to practice the 91st movement. For Xiao Yi, the effects of the dinosaur meat were no longer very significant, but he really couldn't imagine any other animal's physical energy in this world being stronger than that of the dinosaur, so he had to choose to train slowly. In the past, Xiao Yi could practice at least 4 or 5 movements in one morning, but now, after one morning of practice, he barely completed the 91st movement. And to master, it would take at least an afternoon. At this rate, Xiao Yi estimated it would take at least 3 months to complete the training of the body refining technique, assuming there was no drastic increase in the difficulty of the movements. Just as Xiao Yi was lost in thought, little Wukong came running from a distance, carrying a wild boar on his back. Xiao Yi, it's really you. I saw something in the yard just now and thought it was a bear. Little Wukong exclaimed in surprise. Hello, son Wukong, it's been a long time. Xiao Yi said happily upon seeing little Wukong. Yeah, the last time I saw you I was only 13, and now I'm 14. Little Wukong said, counting on his fingers. Time really flies. Xiao Yi looked outside. The summer sun made it particularly hot. The barbecue you made is really delicious. The barbecue I've made during this time has never been as good as yours. Little Wukong drooled and drifted into a fantasy. Today, I'll prepare a whole pig feast for you. Xiao Yi certainly understood little Wukong's thoughts. Great, I'll go chop some firewood. With that, little Wukong dashed off. That night, a sumptuous whole pig feast filled little Wukong's yard. Xiao Yi and little Wukong didn't speak, continuously stuffing food into their mouths, afraid that if they ate slowly, the other would finish it all. Xiao Yi finally felt a sense of relaxation and ease in both body and mind. Although he was accompanied by family outside, there was an invisible pressure that constantly pushed him to keep busy. However, in the Dragon Ball world, it was different. There were no ties, only the pure companionship of a little Goku. His days were filled with eating, sleeping, and training, making Xiao Yi feel that such a simple life was the most beautiful, free from the need to constantly strive for other things. Chapter 13. The journey to find the Dragon Balls. Perhaps it was the relaxation in his heart. But in the following days, Xiao Yi's training speed far exceeded that of the first day. Although it could not be compared to the very beginning, he was still increasing his speed by 2 movements each day. One day, Xiao Yi was practicing in the yard when he suddenly heard a voice from outside. Is this your home? A girl's voice asked. Xiao Yi, look, a girl has come to our house. Little Goku said excitedly to Xiao Yi. Hello, Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi introduced himself politely. Wow, handsome guy. Hello, I'm Bulma, Bulma said, her eyes sparkling with hearts as she looked at Xiao Yi, who stood in the yard with his bare upper body covered in solid muscles. In fact, Xiao Yi's appearance could only be considered above average. But with the practice of body refinement techniques, especially as he advanced in his training, his looks had also been optimized. Moreover, being over 30, Xiao Yi was in a prime age for men, making him particularly charming, which Bulma, who had a bit of a crush, found irresistible. Grandpa, look, a girl has come to our house. Little Goku pushed open the door and spoke to the 4-star Dragon Ball. Ah, over here, the Dragon Ball responded. Just as Bulma was completely captivated by Xiao Yi, she suddenly heard little Goku's words, turn around, and saw the Dragon Ball sitting on the cabinet in the center of the room. Oh, it really is just like the radar showed, Bulma exclaimed joyfully, grabbing the 4-star Dragon Ball. Hey, don't touch my grandpa, little Goku said anxiously. This is my grandpa's relic. No one is allowed to touch it. Xiao Yi looked at the dialogue that was exactly the same as in the comic and found it quite amusing. At that moment, the system, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly issued a task. Task 1. Follow Bulma and Goku on their journey to collect the Dragon Balls. The journey for the Dragon Balls has finally begun. Following the main characters is a shortcut to enhancing strength. Tip: try not to alter the plot, or there will be unpredictable dangers. Reward: 5,000 gold coins, 50 yuan bao. Task 2. Rescue Bulma from the pterodactyl. The classic hero saving the beauty will quickly gain Bulma's favor. Tip: minor changes will not affect the overall plot. Reward: 500 gold coins. Task 3. Assist Goku in rescuing the sea turtle. Receive a gift from Master Roshi. Reward: 500 gold coins. Xiao Yi saw the system's task and knew that his cultivation was coming to an end for a while. Xiao Yi stopped his training and actively proposed to go hunting, planning to prepare a sumptuous dinner to welcome Bulma's arrival that evening. This gesture left Bulma, who was meeting him for the first time, somewhat flattered, and also increased her fondness for Xiao Yi. That night, Xiao Yi prepared a large table of delicacies, including plenty of meat that little Goku loved, and thoughtfully made many vegetable dishes for Bulma. Touched, Bulma looked at Xiao Yi with a different gaze. After dinner, Bulma invited Xiao Yi and little Goku to join her in searching for the Dragon Balls. Little Goku, confused and not quite understanding Bulma's meaning, still being kind-hearted, hadn't learned how to refuse, so he inexplicably agreed to her proposal. Xiao Yi, without a second thought, readily accepted Bulma's request, which made her heart bloom with joy, as she already had a favorable impression of him. The next day, they began their journey to find the Dragon Balls, with Xiao Yi and little Goku joining. Bulma took out a convertible off-road vehicle from her capsule box as their mode of transport. Bulma drove the convertible at high speed along the country roads, heading towards the location of the next Dragon Ball, as if on a spring outing. After walking for about a morning, Bulma suddenly appeared a bit shy. "Wait for me. I'll be back soon," she said, blushing. "Okay," Xiao Yi replied cheerfully. "Huh? Where are you going?" Little Goku asked, puzzled. "You're really dumb. When a girl says that, it means she's going to the bathroom." Bulma finally revealed her tomboy side. "Is it to pee?" Little Goku mumbled. "Huh? Running that far to pee? You can do it here." He was quite confused by Bulma's actions. Ah. A cry for help came from the distance. Did she get bitten by a snake on her butt? Little Goku said as he chased after Xiao Yi, who had already run ahead. When Xiao Yi and little Goku arrived, they saw a pterodactyl holding Bulma in its right claw. When it saw Xiao Yi and little Goku, it paused for a moment and then asked them, "Are you your friends?" "Yes." Xiao Yi nodded directly without acknowledging little Goku. The pterodactyl looked at Xiao Yi and little Goku, then at its prey, especially noticing Xiao Yi's well-defined muscles exposed beyond his tank top. It didn't speak and tried to fly away. However, Xiao Yi had already noticed the pterodactyl's movements and dashed forward as soon as it began to flap its wings, punching the creature and breaking its wings, causing it to droop to one side. "Why did you attack it? Do you want to eat it? But we just had lunch, right?" Little Goku curiously asked, wanted to see if the big bird was tasty. "Idiot, Xiao Yi is saving me." Bulma couldn't stand it any longer and explained for Xiao Yi. "Isn't it your friend?" Little Goku asked innocently. Xiao Yi ignored them and directly killed the pterosaur that was about to escape with a punch, storing it in his storage ring. "What did you use to store this pterosaur? Is it a capsule?" The curiosity about the unknown made Bulma voice her inner thoughts. "This is a storage ring, made using a technique by cultivators," Xiao Yi replied readily. "I'll let you study it when we have time." Xiao Yi certainly understood the meaning behind Bulma's words and agreed without hesitation. In fact, he was also curious to see if the greatest scientist in the Dragon Ball world could successfully analyze the storage ring. "Great. You are so nice to me, Xiao Yi," Bulma said, showing a starry-eyed expression. That night, they stopped in a desolate area with no signs of human habitation to camp out. At that moment, Bulma took out a capsule and threw it into the distance. With a bang, the capsule transformed into a small villa. Not only was little Goku shocked, but Xiao Yi, seeing it for the first time, also showed a curious expression. "Haven't you seen capsules before?" Bulma was quite puzzled by their curiosity. "I've only heard of them, but never seen a real capsule," Xiao Yi replied honestly. Chapter 14. The sea turtle appears. How pitiful. "When you come to my house, I have many capsules like this," Bulma said, looking at them with sympathy. "Hey, can you not look at us like that?" Xiao Yi had to complain. "Sorry, I just didn't expect your family to be so poor," Bulma continued to tease. "Xiao Yi, what kind of magical technique are you using?" At this moment, little Goku finally snapped out of his shock. "It's not a magical technique. It's called a portable capsule," Bulma corrected him. With a clap, Bulma turned on the light. "Wow, it's just like during the day in here," little Goku said happily. "You're so uncultured. You don't even know what an electric light is?" Bulma looked down on little Goku. While saying this, Bulma mischievously turned on the television, delighting in little Goku's surprised expression. Xiao Yi felt younger as he watched Bulma, and Goku playfully banter. "Hey, why do you smell so bad? Go take a shower before eating." Bulma approached Goku and caught a whiff of a sour odor coming from him. "What does say shower for?" Goku asked curiously. "Oh my gosh, no wonder you smell so bad." Bulma looked at the dirty little boy as if he were a monster. After some playful teasing, Bulma helped Goku wash his back and discovered his tail. "Wow, that tail is real," Bulma exclaimed, surprised and a bit stammering. Did I scare you? Yeah, boys have tails. Goku said confidently. Boys have tails? I've never seen a boy with his, but showing, Bulma thought to herself, glancing at Xiao Yi. I don't have anything that's strange. Xiao Yi had to defend himself. Well, both Grandpa and Xiao Yi are boys, but neither have tails, Goku said after thinking. Right? No one has tails. Bulma seemed to finally recognize the truth. Because Grandpa and Xiao Yi are weird, Goku said according to his logic. The weird one is you. Bulma finally woke up to the situation. Say what you want. Goku said nonchalantly. You really take things lightly, Bulma said, feeling helpless to retort. After a while, Bulma, blushing, walked over to Xiao Yi to help him wash his back. Although this world is an anime world, its style tends to lean towards island culture, where women washing men's backs is considered perfectly natural by Bulma. No, I don't like others helping me wash my back, Xiao Yi replied, as a proper Huaxia person. He truly wasn't accustomed to such foreign customs. Bulma, still a shy girl, felt a bit strange when Xiao Yi refused her, but she went to shower by herself. Taking this opportunity, Xiao Yi went outside to prepare to barbecue the strange pterosaur they hunted today, wondering if this monster-like species could help with his body refining technique. Recently, dinosaur meat had not been very helpful to Xiao Yi, and he could only rely on a bit of grinding practice to improve his body refining skills, which was a torment for someone used to rapid advancement. Naturally, he wouldn't miss the chance to try the flavor of such a talking monster, and more importantly, he wanted to see if this creature could provide a quick boost to his body refining technique. The aroma of barbecued meat wafted from outside, making Bulma and Goku, who were already starving, lose interest in anything else. Bulma hastily ended her bathing session. Xiao Yi reluctantly completed a movement at this moment. His whole body resembling someone who had just been pulled out of the water, his shirt completely soaked and taken off, laid aside. When Xiao Yi saw Bulma and Goku coming out of the villa, and the pterodactyl was almost cooked, he called them over to taste the pterodactyl. Bulma, who held a deep hatred for the pterodactyl that almost made her its meal, showed no ladylike demeanor as she grabbed one of its wings and bit into it fiercely, as if trying to take revenge for the frustrations of the afternoon. Goku, on the other hand, was as usual crazily eating without paying attention to anyone. As for Xiao Yi, while enjoying the pterodactyl delicacies, he had other thoughts. This intelligent pterodactyl indeed had an energy level 3 to 4 times higher than the T-Rex he initially hunted, which was evident from the amount of food Xiao Yi consumed. However, this difference made no impact on Goku, the natural big eater, who was enjoying his meal happily, even eating more than Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi ate while experiencing the wonderful process of energy entering his body and being absorbed by his hungry flesh. Gradually, dinner came to an end. With the big eater, little Wukong, there was no food wasted at all, and only when there was nothing left to eat on the plate did little Wukong pat his belly and leave the bonfire contentedly. The next day, as dawn broke, Xiao Yi began his training in body refining techniques. Yesterday, because it was too late, Xiao Yi did not continue his training after dinner. Therefore, he was unaware of how much strength this strange pterosaur had helped him improve. After a round of practice, Xiao Yi felt quite satisfied. His body refining technique successfully broke through a small bottleneck and entered the 13th level. During this time, Xiao Yi's body refining technique had been stuck at the peak of the 12th level, and no matter how hard he practiced or how much meat he consumed, it had no effect. This was mentioned in the transmission jade slip, stating that once the body refining technique reached the 12th level, there would be a small bottleneck. If one could successfully pass through it, they could open up all 12 meridians in the body and connect them, initially forming a cycle within the body. Xiao Yi felt the increase in his physical attributes and discovered that what should have been a physical quality 24 times that of an ordinary human had skyrocketed to 36 times after breaking through the 12th level. This change made Xiao Yi ecstatic. Although he had put in considerable effort before, his gains were also substantial. Xiao Yi hummed a little tune as he walked towards the villa. Due to his training today, he didn't have time to prepare food for Bulma and little Wukong, so he could only use some food that was already prepared in the villa for breakfast. As Xiao Yi returned to the villa, he happened to see the scene of the big turtle making its entrance. Well, isn't this great? Who told you to be so slow? Little Wukong said to the big turtle. Big turtle, who are you talking to? Bulma walked out of the villa. Oh, little Wukong. Huh, how did turtle end up here? Bulma asked curiously. So it wasn't you, little Wukong finally realized. Silly Bulma, he said. Chapter 15. Master Roshi, isn't this a sea turtle? How did it end up here? Bulma asked in confusion. Excuse me, could I get a cup of salt water? And maybe some kelp? The big turtle pleaded with Bulma. You really have an appetite, Bulma replied. After some exchanges, Everyone learned that the big turtle came from the sea 120 kilometers away. Let's take you back to the sea, little Wukong said enthusiastically. Huh, really? The big turtle could hardly believe its ears. What nonsense are you talking? Don't joke around. There are only 30 days. There's no time for that. Bulma said. You're clearly not busy, little Wukong retorted. It's such a waste of time. Bulma responded. I'll be back in a bit, it's fine. Little Wukong insisted. Just as the two were unable to convince each other, Xiao Yi walked over. What's all the commotion? Did a new guest arrive? Xiao Yi pretended to be clueless. After some explanations, everyone made Xiao Yi understand the situation. Then let's set off to the seaside and take this Mr. Turtle back home, Xiao Yi declared. All right, I'll follow your lead. Bulma initially wanted to say something else, but when she saw Xiao Yi looking at her, for some reason, the words turned into agreement. The group set off and soon arrived at a narrow, winding path, when suddenly, a bear demon jumped out from the nearby woods. This bear demon not only wore human clothes, but also knew how to wear protective gear. He was clad in thick armor and wielded a large cleaver. Facing little Wukong, he said, Hand over the turtle on your back. That's my favorite. Wukong, quickly hand over the turtle to him. Bulma said timidly upon seeing the bear demon, who was taller than a wall. I won't give it, little Wukong said stubbornly. At that moment, the system's voice rang out. Emergency temporary mission. Defeat the bear demon. Your strength is now sufficient to face some monsters. You can't always hide behind the main character. Reward. Defeating the bear demon alone will earn you 5 attribute points. Assisting little Wukong in defeating the bear demon will distribute rewards based on individual contribution. Xiao Yi carefully checked the system again and found that it had automatically upgraded once without his knowledge. Now, the system interface had become much more streamlined. Name, Xiao Yi Strength, Attack Power 185, Speed 185, Constitution, Defense Power 185, Nerve Reaction 185. Note, values have been synchronized with the Dragon Ball alien detector. Attribute values. None Yuan Bao. 85 gold coins. 2,100 as for the mall, it had also undergone slight adjustments. The system mall, which could originally only open ordinary items, now had 2 option bars that had turned white, namely, martial skills and special items. Xiao Yi opened the martial arts category and found famous martial arts techniques from the early Dragon Ball world. Kamehameha, Flight Technique, Solar Flare, Afterimage Technique, Dodon Ray, and Demon Seal Wave, which made Xiao Yi drool. The special items category had many magical items as well. The Golden Staff, Flying Nimbus, Banana Fan, Size-Reducing Pill, and Senza Bean, each of which Xiao Yi wanted to obtain. However, these 2 categories of items could not be paid for with gold coins. They could only be settled with ingots, and most items required a 3-digit quantity of ingots, which made Xiao Yi's eyes burn with desire. But he didn't have enough ingots to make a purchase. At this moment, the bear demon, unable to persuade little Wukong, swung a large knife at him. Just as little Wukong was about to dodge, a hand suddenly caught the descending forearm of the bear demon. Then, with a strong pull, Xiao Yi grabbed the bear demon's forearm and lifted him up, head down, slamming him hard in the ground, creating a deep pit the size of a basketball. This bear demon, standing at least 4 meters tall, didn't even struggle before frothing at the mouth and dying in the deep pit. Xiao Yi discovered during his recent hunting that in this world, animals rarely bleed. Animals killed by punches generally die, foaming at the mouth. And even when using knives to dismember them, there is no sight of blood gushing out. At the place where the bear demon died, he found 2 green items and a pile of gold coins. Upon picking them up, he realized they were bear demon armor, defense 5, green equipment can be equipped. Note, recycling yields 5 gold coins. Bear demon saber, attack 5, green equipment can be equipped. Note, recycling yields 5 gold coins. Gold coins, 1,000. Robbers are usually quite wealthy. Xiao Yi felt speechless as he saw the changes becoming more and more like a game system. However, he still chose to install the equipment in the corresponding position on the system's homepage. After the installation, Xiao Yi noticed that both his attack power and defense power had changed to 185, and the attribute points behind it had also changed to 5. Xiao Yi did not use these 5 attribute points. His current strength was enough, and he didn't need to use them. He planned to gather more points in the future to allocate them all at once. The fight was not very exciting. It ended quickly without Bulma and the turtles seeing what happened. The only one who saw it clearly was Goku, who felt that Xiao Yi was much stronger than he was now, igniting his fighting spirit. The group's journey continued without any obstacles, and they reached the seaside in just half a day. Thank you for your help. Please wait here for a moment. I must repay you, the turtle said excitedly, then turned and slowly swam into the sea. Before long, a black dot slowly approached the shore where Goku and the others were. What is that? Bulma asked in confusion. That's the turtle from earlier, but there's a person standing on its back. Goku exclaimed. You guys can see really far. I only see a black dot, Bulma said enviously. Sorry to keep you waiting. The turtle called out. Hi. A strange, bald old man wearing a floral shirt, fashionable sunglasses, leaning on a cane, and carrying a huge turtle shell on his back greeted everyone. Fancy old man, Bulma remarked. Hello. Did you save the turtle? The old man in the floral shirt asked. Who are you, Grandpa? Goku asked curiously. I am Master Roshi. The old man replied. Who saved you? Master Roshi asked the turtle. It was these two boys. The turtle pointed to Xiao Yi and Goku, but ignored Bulma, who was anxious. Is that so? Thank you very much. As a reward, I will give each of you a treasure, Master Roshi said. A gift? Goku asked curiously. Chapter 16, Oolong Come Out. Immortal Phoenix. Master Roshi pointed his cane at the sky and shouted dramatically. Master Roshi? Goku exclaimed. After some antics, Master Roshi finally summoned the Flying Nimbus. This is the Flying Nimbus. I'll give it to you, Master Roshi said generously to Goku. Can you eat it? Goku asked innocently. This is a treasure. You can't eat it, Master Roshi said, sweating. As long as you sit on the Flying Nimbus, you can fly freely in the sky. Master Roshi continued. Huh? I can fly into the sky? Goku asked curiously. That's right, but only those with a pure heart can ride the Flying Nimbus. In other words, only good kids can do it, Master Roshi explained. This statement piqued everyone's interest, and they all wanted to give it a try. However, the results were not very satisfactory. Besides Goku, no one else could ride the Flying Nimbus, not even Master Roshi, its original owner. It might be that the Flying Nimbus hasn't been used for a long time and is broken. Don't worry about it. Master Roshi explained awkwardly. Let me think. What treasure should I give you? Master Roshi looked at Xiao Yi and said, just give me the Dragon Ball you're wearing around your neck. Xiao Yi didn't want Bulma to reveal her secrets, so he decided to exchange the Dragon Ball first. It's beautiful, right? I picked it up from the bottom of the sea 100 years ago, and now it's my necklace. This thing is called a Dragon Ball, Master Roshi said, while handing the Dragon Ball necklace to Xiao Yi. It's a Dragon Ball, Goku exclaimed upon seeing the Dragon Ball in Xiao Yi's hand. That's the one that showed up on the radar as the southernmost one. Bulma said, while looking at the Dragon Ball radar. Is this thing valuable? Master Roshi asked. Seeing everyone so excited, it might be very valuable, Master Roshi thought to himself. I didn't agree to give you that. Master Roshi tried to backtrack. Please give it to me, Grandpa Master Roshi. Bulma couldn't help but act cute. I can give it to you, but Master Roshi hesitated. What? Bulma asked in confusion. Show me your shorts, Master Roshi said, his face turning red for once. You are supposed to be a master. How can you say such things? The turtle said angrily, unable to bear it any longer. What's wrong with that? Even Master wants to see shorts occasionally. Master Roshi retorted, feeling embarrassed. I know why you can't ride the Flying Nimbus now. The turtle said. Shut up. Master Roshi snapped. All right, I'll let you see. Surprisingly, Bulma blushed and agreed. See, Bulma is a girl who dares to speak and act. She directly lifted her long skirt. Wah wah. Master Roshi immediately spurted out 2 streams of nosebleed. Xiao Yi remained relatively calm, but the stark scene kept flashing before his eyes. How embarrassing. Bulma still didn't know that she had completely exposed herself, but the action of lifting her skirt made her very shy. If only I had brought the camera. After bidding farewell to Master Roshi, there was still some regret in his heart. After saying goodbye to Master Roshi, Xiao Yukong set off again on his journey to find the 5th Dragon Ball. 3 days later, they arrived in the west where the 5th Dragon Ball was located. Is it around here? Xiao Yukong looked at the Dragon Ball radar and asked Bulma. It's very close. Bulma replied confidently. Is it a place with many houses? Xiao Yukong pointed to a village ahead and asked. It might be there. Let's go take a look, Xiao Yi decided. When they entered the village, they found that there wasn't a single human outside. All the doors and windows were tightly shut. It's too quiet. Is anyone there? Bulma shouted. That's right. I can smell people. Xiao Yukong sniffed and said affirmatively. How strange. Xiao Yukong, I don't see anyone at all. But according to the radar, the Dragon Ball is right here. Bulma looked at the Dragon Ball radar and said, there should be a lot of people. I'll go check it out. Xiao Yukong's beast-like intuition made him feel that there were many human presences in the house ahead. Be careful. Xiao Yi promptly reminded him. Got it. Xiao Yukong clearly didn't take it to heart. Hey, is anyone home? Xiao Yukong knocked on the door and asked. It seems the door is locked. Bulma reminded him. Oh, Xiao Yukong. Bang! Xiao Yukong punched a big hole in the door. Ha! The door is open. Xiao Yukong didn't feel that breaking into someone else's house was inappropriate at all. Don't act recklessly. Even Bulma, who was usually carefree, felt that Xiao Yukong's actions were a bit inappropriate. Ah! Bang! Before Xiao Yukong could react, a large axe came crashing down on his head. Xiao Yi felt a chill in his head upon seeing such a situation. With his current strength, he found it difficult to bear such an axe blow. Although little Wukong was also in pain, crouching on the ground and holding his head while howling, he knew that since the axe had shattered into pieces after the rebound, little Wukong's head should be fine. Ouch! It hurts! Little Wukong cried out while holding his head. Wow! Bulma was so scared that she didn't know what to do. Really useless. An old bald man looked at the broken axe in his hand, astonished and unable to close his mouth. Damn it! Why did you hit me? Little Wukong shouted at the old man, who had a huge bump on his head, pointing his golden staff at him. I'm sorry, Lord Oolong. You can have whatever you want, just please don't take my daughter. The old bald man suddenly knelt down and begged little Wukong. Huh? Little Wukong? Oolong? After some explanations, the villagers came out of their houses upon learning that little Wukong was not transformed by Oolong. Little Wukong and his companions also learned about the existence of Lord Oolong. Oolong was a monster living nearby who could transform into various things, and no one had seen his true form. The old bald man narrated Oolong's origins. Yesterday, Oolong transformed into a ghost and came to the village. He set his sights on my daughter. The old bald man explained the reason why he had attacked little Wukong with an axe. Leave this matter to us. We will definitely not let Oolong capture your daughter. Xiao Yi stepped forward and said. Although the old bald man was somewhat skeptical, he couldn't help but nod upon seeing Xiao Yi, who was built with muscular strength. Xiao Yi said this because he received a temporary mission from the system. Temporary mission: expose Wulong's tricks, rescue the girl who was taken away by Wulong. Reward: Wulong's 72 transformations. Chapter 17, 72 transformations. There are actually no attribute points, and the reward is the most useless ability. Xiao Yi couldn't help but complain softly, taking advantage of the fact that the other party needed something from him and others. Xiao Yi quickly asked, Uncle, have you seen this kind of ball? Huh? No. It's my first time seeing it, the uncle said after seriously examining the Dragon Ball. Ah, I have one like that, said an ordinary ant with her head covered. Sure enough, it's here, Bulma exclaimed excitedly. Grandma Paozi? The bald old man looked at the old lady in surprise, seemingly not expecting her to step forward. Look, is this it? Grandma Paozi asked. Yes, this is a 6-star Dragon Ball, Bulma said happily. I think my grandmother found it before, Grandma Paozi recalled. Old lady, if you're willing to give me this ball, I'll help you deal with that monster called Wulong. Bulma, who had just looked unwilling, immediately became happy. If you can really get rid of the monster, I can give it to you. But can you, a girl, do it? She said, glancing at Xiao Yi. Of course not me. Let me formally introduce you. This is Xiao Yi, a cultivator with very strong abilities. Bulma proudly pointed at Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi. Originally, Bulma planned to have little Goku pretend to be a girl and go to Wulong's lair, but knowing Wulong's background, Xiao Yi did not let them do that. As long as they directly captured Wulong, with Wulong's timid and cowardly personality, he would naturally take them to his lair. Soon it was noon, the time Wulong had set to pick up the bald old man's daughter. A stout creature with 2 horns on its head, dressed in a suit with neatly combed hair, holding a bouquet of flowers, slowly walked from outside the village towards the bald old man's house. The entire village was as empty as when Xiao Yi and the others first arrived. Although they said they believed Xiao, their long-standing fear of Wulong forced them to hide far away, watching the situation unfold before making other plans. Just as Wulong was about to reach the bald old man's doorstep, Xiao Yi suddenly blocked Wulong's path from the side. Are you going to surrender obediently? Or do you want to beat you up first before you surrender? Xiao Yi said with a smile as he looked at Wulong. Wulong looked at this human who was over half a head shorter than him with great surprise. Huh? Do you still want to fight me? Don't waste your time. Hand over the girl from yesterday, and I'll spare your life. Wulong, seeing Xiao Yi still smiling at him, couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. Suddenly, with a bang, he transformed into a giant bull. Xiao Yi was completely unconcerned by Wulong's actions. Instead, he took a few bricks from the side and slowly crushed them into powder. Wulong, transform. With a loud noise, Wulong directly transformed into a bat and flew into the sky. Prepared for this, Xiao Yi quickly jumped up and grabbed Wulong by the wings before it could fly too far. At that moment, perhaps due to the time limit of Wulong's transformation, Wulong turned from a bat into a cute little pig. The villagers, seeing Xiao Yi catch Wulong, all came out of their homes and surrounded him. Is this Wulong's true form? Bulma found it hard to believe. Quick, apologize to everyone. Xiao Yi tied up Wulong to prevent him from transforming and escaping. I'm sorry, Wulong said, looking dejected. Sigh, it's hard to be angry at such a little pig. The bald old man was the first to forgive Wulong. What about the girls you captured? Grandma Pao asked what everyone was thinking. They're doing well, Wulong still said gloomily. All right, let's go see your home. Bulma became excited again. At the same time, a completion notification for the task appeared in Xiao Yi's mind, and a jade slip of the 72 transformations spell fell into his system. Everyone was in a particularly good mood because Xiao Yi had defeated Wulong and learned about the girls' whereabouts, chatting and laughing along the way. Grandma Pao also kept her promise and handed the Dragon Ball to Bulma. They arrived at a palace-like residence, with the two characters for Wulong written above the door, signaling that they had reached Wulong's home. Your house is really luxurious, not at all fitting for you, Bulma remarked upon seeing the extravagant building. Woo, all of that was built with stolen money, Wulong honestly replied. How can you still say that? Little Goku called out. Heike, Daddy is here to pick you up. Xiao, hurry and go home with Mommy. Liar, you don't have to be afraid anymore. Many villagers joyfully called out to their daughters who had been captured. We're very comfortable here. We have everything we want and don't have to work. However, what left the villagers dumbfounded was that the girls welcoming them were not tearfully grateful after being rescued, but rather some who were unwilling to leave and return to a life of hardship. I just want gentle girls. They are too extravagant. Please take them away. Wulong finally expressed his true feelings. After some hard pulling, the villagers finally managed to bring the girls back home, while Wulong was forcibly taken out of his home by Bulma to join the search for the Dragon Balls. Only 2 Dragon Balls left. This is even smoother than I expected, Bulma said happily while driving the speedboat. But why do we have to bring Wulong along? Little Goku asked Bulma, confused. I want to know too, Wulong said angrily. Wulong could transform and might be useful. Bulma explained her reasoning. I don't want to. Traveling is too tiring, Wulong complained. It's so hot. Just wear your underwear to sleep tonight. Bulma tried to tempt Wulong. It's nice to go out occasionally. Wulong immediately changed his tune, blushing. At this moment, Xiao Yi finally had time to study the 72 transformations he received as a system reward. After carefully reading through it, he suddenly realized that he had struck gold this time. Originally, the 72 transformations in Wulong's hands had not demonstrated its true potential. Due to Wulong's physical limitations, he could only maintain his transformation for 5 minutes before needing to rest. Otherwise, he couldn't bear it at all. However, for Xiao Yi, this was no longer a problem. With the enhancement of his physical condition, the time he could maintain transformations would also increase. With Xiao Yi's current physical capabilities, maintaining a transformation for 3 to 4 hours was not an issue. Chapter 18, Yamcha and Pu'er. Moreover, not only that, but the 72 transformations did not lack power after transformation. Rather, it was that Wulong had not learned the full 72 transformations, and his transformations were merely superficial. Xiao Yi obtained the complete version of the 72 transformations, which is divided into 3 stages. The first stage is similar to what Wulong is doing now, being able to skillfully complete 72 different transformations. The second stage involves possessing the full power of the transformed object, even if it is a missile. Xiao Yi must have the ability to explode. Of course, if the transformed object ceases to exist, he will also suffer severe injuries. The final third stage allows him to freely wield the power of the transformed object, even surpassing the object's original capabilities. For example, if Xiao Yi transforms into a cow, at the second stage, he can only exert the limits of a strong cow's body. But when he reaches the third stage, he can fully utilize all of Xiao Yi's power. Seeing this powerful 72 transformations, Xiao Yi is very excited. This spell is not only useful in the Dragon Ball world, but has even greater significance in the real world. Moreover, Xiao Yi learned from the Jade Tablet that while it is said to be 72 transformations, it can actually transform into countless objects. It's just that once you reach the 72 transformations, you can proceed to the next stage of training. How far away is it? Little Wukong, sitting impatiently on the speedboat, asked. Hey, where are you all going? Wulong, who was forcibly pulled into the group by Bulma, didn't even know their destination. It's still far. It will take another 2 or 3 days, Bulma replied, taking out a map to look. Flame Mountain is in the southwest direction. Bulma said. What? Flame Mountain? You guys have a Flame Mountain? Oolong suddenly stood up excitedly. Why are you so scared? Everyone looked at Oolong curiously. Don't you know? Oolong found everyone's calm expressions very strange. There's a very terrifying Ox King living at Flame Mountain. You have no idea how powerful he is. Oolong said excitedly. Don't worry. Xiao Yi will take care of him. Bulma has become increasingly reliant on Xiao Yi. This is so interesting. Little Wukong, who had just been listless, became excited upon hearing about a powerful enemy. I'm not going. Seeing that no one was listening to him, Oolong turned into a fish and dove into the nearby river. He ran away. I'm going to catch him. Little Wukong said anxiously. Don't worry. Catching Oolong is easy. Watch me, Bulma said confidently. Little Wukong was curious as he saw Bulma take out a fishing rod. Hee, underwear bait, Bulma said, hanging her underwear on the fishing rod and casting it into the river. Got it. Oolong, who had transformed into a fish, was biting the underwear tightly. Bad Oolong. Why are you so stupid? Little Wukong said, grabbing Oolong. The group chattered and finally got off the speedboat, landing on solid ground. Without the capsule box, Bulma instantly felt terrible. Oh no, it must have fallen into the river. Bulma said, somewhat frantically. You quickly transform into a fish to find it. And if you find it, I'll give you underwear. Bulma thought of Oolong's transformation ability. Don't joke around. Oolong wouldn't fall for that in such a big river. It's okay. Leave it to me, Xiao Yi said, stepping forward to comfort Bulma. Hearing Xiao Yi's words, for some reason, Bulma's previously anxious heart suddenly felt much more at ease. Contributor capsules, Xiao Yi said with a smile to Oolong. For some reason, seeing Xiao Yi smile made Oolong feel a sense of foreboding. Capsule? What capsule? I don't have any capsules at all, Oolong said, covering his waist and speaking unnaturally. Bulma also realized that Oolong actually had capsules. He just didn't want to take them out. Hand over the capsules, and I'll give you your underwear. Bulma unleashed her trump card. All right, first give me the underwear, and then I'll give you the capsules. In the end, Oolong couldn't resist the temptation and handed the capsules to Bulma. As Bulma drove the RV into the desert area, the system beeped once again. Temporary mission. Defeat Yamcha. Reward. 25 attribute points. Randomly obtain Yamcha's ultimate skill. Wolfang Fist. Note, Yamcha will be your future teammate. So be careful not to go too hard. When Xiao Yi saw the reward given by the system, he couldn't help but marvel at the system's generosity. However, after thinking it over carefully, he felt it was not such a big deal. Yamcha was someone who could battle with Goku in the early stages, such a skilled fighter. If it weren't for Xiao Yi unexpectedly obtaining the inheritance from that Taoist, he probably wouldn't have been able to complete such a daunting task. Sure enough, not long after, Yamcha and Pure, riding a modified motorcycle, arrived next to Xiao Yi in their RV, signaling them to stop. Xiao Yi knew that if Bulma got out of the car this time, the fight would likely not happen. Seeing the tempting reward, Xiao Yi couldn't help but say to Bulma, stay in the car, we can handle it outside. Bulma, seeing Xiao Yi's behavior, couldn't help but have heart-shaped eyes, deeply moved by his thoughtfulness. Okay, but you have to be careful, Bulma gently said to Xiao Yi, completely ignoring the other two in the team. Xiao Yi, Oolong, who are you? Little Goku asked curiously. Hey, I'm Yamcha, the boss of this wasteland. A cat-like creature beside him added, I'm Puer. Puer? Little Goku exclaimed. You the crying Puer? Oolong said in surprise. Oh, Oolong. Puer was also surprised to see Oolong. Puer, do you know him? Yamcha was very surprised, not expecting to encounter a friend of Puer as here. Yeah, his name is Oolong. He used to bully me when we were in the Southern Transforming kindergarten. Oolong angrily complained to Yamcha. He is a little pervert who stole the female teacher's panties and got expelled from kindergarten. Puer seemed eager to spill all of Oolong's embarrassing stories. Shut up. Why do you remember such boring things? Oolong was somewhat embarrassed and angry at what Puer said. You haven't changed either. Little Goku chimed in from the side. Chapter 19, Off to Flame Mountain. All right, enough of this. Hurry up and hand over the money and capsules. Yamcha finally couldn't hold back, wanting to quickly end this childish conversation. It seems we're going to fight. You go ahead and attack first, Xiao Yi directly said to Yamcha. At this moment, Yamcha, who was not yet a martial artist, did not understand the meaning of yielding. After Xiao Yi finished speaking, he directly drew his curved knife and swung it toward Xiao Yi. Although Xiao Yi had only learned the little Wukong's rock-paper-scissors martial arts with his physical fitness, attacks like Yamcha's seemed to him like they were in slow motion, making it easy for him to dodge. Xiao Yi accelerated, and, before Yamcha could react, he moved behind him and casually kicked him, sending Yamcha flying. Xiao Yi did not use all his strength with this kick. He still wanted to test the power of Yamcha's Wolfang Fist. Although he didn't go all out, Yamcha was still kicked away 4 to 5 meters, landing heavily on the ground and creating a deep pit. Encountering such a situation right after the first exchange, being inexplicably kicked away, deeply impacted Yamcha, who prided himself on his martial arts skills. Wolfang Fist. Infuriated and embarrassed, Yamcha unleashed his ultimate move. Xiao Yi felt a change in Yamcha's aura, transforming him into a lone wolf in the desert, fiercely glaring at him. What surprised Xiao Yi even more was that after shouting out Wolfang Fist, Yamcha actually kicked at him, catching Xiao Yi, who was prepared to face Yamcha's crazy punches, off guard for a moment. However, the difference in strength was too great. Xiao Yi easily blocked Yamcha's flying kick with his arm, and then countered with his fist against Yamcha's claws, successfully catching all the moves of Yamcha's Wolfang Fist. Throughout this ultimate technique, Xiao Yi didn't move an inch, while Yamcha, after using his unique skill, was left exhausted, sitting on the ground and gasping for air, clearly showing the disparity in their strengths. Martial arts should be used for the right path. You have deviated from the fundamentals of martial arts. I hope you find your way back soon, Xiao Yi said with his hands behind his back, looking quite impressive. Thank you for your guidance. I will remember your teachings today. Yamcha surprisingly agreed with Xiao Yi's words, whether due to the simplicity of the Dragon Ball world or Xiao Yi's overwhelming strength. Xiao Yi, are you okay? Bulma asked as she walked down from the RV, seeing that the situation was settled. Bang! Yamcha froze for a moment upon seeing Bulma, then directly fell to the ground. Puer rischt over in Apenic. Phew, Puer. We need to retreat quickly. Yamcha urgently said to Puer. Yes. Puer no dead repeatedly. That bandit is so handsome, Bulma remarked, watching Yamcha and Puer leave. Mission completed, gained attribute points, 25, and additionally acquired Yamcha's ultimate skill, Wolfang Fist. When Xiao Yi saw the mission prompt, his mood brightened. He had accumulated 30 free attribute points, which he planned to add once he reached the limit of his body refining technique. Recently, due to being constantly on the move, Xiao Yi's body refining technique had remained at the 13th level, practicing just a little every evening before dinner to prevent any regression in his cultivation. After Yamcha returned home and thought for a long time, he increasingly felt that his current life was not what he wanted. Deep down, he truly aspired to become a martial artist. Thus, after discussing it with Puer for a while the next day, they once again intercepted the RV of little Wukong's group to visit Xiao Yi. I want to learn martial arts from you. Yamcha suddenly knelt before Xiao Yi upon seeing him. My strength is not enough to teach you, but I can guide you in the direction of martial arts. Xiao Yi said, with his hands behind his back, trying to convince Yamcha, Please, master, teach me. Yamcha humbly requested, You should first follow our group and gain some experience. Once I recognize your character, I'll guide you further. Xiao Yi originally intended to direct Yamcha to train with Master Roshi, but suddenly received a system prompt. Try not to change the plot of the Dragon Ball world. This made Xiao Yi realize the importance of the matter, and he finally remembered that the system had initially warned him not to alter the storyline, but over time, he had somewhat forgotten. Yamcha, who had blind admiration for Xiao Yi, agreed to his request without hesitation. However, as soon as Yamcha agreed, he saw Bulma coming down from the RV, and he instantly became stiff again. This is also a form of training. Xiao Yi's light words acted like a catalyst, and Yamcha immediately regained his spirits. Nevertheless, Yamcha and Puer did not share a vehicle with little Wukong and the others, but drove a separate off-road vehicle, following behind the RV, heading towards the Flame Mountain. 2 days later. Wow, it's so hot. It's strange. This is the north, Bulma complained, because this is Flame Mountain. Oolong weakly retorted. It used to be called Cool Scenery Mountain. It was a very cool place, Oolong explained helplessly, seeing the puzzled expressions on the group's faces. But 10 years ago, fire fell from the sky and ignited the mountain, making it hot. Oolong continued. Look, that's the mountain. Oolong pointed ahead at a large mountain spewing flames. Wow, no wonder it's so hot. Bulma nodded. Such a huge fire. Little Wukong exclaimed. Maybe we shouldn't go. The Ox King is really scary. Oolong said worriedly. Who is the Ox King? Bulma asked for the first time. You don't know? People call him the King of Demons. He's very terrifying. Oolong hurriedly explained to Bulma, hoping to convey the Ox King's fearsome reputation. Anyone who gets close to that mountain, he said, making a beheading gesture, will be killed? Bulma asked. Oolong nodded vigorously. The castle at the top of the mountain is the Ox King's home. It holds countless treasures stolen from various places, but the Ox King guards it, and no one dares to approach. It seems the 6th Dragon Ball must be there, Bulma murmured. Does the Ox King live there? Little Wukong asked. No, He lives at the front waist. When a mountain caught fire, the Ox King and his child were out on a picnic, Oolong explained. The fire was so big that even the Ox King couldn't return home. Oolong continued. You know a lot. Bulma said curiously. Of course. It's written clearly in the school textbooks. Oolong replied matter-of-factly. Chapter 20. Punishing the Ox King after some struggles, the group decided to proceed towards Flame Mountain. Ugh, it's so hot. Although Bulma was the first to agree to enter Flame Mountain, she kept complaining once they were inside. Little Wukong, on the other hand, treated it like an amusement park, continuously teasing his skull with a stick. Idiot, keep it down. The Ox King will hear you. Oolong didn't know what to say about such a clumsy teammate. Oh, that's the castle. Bulma completely ignored Oolong's complaints and continued on her own path. According to the Dragon Ball radar, the Dragon Ball was indeed right there. If only I could fly over, Bulma thought to herself. Suddenly, she turned her head and saw Wukong sitting on the flying Nimbus, and she couldn't help but ask, Wukong, can you fly over and get the Dragon Ball? Let me check, Wukong said as he rode the Nimbus towards the summit of Flame Mountain. Ah, it's so hot. It's burning. When little Wukong descended on the Nimbus, he jumped up and down from the heat. Just as Bulma was very dissatisfied with Wukong's behavior, a giant axe, taller than a person, smashed into the wall beside her, creating a deep crack. Then, a giant man with two huge horns, resembling a bear, emerged from the flames. What are you guys doing here? The Ox King was very angry at the arrival of Xiao Yi and the others. Ah, are you Mr. Ox King? Bulma was left speechless by the Ox King's dramatic entrance. Are you here to steal my treasure? Seeing Bulma's hesitance, the Ox King became even more suspicious. That's right. We're here to steal your treasure and defeat you. Xiao Yi suddenly added fuel to the fire. Temporary mission, punishing the Ox King. Throughout the story, the Ox King has done many bad things, but has not received any punishment. Give the Ox King a certain punishment to make him realize his crimes. Rewards, 50 free attribute points, 1,000 gold coins, and a random portion of the Ox King's treasure. The already hot-tempered Ox King became furious upon hearing Xiao Yi's words, grabbing the giant axe and swinging it toward Xiao Yi. Before becoming Master Roshi's disciple, the Ox King was known for his innate strength, and although he didn't master the Kamehameha technique, his combat power was definitely not to be underestimated. Xiao Yi looked at the axe coming down from above and did not choose to take it head-on. Instead, with a quicker movement, he jumped directly onto the giant axe. Before the Bull Demon King could react, he kicked him squarely in the chest, sending his massive body flying more than 10 meters away. Struggling to get up from the ground, the Bull Demon King looked at Xiao Yi with a hint of fear in his eyes. However, his naturally stubborn personality made him choose to continue fighting against his enemy in this situation. Quickly getting to his feet, the Bull Demon King assumed a martial arts stance and slowly approached Xiao Yi. At this moment, the Bull Demon King had already regarded Xiao Yi as a powerful opponent on the same level as his master, the Turtle Sage. Although he had practiced martial arts less in recent years, his foundational skills remained exceptionally strong. When Xiao Yi saw the Bull Demon King throw away his giant axe, he finally became serious and stopped being so casual as he had been earlier, engaging in a serious battle with the Bull Demon King. The Bull Demon King surpassed Yamcha many times in martial arts. Every move he made was powerful and forceful, and his basic skills were extremely solid. Even Xiao Yi, if it weren't for his superhuman speed and reaction time, would probably have already been defeated by the Bull Demon King. However, this confrontation was also a great practical training for Xiao Yi, allowing him to have a comprehensive and clear understanding of his own strength. Originally, Xiao Yi felt that his physical fitness had already surpassed the current Turtle Hermit, and naturally, he should be able to easily defeat his opponent. However, after this battle with the Bull Demon King, he realized that currently, he was only relying on his speed and reaction time to fight against his opponent. If he encountered an opponent with a vastly superior strength, he would undoubtedly win the match. But if he faced an opponent with similar strength, it would be hard to say who would win. If he encountered a peak martial artist, like the Turtle Hermit, who had experienced countless battles and possessed a wealth of martial skills, Xiao Yi would probably have no chance to fight back and would be defeated. Seeing that the time was almost up, Xiao Yi swiftly approached the Bull Demon King from behind and used his heavy punch to incapacitate the Bull Demon King's hands. This was still a result of Xiao Yi sparing him out of consideration for the fact that the Bull Demon King was little Wukong's father-in-law and a disciple of the Turtle Hermit. If it were according to Xiao Yi's thoughts, given the Bull Demon King's actions, it wouldn't be excessive to kill him directly. The entire battle lasted a long time, and among the crowd, only little Wukong and Yamcha could see the whole process of the fight clearly. After watching this wonderful battle, Yamcha realized that Xiao Yi had not used his full strength when fighting against him. Mission accomplished. Rewards: 50 attribute points, 1,000 gold coins. Half of the Bull Demon King's treasure. After the system notification, a golden treasure chest suddenly appeared in the system's storage space, which, needless to say, was the Bull Demon King's treasure. Throughout this journey, Xiao Yi had been thinking about how to obtain the Bull Demon King's treasure, but he had not found a good way, as the entire mountain was surrounded by raging flames, leaving no possible way to enter. However, at this moment, unexpectedly obtaining half of the Bull Demon King's treasure in a mission was a tremendous surprise for Xiao Yi. Acquiring merit points had always been the most important thing for Xiao Yi. Although he was doing well in the real world now, it was still quite difficult to take out a large amount of money for charity. With this unexpected fortune, Xiao Yi could easily convert it into cash without anyone knowing and use it to help a large number of people in need. The reason I have incapacitated your hands is that you have done too much evil over the years. This is merely a small punishment. I hope you can reform and become a true martial artist, so as not to disgrace the name of the Turtle Hermit. Xiao Yi said, pretending to be a sage. Do you know the whereabouts of Master Wu Qian? The Bull Demon King, who had been rolling on the ground in pain, suddenly heard about his master's whereabouts and struggled to get up, saying excitedly, I know, but have you ever thought about how disappointed Master Wu Qian would be when he hears about your actions? Xiao Yi continued to advise the Bull Demon King. I know I have done many wrong things over the years, and I deeply regret it. If I can see Master Wu Qian, I will personally apologize to him. The Bull Demon King said with shame. The one you should be apologizing to is not Master Wu Qian, but the innocent people you have killed. I hope you can sincerely repent to them. Xiao Yi reminded him, noting that in the Dragon Ball world, the Bull Demon King had merely given a casual apology to Master Wu Qian and brushed the matter aside, which was not a true attitude of repentance. Thank you for your teaching. I know what to do now. The Bull Demon King knelt down to express his gratitude. I hope you can realize your mistakes and become a true martial artist. Xiao Yi reminded him again. Huh? How do you have a Nimbus Cloud? And the Rui Jingu Bang? Who are you? At this moment, the relaxed Bull Demon King finally noticed that little Wukong had Master Wu Tian's Nimbus Cloud and son Wukong's Rui Jingu Bang, and he couldn't help but ask curiously. The Nimbus Cloud was given to me by the Turtle Hermit, and the Rui Jingu Bang was left to me by my grandfather. Little Wukong replied honestly. I didn't expect you to be the grandson of son Wukong. I am the Bull Demon King, and both your grandfather and I are disciples of Master Wu Tian. Son Wukong is the eldest disciple, and I am the second. The Bull Demon King said excitedly. You mean Master Wu Tian is the Turtle Hermit? Little Wukong asked in surprise. Yes, Master Wu Tian is indeed the Turtle Hermit. The Bull Demon King confirmed. I have something I want to ask you for help. The Bull Demon King said to little Wukong, who was flying in the sky. What is it? Little Wukong asked curiously. It is said that the flames on Fire Mountain can only be extinguished by Master Wu Tian's fan. The Bull Demon King said, Could you please help me borrow the fan? The Bull Demon King pleaded. Sure, but you have to give me the Dragon Ball. Little Wukong made a request. What's the Dragon Ball? The Bull Demon King asked with great curiosity. It's this kind of orb. Do you have it in your treasure? Little Wukong took out the 4-star Dragon Ball. Oh, I think I have seen it before. No problem. If you borrow the fan from me, I'll give it to you. The Bull Demon King said generously. Great. Little Wukong shouted happily. Then I will set off now. Little Wukong said eagerly. Ah, wait a minute. The Bull Demon King called out to little Wukong. I didn't expect you guys to come, so I have already sent my only daughter, Chi-Chi, to find Master Wu Tian. I think he should be on the way. You can take her with you. The Bull Demon King entrusted Chi-Chi to little Wukong. Chi-Chi? Little Wukong asked in confusion. She is a gentle girl, but a bit timid, and she can marry you. The Bull Demon King surprisingly thought about marrying his daughter to little Wukong. Marry me? What are you talking about? Little Wukong was puzzled. This is her photo. Remember it. The Bull Demon King took out a photo of Chi-Chi. Okay, if I see her, I'll take her with me. Little Wukong said without hesitation. Seeing little Wukong's figure gradually disappearing, Xiao Yi and the others fell into silence. With little Wukong around, Xiao Yi and the Bull Demon King's relationship was still relatively harmonious. But without this connection, especially since Xiao Yi had just incapacitated the Bull Demon King's hands, their relationship could not be as harmonious as it appeared on the surface. Moreover, the danger was not just this. The Turtle Hermit was not a saint. On the contrary, he was a petty person. He could have dissatisfaction towards the Bull Demon King, but if Xiao Yi took action against the Bull Demon King, jealousy would definitely arise. However, for the sake of the mission and the justice in his heart, Xiao Yi still resolutely acted against the Bull Demon King. Originally, Xiao Yi had planned to follow little Wukong to learn orthodox martial arts from the Turtle Hermit after this journey to find the Dragon Balls, to lay a solid foundation for himself. But after encountering the Bull Demon King, he had to change his plans and think of other ways to improve his strength. Wukong is back. Bulma happily said that it was really too hot here, and she wanted to leave as soon as possible. Huh, no banana fan? The Bull Demon King found it hard to accept such a result. But Master Roshi will come to help us put out the fire. Little Goku continued. Look, he's coming. A whirlwind swept through the sky, and Master Roshi arrived in front of everyone riding a small turtle. The fire in Fire Mountain is indeed as famous as it is said to be. Master Roshi exclaimed upon seeing Fire Mountain. Grandpa, can you put out the fire here? Goku asked innocently. Hey, Bull Demon King. Master Roshi said as he looked at the Bull Demon King standing in front of him. Yes, I'm here. At this moment, the Bull Demon King was like a well-behaved child, showing none of his usual arrogance. Your reputation isn't very good, Master Roshi said, looking toward Fire Mountain. Even though it was to protect the treasure, you must have killed quite a few people, right? Although Master Roshi appeared calm on the surface, anyone could hear the discontent in his words. You know about it. The Bull Demon King felt a bit uneasy. I was wrong. I was really blinded. After the fire is put out, I can voluntarily give up the treasure. The Bull Demon King confessed as he knelt on the ground. That's not necessary. What a pity. By the way, what's wrong with your hands? Master Roshi chose to forgive him upon seeing the Bull Demon King's sincere attitude and began to inquire about his disciple's condition. The Bull Demon King looked at Xiao Yi, feeling a bit awkward. The Bull Demon King's hands are ruined by me, as a punishment for his past indiscriminate killing. Xiao Yi said directly without making things difficult for the Bull Demon King. Your name is Xiao Yi, right? You did well. Although Master Roshi said this, his gaze was somewhat cold. You're really useless. You can't even put out this little fire. Master Roshi said to the Bull Demon King. Sigh. Suddenly, Master Roshi mysteriously said to little Goku, oh, right, Bulma, Grandpa has something to discuss with you. Little Goku shouted to Bulma. Huh? Me? What is it? Bulma asked, confused. Come here for a moment. Everyone else don't move. Master Roshi said shyly. Kid, you say it. Master Roshi finally couldn't bring himself to say it himself. Oh, Grandpa wants to go on a date with you. Little Goku said truthfully. Ah, Bulma exclaimed in surprise. If you don't agree, then I won't help you put out the fire, Master Roshi said. Though shy, he still stated it. What a joke. Why should I agree to you? Bulma was so furious at Master Roshi's shameless request that she was about to explode. Chapter 22. Respect earned through strength. If the fire isn't put out, you won't be able to get the Dragon Balls, right? Master Roshi said very calmly. How infuriating. That brat Goku is talking nonsense again. Bulma thought to herself. Can I go back now? Master Roshi pressed on. What's the big deal about a date? Little Goku chimed in from the side. Shut up. Bulma finally couldn't stand it anymore and yelled at little Goku, disregarding her ladylike image. Although Xiao Yi has developed a rift with the Turtle Hermit, he did not stop the playful banter. It seems we have reached an agreement. Chi-Chi noticed the Turtle Hermit walking over with a smile. Great. Watch me put out the fire on Fire Mountain. The Turtle Hermit had a satisfied expression on his face. Thank you, Master. The Bull Demon King quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Chi-Chi also hurriedly thanked the Turtle Hermit, as they had lived at the foot of Fire Mountain for 10 years. Watch this. The Turtle Hermit took off his heavy turtle shell, revealing his skeletal body. Hey. The Turtle Hermit took a deep breath, and his small, skeletal frame instantly swelled up like a balloon, his muscles exaggerated to a level comparable to a bodybuilder. Except for Xiao Yi and the Bull Demon King. Everyone present was left speechless by the Turtle Hermit's transformation. Master Wu Tian is going to use the Turtle School's secret technique. The Bull Demon King shouted excitedly. Yamcha, what kind of martial art is the Turtle School's technique? Pu'er, awakened by the Bull Demon King's loud shout, asked Yamcha. The Turtle School's technique is a magical martial art that condenses the energy within the body and releases it. It's Master Wu Tian's ultimate skill. I can't believe I'm seeing this firsthand, Yamcha said, focused on the Turtle Hermit's movements, explaining to Pu'er without looking back. The Turtle School's technique. The Turtle Hermit struck the standard pose, and a beam of light shot out from between his hands. A thick beam of light shot directly from the Turtle Hermit's hands toward Fire Mountain. Look, the fire is out. After releasing the Turtle School's energy wave, the Turtle Hermit's body gradually returned to the image of the frail old man. Amazing! Little Wukong and the others were once again shocked. their mouths agape at the power generated by the turtle hermit's technique. Master, the fire is indeed out, but the bull demon king said hesitantly. What? The turtle hermit, still recovering, asked in confusion after releasing such a massive turtle school energy wave. The mountain and the castle. The bull demon king looked at the flat landscape in front of him, speechless. Huh? The turtle hermit also seemed stunned by the scene before him. Ah, it's gone. The crowd exclaimed in surprise as they realized Fire Mountain had vanished. Hey, I overdid it, the turtle hermit said, feeling embarrassed. A great fire was successfully extinguished by the turtle hermit's turtle school technique, and Bulma, using the Dragon Ball radar, found a 7-star Dragon Ball among the nearby ruins. Wow, it's much cooler here. It has become a suitable place to live again. The Bull Demon King was very happy about the changes in his hometown. I'm sorry. I also destroyed the castle. The Turtle Hermit was still troubled by the fact that he had used too much force earlier. It's nothing. The castle can be rebuilt. Chi-Chi, seeing the Turtle Hermit feeling guilty, couldn't he help but say, what amazing skills. Grandpa, can you teach me this move? Little Wukong looked at the Turtle Hermit with great admiration. Haha, that is impossible. You have to practice hard for 50 years to learn the Turtle School technique. The Turtle Hermit said seriously. 50 years. Little Wukong was pondering how long 50 actually is. Not understanding how long 50 years is. Little Wukong mimicked the Turtle Hermit's earlier movements. Master, come live with us. The Bull Demon King eagerly invited his master. No, I prefer to live alone. The Turtle Hermit politely declined his disciple's kind offer. Hey, as if he had grasped something. Little Wukong unleashed an energy wave that flipped over the car they were riding in. Huh? The crowd was simultaneously surprised as they looked at Little Wukong. Even the Turtle Hermit was curious about Little Wukong's understanding ability. I did it. Little Wukong felt incredibly amazed. Xiao Yi couldn't help but feel eager to join in when he saw Little Wukong's performance. Just like a fun game that everyone wanted to try their skills in. Xiao Yi ignored the crowd and walked to an open area. Imitating the posture of Master Roshi, he slightly crouched in a horse stance and made a gathering motion. At the same time, Xiao Yi felt as if there was a force within his body, being guided by himself and converging towards the palms of his hands. Xiao Yi tried to channel all this energy out and found that it gathered in his palms along the 12 meridians from various parts of his body. Since Xiao Yi had already opened all 12 meridians, the gathering speed was extremely fast. In just a moment of thought, he had already formed an energy ball in his palm, as it was just an experiment. Xiao Yi directly closed the meridian pathway in his palm and threw the energy ball towards the distant mountains and forests. Boom! Like a missile explosion, the forest in front of him was blown apart, creating a massive, deep pit. Xiao Yi was amazed by the power of the energy ball he had emitted. It was remarkable that he had only released a small amount of energy, yet its impact was so immense. Compared to physical strength, the power of the energy ball had indeed elevated several levels. Once again, everyone was astonished by Xiao Yi's displayed strength. Even Master Roshi, the founder of the Kamehameha technique, couldn't help but marvel at the power of Xiao Yi's energy ball and, for the first time, seriously acknowledged Xiao Yi's abilities. Initially, Master Roshi had some dissatisfaction with Xiao Yi punishing the Bull Demon King, but after witnessing Xiao Yi's formidable strength, he felt that Xiao Yi's actions were entirely justified. It was a matter of face. At first, Master Roshi believed Xiao Yi was just a slightly stronger martial artist, and someone like that attacking his own disciple was a loss of face. However, now that Xiao Yi's strength was clearly on par with Master Roshi's, it was reasonable for him to discipline the Bull Demon King for his mistakes. Moreover, it was evident that Xiao Yi had not used excessive force, which naturally led Master Roshi to feel it was only right. His expression toward Xiao Yi was no longer as indifferent as it had been at the beginning. Chapter 23, The Rabbit Leader. Xiao Yi and the others bid farewell to Master Roshi and set off on their final journey to find the Dragon Balls. Only one Dragon Ball is left. Bulma drove a magnetic levitation sports car gifted to them by the Ox King, and the speed was noticeably increased. I really want to see the dragons soon, Little Goku said happily. The group traveled west and arrived at an area filled with giant mushrooms. This place is really strange, Little Goku said curiously, looking at the giant mushrooms that stood straight like trees. Oolong, is there a town around here? Bulma asked Oolong, who was driving. How would I know? I've never been here before, Oolong replied, feeling quite unhappy that Bulma always made him drive. Oh no, we're running out of fuel, Oolong said anxiously as he saw the fuel gauge dip into the red zone. Finally, just as their fuel was about to run out, they arrived at a town. Great, we've reached the town, Bulma, dressed in a sexy bunny girl outfit, exclaimed. "We can refuel now," Oolong said happily. "Hello." Little Goku cheerfully shouted to a little girl with her hair wrapped up. The little girl, upon seeing Bulma in the car, ran away as if she had seen something terrifying. "The people here are very scared of you." Little Goku sensed something that others couldn't with his keen intuition. "What are you talking about?" Bulma said unhappily to little Goku. Once in the town, everyone split up to explore. Xiao Yi curiously studied the giant mushrooms on both sides of the road. These giant mushrooms, growing straight like trees, must be a local specialty. I wonder what they taste like. Xiao Yi decided to purchase some seeds of this type of mushroom and let Bulma analyze the growth conditions. If it could be quietly transplanted into the real world, it would definitely be a great invention. He went to a shop specializing in local specialties and bought a large quantity of mushroom seeds. Of course, the money was borrowed from Bulma beforehand. When he came out, he discovered 2 members of the Rabbit Corps were fighting with Goku. Soon, Goku knocked the 2 members of the Rabbit Corps to the ground. However, with Xiao Yi's keen eye, he could tell that Goku had not used much force on them and hadn't even sustained any injuries. Seeing the 2 members of the Rabbit Corps calling for help with their communicator, Xiao Yi couldn't help but feel a headache from Goku's indecisive personality. However, perhaps it was this very trait that made him the undeniable protagonist of the Dragon Ball world. At the same time, the system's task was also released. Temporary task: defeat the Rabbit Leader. Reward: attribute points 10. Gain the superpower of the Rabbit Leader. Xiao Yi was also envious of the superpowers in this world. They were completely unreasonable abilities that ignored the strength of both sides. As long as it was within the range of a superpower, any opponent would fall victim. The Rabbit Leader's ability to turn anyone who touched him into a carrot was an excellent superpower that would easily catch opponents off guard. Soon, the Rabbit Leader arrived in a cute rabbit car, and under everyone's gaze, a large rabbit stood up and walked out of the car. "Boss!" The 2 members of the Rabbit Corps cried out as they rushed forward upon seeing their leader. "Don't cry so miserably." The Rabbit Leader was very familiar with his subordinates. "Who dares to go against the Rabbit Corps?" The Rabbit Leader said with his hands behind his back, looking quite imposing. "It's them." The 2 beaten members hurriedly pointed in Goku's direction. Is it the leader of the Rabbit Corps?" Bulma said nonchalantly. "Just a big rabbit. I was worried for nothing." Oolong also said relaxedly. "That guy looks a bit familiar." Only the well-informed Yamcha seemed to have some impression of this large rabbit. Useless, losing to that little brat. The Rabbit Leader was quite dissatisfied with his subordinates' performance. "Sorry, subordinates," they hurriedly said. "Hey!" Suddenly, the Rabbit Leader jumped directly over from more than 10 meters away. "Let's shake hands." The Rabbit Leader jumped in front of Bulma and said directly to her. "Huh?" Bulma was momentarily confused by the Rabbit Leader's strange behavior. "This guy is really weird," Oolong couldn't help but say. "I remember now. He asked the rabbit who can turn people he touches into carrots." Yamcha finally recalled the origins of this large rabbit. "Whatever you do, don't touch him." Yamcha shouted a warning. However, at that moment, Bulma's hand was already involuntarily reaching for the Rabbit Leader's outstretched hand. Just then, an arm blocked Bulma's movement, narrowly avoiding the Rabbit Leader's outstretched hand. Xiao Yi did not hesitate at all, directly kicking the Rabbit Leader, sending him flying dozens of meters before crashing into a house and finally stopping. Looking at the Rabbit Leader, he was already foaming at the mouth and unconscious. Xiao Yi followed up immediately, chopping off the Rabbit Leader's head with a knife. Before anyone could react, he stored the Rabbit Leader's corpse in his storage ring. Although the Rabbit Leader had limited abilities, he was still a demon that had awakened intelligence. Such a corpse should be very helpful for Xiao Yi's body refining technique. Mission completed. Reward: attribute points 10. One exclusive ability of the Rabbit Leader. In the personal storage box of the system, besides a box of treasures obtained from the Bull Demon King last time, there was a green orb. Xiao Yi knew that this should be the ability of the Rabbit Leader mentioned by the system. At this moment, less than 10 seconds had passed since Yamcha's reminder, and while everyone was still in shock, Xiao Yi had already dealt with the Rabbit Leader. Those who reacted were shocked by Xiao Yi's speed and secretly amazed at his ruthlessness. Especially Yamcha, who felt a wave of fear last time he was robbed. He was just severely beaten by Xiao Yi, and now it seemed that Xiao Yi had really gone easy on him. The residents of the town, seeing that the Rabbit Leader had finally been defeated by these strong individuals, couldn't help but rush out to express their gratitude and present a lot of local specialties. During the farewell, Xiao Yi and the others embarked on their final journey to search for the Dragon Balls. Chapter 24. The Parting Instructions. Right around here, Bulma said, while looking at the Dragon Ball radar. "Bulma, I have a question I wanted to ask you for a long time," Oolong said while driving. addressing Bulma in the back. After gathering all 7 Dragon Balls, what wish do you want to make? Oolong asked curiously. Hee, didn't I say it before? I want a prince on a white horse. Bulma said a bit shyly. Huh, a prince on a white horse? We're working so hard just for such a boring wish. Oolong said angrily to Bulma. Children don't understand anything. Bulma ignored Oolong. Report to King Pilaf. In Area H15, a car has appeared with a woman with long hair, wearing a trench coat, standing on a giant mushroom, speaking into a walkie-talkie. It must be them. Proceed according to plan. A voice came from the walkie-talkie. Yes, the woman replied succinctly. Hey, did you see that car? The trench coat woman spoke into the walkie-talkie. I saw it. Another person's voice came through the walkie-talkie. All those Dragon Balls are in that car. The trench coat woman continued. After all the hardships to find the Dragon Balls, we should make a meaningful wish. Oolong couldn't help but complain to Bulma. Stop talking nonsense. And you didn't contribute at all. Bulma said angrily to Oolong. Bang! A missile exploded right next to the car, completely blowing it to pieces. Xiao Yi quickly caught Bulma, preventing her from falling to the ground. Thank you, Xiao Yi, Bulma said, blushing as she stood up. Wow, what happened? Oolong said, feeling a bit dazed from the explosion. That startled me. Little Goku was fine, just a bit surprised. Suddenly, a controllable mech burst out from the ground, jumping next to the damaged flying car. Wow, what is that thing? Everyone looked quite surprised. The mech seemed to ignore Xiao Yi and the others, just searching for something. Over here, when the mech saw the Dragon Balls in the box, it finally found its target. Sorry, but the Dragon Balls now belong to us. A dog ninja inside the mech said to the people outside. Just as the mech was about to take off, Xiao Yi made a run and arrived next to the mech. Without much talk, he directly smashed the mech with a punch, but the dog ninja inside was not seriously harmed. This was, of course, intentional on Xiao Yi's part. It was important to know that this trio making their appearance would play a significant role in the future plot, so Xiao Yi naturally couldn't let them meet Yama. Xiao Yi and his companions pressed the dog ninja and advanced towards the direction of the 7th Dragon Ball. Without their flying car, Xiao Yi and his group could only share a flying car with Yamcha. What an idiot. Can't even handle such a small matter. A child dressed like a circus clown said to the woman in the trench coat. I'm sorry. It's my fault, King Pilaf. The woman in the trench coat replied. It's nothing. Luckily, they came to us. King Pilaf said, looking at the radar display behind him. I didn't expect to get them all so quickly. King Pilaf secretly rejoiced. I'll be able to rule the world soon. The Dragon Balls are truly wonderful. King Pilaf said happily. King Pilaf, they've arrived. The trench coat girl interrupted King Pilaf's fantasies, which made him quite displeased. So fast, they must have a radar too. King Pilaf muttered to himself. Right here, Bulma said, looking at a massive castle in front of them. It's so big. Little Goku, sitting on a nimbus cloud, exclaimed, Yamcha, are you feeling better? Puer was watching over Yamcha, who was still a bit unconscious due to being too close. Phew. Thanks. Yamcha finally recovered and said to Puer, be extra careful. The opponent is not an ordinary person. Yamcha warned the group. Everyone nodded in agreement. Huh? What's this? Little Goku asked, looking at the forward arrow drawn on the ground. That's an arrow. How strange, Yamcha replied, also puzzled. Could there be something in this direction? Bulma suddenly had a dip in her IQ. In order not to change the plot, Xiao Yi could only silently follow behind without voicing any opinions. Eventually, little Goku and the others were trapped in a castle surrounded by walls. They've locked us up, the trench coat girl said to King Pilaf. One idiot. Can't even see such a simple trap. King Pilaf was utterly speechless at little Goku and his group's reaction. Damn it, we're trapped. Yamcha angrily banged on the wall. I told you not to come in, Oolong complained. My fists are useless now, little Goku said, looking curiously at his fists. At this moment, only Xiao Yi sat quietly against the wall, not knowing what he was thinking. What are you thinking? Bulma asked curiously. After this trip, I might have to leave for a while. Inside this capsule is a seed from a giant mushroom next to Mushroom Town last time. I hope you can help me analyze its components and find a suitable place for transplanting. I will come to the city to find you later, Xiao Yi said to Bulma, handing her a capsule. Where are you going? For how long? All right, I won't ask. Here's my home address. You must come next time, okay? I'll be waiting for you, Bulma said, feeling reluctant when she heard that Xiao Yi was leaving. However, seeing Xiao Yi looking a bit troubled, she wisely refrained from asking further and handed him a note. Haha, I'm about to become the king of the world. King Pilaf began to fantasize again. King Pilaf, there are no Dragon Balls in the car, the trench coat woman reported to him. Huh, it must be on one of them. King Pilaf snapped back to reality. Hey, listen up. Suddenly, a screen on the wall displayed King Pilaf's figure. I am King Pilaf. Seeing everyone looking at the screen, King Pilaf continued. You want to steal the Dragon Balls, don't you? Bulma shouted loudly. Yes, if you don't hand them over quickly, you'll regret it. King Pilaf said, without feeling any shame about his intentions to steal the Dragon Balls. I won't give you the Dragon Balls. Dream on. Bulma made a face at the display screen. Chapter 25. The comprehension of Majin Buu used the hypnotic gas. King Pilaf said to the trenchcoat woman. What is that? Suddenly, many mechanism holes appeared from the enclosed walls, and smoke-like gas began to pour out from these holes. Cough, cough. What is this smoke? Little Goku's voice came from the smoke. As the smoke dissipated, everyone fell into a deep sleep. Ha ha ha. They're all asleep. King Pilaf said excitedly. System task. Summon the dragon. Reward. 1 system upgrade scroll. Xiao Yi did not fall asleep. With his current cultivation, he could close all his breathing passages and enter a state of suspended animation for a while. When King Pilaf and the trenchcoat woman descended into the trap, Xiao Yi stood up directly and said to King Pilaf, hand over your Dragon Ball, or you'll know my power. As he spoke, Xiao Yi gathered a key blast in his hand and directly blew a hole through the wall beside him. King Pilaf and the trenchcoat woman. Xiao Yi successfully gathered 7 Dragon Balls. Come forth, Shenron. Xiao Yi chanted this simple incantation. Suddenly, the sky turned dark. The 7 Dragon Balls emitted a dazzling light and connected with each other. Then, from between the 7 Dragon Balls, a massive beam of light appeared, reaching into the sky and blinding anyone who looked at it. However, Xiao Yi could see clearly that what emerged from between the 7 Dragon Balls was not just a beam of light, but Shenron enveloped in bright light. This Shenron was over 100 meters long. Although it was made of energy, its entire body was vividly lifelike. State your wish. Any wish I can grant you. But only one. The Shenron looked down at Xiao Yi and said, my wishes. Xiao Yi hesitated for a moment. Let me have the same comprehension as Majin Buu. After a long pause, Xiao Yi finally stated the wish he had considered for a long time. Your wish has been granted. Now farewell. The Shenron said to Xiao Yi emotionlessly. After saying that, the Shenron disappeared into the sky, and the 7 Dragon Balls slowly ascended into the night sky. Suddenly, it was as if an invisible hand forcefully separated them, and they flew off in all directions. Xiao glanced at the sky that had regained its brightness, felt the changes in his body, and couldn't help but feel very satisfied with this Dragon Ball journey. Having the understanding akin to that of a Majin Buu doll was the wish that Xiao could think of as most suitable for himself. Xiao Yi did not choose the wish for immortality that Vegeta has always pursued. It's not that he doesn't want it, but expressing that wish holds little significance. Xiao Yi is not from the Dragon Ball world. His body is that of a being from another world. Therefore, whether the dragon can fulfill this wish is uncertain. Even if it is fulfilled, when Xiao Yi returns to the real world, can he still achieve immortality? The answer is definitely no. Moreover, in the Dragon Ball world, the most broken aspect is the 7 Dragon Balls, and the later plot also mentions that the greater the change made by using the Dragon Balls, the more severe the backlash on the Wishmaker. Additionally, the Taoist techniques that Xiao Yi practices are originally about transcending life and death. Since he can achieve immortality through cultivation, why would he create such significant karma to attempt something that may not even succeed? As for Majin Buu's understanding, while it is indeed remarkable, the impact of this ability is quite minimal. Furthermore, Majin Buu's understanding plays an extremely significant role in both cultivating Taoist techniques and comprehending some unique skills in the Dragon Ball world. Xiao Yi thought of this because a particular scene from the manga featuring Majin Buu had a huge impact on him. It took Son Goku 3 whole years to master instant transmission, while the Kaioshin's instant transmission technique is even more advanced, requiring no startup time at all. However, this remarkable instant transmission was only used once in front of Majin Buu, and he was able to completely grasp it and use it just like the original user. Such comprehension is simply astonishing. And who is Son Goku? He is a genius who was able to successfully perform the Kamehameha after witnessing Master Roshi use it for the first time. Even this genius is outclassed by Majin Buu in terms of comprehension, which shows just how terrifying Majin Buu's understanding truly is. Xiao Yi originally lacked confidence in his ability to master the techniques in the Jade Slip. He knew how difficult it was to practice Taoist arts. Even with a master teaching him hand in hand, it was not guaranteed that he could learn. And Xiao Yi was relying solely on a transmission Jade Slip, and a meditation cushion that could enhance his comprehension to achieve mastery of the techniques, which seemed like a dreamer's fantasy. However, now that he had the comprehension of the demon Bu, Xiao Yi was almost certain that he would be able to successfully practice the techniques in the transmission jade slip and achieve complete mastery without any compromises. Xiao Yi tried out the 72 transformations he had learned and discovered that the originally basic technique had now reached the third level of mastery. Moreover, in terms of martial skills, he had absorbed the essence of the martial techniques displayed by others along his journey, which solidified his foundational skills significantly. Task completed. Reward: 1 system upgrade scroll. At this moment, Xiao Yi received a notification sound from the system. Xiao Yi looked at the items in the system: a golden treasure chest filled with treasures, a special ability of the rabbit leader, and a golden scroll, which should be the system upgrade scroll. Without any hesitation, Xiao Yi directly opened the treasure chest. He had not had the chance to be alone before, so these items had to be stored in the system. Inside the treasure chest were various gold coins, pearl necklaces, diamonds, red and blue gems, and more, making Xiao Yi feel dizzy. After counting, he stored the treasure chest in the storage ring he carried. He also used the special ability of the rabbit leader without hesitation, comprehending all of its abilities. As long as an enemy touched any part of Xiao Yi's exposed skin, they would turn into a carrot. Moreover, this ability was even more advanced than that of the rabbit leader, transforming it into an active ability. Finally, Xiao Yi took out the golden system upgrade scroll. The reason he saved this golden scroll for last was because he was worried that if the system upgraded, the items within it would still exist and whether they might be damaged. Therefore, he took the extra step of transferring them to the storage ring. After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Yi decided to open the system upgrade scroll and initiate the upgrade. Xiao Yi's task was completed perfectly this time. In fact, just as he was leaving, he left a letter for everyone. The content was nothing more than that he had successfully thwarted King Baila's conspiracy, but he had encountered a very urgent matter at home. Meanwhile, Xiao Yukong and the others had fallen into a coma. With no other choice, he could only leave a letter and depart alone. He promised to meet again at the world's #1 martial arts tournament a year later. Xiao Yi encountered a system upgrade for the first time, so he naturally had to make sufficient preparations. Otherwise, if the system upgraded, Xiao Yi would either be stuck in place or fall into a coma, and those giant creatures in the Dragon Ball world would likely have another feast. What Xiao Yi didn't expect was that when the system upgrade scroll was opened, he was directly kicked out of the Dragon Ball world and returned to the real world, with the system indicating that the upgrade would take 3 days. Xiao Yi looked at the time. It had only been a little over 2 days, earlier than he had imagined. Without any hesitation, he left the apartment and headed home. Ever since he had a wife and daughter, Xiao Yi had rarely been away from home. Although only 2 days had passed in the real world, he already missed them terribly. Upon returning home, he found that only his mother and daughter Wan were there. After asking, he learned that his wife by Miaoxin had gone to the rental house to take care of those exquisite ornamental fish, while his father had to go to the store every day to check on the renovation progress. They only came back to cook when it was almost mealtime, and compared to the past, the whole family was now even busier. Although Xiao Yi did not wish to see such a situation, he respected their choices. After all, this was different from working for others. Being busy with one's own career, though tiring, was still fulfilling. As noon approached, both his father and wife by Miao returned home one after another. They were very happy to see that Xiao Yi had come back so soon. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Yi had become the cornerstone of the family. Without him, his family felt somewhat unsettled. Xiao Yi noticed the tired expressions on his family's faces and realized that they had been worn out over the past couple of days. Therefore, he specially cooked a rich lunch for them using ingredients from the Dragon Ball world. The family happily enjoyed their meal, a scene that had not occurred for a long time. In the past, Xiao Yi and his wife by Miaoxin had to work during the day, and Xiao Yi's father was often away on business, leaving only Xiao Yi's mother and daughter Wan at home during lunch. It was nothing like the lively atmosphere of the family gathered together now. That afternoon, Xiao Yi stopped his wife by Miaoxin and father from going out, and the family spent a warm afternoon at home. Their daughter Wan was so happy to see so many people at home that she stayed awake for a long time, playing until she was completely exhausted and finally fell into a deep sleep. The next day, although Xiao Yi was reluctant to see his family so busy, given that he had no employees to help him, his father and wife by Miaoxin had to be busy for a while. Xiao Yi has more important matters to handle. He needs to liquidate the box of jewels he obtained from the Dragon Ball world and use the money for charity. However, Xiao Yi knows nothing about the jewelry business, and he often hears people say that this industry is very deep. If he goes directly to a jewelry store to cash in this batch of jewels. It is likely that a large portion will end up in the hands of the jewelers. Fortunately, although Xiao Yi is clueless about the jewelry industry, with his current comprehension ability, it would only take him a short time to self-study and become a jewelry expert. As soon as Xiao arrived at the library, he researched a lot about jewelry and auction houses, which allowed him, a complete novice, to at least understand the grading of jewelry. He also found out that the top auction house for jewelry in the world today is called Christie's. Xiao Yi found several flawless gemstones in the treasure chest, among which a 215-carat flawless diamond caught his attention. After understanding the gemstone market, Xiao Yi realized that it wasn't the quantity of gemstones that mattered, but their quality. Taking the 215-carat flawless diamond as an example, even though it was tucked away in a rather inconspicuous spot in the chest, its value exceeded the total value of all the treasures in the chest. As a result, Xiao Yi fundamentally changed his plan from selling all the treasures in the chest to only selling a few flawless gemstones. This approach not only reduced the risk of exposure for Xiao Yi, but also did not significantly decrease the money he would gain, which was what he preferred. However, although the risk was reduced, Xiao Yi still had to auction the items under his real name. After some thought, he decided that going to the Christie's auction house would be more secure. Christie's, as one of the top auction houses in the world, naturally has branches in China. However, in Jiangcheng, the small third-tier city where Xiao Yi lived, such a large establishment as Christie's simply could not exist. With no other choice, Xiao Yi, who had just returned home for a day, had to say goodbye to his family and straightforwardly stated the purpose of his trip. The funds from selling the flawless gemstones were originally intended for charitable purposes. So he only needed to say that these gemstones were given to him by his master and that he hoped to use all the money for charity. Xiao Yi bid farewell to his family and boarded a plane to the Magic City. That afternoon, Xiao Yi arrived in the Magic City and entered the branch of Jardines in Huaxia. The location of the Jardine auction house is in the bustling commercial area of the Magic City, where every inch of land is precious, and it covers an area of several thousand square meters. Upon entering the building, he found only two beautiful receptionists at the front desk and security guards constantly patrolling the auction house, while other members were exceedingly rare. Xiao Yi found the front desk and asked them to call the client manager of the deeds.The auction house, as he had a highly valuable auction item. Trained by the deeds.The auction house, the two front desk staff politely asked Xiao Yi to sit down in the adjacent reception room. One of the front desk staff poured a cup of Longjing tea for Xiao Yi, while the other walked into the auction house's interior. Xiao Yi didn't wait long before seeing a middle-aged man in his 40s, dressed in a suit and with meticulously styled hair, walk into the reception room under the guidance of the front desk staff. After some pleasantries, Xiao Yi had an in-depth conversation with this client manager named Jiang Yuan. Chapter 27. Evaluation, sir. How may I assist you? The client manager Jiang Yuan said politely, I want to sell some precious jewelry worth up to several hundred million. I wonder if you can handle it? Although Xiao Yi had a good impression of Jiang Yuan, he still had to voice his concerns. Several hundred million? Jiang Yuan, who had initially seemed indifferent, suddenly became very interested. No problem. Let me formally introduce myself. I am the branch manager of the Jidishi auction house in Modu. Auctioning jewelry worth several hundred million is within my scope of business, Jiang Yuan said with a smile. Then are you? Xiao Yi looked at the client manager badge hanging on Jiang Yuan's chest and asked with confusion. Several client managers are on leave today, and we are short-staffed, so I can only act as a temporary client manager, Jiang Yuan said somewhat embarrassedly. That's fine. Do you have an appraiser here? I would like him to evaluate these gemstones for me. Saying this, Xiao Yi took out a few flawless gemstones from his backpack. Jiang Yuan, who had been cheerful, appeared extremely shocked when he saw the flawless gemstones, especially the large flawless diamond. Although Xiao Yi mentioned that the items he wanted to auction were worth several hundred million, Jiang Yuan, who had been in the jewelry industry for many years, did not take it too seriously. He didn't think Xiao Yi was trying to deceive him. Rather, he believed that the value stated by sellers is usually exaggerated by many times. Jiang Yuan had originally thought that the worth could be several tens of millions, which would be quite good. However, he was completely mistaken this time. The value of these gemstones, especially that flawless diamond, was much higher than Xiao Yi had imagined. Xiao Yi only had a rough understanding of diamond prices from books and deduced that this enormous diamond might be worth hundreds of millions. However, he did not know that the larger the diamond, the more flaws it tends to have. Nevertheless, in pursuit of size, people tend to overlook minor imperfections. However, during auctions, these flaws can be magnified to lower the price. In contrast, Xiao Yi's flawless diamond appeared to Zhang Wo as having no defects at all. Both its color and cut were absolutely top-notch. And what was most commendable was that this enormous diamond truly had no imperfections at all, meaning its price would definitely be several times higher than similar diamonds. Zhang Wo, being the general manager of the JDC auction house in the Magic City, was naturally there because of his abilities. Therefore, after seeing the diamond, Zhang Wo immediately sought out Mr. Wu Zuandao, the chief appraiser of the auction house. This gentleman, an expert in the field of jewelry appraisal, had to be personally invited by Zhang Wo, even with his current status, and was promised a generous commission. It was agreed that Mr. Wu would only conduct appraisals when real treasures appeared. Mr. Wu Zuandao was an elderly man with gray hair but few wrinkles on his face, looking quite spirited. If Zhang Wo had not previously told Xiao Yi that Mr. Wu was already over 70 years old, Xiao Yi might have thought that the man in front of him was only in his 50s, and that was only considering his gray hair. Xiao Yi looked at Mr. Wu Zuandao and couldn't help but wonder if this old gentleman had practiced some kind of body refinement technique due to his unique appearance. Just as Jiang Yuan was about to introduce the current situation to Mr. Wu, he noticed Mr. Wu's eyes shining brightly as he focused on several gemstones in front of him, completely ignoring Jiang Yuan's greeting. Jiang Yuan and Xiao Yi exchanged a glance, mutually agreeing not to interrupt Mr. Wu's appraisal. Watching Mr. Wu meticulously using various tools for assessment, Xiao Yi couldn't help but feel admiration. This was someone who had completely turned a hobby into a profession. About half an hour later, Mr. Wu reluctantly set down the gemstones and turned to Jiang Yuan, saying, "These are all flawless grade gemstones, without any imperfections. The cut is absolutely top-notch, and each piece can serve as the final auction item." Although Jiang Yuan was already quite certain of the value of these flawless gemstones, hearing Mr. Wu's appraisal filled him with immense joy. Not only could this bring significant profits to the auction house, but it would also add a remarkable entry to his personal resume. "Mr. Xiao, would you allow my company to auction these flawless gemstones?" Although Jiang Yuan already knew the answer, he still asked Xiao Yi according to procedure. "Of course, but I hope to hold the auction as soon as possible," Xiao Yi stated his requirement. "That is not a problem. But organizing such a large auction will take at least half a year to maximize the profits from these collectibles," Jiang Yuan explained patiently. "I can't wait that long. I need a substantial amount of funds. If your company cannot liquidate these gemstones in a short time, I can only say it's a pity," Xiao Yi said, quite disappointed. "We can advance 50 of the item's value, with deeds.The auction house paying up front. After the gemstones are auctioned, we will deduct this amount, and the profits will be returned to you," Jiang Yuan said, realizing that the deal might slip away and thus revealed the company's best offer. "The value of the items?" Xiao Yi expressed doubt about this valuation. "We will absolutely estimate your batch of gemstones according to the market's average value. If you're not satisfied with the price, we can negotiate," Jiang Yuan quickly followed up on Xiao Yi's line of thought. "All right, then please help me estimate the value of my batch of gemstones." Xiao Yi nodded at Mr. Wu Zuandao in front of him. Seeing that Xiao Yi did not outright refuse, Jiang Yuan felt a surge of happiness, knowing that the auction was likely to be successfully commissioned this time. Next came the evaluation, which lasted more than 2 hours. It wasn't just Mr. Wu Zuandao. deeds.The had also invited several top industry experts to conduct evaluations via video. The gemstones were of exceptionally high quality, especially that infinite diamond, which nearly caused a sensation among the senior executives at deeds.The. Therefore, they exerted their utmost efforts to try and retain Xiao Yi, this wealthy client. The evaluation results came out. These gemstones were estimated to be worth around 3 billion RMB based on normal market selling levels. "I just applied to the company headquarters, and they agreed to advance you 70 of the amount, which is 1 billion renminbi. I wonder if Mr. Xiao is satisfied with this result?" Jiang Yuan looked at Xiao Yi with hope. "That is fine. I really appreciate your company's sincerity," Xiao Yi replied happily. Chapter 28. Leakage. After signing a large number of contracts, Xiao Yi finally received the substantial sum of money. It is worth noting that 1 billion yuan is also a significant amount for JDC auction house. The reason they were so quick to provide the funds was to smoothly sign the contract with Xiao Yi. Although JDC auction house has always ranked high in the industry, it has struggled to distance itself from a few other auction houses, which has been a persistent headache for the company's executives. The few treasures brought by Xiao Yi, although not many in number, are all exquisite items. If managed well, JDC auction house could hold an unprecedented large auction, which would greatly benefit their reputation. Moreover, if they fail to seize this opportunity and allow Xiao Yi to auction at a competitor's auction house, it could potentially deal a fatal blow to them. Xiao Yi did not pay attention to anything else. With this sum of money, he could do much more charity work. Just as he was preparing how to spend all this money on good deeds, suddenly, an unexpected event completely disrupted Xiao Yi's pre-planned schedule. The urgent ringing of the phone sounded, and when Xiao Yi saw the caller ID, it was actually Jiang Yuan, whom he had just parted ways with. Without thinking, Xiao Yi answered the call. Mr. Xiao, I'm very sorry. Due to our work negligence, your personal information has been stolen by a competing company. I sincerely apologize for this. Jiang Yuan kept apologizing on the other end of the line. Do you know how much trouble this will cause for my family? Although Xiao Yi had long been prepared for exposure, he still did not expect it to happen so quickly. I'm sorry, Mr. Xiao. This is also something we at deeds do not want to see. There was a mistake within the company that caused you such inconvenience. Jiang Yuan continued to apologize. All right, I'll talk to you about this in person later. It's not clear over the phone. Xiao Yi directly interrupted Jiang Yuan's words. Okay, I'll wait for you at the auction house, Jiang Yuan said. Although Xiao Yi had signed a contract with deeds auction house and set a very high penalty for breach of contract. This was based on the confidentiality of Xiao Yi's identity. Now that his identity had been exposed, he was clearly the victim. If this escalated, deeds might end up with a bad reputation for leaking important client information. Xiao Yi originally wanted to buy some gifts for his family, but after encountering such a situation, he lost the mood to go shopping. He took a taxi directly to the deeds auction house to learn more about the details of the identity leak incident. However, just as Xiao Yi got into the taxi, his phone suddenly rang again, and this time the caller ID showed an unfamiliar number. Xiao Yi did not think much and directly answered the call. A middle-aged man's voice came from the receiver. Mr. Xiao, hello. Let me introduce myself. I am Qin Hu, the branch manager of Su Bifu Auction House in Modu. I apologize for the abrupt call, but our company is very interested in the flawless gemstones you have and hopes you can entrust us to auction them for you. Qin Hu said straightforwardly. Did you steal the client information from deeds company? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi lost any desire for pleasantries and confronted him directly. I think there may be some misunderstanding between us. We did not steal any client information. That would be illegal. As a large auction company, we have strict regulations regarding this matter. As for your information, we obtained it through some channels, and we have strict confidentiality agreements with them. So I'm unable to disclose who provided your information. The other party replied in a very formal manner, making it difficult to find any loopholes in his words. I have already entrusted my gemstones to deeds auction house and signed an agreement, so it is impossible for me to auction them with your company. Although Xiao Yi was very angry about his identity being compromised, he chose to endure it, hoping the other party would back down. Mr. Xiao, you don't need to worry about this. As long as you agree, we at Su Bifu Auction House will handle everything on your behalf, and we guarantee that you will not incur any penalty fees. Qin Hu assured Xiao Yi over the phone. But what benefits do I get from this? For some reason, even though Qin Hu's tone was very gentle and his attitude extremely friendly, Xiao Yi felt no goodwill towards him. Perhaps the initial feeling of being stolen from was influencing him. Mr. Xiao can rest assured about this. We will not take a single penny in commission from the proceeds of this auction. Given the value of your items, the commission could be nearly 200 million. This should demonstrate our sincerity. Qin Hu quickly revealed their bottom line. If your terms are better than deeds, I would certainly choose you. All right, I need to meet with Jiang Yuan from deeds to discuss compensation. With what he wanted, Xiao Yi planned to hang up the phone. Mr. Xiao, while profit is important, sometimes other factors are even more significant. Qin Hu said meaningfully on the other end of the line. I will remember what President Qin said today. Originally, Xiao Yi had a slight change of heart, but his impression of Qin Hu plummeted when he realized the other party dared to threaten him. This matter would definitely not end here. Soon, the taxi arrived in front of the deeds auction house. At this time, Jiang Yuan was already waiting outside and quickly greeted Xiao Yi upon seeing him. All right, let's talk inside. Xiao Yi stopped Jiang Yuan's apology and walked directly into the deeds auction house. Once they were seated, Jiang Yuan solemnly bowed to Xiao Yi and sincerely apologized, saying, I apologize for the trouble caused to you this time. On behalf of deeds auction house, I express my deep apologies, and we will provide some compensation for the losses incurred. My losses cannot be compensated with money, but I would like to hear about your company's sincerity. Before coming here, Qin Hu from Su Bifu called and said they could auction my gemstones without charging any fees. Xiao Yi was not short of a few commissions. He was very angry about deeds' mistake and deliberately made things difficult for them. Jiang Yuan originally wanted to mention the wave commission, but since Xiao Yi brought it up first, it made him somewhat awkward. Sorry, Mr. Xiao, we had initially agreed to reduce your commission as well. Although it was awkward, Jiang Yuan still conveyed the company's decision from the higher-ups. However, I will immediately report this matter to the company and provide you with appropriate compensation, Jiang Yuan said to Xiao Yi promptly. In Jiang Yuan's view, both companies were of comparable strength, and the conditions offered were similar, but one had harmed its own interests. Naturally, the scales of choice would lean towards the other company. This was human nature. Jiang Yuan asked Xiao Yi to wait there while he left the meeting room to negotiate with Jiadishi's higher-ups. Not long after, Jiang Yuan returned to the meeting room with an apologetic expression and said to Xiao Yi, I have reported to the higher-ups, and, unfortunately, they did not agree to provide you with monetary compensation. However, they proposed another form of compensation, which is to elevate the level of this auction to a top-tier one and increase the advertising budget to invite some top clients. When Xiao heard this news, he felt quite satisfied. Originally, he only intended to make things difficult for the Jiadishi auction house and had no real expectation of gaining any benefits. However, he unexpectedly received such compensation, which genuinely surprised him. Although he didn't have a deep understanding of upgrading grades, he knew that increasing the promotional budget and inviting some top buyers would undoubtedly allow his gemstones to sell at higher prices. Xiao Yi and the Jardine auction house have redrafted a contract, and this time the confidentiality clause is more stringent. Although Xiao Yi's personal information has already been leaked, at least it has not been made public yet. Naturally, the Jardine auction house must ensure that no issues arise on their side. Xiao Yi left the Jiadashi auction house in a cheerful mood. However, on the other end, Qin Hu from the Subifu auction house quickly received the news that Xiao Yi had re-signed with Jiadashi. Originally, Qin Hu thought that Subifu had offered terms that were comparable to, if not more advantageous than, those of Jiadashi, and with Xiao Yi's weaknesses in hand, he believed Xiao Yi had no choice but to cooperate with them. But Qin Hu never expected that his final threatening remark would lead to the instant collapse of the entire plan. Since you're not afraid of exposure, I'll make sure you get exposed even more thoroughly. Saying this, Qin Hu began to operate online. Soon, numerous posts appeared on the internet about Jiadashi auction house preparing to auction flawless gemstones, complete with text and photos that made the information seem extremely credible. Just as people were marveling at the beauty of these gemstones, Xiao Yi's personal information was also leaked online. Initially, netizens assumed that such a vast collection of flawless gemstones must belong to some wealthy individual, but they were shocked to find out that the owner was an ordinary person. Instantly, the public's enthusiasm for Xiao Yi even surpassed that for the gemstones themselves. Why did he have so many flawless gems? Did this Xiao Yi commit some illegal acts? Otherwise, how could an ordinary person possess such immense wealth? Discussions about Xiao Yi flooded the internet. Moreover, it seemed that certain malicious individuals were deliberately guiding these discussions, portraying Xiao Yi as a person who stumbled upon treasure but failed to report it to the state, auctioning off national treasures and causing them to be lost, a heinous character. In no time, netizens flooded in to criticize Xiao Yi. The reason so many came to insult him was not only due to the manipulation of those with ulterior motives, but also largely due to jealousy. Mr. Xiao, on behalf of Jiadashi Auction House, I sincerely apologize for the trouble we've caused you. If you agree, our PR department will handle the subsequent matters for you, Jiang Yuan said over the phone. Jiadashi Auction House could no longer sit idly by. If Xiao Yi's image was tarnished, the auction would likely fail. How does your company plan to handle this? Xiao Yi wanted to see how Jiadashi's PR department would respond to his situation. In this current situation, we can only hire a large number of internet commentators to clean up your image. You just need to cooperate with us and donate to a few Hope primary schools to reshape your image into that of a philanthropist who became wealthy overnight but still cares for public welfare. Jiang Yuan patiently explained to Xiao Yi, this is just a passive counterattack, and it won't be very effective. How about this? Continue hiring internet commentators, and also help me organize a press conference in my name, inviting all the media we can. Additionally, I have a recording of a phone call with Qin Hu from Subifu. Please play it at an appropriate time during the conference. Xiao Yi instructed Jiang Yuan. Just a recording can't be used as evidence, and with Qin Hu's cunning, he wouldn't admit over the phone that their company stole information. Jiang Yuan reminded Xiao Yi, I know very well that this recording has no legal value, but I'm not planning to defend my rights through legal means. Xiao Yi replied confidently, all right, since you are so sure, we will fully cooperate with you. I hope you can get out of this unfavorable situation. Seeing Xiao Yi's confidence, Jiang Yuan agreed to his plan and contacted Jiadashi's PR department to fully cooperate and invite all the media they could. Soon, on the day of the press conference, a 5-star hotel in a magic city was entirely booked by Xiao Yi as the venue for the conference. Since Xiao was involved, and Xiao Yi had recently become a hot topic, the media arrived early at the venue to secure prime positions. At 9 a.m., Xiao Yi entered the venue accompanied by Jiang Yuan, and the media quickly turned their cameras towards him, eager to see this mysterious wealthy individual they had only heard about. To the surprise of many reporters, Xiao Yi appeared remarkably young, like a college student in his 20s, with an exceptionally handsome face. Standing at over 6 feet tall, his physique, though covered by clothing, still revealed well-defined muscles, leading some journalists to doubt whether they had come to the right press conference, wondering if he was actually a top model. Chapter 30. Aftermath. Xiao Yi ignored the astonishment of the reporters and directly walked to the podium of the press conference, taking a seat in the middle. I am Xiao Yi. The purpose of holding this press conference today is to reveal the truth behind the recent sensational incident regarding the flawless gems that have been circulating online. Xiao Yi spoke straightforwardly without giving the reporters time to ask questions. He then detailed all his experiences at the Desolate auction house, including what he had seen and heard in recent days, and, at the end, he played the recording from Qin Hu. Mr. Xiao, the main topic being discussed online is not about your leaked information, but rather the origin of these flawless gems. Is it true, as claimed online, that they were obtained by stealing national treasures? And if so, should you be auctioning them? A reporter directly posed a sharp question. Although these reporters were invited by the Desolate auction house, they did not have deep ties with it. Thus, when asking questions, they were as sharp as they could be, leaving no room for Xiao Yi to ease the situation. Just as Jiang Yuan, who was sitting next to him, was sweating for Xiao Yi, he calmly replied, "Those rumors online are just that, rumors. Although they sound serious, no one has come forward to formally accuse me, Xiao Yi, of stealing national treasures." That's a strong rebuttal. Then, Xiao Yi leisurely took a sip of tea and said, "Moreover, if such precious flawless gems had truly appeared in historical events, they would have been recorded in the history of China long ago. Yet to this day, no netizen has been able to find any historical treasures that match these gems. Doesn't that prove something? Of course, what I'm about to announce, while it cannot prove that these gems belong to me, will absolutely silence those who say I stole national treasures." Xiao Yi seemed to feel that his evidence was not sufficient and continued. "I will use the proceeds from this auction to establish a fund to help those in society who need help the most." Xiao Yi revealed his trump card. "Are you saying you will donate all the proceeds?" A reporter asked uncertainly. "Of course not. I am going to establish a poverty alleviation fund, not to donate this money for others to manage." Xiao Yi corrected him. "So that means you will be the highest decision-maker of this fund?" A reporter seemed to grasp the essence of the matter, revealing a confident smile. "Although I am the highest decision-maker of this fund, I will also publish the list of people I help and the amount spent on poverty alleviation online, allowing the entire internet to supervise." Xiao Yi scoffed at the reporter without any hesitation. "At the same time, I guarantee that in the first year, I will absolutely spend more than half of the fund's total amount, which exceeds 3 billion, to help those who need help the most. Within 3 years, all these funds will be spent, and every detail will be published online for all netizens to supervise. If there are any discrepancies, I will take legal responsibility for what I said today." Xiao Yi then made an even more shocking decision. The previously lively group of reporters suddenly fell silent. They had originally thought about how to extract some big news from Xiao Yi to escalate the conflict. Some reporters had even received red envelopes specifically to ask some harsh questions to make the press conference more explosive. However, Xiao Yi's speech placed him at a moral high ground. If any reporter dared to make things difficult for him now, their outcome would surely be tragic. If you question whether he stole national treasures, the person selling the treasures does not want a single penny, so the accusation of stealing national treasures becomes invalid. As for whether there were any ulterior motives behind establishing the fund, he even dares to publish all accounts online, a promise that no foundation has made so far. But Xiao Yi dares to do so and stated it in front of the reporters. How can you still question him? "Mr. Xiao, with such a huge amount of wealth being donated, has your personal life been affected?" A more astute reporter pressed on about Xiao Yi's private life. Since he could not demonize Xiao Yi, they would mythologize him instead. "I run an ornamental fish shop, which has just started, and I'm also dedicated to helping impoverished individuals." Xiao Yi casually promoted his ornamental fish shop. Originally, a trap set for Xiao Yi was easily resolved by him. And not only that, although many media outlets seemed not to report on the matter of Subifu, Xiao Yi and Desolate did not seem to intend to let go of the opportunity to strike back, directly posting the video of the press conference online while obscuring Xiao Yi's face. The video of the press conference was not long, and just watching the beginning could provide a rough understanding of the entire matter. Thus, although Qin Hu of Subifu Auction House only had a segment of a phone recording, now that Xiao Yi's image was at its peak, Qin Hu naturally became the rat everyone wanted to hit. In the end, Subifu Auction House had no choice but to clarify that Qin Hu's actions were personal and that he had already been dismissed by the company as higher-ups. As for Xiao Yi, although he had not yet started doing charitable deeds, his fame had spread. Even more unexpectedly, due to the success of this public relations effort, his attention actually decreased significantly as people shifted their focus from Xiao Yi himself to the charity fund. Additionally, there was also the news about Xiao Yi's muscular figure akin to a bodybuilder. Although he obscured his face in the video, how hard could it be to find a man with such a perfect physique? Such a perfect man inevitably attracted many beautiful women. On the internet, numerous beauties have publicly declared their love for Xiao Yi, including many wealthy women who are both beautiful and talented. In desperation, Xiao Yi could only express on his Weibo that he was already a father and that he loved his wife and child very much, wishing those girls could find their true love. This display of affection directly prompted his wife, by Miao Xin, to call him, leading to a flurry of affectionate words. And Xiao Yi immediately stated that after completing this matter, he would rush back to meet her and their daughter. However, Xiao Yi's display only fueled some women's competitive spirit. How could such a perfect man be taken away by other women? Even if he was married, they would still try to win him back, thus forming Xiao Yi's harem. Chapter 31. New changes. Meanwhile, some netizens noticed that regarding Xiao Yi's mention of marriage and children from the video, he appeared to be quite young. Even with his face obscured, he looked to be in his 20s. Thus, the resourceful netizens began a search for Xiao Yi, looking for his real appearance and related information from various media outlets. As a result, this search revealed something that left netizens astounded. It turned out that Xiao Yi's appearance was indeed as handsome as many had speculated, but he was not in his 20s. He was already 30 years old. At such an age, having a wife and children is, of course, perfectly normal. After repeated confirmations, netizens couldn't help but complain, saying that life is unfair and that he is truly a favorite of the heavens. With people's attention growing, his ornamental fish store became increasingly well known among netizens. Although his offline store was not yet renovated, the online store was already fully set up, and all the exquisite ornamental fish had been clearly priced and posted online. Many netizens felt regret when watching Xiao Yi's videos, particularly regarding his decision to donate all his wealth. If it were them, they would at least keep a few $100 million for a lifetime of indulgence. However, when they saw the ornamental fish in Xiao Yi's online store, especially those that cost several million each, they began to understand why he donated all his money. He simply wasn't short on cash. Although they didn't understand why such ornamental fish were priced so high, they could see the number of transactions. This small online store had already completed dozens of transactions, meaning Xiao Yi had achieved at least tens of millions in sales. At that moment, the onlookers were left speechless in astonishment. Xiao Yi ignored the comments from netizens and even the online ornamental fish shop he owned. All of this was managed by his wife, by Miao Xin. Now, what mattered most to Xiao Yi was checking the changes after the system upgrade. The system had already been updated a few days ago, but due to the auction, Xiao Yi had not had the time to truly relax and check it out. At this moment, sitting on the plane back to Jiangsheng, he naturally had time to look at what the system had specifically updated. Name: Xiao Yi. Strength, attack power 185, 5. Bear demon cutting knife, speed 185. Constitution, defense power 185, 5. Bear demon armor, nerve reaction 180. Note: values have been synchronized with the alien detector from the Dragon Ball world. Attribute value: 90 yuan bao, 85 gold coins, 4100 cultivation method, body refinement technique, 13, martial skills, 72 transformations, max level, Qigong ball, proficient. Can produce various changes, Wolf Fong Wind Fist, max level, ability, Kara transformation technique, max level. The various values on the homepage had not changed significantly. And in the shop section, there were still the original 3 categories: ordinary items, special items, and martial skills, which could be accessed, while other pages remained completely dark. Xiao Yi felt very strange. The system had clearly undergone an upgrade, but nothing had changed. What exactly had he modified? Suddenly, Xiao Yi noticed the time exchange section in the Merit and Dragon Ball world. The page that originally only had one exchange option suddenly added many changes. Merit points, 1,000 points. Merit can be obtained not only by doing good deeds, but also by gaining the recognition of others. Merit Golden Light assists in cultivation. During training, It requires the consumption of corresponding merit points. If the merit points are insufficient, the merit golden light will transform into merit points. A great benefactor with more than 1,000 merit points can convert merit points. 1,000 merit points, 1 point of merit golden light. Merit golden wheel assists in cultivation, defends against fatal attacks, and requires the consumption of merit golden light. If the merit golden light is insufficient, the merit golden wheel will transform into merit golden light. When the merit golden light exceeds 1,000 points, it can be converted. 1,000 merit golden light, 1 point of merit golden wheel. Note, special scenes in the Dragon Ball world require the consumption of merit golden light and merit golden wheels to enter. Reputation. When entering the Dragon Ball world, it is not necessary to exchange for time in advance. Settlement can be done after returning. Note, if the remaining merit points are insufficient to pay for time in the Dragon Ball world, the character will forcibly leave the Dragon Ball world. Note, One Earth Day allows entry into the Dragon Ball world only once. When Xiao Yi saw the dense introduction, he couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. After a long while, he finally understood the purpose of this system upgrade. First, the system introduced advanced versions of merit, namely the Merit Golden Light and the Merit Golden Wheel. However, while these versions are good, they require a large amount of merit points, which is something Xiao Yi cannot afford at the moment. Nonetheless, this also urged Xiao Yi to obtain more merit points. Otherwise, he clearly wouldn't be able to enter some special scenes in the Dragon Ball world. Another change is the adjustment of merit in relation to the time in the Dragon Ball world, making it more user-friendly and addressing corresponding bugs. For Xiao Yi, the best part of this change is the alteration in the exchange of merit for time in the Dragon Ball world. This change is not only convenient, but, more importantly, it seems to provide a protective function, allowing Xiao Yi to directly choose to return when he encounters an irresistible danger. Xiao Yi was quite satisfied with this system upgrade. Next, he tried to exchange 1,000 merit points for a bit of merit golden light. After the exchange, Xiao Yi clearly felt that his whole being seemed to become different. It was as if whatever he did, as long as he had the help of the merit golden light, it would become extremely easy. Originally, after the exchange, there wasn't a trace of merit points left, but suddenly it returned to full value, and Xiao Yi continued exchanging. It wasn't until he exchanged for 9 points of merit golden light that his merit points stabilized, remaining at 600 points without further increase. Xiao Yi did not expect that a single instance of online exposure, especially one without showing his face, would bring him so much merit. He was extremely delighted and resolved to create big news in the future, whether there was something going on or not, so that netizens would not forget him. However, what Xiao Yi did not know was that it was his successful public relations that made so many netizens recognize him. Before he held a press conference, his merit value had already turned negative, but he simply did not have the time to check. Moreover, this kind of merit was merely in advance. If he failed to fulfill the promises he made afterward, not only would this merit disappear directly, but his original merit would also face significant depletion. Xiao Yi looked at the vast amount of merit points and couldn't help but feel happy. In the past, in order to save merit points, he dared not spend a lot of time on anything other than the development of the plot, fearing that there wouldn't be enough time for the plot to progress. But now, Xiao Yi no longer had that worry. With so many merit points, he had more than enough to live in the Dragon Ball world for 20 or 30 years. Moreover, with Bu's comprehension ability, he temporarily didn't need the merit assistance ability for his training, so his merit points naturally became abundant. Chapter 32. Chores at Home. Xiao Yi wanted to cultivate in the Dragon Ball world because he discovered that the growth rate of cultivation in the real world was far slower than in the Dragon Ball world. In the past, although Xiao Yi had noticed this phenomenon, he could only choose to cultivate in the outside world due to a lack of merit points. However, now that Xiao Yi had plenty of merit points, he decided that in the future, he would definitely cultivate in the Dragon Ball world. The plane slowly landed at Jiangxing Airport, and at that moment, Bai Miaoxin and Nana were already waiting outside the airport. As soon as Xiao Yi came out, Nana raised her hands and giggled, asking Xiao Yi to hug her. Along the way, accompanied by his wife and daughter, Xiao Yi felt warm in his heart, and the fatigue of these days vanished without a trace. Upon returning home, he was greeted by a lavish banquet. The dishes were all carefully selected by his parents, who had gone to market early to buy Xiao Yi's favorite foods, including braised pork, spicy stir-fried intestines, chicken stewed with mushrooms, steamed base, and boiled shrimp. Xiao Yi looked at the table full of dishes and couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. Although his parents didn't say it out loud, Xiao Yi could still tell that they were very pleased with his performance during this period. Xiao looked at his parents, who had clearly become much stronger and healthier after eating the meat from the Dragon Ball world. Their hair had transformed from a mix of black and white to a full head of black hair, and the wrinkles on their faces had diminished significantly. At first glance, it looked like they were in their 40s. His wife, Bai Miaoxin, also showed significant changes. She was a few years younger than Xiao, but after consuming the meat from the Dragon Ball world, she looked as if she were in her 20s, with a much healthier complexion. In the past, she needed to wear light makeup when going out, but now she no longer needed it. Of course, the most noticeable change was not in them, but in their daughter, Nan. In the past, Nan had just learned to walk, but in just over 10 days, she not only walked steadily, but could also run. In terms of height, she had grown like she had taken a growth stimulant, increasing by half a head in just over 10 days, making her look like a 2 or 3-year-old child. What amazed Xiao the most was that Nan, who used to only say simple words like daddy and mommy, could now engage in brief conversations with her family. All these phenomena clearly indicated how miraculous the meat from the Dragon Ball world was. Such a miraculous thing, naturally, could not be known to people in the real world. At least for now, when his family had no self-protection ability, it should not appear in public. After dinner, his mother played with Nan, while his father and wife discussed the recent renovations and sales situations of the ornamental fish store with Xiao. The renovations of the ornamental fish store were nearing completion. Since the materials used were all environmentally friendly, there were no pollutants present at all. Therefore, once the renovations were completed, the store could officially open for business. The sales of ornamental fish online were exceptionally hot. The top-quality ornamental fish that Xiao had kept in the aquarium had mostly been sold out, but orders online were still increasing every day. These orders would have to wait until the second batch of fish fry matured. The second batch of fish fry was purchased by Miaoxin 5 days ago. Due to the booming online business, she bought a large quantity of fish fry this time. Moreover, she put a lot of effort into selecting the fish fry, purchasing only the most popular varieties. The results during this period were quite astonishing. In just under 10 days of online sales, Xiao earned a net income of 60 million after tax. However, this was also due to Xiao becoming a nationally renowned figure, bringing a celebrity effect that couldn't last long. Even now, the number of orders was far from the explosive sales of the previous days, as those who enjoyed ornamental fish were still a niche market. However, Xiao was not worried about this issue. In today's peaceful era, wealthy people in China were gradually increasing, and they pursued some unique high-end experiences, which was exactly the channel for Xiao to make money. The meat from the Dragon Ball world could not only allow ornamental fish to evolve, but could also enable some high-end pets to undergo evolution. Considering the target audience, Xiao decided to focus the next development direction on pet dogs. In today's world, it was the peak period for pet dogs. A purebred Tibetan Mastiff could sell for millions, and the pet dog market was incomparable to that of ornamental fish. Among all animals, dogs were the most favored by humans, not only because of their cute appearance, but also because of their loyalty. Some elderly people, after losing their partners, often rely on pet dogs to spend their remaining years together. Xiao, he was actually no stranger to pet dogs. Before the birth of his daughter Nan, he and his wife Bai Miaoxin had a golden retriever. However, after their daughter was born, he had to painfully send the golden retriever to stay with relatives. This time, Xiao Yi planned to raise a pet dog with the intention of bringing his golden retriever back. Time passed quickly, and before he knew it, it was already 7 p.m., and his parents needed to go home to sleep. Due to the housing situation, his parents didn't live with Xiao Yi. Every morning, his mother would take a bus to his house to prepare breakfast for him before he went to work and to take care of Nan. Now that his mother was nearing 60, Xiao Yi felt pain to see her struggle, but he had no good solution. However, now that Xiao Yi had money, he naturally couldn't let his mother suffer like that anymore. He decided to go house hunting the next day. That evening, after driving his parents home, he went to bed to discuss buying a house and a car with his wife, Bai Miaoxin. Although Bai Miaoxin was gentle as water in front of Xiao Yi, she certainly had her own ideas. They discussed for a long time and finally decided to directly buy a villa the next day and then choose 3 luxury cars from a dealership. The reason for buying a villa was also due to Xiao Yi's insistence. As he delved deeper into the Dragon Ball world, Xiao Yi would only become wealthier. Instead of buying a house as a temporary measure, it was better to go straight for a villa that he was satisfied with. Of course, there was another reason. Xiao Yi was already a public figure, and naturally, more and more people would recognize him. Living in a community could lead to unnecessary troubles. Moreover, there was something Xiao Yi didn't mention. He wanted his family to practice body refining techniques in the near future, and a safe and comfortable environment was naturally very important. Xiao Yi's city is just a small third-tier city. Although the development of tourism in recent years has caused property prices to soar compared to those first-tier cities, Houses here are incredibly cheap, like cabbage. Chapter 33. Purchasing a villa early the next morning, Xiao Yi and Bai Miao Xian got up early, completed their washing and dressing. And after their mother arrived, they left home and headed towards a newly opened community. In today's era, most of the vacant land in the city has already been covered by high-rise buildings, and to buy a large villa, one can only go to some remote suburbs. Of course, since the villa area is specifically designed for the wealthy, the public facilities here are not as bad as one might imagine, and are even better than those in the city center. Naturally, the prices are also not comparable to those in the city center. Xiao Yi and his wife were drawn to a riverside villa area, which featured a theme of mountains and water. In front of them was the rushing river, and behind them was a forested area. However, for someone like Xiao Yi, who had experienced the primitive forests of the Dragon Ball world, the forest behind this villa area could only be considered an artificial garden. On the other hand, Bai Miao Xian praised the place highly, noting that it was very close to public facilities. A large hospital was just a 10-minute drive away, and there were private kindergartens, elementary schools, middle schools, and high schools. Basically everything one could think of was available here. Without hesitation, the couple decided that their home would be here. They found the sales center for the villas, where they were greeted by a sales manager named Zhang. Xiao Yi expressed their intention to purchase a villa. Manager Zhang did not treat them with disdain because of Xiao Yi's attire. It was known that this area was quite a distance from the city, and only those who truly wanted to buy a villa would come here and not waste his time. Manager Zhang was very enthusiastic towards the couple, directly welcoming them to the reception room and discussing the sizes and decoration styles of the remaining villas. Xiao Yi could tell that this manager Zhang clearly did not recognize him, which was quite normal. After all, not everyone is interested in entertainment gossip, and the video of the press conference had undergone facial processing by the PR team. Furthermore, with the sheer volume of information released daily, even if someone remembered you today, they would quickly forget you, especially in a small third-tier city like this. Even if manager Zhang found Xiao Yi somewhat familiar, he would not dare to associate him with an internet personality. Xiao looked at the remaining villas and could say that each of them had its own characteristics. There were those with traditional Chinese styles, those with luxurious European styles, and others with modern minimalist styles. The variety was enough to show that the developers here truly put in a lot of effort. Xiao Yi and his wife's current age leans towards a more modern decoration style, and ultimately, they chose a modern minimalist design. The overall tone of this villa is off-white, complemented by light-colored decor, giving a warm feeling reminiscent of the rising sun. The decoration here is extremely luxurious, using only the best materials. If Xiao Yi and his wife want to move in, they only need to purchase some appliances and household items, making it very convenient and quick. Additionally, this villa is quite large, with 3 stories, each covering an area of 500 square meters. Furthermore, the villa is equipped with an underground parking garage, a luxury swimming pool, and a private lawn, bringing the total exterior area to approximately 1,000 square meters. This villa is the crown jewel of their villa complex. Its luxury is due to the fact that the developer originally intended to keep it for themselves, but later had to entrust the sales office to sell it due to financial issues. However, the reason this excellent villa has not been sold yet is that its price is simply too high. With a living area of 1,500 square meters and an external area of 1,000 square meters, the total price reaches an astonishing 30 million renminbi, and it must be paid in full upfront. Xiao Yi and his wife looked at the security of the community. The security guards here are all retired Special Forces soldiers from the military, organized into teams of 8, divided into 3 teams, patrolling 24 hours a day without interruption. Moreover, each villa is separated by a green belt, ensuring personal privacy is well taken care of. Without much hesitation, Xiao Yi decided to purchase this villa, signing the contract with both of their names and paying the sales center in a lump sum. They finally received the keys to the villa. Of course, the property certificate would take some time to process, but that was something the sales center would handle. Such a wealthy customer made even the sales center staff, who were used to seeing rich people, take notice, especially since they were both very young. The man handsome and dashing, and the woman youthful and beautiful, making even the sales staff, known for their good looks, feel somewhat inferior. Ignoring the saleswomen whose eyes were practically sparkling, Xiao Yi took Bai Miaoxin's hand and left the sales center, heading towards the 4S shop. The 4S shop was not far from the villa area, as it was located where many wealthy people resided, offering great purchasing potential. Another reason was that the location of the 4S shop needed to be a sparsely populated area with ample space, which was conducive to vehicle test drives. Xiao Yi had long set his sights on a German off-road vehicle. Although the price was not high, only a little over 1 million. This car had been his top choice for many years. Even now that he could afford more expensive vehicles, Xiao Yi still chose to purchase this one first. When he arrived at the 4S shop selling German vehicles, there were not many people. Only a few customers were wandering around. When Xiao Yi and his wife entered, no one came forward to greet them. Everyone was busy with their own tasks. Xiao Yi and his wife enjoyed the peace and quiet as they approached the Audi Q7, admiring its exterior and interior. Perhaps because it was a car they liked, the more Xiao Yi looked at it, the more he liked it. He planned to take it for a test drive to see how it felt. Of course, as a German brand 4S store, there are not only Audis, but also well-known luxury cars like BMW and Mercedes-Benz. By Miao could drive, but she didn't know much about brands. And her father was even less informed about vehicles. Therefore, Xiao Yi didn't consult them and decided to buy one SUV from each of these three brands as their transportation. At that moment, a male staff member from the 4S store walked over to introduce the car specifications and performance. Xiao Yi also requested a test drive. Accompanied by the sales manager, Xiao Yi took the long-desired Audi Q7 for a spin. Indeed, with a price tag of over $1 million. Its performance was incomparable to his own domestic car worth over $100,000. After just a short drive, Xiao Yi fell deeply in love with this car. Chapter 34. Surprise next, Xiao Yi test drove the BMW X7 and the Mercedes-Benz GLE. These models are considered among the top SUVs of these three brands. Although the sales manager was somewhat unhappy about Xiao Yi continuously driving these top luxury cars, there was nothing he could do. After all, the customer is king. And since Xiao Yi clearly wanted a test drive, the sales manager, as a mere salesperson, had no standing to refuse. He could only sit by and carefully watch Xiao Yi's maneuvers. Xiao Yi is also an experienced driver, and the more high-end the car, the more user-friendly it becomes, with various auxiliary facilities available. Therefore, Xiao Yi drives with great ease. Without hesitation, after test driving three models, he decided to purchase all three top-spec models in full and handed over the transfer paperwork to the 4S dealership, leaving the sales manager both surprised and delighted, as a substantial income just fell into his lap. These three cars are not cheap. The three top-spec models cost Xiao Yi over $5 million. However, seeing that these luxury cars would soon belong to him, Xiao Yi felt it was very worthwhile. That evening, he told his parents about buying a villa and luxury cars. His parents are not old-fashioned. In their view, if one has money, it should naturally be spent. Buying necessary things like houses and cars, no matter how expensive, is fine as long as it is within their means. Furthermore, although housing prices are currently being restricted, they are still on the rise. And buying a villa also serves to preserve wealth, so there's nothing to worry about. Most importantly, their son knows how to care for them. Not only did he buy a villa for them to live in, but he also bought his father a luxury car. This thoughtfulness is what they value the most. Here is $20 million. You and Dad can spend it, Xiao Yi said. Now that you've seen the ornamental fish shop my son owns, it's a place that makes money every day. As long as the supply of meat is steady, there's no need to worry about finances. Xiao Yi handed a bank card to his mother. Okay. Mom knows you're filial. I'll keep this money for you, his mother said excitedly, having waited so many years to see the day when her son would be filial. No need, you can spend this money. If anyone at Grandpa's or Grandma's needs it, you can give it to them. If it's not enough, just ask me for more, Xiao Yi repeatedly reminded his mother, worried she might hesitate to spend the money. Speaking of money, Xiao Yi couldn't help but think of it too. 1 billion cash he had advanced from deeds.The, which is still safely stored in his bank card. He must get this money working quickly to convert it into corresponding merit points, while also raising his profile to the next level. However, this is a long process. Establishing a foundation is not something that can be done overnight. What Xiao Yi needs to do now is first set up a website, then leverage the power of the internet to brainstorm and establish the foundation as quickly as possible. While in Shanghai, Xiao Yi had deeds.The help him contact a headhunting company, and he entrusted that company to find a capable general manager for him, but this would take some time. The next morning, Xiao Yi got up early, told his wife he was going to exercise, and left the house. He went to a nearby deserted park, found a very secluded bush, hid behind it, and directly entered the Dragon Ball world. Xiao Yi hasn't properly practiced his body refining technique for a long time. Even during his travels with little Wukong, he only practiced occasionally to prevent his skills from regressing. This time, Xiao Yi intends to seriously pick up his body refining technique again, as it is the foundation for him to survive in both worlds. Now, it has been more than 3 months since he left the Dragon Ball world, and little Wukong should have gone to Master Roshi for rigorous training. Xiao Yi cannot be lazy, otherwise, if little Wukong surpasses him, it will not only be embarrassing, But his future tasks will also become very challenging. During this period, Xiao Yi accidentally discovered the differences between humans on Earth and those in the Dragon Ball world. Earth humans possess meridians, allowing them to practice body refinement techniques that require meridian assistance. However, humans in the Dragon Ball world do not have meridians. They only train their bodies, and when their bodies become extremely strong, they naturally comprehend the existence of ki and can apply it in a rudimentary way. It's hard to say which is better or worse. Earth humans have meridians and can learn various techniques, but while the Dragon Ball world lacks meridians, the density of their bodies is not something Earth humans can compare to. For example, Krillin today has a physical condition of only around 20 points. Yet he can take bullets without dying, suffering only superficial wounds. In contrast, when Xiao Yi has a combat power of around 20 points, he wouldn't be able to withstand a bullet or even a large knife strike without being split in half. This highlights the differences between humans from the two worlds. However, Xiao Yi's offensiveness is still sharp, and his body density is far beyond that of humans in the Dragon Ball world. The lack of body density is something Xiao Yi has no good solution for. It's a flaw brought about by the differences between worlds and cannot be changed simply through effort. If he were to wish on a dragon, asking to make his body as dense as that of the humans in the Dragon Ball world, his meridians would inevitably be affected, potentially even disappearing. If his meridians disappeared, he would lose his greatest advantage upon entering the Dragon Ball world, which is something Xiao Yi cannot accept. He can only find other ways to compensate for the lack of body density. After preparing enough roasted meat, Xiao Yi attempted to start cultivating the body refinement technique from scratch. However, this time, the feeling he experienced during cultivation was completely different from the past. In the past, although Xiao Yi had put in his utmost effort while cultivating, he always felt a sense of powerlessness, and before reaching his limits, he had to stop. But during this cultivation, Xiao Yi discovered that the body refinement technique posed no difficulty for him at all. The only challenge was his lack of stamina. He only stopped cultivating when he was exhausted and collapsed onto the ground. Of course, after crawling to the roasting rack and putting the roasted meat into his mouth, he gradually recovered and found that this cultivation was surprisingly effective. During his last cultivation session, he had to practice dozens of times to progress a single movement. But this time, he directly advanced a level, jumping from the 13th level to the 14th level of the body refinement technique. Moreover, he made a leap of 7 movements, moving directly from the 111th movement to the 118th movement. Not only that, but after completing these movements, the essence of these movements was deeply imprinted in his body, becoming an instinct. Chapter 35. The True Body Refinement Technique. This was the surprise brought about by having a comprehension ability akin to Bu. Originally, Xiao Yi planned to spend the following period of time cultivating in the Dragon Ball world whenever he had the chance, striving to complete the body refinement technique before the first martial arts tournament. However, with this unexpected turn of events, Xiao Yi suddenly felt as if he had been struck by a pleasant surprise. After spending an entire day and night, Xiao Yi completed the body refinement technique, and most of that time was spent on roasting meat. When Xiao Yi completed the final movement, he felt as if he had been reborn, his entire body feeling inexplicably light. At the same time, black impurities continuously emerged from his skin, soon dyeing his whole body a pitch-black color and emitting an unbearable stench. When Xiao Yi saw such an image, he naturally couldn't return to the real world and could only find a nearby stream to wash away the black grime that kept emerging from his body. To Xiao Yi's surprise, this grime was extremely difficult to clean, somewhat like tar, clinging tightly to his body and hard to remove. In desperation, Xiao Yi had no choice but to purchase a bar of soap from the Dragon Ball world, along with a set of casual clothing from the system. It must be said that the items from the Dragon Ball world were indeed remarkably effective. The sticky black substance softened instantly upon contact with the soap and was washed away completely. What pleased Xiao Yi even more was that the soap and the set of clothes only cost him 1 silver coin, equivalent to 1/10 of a gold coin, which showed just how cheap ordinary items were in the system. This also explained why a capsule villa in the system only required several hundred to 1,000 gold coins, let alone such common items. After washing up, Xiao Yi put on the clothes he purchased from the system, making him look exceptionally refreshed. It was at this moment that Xiao Yi had time to check his attribute changes. Name: Xiao Yi. Strength, attack power 425, 5. Bear Demon Axe. Speed 425. Constitution, defense power 425, 5. Bear Demon Armor. Nerve reaction 420. Note: values have been synchronized with the alien detector. Attribute points: 90 yuan bao, 85 gold coins, 40.99 silver coins, 9 cultivation technique, body refinement technique, 20 martial skills, 72 transformations, max level, Qigong bullet proficient, can produce various transformations, wolf fong wind fist, max level, supernatural ability, carrot transformation technique, max level. What surprised Xiao Yi was that his combat power had actually reached 420 points. After checking the upgrade records for each layer, Xiao Yi discovered that for the last 8 layers, each level up actually increased his combat power by 20 points instead of 10, and at the final completion, he received an additional 80 points of combat power. Now, with 420 points of combat power, it could be said without exaggeration that he was the most powerful warrior in this world, and the only one who could be his opponent was probably that deity from the heavenly realm. Xiao Yi attempted to practice the body refinement technique again, thinking it would have no effect. However, to his surprise, during the practice, streams of spiritual energy continuously flowed into his body. Most of it converged at his dantian, where the dantian gathered these dispersed energies, forming a ball-like shape. A smaller portion of the spiritual energy spread through his meridians to various parts of his body, continuously strengthening his organs. It was only at this moment that Xiao Yi realized he had not fully mastered the body refinement technique. In fact, he was just beginning. The body refinement technique required reaching the 20th level, with all meridians fully connected, to allow spiritual energy to enter the body for comprehensive enhancement. During this process, Xiao Yi clearly felt the firmness of his body continuously improving. Initially, he had been worried about his lack of firmness, a flaw brought by being a human from Earth, which was difficult to change in a short time. However, he did not expect to find a solution in such a short time, which eased the tension he had been feeling. Just as Xiao Yi was in an excited state, continuously practicing, he suddenly felt a sense of fullness in his body. He guessed that the amount of spiritual energy his cells could bear had reached its limit, and to practice again, he would have to wait until the energy was fully absorbed by his body. This was a slow and gradual process that could not be rushed, and Xiao Yi had no better way. However, he knew that before establishing a solid foundation in his body, practicing energy techniques was not feasible. It wasn't that he couldn't practice energy techniques, but if he started too early, the energy would struggle to disperse throughout his body, merely gathering in the dantian, making it difficult to quickly enhance his body's firmness. Although he envied the techniques of the energy refining stage, he restrained himself from checking the transmission jade slip. He was afraid that his patience would not hold, leading him to start practicing energy techniques before reaching the peak of the body refinement technique. While there might not be any immediate issues, problems would arise when he attempted to reach the peak, as clearly warned in the transmission jade slip. This time, he could say he had exceeded his task. After checking the time, which was exactly 1 day, Xiao Yi directly teleported back to the bush in the small park. However, to his surprise, he found that a young couple had appeared out of nowhere, secretly meeting there. Fortunately, they were so engrossed in each other that they did not notice Xiao Yi's sudden appearance behind them. Xiao Yi quickly left the thicket and reminded himself that he absolutely should not traverse in the outside world anymore. Being seen by others might not have much of an impact, as it often turns into a supernatural event in the city. However, if captured by the ubiquitous surveillance cameras, Xiao Yi's family would likely be in big trouble. Rushing home, under the curious gaze of his wife by Miao Xin, Xiao Yi changed his clothes and explained the situation to her. He didn't want any doubts to affect their relationship. Although Xiao Yi's explanation was somewhat unbelievable, coupled with his increasingly radiant skin and youthful appearance like that of an 18-year-old, Bai Miaoxin ultimately chose to believe him. Due to the situation with the young couple, Xiao Yi decided it would be better to move to the villa as soon as possible. This way, he could practice openly and wouldn't have to worry about finding a place to cultivate. The basic renovations of the villa had long been completed, and someone was hired periodically to clean the place. Therefore, even though the villa had been built for some time, its interior remained spotless. Xiao Yi only needed to buy some furniture and appliances to officially move in. Now, the Xiao family didn't lack money at all, so they went to the furniture market and bought whatever they liked according to their renovation style, without worrying about the cost. The appliances were even more convenient. After purchasing, there were workers who came to install them. By the evening, most of the items needed for the villa had already been bought. Chapter 36. Warming the pot, however. It was already quite late, and according to the customs of Xiao Yi's hometown, a warming pot ceremony must be held when moving into a new home. Therefore, Xiao Yi didn't rush to move into the new house, but asked his parents to inform their relatives to hold a warming pot ceremony at the new home over the weekend. Xiao Yi's situation was not disclosed to the family by his parents, not out of a desire to hide it, but but because they simply had no opportunity to mention it. During this time, his father was busy with renovation work, leaving early and returning late every day. Meanwhile, his mother had to take care of their daughter, Nana, and also had little chance to visit her mother. Moreover, with their personalities, it was unlikely for them to intentionally call and boast about their son's achievements. This weekend, however, seemed like a good opportunity to directly tell the family about their son's wealth, which would also satisfy their vanity. Xiao Yi's father is the eldest in the family, with 4 younger siblings. Like all eldest children, Zhao's father took great care of his family when he was young. Life was difficult in the past, and Zhao's father would save on food and necessities every day. He managed to save up a large portion of the allowances given to him by the military and sent it back to his family. Because of this, the young father developed a stomachache as a result. Xiao Yi's grandmother had to raise 8 children on her own after her husband passed away early, which was undoubtedly a difficult task. At that time, Xiao Yi's mother, being the second oldest in the family, naturally had to support her family. As a result, when Xiao Yi was young, his parents often argued about family matters. It wasn't that they had a bad relationship, but rather because they had to take care of Xiao Yi while also providing for the family, making their lives quite challenging, which naturally led to conflicts. Xiao Yi actually had no complaints about his parents. It was precisely because of their exemplary behavior that they established a very correct set of values for him in his childhood. Therefore, even during his most difficult times, he only thought about how to find a part-time job to help with the household expenses. Over the years, since Xiao Yi's father and mother's younger siblings had all grown up and started their own families, their parents no longer argued as frequently as before. Instead, they developed a tacit understanding of mutual support. Additionally, Xiao Yi had an uncle who made a fortune a few years ago, which completely changed the living conditions of his maternal grandparents. However, because of this, the originally harmonious extended family had become somewhat estranged. The next day happened to be Friday, and Xiao Yi specifically went to the market to buy a lot of fresh vegetables, then went to the Dragon Ball world to hunt for some common animals like pigs, cows, and sheep, and even caught a large carp weighing over 10 kilograms in a creek, preparing to cook a lavish feast for his family the next day. Of course, during this time, Xiao Yi didn't waste any time and practiced his body refining technique several times, stopping only when he felt a sense of fullness in his body. With everything prepared, Xiao Yi began to make this big meal. It actually takes a lot of time for one person to prepare a large feast, and if there are hot dishes, it's very likely that the earlier ones will cool down before the later ones are finished. Therefore, Xiao Yi planned to prepare some labor-intensive meat dishes in advance and store them in his spatial ring. The next day, he could take them out and they would still look as good as when they came out of the pot, saving time and allowing his family to enjoy the most delicious food. Xiao Yi spent the entire morning alone in the villa, and in the afternoon, on a whim, he went to his aquarium shop to check on the renovation progress. When he arrived at the aquarium shop, he happened to see the workers dismantling the protective coverings on the front door, which meant that the renovation was complete. Xiao Yi saw the boss of the decoration company, Mr. Huang, talking to his father. When they saw Xiao Yi driving over in a Dior Q7, both of them were very pleased. Mr. Xiao, you came at just the right time. I was just talking to your father about you. Today marks the completion of the renovation. The cleaning lady just did the final cleanup of the entire store this morning, so my work is officially done. Waiting for your inspection, Mr. Huang said happily. Although his decoration company was quite large, not every boss was as generous as Xiao Yi, who could spend such a high price to decorate a store. Therefore, Mr. Huang was particularly attentive to Xiao Yi's renovation, especially since he was looking forward to future cooperation with him. Xiao Yi toured the entire store and showed a satisfied smile on his face. It can be said that the decoration here is almost identical to the design drawings he saw on the computer back then, with no discrepancies at all. Moreover, Xiao Yi paid special attention to the decoration materials and found that the materials used here are extremely well chosen, not only very beautiful in appearance, but also highly durable. Xiao Yi was very satisfied with the decoration here. After settling the remaining payment, he solemnly promised that he would prioritize their decoration company for any future needs. Boss Wang was also very happy. After shaking hands and bidding farewell to Xiao Yi, he left the store in his horse-drawn carriage. Although the store's decoration was completed, it was not yet time to open for business. In addition to purchasing some items for the opening, Xiao Yi also needed to choose a good date to hold the opening ceremony. However, these matters would have to wait until he finished the busy days ahead, as the most important thing right now was to prepare for tomorrow's hot pot. Xiao Yi saw that he had some free time, so he drove to pick up his family of 4 and took them to a large shopping mall in the city center, planning to let them indulge in shopping. The reason for this was Xiao Yi's own consideration. His parents had always been very frugal throughout their lives, So even though Xiao Yi had given them a large sum of money, they didn't know how to spend it. His wife, by Miao, was even more so. Since she grew up in the countryside, she developed a good habit of thriftiness under her mother's influence, and most of her shopping was done online, choosing inexpensive items to buy. Therefore, Xiao Yi wanted them to shop this time, mainly to cultivate their spending habits. Otherwise, even if they had a lot of wealth, they wouldn't know how to spend it, and Xiao Yi didn't want that to happen. After a trip to the mall, the whole family was beaming with joy. After Xiao Yi showed them the shopping list, they were taken aback, amazed that they had spent over $1 million in just one afternoon. However, looking at their expressions, it was clear they felt this shopping spree was worth it. The next day, Xiao Yi got up early to prepare meals at home, and the task of receiving guests was left to his parents, giving them a chance to show off. After all, their son was successful in his career, which was something to be proud of. Even if they didn't say it, they still felt a sense of pride. Chapter 37. The world's greatest martial arts tournament soon. The doorbell rang at home, and by this time, Xiao Yi's meals were nearly ready. He took off his apron and went to the door to greet the guests. The first to enter were Xiao Yi's aunt, uncle, and younger sister. The family of three looked Xiao Yi up and down as they entered, and the lively younger sister smiled and said to Xiao Yi, "Brother, you really are a hidden gem. I didn't expect you to quietly earn such a large fortune. Now that you have money, don't forget about your little sister." "Of course I won't forget you. If you ever need money, just tell your brother," Xiao Yi jokingly replied. Before long, relatives from his grandfather's side had mostly arrived, while those from his grandmother's side were still on their way since they lived farther away. During this time, Xiao Yi's father acted as a guide, continuously showing the family around the villa that Xiao Yi had just bought. Unfortunately, Xiao Yi's grandfather was now bedridden and couldn't come. Xiao Yi had originally planned to exchange for a magical bean in the system to cure his grandfather's illness, but he had been busy with various matters and had delayed it. Moreover, upon reflection, he realized he couldn't be too hasty. If he suddenly cured an elderly person who was bedridden, it would be unreasonable for them to suddenly become healthier than an ordinary elder. Unless Xiao Yi intended for his grandfather to no longer live in that area, he could only slowly improve his grandfather's health with meat from the Dragon Ball world, allowing his body to heal itself. It would be best to have others witness this process, and of course, the meat should be referred to as some kind of health supplement to make it more credible. Soon, Xiao Yi's grandmother's family arrived at the villa, and Xiao Yi was surprised to see that his uncle was also among them. Ever since he became wealthy, his uncle had avoided participating in family matters whenever possible, and even when he had to attend, he would send his wife in his place. Moreover, whenever he attended family gatherings, he made the atmosphere quite oppressive, making it hard for the family to experience the warm and joyful scenes they once had. Nonetheless, Xiao Yi was still very happy that his uncle came. Although he didn't agree with some of his uncle's views, they were still family, and being able to take time out of his busy schedule to attend the housewarming party was evident from his mother's smiling face. In truth, Xiao Yi had always been a homebody, and even when facing his family, he felt uncomfortable under the curious gazes of so many people. Fortunately, at that moment, his father stood up and helped ease the situation. As an experienced salesperson, it was easy for him to uplift the atmosphere, and with everyone being family, the mood quickly became lively. When Xiao Yi brought out exquisite dishes from the kitchen, the family couldn't help but look at him again, as if they were meeting him for the first time in years. However, what surprised them even more was that not only did the food look fantastic, but it was also incredibly delicious. Eating it felt like a refreshing experience akin to soaking in a hot spring in the winter, with a flow of energy coursing through their bodies. The relatives thought it was just an illusion, but only Xiao Yi knew that this flow of energy truly existed. It came from the animals in the Dragon Ball world, and their spiritual energy was the key to evolving the ornamental fish he raised into premium specimens. After the meal, the atmosphere became even more harmonious, and it was clear from the smiles on his parents' faces that the housewarming was a great success. "Xiao Yi, come out for a moment. I want to talk to you." At this moment, his usually quiet uncle suddenly walked up to Xiao Yi and said, "Outside," his uncle said, "seeing your achievements makes me very happy. You're the one who donated over 3 billion online, right? The other day, an employee told me about it, and I was truly surprised. That's right, the person online is indeed me. I donated everything to the auction house." Xiao Yi calmly admitted to the donation without any excitement, as if he were simply talking about having eaten 2 bowls of rice yesterday. "Aren't you sorry about it?" Although his uncle spoke lightly, Xiao Yi could still sense his inner turmoil. "Why should I be sorry? You saw it. Although I didn't keep that over 3 billion, I'm still living quite well thanks to my ornamental fish shop. Isn't that enough?" Xiao Yi smiled as he faced his uncle. "Don't want to earn more money? You know you're still young, and should have some ambitions. Xiao Yi's uncle raised his voice slightly. Money is not what I pursue. Money is just a tool to make life more comfortable. Xiao Yi had long been annoyed by his uncle's views on money, and since his uncle brought it up, he expressed his own perspective. Seeing you like this makes me very happy. You should be more filial to your mother. She's suffered a lot over the years. His uncle said gently. I will, you can rest assured. Xiao Yi knew that his uncle didn't actually agree with what he said, which is why he ended this meaningless conversation. Aside from this little episode, the entire process of setting up the ornamental fish store went very smoothly, and the family gained a new understanding of Xiao Yi. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed quickly, and Xiao Yi's family had adapted to their new life. Every day, his parents took their daughter, Nuan, for walks around the neighborhood, and when his father had free time, he would help out at the fish store. The ornamental fish store had now officially gotten on the right track. A few days ago, after Xiao Yi interviewed and approved several security and staff members through a brokerage company he had hired, the store officially opened after a round of firecrackers. After a few days of sitting in the store, Xiao Yi finally grew a bit tired of it. Sitting in the shop every day, contacting clients online became unbearable over time. On the other hand, his wife Bai Miao was very fond of her current job. She didn't have to wake up early in the morning, and most days she simply took pictures of the exquisite ornamental fish in the store and posted them online, waiting for customers to make their selections. The job was very easy. Xiao Yi has finally received the news of the world's #1 martial arts tournament. In the Dragon Ball world, the tournament will officially commence in 1 month, where martial artists from all over the world will gather at the venue to participate in this grand event held every 3 years. Chapter 38, Preliminary Rounds. Xiao Yi took advantage of these 3 days to brief his wife on the matters of the shop before entering the Dragon Ball world. Currently, there weren't many things in the outside world that required Xiao Yi's attention. His wife, Bai Miaoxin, and the employees he hired could easily handle the not-so-demanding tasks of the store. As for the headhunters, they had yet to respond to Xiao Yi, but he wasn't in a hurry. After all, the money was still in his hands, and as long as there were talents available, the fund could be activated at any time. When Xiao Yi entered the Dragon Ball world a day early, the system issued him 2 missions. Mission 1. Win the championship of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Reward. Attribute points. 100 yuan bao. 100 gold coins. 5,000 with such generous mission rewards. How would he not give his all? Mission 2. Karen Tower Trial. Complete Master Karen's trial and successfully obtain the Ultra Divine Water. Reward. Attribute points. 100 yuan bao. 100 gold coins, 5,000. Although the rewards are extremely generous, the Karen Tower is a special location, and entering it requires consuming a bit of merit golden light each month. Speaking of which, these 2 missions posed no real difficulty. It was as if they were just handing him experience. Xiao Yi would easily complete both missions by following the main storyline of Little Goku. Of course, Xiao Yi could also act independently, but that would mean losing the advantage of foresight, and he would miss out on many treasures along the journey. What concerned Xiao Yi even more was the trial at Karen Tower, not because of the difficulty of the mission, but because it finally required the use of merit golden light. It should be noted that a bit of merit golden light could allow Xiao Yi to live for 3 years in the Dragon Ball world, but at Karen Tower, he could only stay for 1 month. Moreover, what was even more important was that the minimum consumption of this merit golden light was 1 point, meaning that even if Xiao Yi only stayed at Karen Tower for an hour, it would still consume 1 point of merit golden light. The place where Xiao Yi entered was not far from the competition arena of the martial arts tournament, which was another thing he had been doing besides training during this time. When Xiao Yi arrived at the venue of the martial arts tournament the next day, he couldn't help but be deeply shocked by the lively atmosphere of the entire event. At least tens of thousands of family members and supporters of the contestants had gathered around the outer area of the tournament, not to mention the many spectators who had come out of curiosity. There were at least hundreds of thousands of people gathered here. Xiao Yi arrived at the registration area and noticed that little Wukong and the others had not yet arrived. After registering, he decided to wait for them there. When the preliminary round was about to begin, Xiao Yi saw Master Roshi, dressed in a suit, along with little Wukong, Krillin, and the others. Xiao Yi, I didn't expect to see you here again. I'm so happy. Little Wukong exclaimed as he ran over to Xiao Yi. I'm also very happy to see you again. And Master Roshi, you look quite energetic. Xiao Yi said cheerfully to little Wukong and politely greeted Master Roshi. So it's you, Xiao Yi. I heard from Wukong that something came up at your home recently. Have everything been arranged now? Master Roshi said warmly upon seeing Xiao, as he had a good impression of the young man. Everything is settled. I came here this time to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament and also to see Wu Kong and the others. Xiao Yi replied to Master Rashi with a respectful attitude towards his elder. With you participating, I feel reassured. Master Rashi said meaningfully. I am Krillin, a student of Master Rashi. Please take care of me. Krillin said to Xiao Yi, appearing quite nervous. Don't be nervous. Little Wu Kong is my good friend, and I think we will also become good friends. Xiao Yi encouraged the still shy Krillin. Are you really going to participate in the competition? The staff at the registration area asked little Wu Kong and Krillin with certainty. Yes, little Wu Kong answered firmly. That's right, Krillin echoed. I can only accompany you this far. Go on in and good luck. Master Rashi said to little Wu Kong and Krillin, who were about to enter the preliminary round. Yes, little Wu Kong and Krillin replied without any hesitation. I almost forgot. Those clothes are not suitable for fighting. Change into these. Master Rashi said as he took out 2 sets of training uniforms with the character for turtle printed on the chest from his travel suitcase. Wow, they look great. Little Wu Kong said happily after putting on the training uniform. These clothes are so cool. If we lose, it would be really embarrassing, Krillin said, looking like a child who had just received a new toy. The 8 winners of the preliminary round will battle in front of everyone. I will wait outside. As long as I can see you at that time, I will be satisfied, Master Rashi advised with concern. Yes, we will definitely do our best. Little Wu Kong and Krillin replied in unison. Xiao Yi looked at Master Rashi, who was constantly reminding little Wu Kong and Krillin, and suddenly realized that this was the true face of Master Rashi. No wonder he was respected by the world. Xiao Yi, come here for a moment. I have something to tell you. After finishing his reminders to little Wu Kong and Krillin, Master Rashi turned and waved to Xiao Yi, saying, This is the first time for these 2 kids to participate in the competition. I don't want them to win the championship, as that would foster a sense of pride in them, which is not good for their martial arts. Master Rashi explained to Xiao Yi slowly. Originally, I wanted to disguise myself and personally teach them a lesson, so they would understand that there are always people better than them. But upon seeing you, I gave up on that idea. I hope you can help guide them in the arena, Master Rashi said eagerly to Xiao Yi. At the same time, the system also sent a new task message. Temporary task. Master Rashi's request. Provide guidance on martial arts to little Wu Kong and Krillin in the arena. Reward. Attribute points. 30. Gold 2,000. No problem. I'm happy to help you. Xiao Yi agreed to Master Rashi's request without any hesitation. All right, thank you, Master Rashi said with great happiness. Afterward, Xiao Yi took little Wu Kong and Krillin into the preliminary competition arena. Wow, are all these contestants? Little Wu Kong looked around, noting that most of the participants were over 2 meters tall and muscular. I think I'm definitely going to lose, Krillin said dejectedly upon seeing such contestants. Don't lose heart. Have confidence in the results of your hard training during this time. Xiao Yi encouraged Krillin, while for little Wu Kong, there was no such thing as fear in his dictionary. The World Martial Arts Tournament officially began. Chapter 39. The Grudge of Garen Temple, while Xiao Yi and little Wu Kong were chatting. An elderly man with gray hair and a beard walked onto the platform in the main venue, holding a microphone and announcing the competition rules. Today marks the 5-year World Martial Arts Tournament. Thank you all for traveling long distances to be here. The elderly man began his speech. This tournament will select 8 contestants from a total of 137 martial artists from across the country. Therefore, the competition will be quite fierce, he said slowly. 137 participants. Krillin felt even more despair upon hearing the number announced by the elderly man. Now, let me explain the rules of the competition. The elderly man paused for a moment, seeing that all the contestants were focused on him before continuing. Both sides will fight on the competition stage. If anyone falls, faints, concedes, or cries, they lose. The elderly man spoke slowly, afraid the contestants wouldn't understand. You cannot kill your opponent, nor can you use weapons. The preliminary matches are only 1 minute long, and if a winner cannot be determined, the referee will decide. He continued, because there are many contestants, the preliminary matches are divided into 4 groups. The last 2 contestants to win in each group will qualify for the World Martial Arts Tournament. The elderly man carefully explained the rules. Now, we will draw lots for the groups. Please correspond to your number and gather at the competition stage, he said before leaving the platform. Xiao Yi, little Wu Kong, and the other contestants also went to the drawing area to pick their numbers. I'm number 93. What about you guys? Krillin turned to little Wu Kong and Xiao Yi after looking at his number. I'm number 70. Xiao Yi, what about you? Little Wu Kong asked Xiao Yi. Haha, I'm number 15. We're not in the same group. Xiao Yi replied to little Wukong and Krillin. We're in the same group. I don't want to fight you, Krillin said to little Wukong, realizing the group list. Although we're both in group 3, the numbers are far apart, so we won't face each other. Little Wukong said calmly. I hope I don't have to fight Wukong, but if I lose in the first round, it won't matter, Krillin said, still feeling pessimistic. But we've trained according to what he said. Little Wukong remained optimistic. Don't worry, I believe both of you will make it to the finals. I'm going to group 1 now. See you in the finals. Xiao Yi waved to little Wukong and Krillin and turned to walk towards the group 1 stage. We'll cheer for you too, little Wukong and Krillin shouted. The preliminary match for group 3 is now starting. Please welcome contestants number 69 and 70 to the stage. A bespectacled referee said expressionlessly. I'm the first one, little Wukong said as he climbed onto the stage. Hey, that little one is also competing? Contestant A remarked. Oh my god, that guy number 69 is getting a big advantage. Contestant B agreed. Where did this little brat come from? Winning against such an ant isn't glorious at all. The bald, muscular man who was contestant number 69 said, looking at little Wukong. Stop bragging. Little Wukong was very angry at the bald man's contempt. Time is 1 minute. Start, the referee announced. As soon as the match began, little Wukong used his size to his advantage, darting through the bald man's legs before he even realized it. Where'd he go? Due to the angle, the bald man found it hard to notice little Wukong's movement. I'm right here, little Wukong said, pointing at the bald man's leg. However, to everyone's surprise, the bald man suddenly fell off the stage. Wow, the contestants and the referee were all stunned by the bald man's unexpected fall. Contestant number 70 wins. Although the bespectacled referee's image was not good, he still had experience in the arena. Despite his surprise, he quickly announced the result. What has happened? Fool. He lost his balance and fell. So that's it. Little Wukong ignored the comments from the other contestants below and stared blankly at his finger, slowly walking towards Krillin. Hey, that's great. That guy fell by himself. Krillin excitedly ran to little Wukong's side. Little Wukong looked at his finger, speechless for a long time. No way. After a while, little Wukong finally came back to his senses from shock. How come Krillin also noticed little Wukong's unusual behavior at this moment? Krillin, if your opponent isn't very strong, don't go all out. Little Wukong warned, but Krillin didn't understand what he meant. Hey, isn't that Krillin? A very unfriendly voice called out. It really is you. A muscular fat monk approached Krillin. It's been a long time since we saw you after you cried and left Doran Temple. The skinny monk beside the fat monk said to Krillin. What are you doing here? The fat monk mocked Krillin. You're not here to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament, are you? Although the skinny monk asked. His hand kept patting Krillin's bald head in a humiliating manner. I signed up, Krillin answered obediently like a mouse encountering a cat. What a joke. Did you forget the advice I gave you? The thin monk didn't hold back at all, constantly mocking Krillin. You're from the 3rd group, right? What number? The fat monk asked. Number 93. Krillin answered honestly. Great. Just my opponent. This is going to be fun. Krillin didn't expect this outcome. Krillin, please don't try too hard, The thin monk laughed at Krillin. Krillin, they're going too far. Even the usually carefree son Wukong couldn't stand it. I've always been bullied by them at the Doran Temple. This is bad. He's really strong. I should just give up the match. Krillin almost lost all his confidence. What are you afraid of? Give it your all. You can definitely defeat him. Son Wukong encouraged Krillin. One moment you tell me to hold back. The next you say to go all out. Krillin was confused by son Wukong's contradictory words. Just stop talking. You're definitely going to win. Now, let's have contestant number 93 and contestant number 94 take the stage, the referee announced in the ring. It's my turn. Krillin felt even more fearful with the host's sudden words. Hey, how could he be a match for the top expert of the Doran Temple? The fat monk mocked from the audience. I'll take good care of you, the thin monk echoed. That guy's nothing special. Don't be afraid of him. Son Wukong encouraged Krillin from his side. Stop with the cold remarks. Krillin wasn't very comforted by son Wukong's reassurances. Begin. Before Krillin was ready, the host's words rang out. As soon as the referee's voice sounded, the thin monk launched a punch toward Krillin. Whoosh. Although Krillin was a bit panicked when the fist was close, his long-term training instincts kicked in, allowing him to jump directly behind the thin monk. The moment Krillin landed, his body's instincts propelled him to kick directly at the thin monk's abdomen as he turned around. Krillin didn't hold back at all. He kicked the thin monk out of the competition area, even smashing a human-shaped hole in the wall of the preliminary competition venue. Silence. The audience gasped, unable to speak. 93 wins. Even the referee, who had been calm until now, stuttered a bit. Training according to the methods taught by the old man. We have become quite strong without realizing it. Sun Wukong happily told Krillin. Oh, really? Krillin looked at his hands, still somewhat in disbelief. Next, the newly confident Krillin and Sun Wukong swept through the third group, hardly facing any opponents. It wasn't that their martial skills were so impressive. In fact, they hadn't learned any techniques at all. They relied purely on strength and speed, along with their strong physiques, which ordinary martial artists simply couldn't withstand. One martial artist in his 40s, who had practiced a lion's tooth fist for decades, had superb martial skills but still lost to Sun Wukong's strength and speed. Sun Wukong was the first to qualify for the World Martial Arts Tournament. Congratulations on qualifying. Yamcha came over to Sun Wukong. Huh? Who are you? Due to the drastic change in his hairstyle, Sun Wukong didn't even recognize Yamcha. Wolf Fang Fist. Yamcha struck a pose with his signature move, reminding Sun Wukong. Wow, Yamcha. Sun Wukong finally recognized him. Do you know who I am now? Yamcha said happily, looking at Sun Wukong. Wow, long time no see. Sun Wukong was thrilled to see Yamcha here. You cut your hair short, so I didn't recognize you. Sun Wukong explained. Bulma said having long hair in the city is outdated, so I cut it short, Yamcha said, touching his hair. I didn't expect to see you here, Yamcha said happily. You're here to compete too, right? Did you qualify? Sun Wukong curiously asked. Of course. I also qualified. That's my goal, Yamcha said proudly. But I probably can't beat you. You really are a top disciple of Master Roshi. Your skills are impressive, Yamcha said with admiration. I didn't expect it myself. Sun Wukong honestly replied. At that moment, applause erupted outside the arena, and the referee's voice followed. Number 93 wins, qualifying for the World Martial Arts Tournament. Huh? Sun Wukong cheered happily. He's also a disciple of Master Roshi. Yamcha looked toward the ring and said to Sun Wukong. Yeah, his name is Krillin, and we train together. Sun Wukong said truthfully. Ugh, even getting second place is a bit uncertain. Seeing Sun Wukong run to the ring to embrace Krillin in celebration, Yamcha couldn't help but think helplessly. By the way, Wukong, Bulma, Oolong, and Pu'er are all here, Yamcha said to Sun Wukong, who was still happily celebrating. Huh, really? Sun Wukong exclaimed with joy upon hearing the news. Sun Wukong didn't have many friends, and not only did he see Xiao Yi today, but even Bulma, who he traveled with last time and formed a deep bond with, had come to the tournament venue. How could he not be happy? By the way, Xiao Yi is also participating in the martial arts tournament. He's in the first group. Sun Wukong suddenly thought of Xiao Yi and told Yamcha. Yamcha suddenly felt a bit hopeless about getting a medal. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi was also having a very smooth experience. Not only were his opponents not very strong, but what made him even happier was that in this World Martial Arts Tournament, Xiao Yi would earn 10 extra attribute points for each opponent he defeated. After 4 matches, Xiao Yi not only learned a lot of martial skills, but also unexpectedly gained 40 free attribute points, which greatly surprised him. Yay! Sun Wukong happily ran out of the venue, eager to see Master Roshi and his friends. Awesome! Awesome! Krillin was still immersed in the joy of advancing, wanting to immediately share the news with Master Roshi. Excuse me. Due to the dense crowd, Sun Wukong and Krillin had to weave through the throngs of people. So many people. How we find Master Roshi and your friends? Because of their height, Krillin and Sun Wukong were squeezed in the crowd and couldn't find anyone else. Hey, can you help me, please? Sun Wukong asked a bald uncle next to him. Huh? The bald uncle looked at the little guy in front of him, confused. The bald uncle watched as the little guy stepped on his head, constantly looking around, unsure of what to say. I see them. They're together, Sun Wukong said happily. At that moment, Master Roshi also met Bulma and the others. Wow, we meet again, Master Roshi said joyfully, looking at the visibly taller Bulma. Master Roshi, where are you all staying now? We went to the island to look for Wukong, but couldn't find him anywhere. Bulma was very unhappy that Master Roshi and the others moved without prior notice. In order to let Goku and the others focus on training, we moved to the Big Island. Enough about that. Our 2-person journey. Master Roshi still couldn't forget the promise Bulma made a year ago. Want to give it a try? Bulma took out a huge wooden hammer from somewhere and smashed it down on Master Roshi, knocking him to the ground. Wow, Master Roshi also cooperatively fell to the ground. Chapter 41, Drawing Lots Oolong. Little Goku shouted happily behind Oolong. Huh, Goku. Wow, finally see you again. Oolong jumped up excitedly upon seeing little Goku. Yeah, little Goku replied happily. Bulma, Pu'er, how have you been? Little Goku turned to Bulma and Puer and asked, Yes, Puer. Hey, what are you doing here? Bulma asked happily. Are you a contestant? Have you seen Yamcha? Oolong asked. Yes, I saw him. He cut his hair short. I didn't recognize him at first. Little Goku replied joyfully. This is Krillin. He practices martial arts with me. Little Goku introduced as he pulled Krillin over. Hello, Krillin said shyly. How'd it go? Did you qualify for the competition? Although Master Roshi probably guessed, he still couldn't help but ask with some worry. Hee. Little Goku and Krillin exchanged smiles. The answer was unspoken. You qualified, right? Bulma asked curiously. Yes, I, Krillin, Yamcha, and Xiao Yi all qualified. Little Goku said happily. Xiao Yi. P.S. also participating? Where is he? Bulma's previously happy face suddenly became a bit excited. I'm here. Bulma, long time no see. A magnetic voice came from behind Bulma. I'm so happy to see you. We all missed you. The originally carefree Bulma couldn't help but feel a bit shy in front of Xiao Yi. I miss you all too, Bulma, Oolong, Puer, long time no see. Although Xiao Yi sensed Bulma's affection, he pretended not to know. Yeah, you're still so amazing. Oolong said enviously as he looked at Xiao Yi. Hello, Xiao Yi. Oolong said very politely. The World Martial Arts Tournament is about to start. Contestants, please gather at the Martial Arts Temple. The announcement rang out, interrupting the reunion. We have to gather, Bulma said reluctantly. See you in a bit. After saying that, Xiao Yi walked towards the martial arts temple with little Goku and Krillin. Good luck, everyone said. Did you meet them? Yamcha asked Xiao Yi with a smile. Yes, I saw them. Xiao Yi replied. Bulma really missed you a lot over the past year. Yamcha hesitated for a long time before finally saying it. Xiao Yi's heart was also very conflicted. Although reason told him this was not the real world, he still couldn't get over his wife by Miao Xian. Therefore, although he admired Bulma a lot, and even liked her a bit, he still held back. Move aside. A giant man exuding a terrible stench walked directly in front of the group and said, Ugh, it stinks. Yuck. Little Goku, with his extremely sensitive sense of smell, felt dizzy from the stench. Who was that guy? The group moved aside for the giant, and Krillin couldn't help but turn and ask curiously. He is very scary. He has some terrifying moves. Yamcha said with a serious expression. The scariest thing is the stench on him. He hasn't taken a bath since he was born. The odor is so bad that people can't help but cover their noses, so he attacks when the opponent can't use their hands. Yamcha shared the intel he gathered. That's disgusting. Krillin couldn't help but say, My nose is as sensitive as a dog S. I can't stand it. Little Goku rubbed his battered nose and said, All right, contestants, please gather. A young man in a suit with sunglasses said, Hey, could you please stand a bit further away? Even the staff person found it hard to endure the stench from the giant man, he said. Buzzing, countless flies circled around the stinky giant. Now we will draw lots to determine the order of the matches. The young man in sunglasses explained to everyone. Now we will start calling names, Mr. Nom. The young man in sunglasses called out according to the rules. A man with hair wrapped like an Arab nodded in response. Number 6. Mr. Nom's draw result is number 6. You are in the third match, the young man in sunglasses said after checking. Monster Keenan, the young man continued. Here, a monster with wings, resembling a dinosaur, replied. Mr. Buck, the young man in sunglasses continued. Number 8 is in the fourth match. The young man in sunglasses said. Here, the stinky giant replied bluntly. Number 22 is in the first match, the young man in sunglasses said while covering his mouth and marking on the blackboard. Mr. Yamcha, the young man in sunglasses called out. Here, Yamcha replied. Number 3 is in the second match, the young man in sunglasses said. Mr. Krillin, the young man in sunglasses called out. Hey, here, Krillin replied nervously. Number 1 in the first match, the opponent is Mr. Buck, the young man in sunglasses said. What? Krillin was shocked by this news, as if struck by lightning. He dropped the number plate in his hand without noticing. Hey, Buck said with an unkind smile from his side. Mr. Goku, the young man in sunglasses said. It's me. Little Goku waited a long time and finally heard his name. Number 7 is in the fourth match, the young man in sunglasses continued recording. Miss Lan Fong, the young man in sunglasses said. Hi. A blonde beauty said charmingly to the young man in sunglasses. Mr. Xiao Yi, the young man in sunglasses called out. Here, Xiao Yi nodded to the young man in sunglasses. The match order is set. There is no time limit for the matches. It's a one-time win or lose. Falling off the stage or surrendering counts as a loss. The young man in sunglasses explained the match process. However, attacking the eyes or vital parts is considered a foul. The young man in sunglasses reminded emphatically. Or vital parts. Little Goku asked, confused. To be clear, it means you're... The young man in sunglasses said bluntly. But I don't have one. The blonde beauty suddenly said something that left everyone speechless. The match is about to start. Please take a break here. The young man in sunglasses said while wiping sweat. Hey, what about lunch? Little Goku asked, concerned about his stomach. The young man in sunglasses was very surprised. The match is about to start, and you still want to eat? You can eat after it's over, the young man in sunglasses suggested to Little Goku. I'm starving, Little Goku said, patting his empty stomach. All right then, prepare lunch for him. The young man in sunglasses said helplessly. Yes, this way please. A chubby monk said to Little Goku. Chapter 42. The first match. Krillin, aren't you hungry? When Little Wukong was about to leave, he couldn't help but think about his brothers. Don't joke around. I'm so nervous I can't eat. Krillin doesn't have the same carefree attitude as Little Wukong. At this moment, he couldn't eat at all. Little Wukong followed the chubby monk to the kitchen behind the temple, where there was a feast prepared just for him. Please, another bowl. Little Wukong said to the chubby monk, holding up his empty bowl. Looking at the large table filled with delicious food, all of it went into Little Wukong's stomach, and it seemed like he wasn't even full yet. The chubby monk really didn't know what to say. Thank you for your patience. The 21st World Martial Arts Tournament officially begins. The young man in sunglasses stood on the giant arena and addressed the audience below. Thank you for waiting. Esteemed guests from afar. The first match will be between contestant Krillin and contestant Buck, the young man in sunglasses briefly announced. Additionally, the champion of this tournament will receive a prize of 500,000 yuan. Before the match begins, let's have the head of the martial arts temple give a speech. The young man in sunglasses stepped aside to make room for the head of the martial arts temple, a Shar-Pei dog dressed in monk robes. Headmaster, please, said the young man. Woof woof, said the headmaster of the martial arts temple. Thank you, headmaster, said the young man. The audience couldn't help but burst into laughter at such a ridiculous scene. The first match is now starting. Please welcome the two contestants. The young man in sunglasses, after the headmaster left, immediately began the competition segment without hesitation. Krillin, go for it. You can definitely win. Little Wukong cheered for him from behind. Krillin thought of his opponent and responded somewhat reluctantly. This contestant Krillin is only 13 years old, making him the youngest participant in this tournament. The stinky contestant's name is Buck, and he has never taken a shower since he was born. The young man in sunglasses introduced the two contestants' backgrounds to the audience below. Ugh, it stinks. Although the audience was far away, they still found it hard to endure Buck's foul odor. That kid is training with Wukong, right? Oolong asked Bulma while covering his nose. It should be, right, Master Roshi? Bulma also covered her nose and asked Master Roshi. That's right, they trained together. Both are very hard-working little guys. Master Roshi struck a grand pose, but his posture while covering his nose made it hard to appear imposing. It's just too stinky. In less than a second, he transformed into a lewd figure. Hey, go for it. Little Wukong had somehow climbed up onto the wall beside the arena and shouted to Krillin on the stage. Krillin was very touched. Are you ready? If you fall off the stage, that's a loss. If you can't get up by the time I count to 10, that's also a loss. Saying I give up counts as a loss too. There's no time limit for the match. The young man in sunglasses, covering his nose, quickly read out the rules of the match. The first match begins. With a loud shout from the young man in sunglasses, the surrounding drums began to sound. Hey. Buck gave Krillin a malicious smile. Seeing Krillin covering his nose, Buck took a step forward and attempted a bear hug to pull Krillin into his embrace. Although the foul smell made it hard for Krillin to concentrate, he managed to dodge Buck's bear hug attack just in time. He actually dodged it. Buck was very surprised by Krillin's reaction. Hee, then let you smell my breath. Seeing that his regular attacks were hard to threaten Krillin, Buck directly used his special move, blowing a foul breath that made Krillin feel a bit dizzy. Krillin, give me more. Buck reached into his shorts and kept rummaging. When Buck pulled out his finger and stuck it in front of Krillin's face, a wave of stench hit like a heavy punch, knocking Krillin to the ground. Bang! Krillin fell flat on his back. Krillin! Little Wukong shouted anxiously when he saw Krillin down on the ground. Krillin has quickly fallen down. Buck's foul attack is just too terrifying. The young man in sunglasses, now wearing a gas mask, reported live from the scene. 1, 2. The counting staff also wore gas masks. One last move. Although Krillin was already knocked down by Buck's stench on the arena, Buck seemed unwilling to let him off. Buck turned around, facing Krillin's head with his backside. A foul fart hit Krillin, who had already lost consciousness, delivering another heavy blow. Wow, He farted. He could become the fart champion. Buck's attack left Krillin unable to stand up. The host explained from a distance to the audience. Stinky kid. Buck seemed quite dissatisfied with Krillin falling so early, and he kicked Krillin's stomach several times with great force. Wow. Another heavy stomp. The host's voice echoed above the audience. Under a series of attacks, Krillin had no power to fight back at all. The host explained. How pitiful. This is bad. The audience sympathized with Krillin, as he still looked like a child. The counting staff had reached 6 and 7, increasing the tension in the atmosphere. Get up, Krillin. Don't lose to this stinky guy, little Wukong urged excitedly. 8. Counting staff. Krillin, just think about it. You can't smell it. It's just psychological. You don't have a nose. Little Wukong suddenly shouted when he saw Krillin's face lying back. 9. Counting staff. Krillin began to regain consciousness. Right? Once Krillin removed his psychological barrier, he instantly bounced back up. Wow, Krillin is back on his feet. He stood up before the count of 10. This is simply unbelievable. The host's voice revealed a hint of surprise. Thank you, Wukong. Krillin felt as if he had been reborn, showing no signs of fatigue at all. I'm gonna fight back. After being beaten for so long, Krillin was filled with pent-up frustration. There's actually someone without a nose. But my weapon is not just stink. In contrast, Buck's originally confident face turned ugly. Cough. Buck kept spitting out thick phlegm from his mouth to attack Krillin. This phlegm was not only extremely stinky, but also highly corrosive. However, for the recovered Krillin, it was nothing. After easily dodging, he directly kicked Buck in the face, knocking him down onto the arena. Before Buck could stand up again, Krillin approached him, pulled down his pants, and returned the favor with a fart. I give up. Buck. Oh, what a miraculous turnaround. Krillin wins the first match. Who would have thought that Buck would also find someone else's fart stinky? The host directly declared Krillin the winner. Chapter 43. Xiao Yi versus Yamcha. Amazing Krillin. Little Wukong happily ran onto the arena to celebrate with Krillin. I won. Krillin didn't expect to win this match. Contestant Krillin's martial arts skills are too strong. Suddenly, they won the first match. The host said to the audience, Wow, hey, that little guy is quite impressive. The audience gasped in amazement. I wonder if Master Roshi saw it. Little Goku happily said to Krillin. Upon hearing this, Krillin looked down at the audience. Hey miss, did you see? That little bald head on stage is my disciple. Pretty impressive, right? Actually, I'm even better than him. Want to know more? Master Roshi was currently in the audience, chatting enthusiastically with a busty beauty. Krillin chose to ignore Master Roshi's existence. It was just too embarrassing. Ladies and gentlemen, the second match is about to begin. Please head to the waiting room, you two, the host said to little Goku and Krillin, who were still celebrating on the stage. Little Goku and Krillin had no choice but to leave the stage and walk towards the waiting area. The second match will be between contestant Xiao Yi and contestant Yamcha. Please welcome the contestants to the stage. The host announced to the audience. Yamcha had no confidence at all for this match. Xiao Goku watched as his two friends were about to battle and didn't know who to cheer for. Xiao Yi smiled at little Wukong and walked directly onto the stage with Yamcha. This is contestant Yamcha. When Yamcha made his entrance, his handsome appearance received cheers from many female spectators. These guys have never seen the world. Bulma was very dissatisfied with the crowd cheering for Yamcha. Hey, Yamcha is your good friend. Oolong couldn't help but speak up, unable to overlook Bulma's clear bias. Bulma knew she was in the wrong and for the first time did not refute Oolong's words. This is contestant Xiao Yi. The host introduced Xiao Yi to the audience again. Wow, another handsome guy. This one seems even more handsome than the last. This trip was definitely worth it. A somewhat infatuated girl happily said to her friend. Yeah. Her friend was also staring at Xiao Yi on stage, wide-eyed. Bulma was initially unhappy about the audience supporting Yamcha, but now seeing so many beautiful girls supporting Xiao Yi, she felt even more dissatisfied. Oolong, the second match begins now. The host's words echoed through the microphone. Xiao Yi, I have trained hard this past year, and I'm much stronger than I was a year ago. Yamcha shouted to Xiao Yi as if to motivate himself. Got it. I will take it seriously. Xiao Yi still showed a great deal of respect for his friend. Otherwise, with such an opponent, he could take Yamcha down in just one move. Wolfang Fist. Seeing Xiao Yi's serious expression, Yamcha knew that other techniques would not work against Xiao Yi. His only hope was his ultimate move, the Wolfang Fist. Seeing Yamcha's ultimate move, it was indeed much faster than before. and the technique was sharper as well. Xiao Yi couldn't help but nod and took Yamcha's ultimate move head-on. Although Yamcha's moves were invisible to ordinary people, to Xiao Yi, they seemed to be in slow motion, making it look very easy for him to receive the attack. Xiao Yi discovered that in the past, when he took Yamcha's signature move, the Wolf Fang fist, head-on, he would feel a faint pain in his palm every time their fists made contact. However, this time, he felt no pain at all. Even more surprisingly, when his palm collided with Yamcha's fist, it seemed that a countershock force was pushing Yamcha's fist away. Moreover, the more ferocious Yamcha's attack was, the stronger the countershock force became. Xiao Yi knew that this was the result of his body refinement technique. Since all his meridians had been opened, although his combat strength no longer increased, the toughness of his flesh had been growing wildly, and even now, there was no sign of it slowing down. Xiao Yi finally understood why the technique was called body refinement technique. The previous step of opening the meridians was actually just to allow the body refinement technique to work better on oneself. Here, as a little fresh breeze for you. Take this. Seeing Yamcha's technique had been used up, Xiao Yi knew that Yamcha no longer had any stronger moves, so he quickly approached Yamcha and unleashed a palm wind, directly blowing Yamcha off the stage. The audience gasped as they saw the contestant Yamcha being knocked out of the ring. Yamcha has gone out of bounds. Xiao Yi wins. The host immediately announced the result of the match through the loudspeaker. So exciting. This battle felt like a dream. Xiao Yi's martial arts are exceptional. With just one move, he won the match. The host continued to hype the atmosphere. How could this happen? I actually couldn't withstand even one of Xiao Yi's moves. Although Yamcha knew he was bound to lose, he never expected to be defeated so miserably, highlighting the vast gap between them. Yamcha lost. Little Goku had guessed the outcome, but the process still surprised him greatly. Your friend is really amazing. Will I be the next one to fight him? Krillin said nervously. Defeating Yamcha in just a few moves, Xiao Yi's skills have improved a lot. Little Goku couldn't help but exclaim. It's my turn to face Xiao Yi in the 5th match. Krillin was still thinking about Xiao Yi's fierce palm wind. I completely failed. The gap between you and me is getting bigger. Although Yamcha knew the result, he didn't expect to lose so badly. For the next period, you can go to Master Roshi for training. He is the best teacher in the world and can help you build a solid foundation. Xiao Yi suggested to Yamcha. Thank you for your guidance. I will definitely work hard on my training. Yamcha was very grateful for Xiao Yi's advice. Practicing martial arts requires a strong heart that perseveres and never gives up. I can guide you in your training direction, but the inner strength needs to come from your own understanding. Xiao Yi couldn't help but give Yamcha more pointers. He knew that in the later storyline, Yamcha gradually became a background character, which was related to his talent, but mainly due to his lack of a resilient martial arts heart. Chapter 44. Nam and Lan Fang in the 2nd match. The obscure Xiao Yi defeated Yamcha with absolute dominance, causing a stir in the arena. The 3rd match was about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed to the 3rd match. Please welcome contestants Nam and Lan Fang to the stage. The host's voice rang out again on the martial arts platform. As Xiao Yi passed by contestant Nam in the resting corridor, he suddenly leaned in closer to Nam, gathering all his spirit and releasing it towards Nam. Contestant Nam calmly walked onto the martial arts stage without any discomfort, while Xiao Yi felt a sense of fatigue. Sigh. I still don't have Master Roshi's powerful spiritual energy. I can't perceive any images at all. Xiao Yi couldn't help but lament. Xiao Yi did this because he had seen in a comic that Master Roshi could connect with others' memories simply through his spirit. Therefore, Xiao Yi also tried, but found that he was far from achieving that. Master Roshi, as a veteran powerhouse who dominated Earth for half a century, indeed has his unique strengths. Such secret techniques involving the spiritual realm can be executed effortlessly, indicating the level of his mental strength. Although Master Roshi's physical limitations have prevented his own power from growing for many years, he has relied on his abilities to cultivate his spirit to such a formidable level. This shows that this veteran powerhouse might not be as simple as he appears. The 3rd match is between contestant Nam and contestant Lan Fang. The 3rd match begins. As the host's voice fades, contestant Nam prepares to attack. Hey, take it easy. Contestant Lan Fang keeps throwing flirtatious glances at contestant Nam. However, just when contestant Nam's face turns red and his heart races, contestant Lan Fang mercilessly delivers a kick. Caught off guard by Lan Fang's sudden aggressive move, contestant Nam is hit solidly and sent flying. Immediately, as contestant Nam wobbles, contestant Lan Fang grips her hands tightly and delivers a heavy blow directly to Nam's back, knocking him to the ground. Just as contestant Lan Fang prepares to deliver a knee strike, contestant Nam having regained his senses, makes a sideways move and dodges the deadly knee attack, simultaneously preparing to strike Lan Fong with a knife hand attack. Contestant Lan Fong stands there, seemingly shocked, like a frightened girl. Seeing his opponent's expression, contestant Nam immediately retracts his attack, and when his arm collides with Lan Fong's, there is no force behind it. Ouch, that hurts. However, Lan Fong falls to her knees as if her arm is broken, crying out continuously. Oh, contestant Nam made contestant Lan Fong cry. The host's voice comes from backstage. Boo-hoo, how annoying. Contestant Lan Fong seems to cry even harder. I'm sorry. Are you okay? Contestant Nam, feeling like he has done something wrong, apologizes repeatedly to Lan Fong. Bang. However, this is exactly Lan Fong's strategy. Seeing Nam rush over to apologize, contestant Lan Fong delivers a heavy punch right to Nam's solar plexus. Oh, hit in the solar plexus. Contestant Nam is momentarily unable to recover. Hee. Watch this. Contestant Lan Fong, seizing the opportunity, throws a heavy punch to knock contestant Nam down. Slap. However, her punch does not land on Nam's face, as he has just regained his strength and catches her hand. I will fight you with all my might, just like a man, like an enemy. Contestant Nam finally recovers from shock. Whoa. Contestant Nam is angry. His gaze is so serious. The host explains to the audience from a distance. Really angry? Lan Fong says, trying to use the same trick again. No need to pretend to be a pure girl anymore. It won't work. Nam declares firmly, and then directly attacks contestant Lan Fong. Nam delivers a double-handed punch right in front of Lan Fong. Lan Fong did not expect Nam to be so resolute and unaffected by her charms. Fortunately, her strength is outstanding, and she performs a somersault to barely dodge the two heavy punches. You forced me to use my ultimate move. Contestant Lan Fong mutters to herself as she quickly removes her outer clothing, leaving only her bra and panties, showcasing her great figure to Nam and the audience below. Contestant Nam's eyes nearly bulge out. How about it? Pure-hearted boy. Lan Fong poset seductively at dosing Nam. What now? Do you dare to look at me? Seeing Nam with his head down and blushing, Lan Fong can't help but feel pleased. Hey. While laughing, Lan Fong approaches Nam. As Nam sees Lan Fong coming toward him, he instinctively steps back. However, the fighting arena is limited in size, and soon, contestant Nam is pushed to the edge of the ring. No more retreating. It's an enviable offensive, but the pure-hearted contestant Nam finds himself in a difficult situation. Danger! The host's voice rings out, timely warning contestant Nam. My folks in the water town are waiting for me. After being cornered, contestant Nam suddenly realizes that if he fails this time, the people in his village might not survive. Contestant Lan Fong begins to attack quickly, and at this moment, the host's voice also sounds. Yes, close your eyes, and if you don't look at her, it will be fine. At the last moment, contestant Nam finally thinks of a countermeasure. Whoosh! Bang! Just when contestant Lan Fong thinks she has a sure win, contestant Nam suddenly moves, jumping over Lan Fong's head and delivering a knife hand strike to the back of her neck, knocking her out with a single blow. Counting to 10, contestant Nam wins with one strike. The host's voice rings out from the fighting arena. The first 7 matches of the world's #1 martial arts tournament have concluded, with contestants Krillin, Xiao Yi, and Nam achieving victory. Finally, the 4th match is about to begin. Now, the 4th match begins. Contestant Sun Wukong versus contestant Kenan. Please enter. After Nam and the unconscious Lan Fong leave the stage, the host's voice echoes from the fighting arena. Chapter 45. Little Wukong versus Kenan, 1A. Wukong is finally on stage. Oolong happily exclaims, "What kind of person is Kenan?" Bulma, on the other hand, is curious about the other contestant. "Let's work hard together with Yamcha." Pooh also shouts loudly. Roar. A monster resembling a dinosaur, with a huge tail, walks onto the fighting arena. What the heck? It's just a monster, Oolong says, somewhat fearfully, about contestant Kenan. Where's Wukong? Bulma notices that the originally expected Wukong is not on stage. Where's contestant Sun Wukong? The host also finds it very strange. What's going on? Why hasn't he appeared? The audience below begins to stir due to the absence of one contestant. Contestant Sun Wukong, please enter. The host keeps calling toward the backstage through the loudspeaker. Is he too scared to come out? Kenan says, feeling self-satisfied. He was there during the 2nd match. Yamcha says anxiously. Wukong. Krillin is also very worried. Wukong, where did he go? It's time for the match. Krillin keeps shouting everywhere. Not over there. Contestant Nam also helps to look for him. What on earth is going on? Hey, come out. The audience finally starts to become restless. Ha ha ha. That guy ran away. I win. Contestant Keenan, seeing the audience getting agitated, becomes even happier. Wukong, wake up, it's time for the match. Xiao Yi arrived at the corner and shouted to the sleeping little Wukong. Who, little Wukong? It's your turn. How can you be sleeping so soundly? Krillin, not as calm as Xiao Yi, pulled the still half-asleep little Wukong and ran, fearing that the referee would disqualify Wukong for being late. What? Ah, that's right. Has the match started? Little Wukong was still a bit confused. Hurry up. The sunglasses-wearing referee was also very anxious. He had come backstage to find little Wukong, causing more chaos in the audience. Sorry, everyone. Contestant son Wukong just took a nap, the host explained to the audience while wiping the sweat from his forehead. The crowd was in disbelief, never expecting that a contestant would delay such an important match due to a nap. Hello, my name is Sun Wukong. The freshly awakened little Wukong cheerfully greeted the audience. This kid doesn't take me seriously at all, Keenan thought angrily from the side. Now, the fourth match begins. The host shouted from the martial arts stage. You little brat, I'll make you cry. Keenan was still brooding over little Wukong's disregard for him. Hey. Little Wukong was stretching on the side. To Keenan, it seemed like a provocation. Wukong, go for it. Oolong shouted from the sidelines. He was wearing clothes just like Krillin's. What are these two little guys? The audience also noticed the martial arts uniforms of little Wukong and Krillin. Hey, what do you see? Look, Keenan is showing little Wukong his palm. It's nothing. The naive little Wukong leaned in closer. At that moment, Keenan swung his thick tail behind him, sending little Wukong flying and crashing into the wall behind the martial arts stage. Oh no! Keenan suddenly attacked and knocked contestant Sun into the wall. The host exclaimed in surprise. Boom! After hitting the wall, little Wukong fell to the stage. This tactic worked. The match just started, and contestant Sun has already been knocked down. The host announced loudly. The audience gasped in amazement. Hee victory! Keenan made a victory gesture. Ha! Thud! Little Wukong, as if nothing had happened, quickly flipped back up from the ground. The host and the audience were startled by little Wukong's action. Incredible. The wall is damaged. And contestant Sun seems completely fine. The host explained in shock. Who said I'm fine? It hurts. Little Wukong said while covering his cheek. Keenan opened his mouth in surprise. Only he knew that his strongest attack was his tail, and this little brat, after actually taking his hit, was still bouncing around. It was simply unbelievable. Of course. How could Wukong be easily knocked down? Krillin said proudly. Watch this. Hey! Little Wukong quickly charged at Keenan, blocking Keenan's gigantic fist with his right arm and swiftly punched Keenan in the stomach with his left arm. Ouch! Keenan appeared to be in great pain after being hit. Hey! Ha! After hitting Keenan, little Wukong didn't stop. He did a front flip and jumped behind Keenan, grabbing the temporarily immobilized Keenan and threw him out of the ring. Wow! The audience gasped as they saw Keenan being thrown out of the ring. Oh my god! What incredible strength! Contestant Sun is so small, yet he tossed the huge Keenan out of the ring. Contestant Sun has turned the tables. The referee announced loudly. Smack! However, Keenan, who was thought to have fallen out of the ring, flapped his giant wings and flew back from the air. The entire audience gasped in amazement. I'm not that easy to throw out, Keenan said proudly. Little Wukong, who thought he had won, looked very surprised. Keenan flew back to the arena. According to the rules, only when landing outside counts as being out, so he hasn't lost yet. The referee, seemingly a bit embarrassed about his hasty judgment earlier, explained to little Wukong and the audience. Wow. The audience exclaimed in unison. Is it possible to do it this way? Little Wukong was also very surprised. All right, I'll make you say I lost. Little Wukong assumed a martial arts stance, preparing to attack Keenan again. Hey! Keenan, seemingly confident, directly shot out a sticky liquid. Wow! Little Wukong was caught off guard by this sudden change and was wrapped up in the sticky liquid. You were stuck in my magic chewing gum, Keenan said, feeling very pleased with himself. I can't move. Little Wukong tried to break free, but the magic chewing gum seemed to tighten the more he struggled. No matter how much you struggle, my magic chewing gum won't loosen, Keenan said triumphantly as he watched little Wukong continue to struggle. You're just like a puppet I can control. As Keenan said this, he moved his arms, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to little Wukong. Oh no! Before little Wukong could think of a way out, Keenan's heavy punch came down fiercely onto little Wukong's head. Ugh! Little Wukong was in so much pain he couldn't speak. Hee. Keenan approached the immobilized little Wukong and lifted him up. What are you going to do? Little Wukong felt worried seeing Keenan's action. I'm going to throw you out of the ring. Sure enough, Keenan said the very words little Wukong feared the most. No, we should have a proper fight. Little Wukong made one last plea, but it sounded weak no matter how he put it. Oh no, contestant Sun is in big trouble. The host's voice echoed from the stage again. I can't move my hands or feet. If I get thrown out like this, I'll lose. It seems contestant Sun has no hope left. The host had given up hope for little Wukong. You're definitely going to lose, Keenan said as he threw little Wukong out of the ring. Wah. Little Wukong screamed as he flew rapidly out of the ring. Wukong, it's over. There's no hope. Krillin couldn't help but say. Oh no. The audience watched as contestant Wukong flew further and further away, their mouths agape. Nimbus, come save me. In midair, little Wukong finally remembered his partner Nimbus. Puff. The little Wukong, after a rapid descent, finally did not crash to the ground but landed on the soft, fluffy Nimbus. So close. As he said this, he flew towards the competition arena. You really helped me out. Thank you, Nimbus. Sitting on the Nimbus, little Wukong expressed his gratitude. It's been a long time since I last saw you. I was really afraid you had forgotten about me. Little Wukong happily spoke to the Nimbus. Wow. The audience was astonished to see little Wukong sitting on a cloud, re-entering the arena, their mouths agape. What is that? The contestant Keenan originally thought he had won, but did not expect Wukong to return flying on that strange cloud. Oh, that's great. Yamcha and Krillin shouted excitedly. But Wukong is still stuck. Only Xiao Yi calmly stated. I'm back. Little Wukong rode the Nimbus and jumped directly onto the ring. What is that thing? Aren't props prohibited? Keenan questioned the host under the ring. You're flying in the sky yourself. And using that gum. Little Wukong was very dissatisfied with Keenan's question. The wings grew from my own body. The magic gum is also for my body. Keenan and little Wukong argued. At this time, the host was also a loss. He had never encountered such a situation before and could only consult the director. After some discussion, the host announced, we have decided to make an exception for the amazing cloud that contestant Sun just used. However, it can only be used this once. If he uses that cloud again, he will lose. Little Wukong did not expect that he would no longer be able to use the Nimbus. This meant that if he were thrown out of the ring again, he would likely be directly declared the loser. Now you have no way out. Although Keenan was not very satisfied with the hostess ruling, he was still happy that little Wukong could no longer use that strange cloud. It's over, Yamcha. If he gets thrown out again, he will definitely lose. Krillin said worriedly. Xiao Yi. It's just a slight delay. Anyway, you're bound to lose. Keenan happily approached little Wukong. Wow. Seeing Keenan preparing to perform the same move again, little Wukong couldn't help but shout anxiously. You're done. Here comes the punch. Catch it. Keenan threw a heavy punch, and if it hit, even if little Wukong could stand up, he would be knocked off the ring. No, little Wukong. Get lost. Keenan said. Keenan noticed that his punch seemed to have hit nothing. Where did that kid go? Keenan searched around for little Wukong's trace. The audience below seemed to have seen something incredible and shouted loudly. Following the gaze of the audience, Keenan finally saw little Wukong. He had grown a long tail, and the tail was hanging on his punching arm. It's a tail. My tail has grown back. Little Wukong was very happy about his newly grown tail. Tail. Yamcha seemed to have thought of something terrifying, his voice trembling a bit. His tail? Krillin was still unaware that little Wukong could grow a tail again, so he was quite surprised. Wukong's tail. Oolong also trembled as he spoke. How did it grow back again? Bulma recalled the scene from their last adventure when little Wukong transformed into a giant ape. That was close. If I don't break free from this thing, I won't be able to win. How infuriating. Hey, little Wukong used all his strength to attack the magic gum. Are you human? Seeing his magic gum swell up, Keenan felt extremely uneasy. Bang. I'm free. Little Wukong happily looked at his liberated hands and feet. Keenan was so shocked he couldn't speak. It feels so much better to have a tail. Little Wukong supported himself with his tail and jumped around on the ground. Boom. Suddenly, little Wukong kicked the wall next to the ring, causing a large portion of the ring to collapse. Great. That felt good. Now I'm going to counterattack. Little Wukong declared his battle intentions towards Keenan. I surrender. Keenan unexpectedly pulled out a white flag from somewhere and waved it nonstop, causing little Wukong, who was fully prepared, to fall onto the ring. Contestant Sun wins. However, I never expected he would have a tail. The host announced the result of the match. Wow, that's amazing. The audience below exclaimed in awe. Chapter 47. Xiao Yi versus Krillin. Contestant Sun Wukong has achieved victory. Although he is small, he possesses astounding strength. The same goes for contestant Krillin in the first match. They both wear the turtle emblem on their martial arts uniforms and are highly skilled. What on earth is going on? The host voiced the questions of many spectators outside the arena. Hee. Little Wukong secretly chuckled. I'd like to interview both of them. Please have contestant Krillin come up on stage. The host seemed to think this was a great way to build the atmosphere. Now is not the time to joke around. Wukong's tail has grown back again. If there is another full moon transformation, it could lead to big trouble. Bulma couldn't help but say worriedly, Wukong, how did you get a tail? Krillin was genuinely curious about how little Wukong, who usually looked normal, had grown a tail after just one match. I broke it before, but it grew back just now. Little Wukong seemed not to understand Krillin's meaning and answered off topic. Congratulations to both of you for entering the semi-finals. At such a young age, both are highly skilled. Krillin is 13 years old, right? What about Sun Wukong? The host handed the microphone to little Wukong, and he first turned the topic to their ages, which was also the most surprising thing for the audience. Huh? Is this for me? Little Wukong pointed to the microphone and asked the host, confused. Silly. That's a machine to amplify your voice. It's a microphone. Krillin was speechless at little Wukong, and despite being in front of thousands of spectators, he shouted loudly. Little Wukong still looked very puzzled. Ha ha ha. The audience below laughed heartily at little Wukong's antics. Ha ha ha. It seems the audience really enjoyed your joke just now, the host said with a smile, thinking little Wukong was joking. Don't embarrass yourself. Just answer the questions. Krillin whispered to little Wukong, knowing that little Wukong was not joking, but simply lacking common sense. 9, 10, 11, 12. Little Wukong counted on his fingers. 12 years old. Little Wukong suddenly said confidently. 12? Didn't you say you were 14 last time? Krillin asked in surprise. I wasn't very good at counting before. But didn't Grandpa teach us? After 11 comes 12. Little Wukong said with a smile. Ha ha. The audience was once again amused by little Wukong's innocent humor. 12 years old. What a little kid. So foolish. Bulma didn't know what she was thinking and said angrily below. So the youngest competitor in this tournament is the 12-year-old Sun Wukong. The host said happily. Wukong, it turns out you are younger than me. Lonely said to Wukong with joy. But I'm taller than you, Krillin. Wukong immediately showcased his sharp tongue, delivering a lethal blow to Krillin. Ha ha. The audience below had already lost count of how many times they were amused by Sun Wukong and Krillin. There's a question. Sun Wukong, is your tail real? The host asked the answer that everyone in the audience was curious about. Yeah, it's too strange for a tail to suddenly grow. Besides, I've never heard of someone with a tail. Krillin looked at little Wukong with suspicion. My tail is real. Saying this, he unfastened his martial arts uniform and said, Look, ha ha ha. Little Wukong revealed his but with a tail on the stage, instantly causing a burst of laughter from the audience below. See, little Wukong even deliberately turned his bear, but towards Krillin. Enough. Put your pants on. Don't embarrass yourself here. Krillin shouted anxiously at little Wukong. Ha ha ha, audience. Are you performing a comedy skit? The host couldn't help but mock little Wukong and Krillin's performance. Also, you're wearing the same martial arts uniform. Which martial arts school did you train at? The host asked curiously. We didn't train at a martial arts school. We trained with Master Wu Tian. Krillin answered truthfully. What? Master Wu Tian? The host exclaimed in surprise. At the same time, the audience below the stage also erupted in exclamations. Master Wu Tian. So they are disciples of Master Wu Tian. No wonder these two little kids are so powerful. The audience discussed among themselves. Is it that Master Wu Tian, who is known as the god of martial arts? The host quickly continued to ask. Yes. He originally stopped taking disciples, but made an exception for the two of us. Krillin said proudly. This is truly amazing. These two youths are actually disciples of Master Wu Tian. No wonder their martial arts skills are so high. However, Master Wu Tian is still alive. The host's voice made the originally very self-satisfied turtle hermit collapse to the ground. Krillin, the fifth match is about to begin. Although contestant Xiao Yi is a strong opponent, as a disciple of Master Wu Tian, you should have the confidence to defeat him, right? The host asked Krillin. No problem. I will definitely defeat him. At this moment, after being flattered, Krillin, though aware of Xiao Yi's strength, still said unconsciously, All right, the fifth match is finally about to begin. Please welcome contestant Xiao Yi to the stage. The host's voice rang out from the arena. It's my turn to go on stage. Xiao Yi said to Yamcha while leaving the resting room and walking towards the competition stage. Contestant Xiao Yi is on stage. Now, let us start the match. The host said loudly as the atmosphere had warmed up. The fifth match officially begins with the sound of a gong ringing. And the match has started. Xiao Yi, although we are friends, I won't hold back in this match. Krillin said to Xiao Yi standing in front of him. It's okay, come at me. And you might not know, my strength is much greater than little Wukong's. Don't hold back, otherwise. You might not even have time to unleash your ultimate move. Before attacking, Xiao Yi also gave Krillin a warning to prevent him from going easy during the match. What? Krillin couldn't help but look at little Wukong outside the ring. Xiao Yi's strength is much greater than mine. Little Wukong seemed to not know what it meant to betray a teammate, constantly talking about Xiao Yi's strength. Even if you're really that strong, I want to let you win so easily, Krillin said, then charged toward Xiao Yi. Chapter 48, Guidance. Xiao Yi watched with satisfaction as Krillin performed. Although Krillin usually appeared very shy, he was increasingly trustworthy at critical moments, which is a quality a martial artist should possess. Hey, Krillin rushed directly toward Xiao Yi. Since he hadn't learned any techniques from Master Roshi, Krillin's attack could only be a close-range one. Sure enough, when Krillin got close to Xiao Yi, he threw a straight punch without any fancy moves. However, due to its high speed, even if an ordinary person could see it, their body would have difficulty reacting. But the ordinary person here did not include Xiao Yi. With a backward leap, Xiao Yi dodged Krillin's heavy punch. As he got back on his feet, he was met with a spinning kick from Krillin, forcing Xiao Yi to duck down to avoid it. Just as Xiao Yi lifted his head, he saw Krillin's left hook coming directly at his temple, and Xiao Yi leaned back to evade it. However, this left hook was merely a setup for a powerful right punch, and at that moment, Xiao Yi was in the least favorable position to generate force. With no other choice, Xiao Yi could only extend one hand to catch Krillin's attack. Xiao Yi was in such a predicament right from the start, because he wanted to train little Wukong and Krillin. On the arena, Xiao Yi suppressed his own speed to match Krillin's level and took a defensive stance, which is why he appeared somewhat awkward. However, this also indirectly reflected how remarkable Krillin's martial arts talent was. I'm about to make my move, Xiao Yi said, exerting his strength to separate the two. Get ready. Xiao Yi assumed a martial arts stance and finally began to take things seriously. Hey, Xiao Yi threw a straight punch. Wow. Krillin didn't even see Xiao Yi's punch clearly before being sent flying into the wall behind the martial arts arena. I didn't see your punch at all, Krillin stammered, clearly still recovering from a last hit. I just used the same speed as you. You just haven't fully grasped your rapidly increasing power and speed. Once you master it, you can do it too, Xiao Yi said with a smile. Really? I can throw a punch like that too? Krillin seemed somewhat doubtful about Xiao Yi's words. Watch again. You'll be able to see it. Believe in yourself. Xiao Yi, like a teacher instructing a student, demonstrated the lightning-fast punch again right on the stage. Can I really see it? Krillin focused all his attention on Xiao Yi's fist. Hey, Xiao Yi executed the exact same punch as before. I saw it. Krillin seemed to break through a barrier, finally able to see the trajectory of Xiao Yi's punch. Very good. Did you see it clearly? Seeing that Krillin quickly grasped the trick, Xiao Yi showed a satisfied smile. Thank you for your guidance, but I still want to finish this match. Krillin slowly stood up, as if reborn. Very well. Unleash your full power. I won't hold back anymore. Although Xiao Yi said he wouldn't hold back, his relaxed demeanor made it clear that this was not his true strength. Then let me show you. I am a disciple of Master Wu Tian, Krillin said confidently. Hey. Krillin charged towards Xiao Yi again. Hey. This time, Xiao Yi didn't defend but charged at Krillin as well. Bang, bang, bang. While the host and audience were left baffled, the brief clash between Xiao Yi and Krillin ended, with Xiao Yi still looking calm and composed. Even his clothes were not a bit disheveled. Thud. Krillin, who had just been standing, fell face first onto the arena. Contestant Krillin is down. Counting down. 1, 2, 3. For although they didn't see the process of the match clearly, it didn't prevent the referee from making a judgment. Get up, Krillin. You can't lose. Come on. Although they knew Krillin had taken a heavy blow, little Wukong still believed that Krillin could stand up. 5, 6, 7, 8, as the countdown continued. The atmosphere in the arena became tense. Krillin, stand up. Little Wukong continued to shout. It hurts. It hurts so much. As if little Wukong's voice had an effect. Krillin slowly crawled up from the arena. Yes, up. Krillin has stood up again. Supporters' voices came through. It hurts so much, Krillin. Great job, Krillin. Little Wukong cheered for Krillin happily. After taking such a heavy punch, even I would probably find it hard to get up. This little guy's willpower is really something. Xiao Yi thought to himself, wow, I couldn't see their movements at all. Aw, me neither. The audience below exclaimed in surprise. Although you saw my movements. Your actions clearly haven't kept up with your reaction speed. Just admit defeat. Xiao Yi said still very calmly. I admit defeat. Thank you for your guidance. Although he felt reluctant, Krillin knew that the gap between him and Xiao Yi was too great, and he was also very grateful for Xiao Yi's guidance. Contestant Krillin admits defeat. Contestant Xiao Yi wins. The host's voice rang out in a timely manner. Contestant Xiao Yi successfully advances to the finals. Whoever wins the sixth match will compete with contestant Xiao Yi for the championship, the host continued. Now the sixth match begins. Contestant Sun Wukong versus contestant Nam. As Xiao Yi helped Krillin down from the arena, the host's voice sounded on the stage. Wukong, you must make it to the finals and win back my share. Good luck, Krillin said to Wukong, who was about to go on stage. I will do my best, little Wukong said confidently. Only 2 matches left. The sixth match is about to begin. The winner of this match will compete for the championship with contestant Xiao Yi, who will win between contestant Nam and contestant Sun Wukong. The moment for the finals was finally approaching. Who will be the one to win the prize of 500,000 yuan? On the stage, the host gave an emotional speech while contestant Nam and little Wukong were preparing. 500,000 yuan. Nam's focused expression finally softened upon hearing the amount of cash. Chapter 49 Little Wukong versus Nam. Mom, brother, fellow villagers, I will definitely win and buy back enough water. Nam thought of the suffering of his family and fellow villagers back home, and his belief in victory became stronger. Wukong, you must win, Oolong shouted loudly. If you win, I'll treat you. Bulma also said to Wukong. Okay, little Wukong seemed to be more interested in food. Now the sixth match begins. The sunglasses-wearing host announced the start of the match. As the gong sounded, contestant Nam and little Wukong entered a battle state, each looking for weaknesses in the other's moves. Little Wukong smiled at Nam. Then his figure began to blur. Nam was quick to react. As he saw little Wukong's figure gradually becoming indistinct, he realized something was wrong. He immediately closed his eyes and used his inner eye to sense little Wukong's movements. Hey! Little Wukong kicked out, but found that Nam had already jumped up before he could exert his strength. Hey! Not only that, at the moment little Wukong was surprised, contestant Nam delivered a flying kick from above directly at little Wukong. Whoosh! Bang! Little Wukong reacted quickly, leaping back to create distance from contestant Nam, causing the kick to land in empty space. Hey! Ha! Ha! Contestant Nam didn't give little Wukong any chance and charged forward with consecutive side kicks. Ha! 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 After taking Nam's side kick head-on, little Wukong returned with a series of heavy punches. Ha! Yeah! Hey! The battle in the arena was extremely intense. Whenever contestant Nam hit little Wukong would definitely retaliate. Suddenly, contestant Nam utilized the recoil force from the wall of the arena to leap high and delivered a knife hand strike, knocking little Wukong down to the ground. Woo-woo! Little Wukong covered his neck and rolled around on the ground. Victory is mine. I will definitely throw you out of the ring. The player Nam saw such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and couldn't help but loudly motivate himself. Hey, yeah. Although little Wukong was rolling on the ground, his tail instinctively launched an attack, directly hooking Nam's ankle and knocking him down. Tail. Although Nam knew that little Wukong had a tail, he didn't realize it could be used as a weapon. Fun, right? Little Wukong swayed his tail, as if showcasing a new toy, and said to Nam, so exciting. An incredible battle of attack and defense. Both sides are not giving in. The host quickly came out to comment during the pause in the fight. How to defeat him? Little Wukong looked at Nam, who showed no signs of weakness in his moves, feeling it was quite tricky for the first time. Got it. I've thought a new move. Little Wukong said to Nam, who was preparing to attack. Nam was taken aback by this strange little guy in front of him. I'm coming. Hey, Gulu Gulu. Saying this, little Wukong began to spin at high speed like a top. What is this? Nam was completely stunned by little Wukong's move. Just as he was marveling, little Wukong spun closer to him. In a state of confusion, Nam was instantly knocked away by the inertia created from the collision. Rubbing his chest that had been lightly injured during the collision, Nam was quite surprised. The power is too great. I can't get close. I can only dodge. Nam thought to himself. As little Wukong began to approach him again, Nam had to retreat. This is bad. Unknowingly, Nam had already retreated to the edge of the ring. If he retreated any further, he would fall off the stage. However, little Wukong continued to spin and steadily approach Nam. It's over. I'm gonna fall. I'm gonna lose. Nam thought in despair. Gulu gulu. Just when Nam was about to give up resistance and close his eyes to await being knocked away, he suddenly noticed that the spinning sound had stopped. When Nam opened his eyes, he was shocked to find that little Wukong was in front of him, swaying and falling over like a drunk, unable to get up. Whoa, the world is spinning. Little Wukong had actually gotten dizzy from his own move. What a self-inflicted hardship. The opportunity has come. Nam said to little Wukong, lying on the ground. If I throw him out of the ring, I win, but his tail might cause trouble again. Nam still felt uneasy about the earlier attack from little Wukong's tail. Then I have to do this. Hey, saying this, Nam jumped into the air as if his feet were equipped with a catapult. Wow, he jumped so high. The host's voice rang out. Take this. Sky X punch. Hey. Nam posed with his hands crossed at the top of his body, diving down towards little Wukong. Sorry, kid. I have to win. The villagers are waiting for me to buy water to save lives. Nam expressed deep apologies in his heart. This is bad. Son Wukong is in danger. The voice of the host came from below the ring. Wukong, wake up. Oolong and others shouted continuously. Little Wukong seemed to sense something. Namo Amapa. Nam chanted as he attacked little Wukong. Bang. This strike landed solidly on the weakest part of little Wukong's throat. Although Nam intended to hold back, the force was so strong that even Xiao Yi couldn't help but change his expression. Little Wukong couldn't help but open his mouth and let out a faint groan. The audience watching live, even the referee, were shocked by the attack. Nam couldn't help but remind him, 1, 2, 3. The referee, waking from a dream, began to count. Sigh, that was a solid hit. Yamcha couldn't help but comment. You probably won't be able to get up, Xiao Yi said, although he already knew the outcome. Krillin, who had the deepest bond with Wukong, couldn't help but worry about his safety. I'm a believer and won't kill you. But being hit by the Sky X punch, you won't wake up for at least 10 days, Nam said with his hands together, addressing the unconscious little Wukong. Chapter 50, Little Wukong's Victory. 5, 6, 7, 8. The referee continued counting. Wukong actually lost. Oolong felt it was unbelievable. At the moment the referee counted to 9, little Wukong's fingers suddenly moved. Nam was also shocked by this phenomenon. 10. As the referee announced this number, little Wukong jumped up from the ground at the same time. Nam's eyes widened as big as 2 eggs. At this moment, he could no longer describe his shock. He knew best how heavy his strike had been. Although he had avoided hitting the vital point, standing up was supposed to be impossible. The referee and the audience below were also rendered speechless by little Wukong's sudden leap. Cough, cough, I'm up. Little Wukong, although looking extremely uncomfortable, still managed to stand up. He stood up. Yamcha's mouth dropped open in astonishment. Incredible. Xiao Yi was truly surprised this time. Under such an attack, to remain unscathed was something he couldn't do in the same realm. Awesome. Only Krillin, without overthinking, cheered loudly for little Wukong, who had stood up again. How is this possible? Nam couldn't fathom why little Wukong could still stand after taking that kind of hit. Wow, amazing. The audience below also cheered in unison. Although they might not grasp the full extent of Nam's attack power, they understood that falling from such a high place and delivering all that force to little Wukong's neck would have killed an ordinary person. Yet little Wukong was still bouncing around. This left them in awe. Incredible. So incredible. Truly amazing. Son Wukong is so strong. Nam was now completely dumbfounded. The host's voice came from below. This is impossible. How can he still stand after being hit by that move? Maybe it was a misfire. Nam forcibly found a reason to give himself confidence. Crack, crack. Little Wukong was adjusting his slightly misaligned skull. All right, let's do it again. This time we must determine a winner. Hey, Nam said, jumping high into the air again. Oh, Nam jumped up again, looking as small as a bean. The host passionately explained to the audience. Wow, good. I'll jump too. Although little Wukong didn't know what Nam was doing, he imitated him and jumped up. Good. Watch my move. Super Sky X Punch. Hey, this time Nam realized that little Wukong's defense is incredibly strong. So he no longer held back and attacked with all his might. Nam suddenly felt a shadow pass by him, soaring up into the sky. Oh no, he jumped over me. Little Wukong made an abrupt stop in midair and then exerted all his strength to chase after Nam. It was clear that little Wukong far exceeded Nam in both jump height and speed, allowing him to easily overtake Nam. This guy is too strong. At this moment, Nam truly saw the gap between them. He's caught up. Little Wukong, like playing a game, caught up to Nam. Hey, you little brat. Seeing little Wukong so close, Nam couldn't help but throw a punch at him. Hee hee. However, little Wukong did not engage with Nam, but instead flew down towards the ground first. Bastard. Nam was toyed with by little Wukong and angrily chased after him. Wow. They engaged in a fierce battle in the air. It was hard to see. This was an unprecedented fight, and I didn't even know how to comment on it. Plus, my neck is so sore. The host said while looking up. They're coming down. It seems that Sun is a bit faster. As little Wukong and Nam approached the ground, the host finally got a clear view of them. Great. I'm definitely winning this match. Nam excitedly said in midair. I've won. At the same time, little Wukong, who had already landed, confidently declared. Oh, hey. After landing, little Wukong immediately dodged to the side, then took a run-up and kicked towards Nam's landing spot. Bang! This kick landed solidly on Nam's chest, sending him crashing onto the ring, ending the match. Hee. After kicking his opponent off the ring, little Wukong smiled happily. Victory! Sun has won. After confirming that Nam had indeed fallen off the ring, the host announced little Wukong's victory. Unfortunately, Nam has fallen out of the ring. This was an incredibly exciting match. Sun advances to the finals. The host announced to the audience below. Oh. The audience cheered for little Wukong. Awesome. Krillin and Yamcha celebrated together, while only Xiao Yi smiled as he watched little Wukong on the stage. The winner is Sun Wukong. Though he is young, he has brought us an extraordinary match. He will advance to the finals to battle against the equally skilled Xiao Yi. The host explained to the audience during the intermission. You're amazing, Wukong. Krillin ran to the ring and embraced little Wukong in celebration. Hee. After winning a tough match, little Wukong looked very happy. Fantastic. The championship must be his. So cool. So strong. The defeated Nam was quite dejected, but his performance was still remarkable. The host did not forget about the fallen Nam, addressing the audience. Young man, I lost. Congratulations to you. I hope you can win the championship. Nam sincerely said to little Wukong. Thank you. The blessing from his opponent made little Wukong especially happy. All right, now it's finally time for the finals. Who will claim the honor of being the #1 in the world? After a 10-minute break, the most exciting finals will begin. Will Sun win the championship, or will Xiao Yi? The host passionately explained on stage. Are you planning to leave before the finals are over? Since he's replacing Master Roshi, Xiao Yi must see this through. Ah yes, I can't delay too long, Nam politely said to Xiao Yi. Folks, I'm sorry for disappointing you all and can't bring water back. Nam thought of the disappointment on his villagers' faces when he returned, feeling deeply guilty. Nam, take this back. Here, Xiao Yi threw something to Nam. Clap. This isn't a portable capsule, is it? What for? Nam was quite confused about Xiao Yi's intentions. No, it's empty. Xiao Yi smiled at Nam. Why? Nam was even more puzzled by Xiao Yi's actions. Just shrink the water and put in the capsule. And you can take it back easily, Xiao Yi explained to Nam. How did you know I wanted to buy water? Nam was increasingly unable to see through Xiao Yi's intentions. Master Wuqian told me. Xiao Yi still wore a smiling expression towards Nam. After some explanation, Xiao Yi successfully attributed the credit for this act of kindness entirely to Master Roshi, causing Nam to feel immensely grateful towards him. Hidden task completed. The Good Samaritan. Complete the unfinished task of Master Roshi and transfer all credit to him. Reward. 50 yuan bao, 1,000 gold coins. Wow, this reward is quite generous. Xiao Yi exclaimed upon seeing the system's reward. After all this time working hard on tasks, I only got 85 yuan bao, and this time, I got 50 all at once. How can I not be excited? This time, Xiao Yi bought an empty portable capsule from the system, spending 100 gold coins. And the return, not to mention the yuan bao, was a whopping 1,000 gold coins, a tenfold profit. Checking his attributes. Name, Xiao Yi Strength, Attack Power 425-5, Bear Demon Sword Speed for 25, Constitution, Defense Power 425-5, Bear Demon Armor, Neural Response, 420 Note. Values have been synchronized with the alien detector from the Dragon Ball world. Attribute points, 140, except for Yamcha. Earn an extra 10 attribute points for each match. Yuan Bao, 135 gold coins, 49.99 silver coins. 9 martial arts. Body refinement technique, 20 martial skills, 72 transformations. Max level. Ki Blast skilled, can produce various changes. Wolf Fang Fist, max level. Superpower. Carrot transformation technique, max level. Xiao Yi was very satisfied with his own attributes. But seeing that his body refinement technique had not yet reached the maximum level, he couldn't help but feel very curious. Nowadays, Xiao Yi's physique had undergone earth-shattering changes. One could say that even compared to human martial artists in the Dragon Ball world, he was not at a disadvantage. However, despite such a physique, he could still feel it growing every day, which made Xiao Yi curious about what his physique would be like when it reached its limit. Could he elevate his physique to a level as monstrous as a scion? Ladies and gentlemen, the finals are finally about to begin. Please welcome contestants Xiao Yi and Sun Wukong to the stage. Just as Xiao Yi was still immersed in the joy of completing a hidden task, the voice of the host echoed through the arena. Dear audience, the decisive moment is approaching. The finals of the world's #1 martial arts tournament are about to start. Who will be the champion of this tournament? Contestant Sun Wukong or contestant Xiao Yi? The critical moment has finally arrived. The host passionately explained on stage, bringing the atmosphere to a climax. Wukong, go for it. You must defeat him. Krillin encouraged little Wukong. I will do my best. Little Wukong, although knowing that Xiao Yi was very strong, still cheerfully responded to Krillin. Xiao Yi, you must also do your best. Yamcha said to Xiao Yi as he took the stage. Don't worry, although little Wukong is very talented, he is still not my opponent now. Xiao Yi waved his hand at Yamcha and said, Contestants, please come to the stage. The host announced on the ring. Sun Wukong seems very happy. The host, noticing the smile on little Wukong's face, couldn't help but ask curiously. Yes, I'm so happy to fight Xiao Yi again. Little Wukong said happily. Do you know each other? The host inferred from little Wukong's words that Sun Wukong seemed to already know contestant Xiao Yi. Of course. Xiao Yi and little Wukong replied in unison. Wow, I didn't expect that the two contestants in the finals of the world's #1 martial arts tournament would be good friends. Doesn't that make everyone even more excited? Alright, now I announce. The finals of the world's #1 martial arts tournament begin now. After the host's emotional words, he left the stage, handing it over to Xiao Yi and little Wukong. I will not hold back. Xiao Yi took an attacking stance and said to little Wukong, Me too. Little Wukong mimicked him. Hey, Xiao Yi. This time he didn't passively take hits, directly launching a straight punch toward little Wukong without any fancy moves. The finals of the world's #1 martial arts tournament have finally begun. Who will be the one to walk away with a 500,000 yuan prize? Contestant Xiao Yi or contestant Sun Wukong? The host explained from below the stage. Whoosh! Facing Xiao Yi's heavy punch, little Wukong did not choose to respond head-on, but jumped directly into the air. Hey! Seeing little Wukong jump up, Xiao Yi flew up and kicked out. Wow! Little Wukong didn't expect that even at such a height, Xiao Yi could still attack him. Little Wukong was in the air at this moment, with no place to borrow strength, and was directly kicked by Xiao Yi. Whoosh! Xiao Yi, who kicked little Wukong away, landed back on the stage. Wow! Xiao Yi, seeing little Wukong far away in the air, did not relax at all. He knew that little Wukong was definitely not easy to deal with. Oh no! Wukong is about to fall out of the ring. Yamcha said nervously. The Nimbus Cloud is also banned from use. Krillin said worriedly. So foolish. Thinking that avoiding the attack means it's fine, that's really careless. Xiao Yi muttered to himself. This is bad. What should I do? Little Wukong in the air was also thinking of a way. This match is truly unexpectedly fast-paced. The championship fell into the hands of the handsome Xiao Yi, and the host's words were interrupted by the cheers of the audience. Wow, what is that? It's Wukong. Oolong was the first to react. He didn't fall out of the ring. Bulma also showed a happy expression. Great. Puis assez rapide. Although this is a duel between friends, they still don't want either of them to lose so badly. Hee. Little Wukong relied on his spinning tail and flew in the sky. Wow. Contestant Sun used his tail's rotation to fly over like a helicopter. The host enthusiastically explained from below the stage. Didn't expect that? Xiao Yi and little Wukong felt very proud of coming up with this move. Yes, you're really smart. Xiao Yi pides. I originally wanted to use the Kamehameha to fly back, but later decided to save that move for later. Little Wukong honestly said to Xiao Yi. Chapter 52. Giant Ape. The Kamehameha is indeed a great attack method, but consumes a lot of stamina, so it's best to use it sparingly when there's no confidence. Xiao Yi noticed that little Wukong seemed a bit reliant on the Kamehameha and couldn't help but remind him. Got it. Thank you for your guidance. Little Wukong thanked Xiao Yi. Alright, then let me see how much you have improved this past year. Although Xiao Yi's relationship with little Wukong was like that of friends, it was more like an older brother taking care of a younger brother. Alright, watch me. Hey, little Wukong said and launched his afterimage fist at Xiao Yi. This move again. Useless. Saying this, Xiao Yi also imitated little Wukong and performed the afterimage fist, but Xiao Yi used the multi-afterimage fist, and suddenly, 7 Xiao Yis appeared in different positions on the arena. Wow! Contestant Xiao Yi also performed this amazing move, creating 7 images. Which one is his real body? The host was also amazed by the performance of the two on stage. Puff! At the same time, little Wukong's attack hit one of Xiao Yi's afterimages, shattering it. And Xiao Yi's attack followed closely, hitting little Wukong's body. Ha, I found you. In the sky, a little Wukong appeared and directly attacked the advancing Xiao Yi. Puff! However, little Wukong's punch, which seemed destined to hit, missed and shattered another afterimage. Hey! Xiao Yi, not knowing when, had already come behind little Wukong and kicked out, sending little Wukong, who was still in a daze, crashing into the wall behind the stage. 1, 2, 3. The host diligently counted the seconds. Ah, you scare me. Phew. Little Wukong stood up unharmed from the damaged wall, having suffered no injury at all. Wow. What an exciting offensive and defensive battle. It's dazzling to watch. The host's words timely broke the silence of the scene. Wow. What a fantastic match. The tense and thrilling finals of the world's #1 martial arts tournament are hard to determine. Currently, contestant Xiao Yi has a slight advantage. Contestant Sun is somewhat passive. The host explained to the audience. Huh. Tada. Little Wukong directly launched a surprise attack, this time using the rock-paper-scissors technique he previously taught Xiao Yi. Seeing this familiar starting stance, Xiao Yi naturally knew the next punch technique little Wukong would use. Scissors. Little Wukong directly used rock-paper-scissors, but this was too familiar for him. When he shouted paper, he actually threw rock, directly hitting Xiao Yi's face. Although Xiao Yi was surprised, with his quick reflexes, he dodged little Wukong's attack at the last moment. Hey! Little Wukong, seeing that Xiao Yi had actually avoided his lethal move, was not overly surprised and immediately swept his leg to kick at Xiao Yi again. Slap! Little Wukong's attack failed once more. Since the match began, little Wukong had hardly managed to hit Xiao Yi, instead receiving 2 heavy kicks from Xiao Yi, which, although not injurious, made him look quite embarrassed. No wonder this is the final of the world's #1 martial arts tournament. It's truly exciting. Contestant Xiao Yi seems to have the upper hand, but still unclear who will win or lose. The sky is about to darken. After hearing the host's words, Xiao Yi knew that little Wukong's transformation was not far off, and he was waiting for this moment. Xiao Yi discovered an interesting phenomenon during his previous battles. He could receive rewards when fighting against others. Whether it was attribute points, ingots, or gold coins, he could obtain certain rewards, and the stronger the opponent, the more valuable the treasures he received. However, during the finals, in the battle against Yamcha, Xiao Yi surprisingly did not receive anything, which led him to have another speculation. If he fought against the same person, but the opponent's combat power had clearly increased, would he still be able to receive rewards? The transformation of little Wukong was the perfect opportunity to test this. Be careful. I'm going to use the Kamehameha. Little Wukong, finding himself at a disadvantage in terms of melee combat, had no choice but to use his ultimate move, the Kamehameha. Come at me. Xiao Yi was actually looking forward to little Wukong bringing him some surprises. As little Wukong squatted in a horse stance, placing his hands at his waist, he began to gather the energy within his body into his hands as he shouted Kamehameha, slowly pushing it out. Kamehameha. Just as Xiao Yi saw little Wukong's Kamehameha approaching, he extended his left hand and unleashed an upgraded version of the energy ball, the Kamehameha wave. The Kamehameha wave was somewhat similar to the Kamehameha in its application of energy. The energy ball involved compressing the energy and releasing it all at once, while the Kamehameha wave involved compressing the energy within the body beforehand and then launching it like the Kamehameha. Bang! When the Kamehameha met Xiao Yi's Kamehameha wave, it shattered. Yet Xiao Yi's Kamehameha wave surged forward like a hot knife through butter, directly obliterating little Wukong's Kamehameha along the way. Just as the Kamehameha wave was about to collide with little Wukong, Xiao Yi swiftly altered its direction, sending it flying into the sky. Incredible! It's said that only Master Roshi can use the Kamehameha, but now, besides Sun Wukong, another person can use it too, and it seems even more powerful. Xiao Yi has truly amazed us. The host excitedly commented from the sidelines. No, this isn't my Kamehameha. My Kamehameha doesn't have this much power. However, the host didn't know that Master Roshi was also watching from the sidelines, astonished by the energy attack soaring into the sky. Little Wukong was also mesmerized by the energy attack flying up, and in his daze, he suddenly spotted the bright moon in the sky. Oh! Upon seeing the moon, little Wukong's eyes suddenly became vacant, and his body began to grow larger, with his hair rapidly lengthening. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a giant ape over 10 meters tall. Roar! After transforming into the giant ape, little Wukong began to wreak havoc, and seeing this scene, Xiao Yi did not stand idly by. He directly launched an attack on the transformed little Wukong. Grow larger. To better combat the giant ape, Xiao Yi transformed himself to a similar size of over 10 meters and charged at the giant ape. The two clashed. Chapter 53. Victory. Although little Wukong lost consciousness, the giant ape's attack power increased several dozen times, and its attacks were wild and fierce, full of a primal charm. On the other hand, while Xiao Yi had grown larger, his combat power did not increase, making it impossible to determine a winner in a short time. Whoosh! Bang! After a prolonged stalemate, seeing that the transformation time was about to expire, Xiao Yi finally brought out his trump card, directly enduring a powerful blow from the giant ape and imprinting his palm on its body. Boom! The giant ape that little Wukong transformed into suddenly turned into a cute carrot, and at that moment, Xiao Yi's transformation time also ended, reverting to his true form. The carrot transformation technique, which Xiao Yi had obtained from the rabbit leader, had never been used before. After leveling up this skill to its maximum, it became an active skill that could be cast at will, as long as he made contact with the opponent. Hidden task completed. Defeat the transformed giant ape, little Wukong. Reward. Attribute points. 100 points skill. Rational, giant ape transformation. After transformation, personal strength increases tenfold. Lasts for 1 hour, after which there will be a 1-year period of weakness, during which all attributes will revert to 1/10 of their original value. The reward of attribute points seemed very important now, but later on, it would gradually become insignificant. However, the giant ape transformation would definitely be considered the most practical, life-saving skill. Although the side effects were somewhat significant, they were nothing compared to its ability. Oolong, catch this. Xiao Yi threw the carrot to Oolong. That's little Wukong. Keep a good eye on him. Once I get off the stage, find a place where the moon isn't visible, and I'll help him return to his true form. Xiao Yi instructed Oolong. Wow. Oolong, upon hearing that the carrot was little Wukong, couldn't help but tremble, and then tightly covered the carrot with both hands, afraid that someone would break it. What an unexpected outcome. The giant ape, transformed son Wukong, was turned into a carrot by the giant Xiao Yi. The host was at a loss for words, wondering how such a martial arts tournament had increasingly turned into a fantastical direction. Xiao Yi has become the champion of this year's World Martial Arts Tournament. The host's voice rang out from the stage. Wow. Amazing. Xiao Yi, you are the best. Bulma. I love you. Xiao Yi. Beautiful lady. I want to marry you. Beautiful lady 1. A bunch of superficial women. Bulma said angrily as she saw many beautiful women boldly expressing their affection for Xiao Yi in the crowd. Hey, you're one of them too. Oolong couldn't help but comment on Bulma's fickle personality. Do you want to be roasted like a pig? Bulma glared at Oolong. Oolong. This match was truly spectacular. No wonder it's the World Martial Arts Tournament. It has broadened our horizons. Let's give a round of applause for Xiao Yi. His performance was outstanding. The host announced from the sidelines. Clap, clap, clap. The audience, reminded by the host, stood up and applauded for Xiao Yi. Today's match had truly opened their eyes. Here is the champion's prize of 500,000 yuan. The host handed an envelope to Xiao Yi. Thank you. This was the first cash Xiao Yi earned since arriving in this world. Task 1. Win the World Martial Arts Tournament Championship. Completed. Reward. Attribute points. 100. Ingots. 100. Gold coins. 5,000. Xiao Yi looked at his attributes. Name. Xiao Yi strength. Attack power 425. 5. Bear demon axe. Speed. For 25. Constitution. Defense power 425. 5. Bear demon armor. Note. Values have been synchronized with the alien detector. Attribute value. 320 yuan bao. 235 gold coins. 89.99 silver coins. 9 skills. Body refining technique. 20. 72 transformations. Max level. Qigong bullet. Proficient. Can produce various changes. Qigong wave. Qigong bullets. Advanced spell. Superpower. Carrot transformation. Max level. Martial arts. Giant ape transformation. Such attributes made Xiao Yi feel very satisfied, at least in the early stages. He was already invincible, although in the later stages, with such cultivation, he wouldn't even be able to defeat minor characters. Xiao Yi didn't plan to increase his attribute values immediately. He would wait until his body reached its limits before adding them. Hey, Xiao Yi walked down from the arena and greeted his friends who were already gathered together. Xiao Yi, you fought beautifully in the match, Bulma shyly said to Xiao Yi. Thank you. Xiao Yi replied with a gentle smile. Although I knew you were strong, today's match made me realize that you have far surpassed me. I hope you can use this power for righteous deeds. Master Roshi suddenly showed a serious expression and said to Xiao Yi, I will. Xiao Yi smiled and replied to Master Roshi. Xiao Yi, hurry up and let Goku return to his true form. Holding this carrot makes me feel like time is dragging on. Oolong directly said to Xiao Yi without waiting for everyone to continue chatting. Okay, I see it's getting late. How about I treat everyone to a meal? We can help Goku revert back at the restaurant. Xiao Yi suggested, seeing that everyone looked a bit tired. Sure, everyone agreed. Bang! Goku transformed back from a carrot into a child, but he was just a naked child. Hey, where are my clothes? Goku, just waking up, was still a bit confused. Here, Xiao Yi had previously bought a set of clothes for Goku from the system and handed them to him. Thank you, Goku said as he took the clothes. Sizzle, crackle, crackle. The entire restaurant was filled with the sound of Goku eating, and other customers looked on in astonishment. Gurgle, gurgle. Goku drank the soup in front of him. Your appetite is still so big, Oolong exclaimed. Order more dishes, Xiao Yi said to the waiter. Yes, the waiter immediately replied. Wow, delicious, delicious. Goku was eating extremely happily. He ate enough for 30 people, Bulma exclaimed in shock. No, it was 50 people, Yamcha corrected, but he was also startled by Goku's actions. Hey, can I have 2 more bowls? Goku shouted at the waiter. I'm very sorry, but we've run out of ingredients, and there's nothing left to cook. The waiter had to apologize to Goku. All right, being 8/10 full is fine too. Goku rubbed his stomach and said. Bang! Everyone collapsed collectively. Chapter 54. Farewell. When you go back, will you continue to train? Xiao Yi asked little Goku, who was sitting in the car. That's right, Goku replied. No need. I've already taught you everything I could. Master Roshi suddenly said. From now on, you don't need to follow me anymore. You could train on your own. I can see that you guys can do it. It was clear that Master Roshi was quite reluctant to part with his 2 little disciples, but he still made this decision for their martial arts development. Well, I want to find Grandpa's Dragon Ball. Because of his young age, little Goku was quite carefree. You still want to find the Dragon Balls? Bulma turned around in surprise and asked. Yeah, Goku said matter-of-factly. We're Dragon Balls, Krillin asked, hearing about them for the first time. Dragon Balls are glowing stones. If you collect all 7, you can make a wish. Xiao Yi explained in a timely manner. Wow, there are such magical things in the world, Krillin exclaimed. But this kind of thing is best not to be used carelessly. It's a power that breaks the laws of nature. Over-reliance can lead to extremely terrifying consequences. Xiao Yi reminded everyone, seeing their eager expressions. Xiao Yi is right. The laws of nature cannot be broken. Otherwise, disasters will befall us. Master Roshi, hearing about the effects of the Dragon Balls for the first time, couldn't help but say directly, I just want to find a 4-star Dragon Ball left by my grandpa. I could train while searching for the Dragon Balls. Little Goku seemed to recall his last journey and said excitedly, I'm not going. You go by yourself. Oolong quickly refused, seemingly recalling some unpleasant memories, fearing that Goku would drag him along. Krillin, what are your plans? Master Roshi asked his little disciple again. I can't say for sure right now, but I hope to follow Master Matedo. Krillin didn't have a good place to go, so he hoped to continue learning martial arts from Master Roshi. Oh, really? Master Roshi didn't show much expression on the surface, but inside, he cursed Krillin. He originally wanted to spend time alone with Launch, but unexpectedly, Krillin, the third wheel, showed up. Krillin, to quickly improve your strength, you need to broaden your horizons and fight continuously with martial artists in this world. Xiao Yi saw Krillin's attitude and kindly reminded him. You must know that although Krillin's strength is not as good as Goku's, they are quite comparable. If he hadn't chosen a comfortable life, he would definitely not have ended up as a supporting character in the team later on, with no remarkable performance. That's right. Martial arts training requires constant fighting. Krillin, you still need to explore outside. Master Roshi took the opportunity to say to Krillin, Oh, Xiao Yi, thank you for your advice. After hearing Xiao Yi's words, Krillin couldn't help but ponder. Yamcha, you've had plenty of adventures and experiences over the years, but your foundation isn't very solid. I've already discussed it with Master Roshi. During this time, you will go to Master Roshi's island for training to solidify your foundation. Xiao Yi said to Yamcha, who was driving. Thank you, Xiao Yi. Master Roshi, I'll be troubling you during this time. Yamcha expressed his gratitude to Xiao Yi and then spoke to Master Roshi. No problem, Master Roshi said, realizing that his time alone with Launch would ultimately be disrupted. Xiao Yi, what are your plans? Bulma shyly asked Xiao. I'm relatively free during this time. I just want to learn from Dr. Briefs for a while. I wonder if Bulma welcomes that. Xiao Yi smiled at Bulma. That's great. I mean, of course you're welcome. Bulma jumped up happily upon hearing Xiao Yi's words, but immediately realized that Xiao Yi was right in front of her, so she blushed and said, Grandpa, is my luggage in there too? Little Goku asked Master Roshi. Yes, it's all in there, Master Roshi said, unsure why little Goku was asking this. Goodbye, everyone. I'm going to ride to Kintown. Little Wukong took his luggage out and said to everyone, What? You going to look for the Dragon Balls now? Krillin was very surprised by little Wukong's actions. I want to find them as soon as possible, little Wukong replied to Krillin. You're really impatient. Master Roshi couldn't help but comment. Xiao Yi, I will train hard for these 3 years, and when the world's #1 martial arts tournament comes, I will definitely not lose to you. Little Wukong had always been bothered by the thought of losing the match. Okay, 3 years from now, I hope to see a completely transformed you. Xiao Yi said happily as he saw little Wukong full of fighting spirit. Nimbus. Boom. Little Wukong jumped directly onto the Nimbus. Wukong, good luck. Master Roshi encouraged. Thank you. Little Wukong replied. Hey, is it really that hard to find that Dragon Ball? Krillin asked Oolong beside him. Very, very hard. Oolong nodded in agreement. Wukong, I'll go with you. Krillin said to little Wukong on the Nimbus. No need. You can't ride the Nimbus. Little Wukong refused outright. Krillin also remembered that he really couldn't ride the Nimbus, so it would be very troublesome if he wanted to accompany little Wukong on his adventure. You know how to use the Dragon Radar, right? Bulma asked with some concern. I know. Little Wukong replied. Everyone, goodbye. After saying goodbye to his friends on the Nimbus, little Wukong quickly flew away. Good luck. Oolong and Krillin shouted continuously. Can he do it alone? Yamcha said with great concern. I think he can. Master Roshi was quite confident in little Wukong. What are you doing? You actually lost the airplane capsule. Oolong couldn't help but complain to Bulma. Less nonsense. Even beautiful girls make mistakes. Bulma's attitude towards others was not as gentle as it was toward Xiao Yi. Oh no, we're out of fuel. Yamcha exclaimed. After a series of twists and turns, everyone finally returned to Master Roshi's island, and Krillin had already chosen to embark on his own training journey alone on the way. We're going to take our leave too. Xiao Yi and Bulma also boarded an old-fashioned aircraft gifted by Master Roshi to bid farewell to everyone. Take care on the way, Oolong said reluctantly. See you at the next martial arts tournament. Yamcha said to Xiao Yi. Safe travels. Master Roshi had a very good impression of this young man. Chapter 55. Learning in West City, Bulma piloted the aircraft, flying through the streets and landing directly on a huge landing pad. Xiao Yi, let's go meet my parents. As soon as Bulma finished speaking, her face involuntarily turned red. I'm back. Bulma shouted into the empty hall. Hello, miss. Several robots said simultaneously to Bulma. Xiao Yi found a somewhat ugly robot in front of him very interesting. It seemed that Dr. Brief wasn't very skilled in the research of androids. Where's my dad? Bulma asked the robot. He should be in the yard. The robot replied without any hesitation, indicating that it had already developed artificial intelligence. Your house is really big. Xiao Yi exclaimed. This was definitely not a remote area. To have such a large mansion in the heart of this expensive city, it was no wonder that he was the founder of the Universal Capsule. Hey, go call my dad, Bulma said to a small robot flying in the sky. Yes, the small robot replied. So many cats and dogs. Xiao Yi's attention was drawn to a group of small cats and dogs. My dad brings home the stray cats, dogs, and even dinosaurs from around here. Bulma explained to Xiao Yi with a smile. Dad's here. Bulma was the first to spot Dr. Brief riding over on his bicycle. Bulma, what's the matter? Dr. Brief asked his daughter curiously. This is Xiao Yi, the person I told you about. Xiao Yi wants to learn from you for a while. Bulma introduced Xiao Yi to Dr. Brief. Hello, Dr. Brief. Xiao Yi quickly said to Dr. Brief. Oh, so you're the person Bulma has been thinking about? All right, no problem. You can come to my lab and learn with me during this time. Dr. Brief agreed to Xiao Yi's request without any hesitation. Heavy Wu-Chu Kisid. Doctor, Brief asked, looking at his daughter and Xiao Yi. How could that be? Bulma said, embarrassed and angry. You're really outdated. Doctor. Brief expressed his disdain that his daughter had never kissed Xiao Yi yet. How embarrassing. Being asked such a question by her father made even Bulma, with her personality, feel a wave of shyness. Xiao Yi, let me take you to see where you'll be staying. Bulma didn't want Xiao Yi to go straight into Dr. Brief's lab right away. That would completely ruin her goal of getting close to him. Sure. Thank you, Bulma. Xiao Yi wasn't in a hurry to follow Dr. Brief to learn, knowing that Bulma was also a genius in technology and would surpass Dr. Brief in many ways. Wow, this room is really beautiful. Is it for me? Xiao Yi exclaimed upon seeing the room, which was over 100 square meters and extravagantly decorated. Of course, this is the room I prepared for you. My room is right next door. Would you like to take a look? Bulma said shyly. Sure. Xiao Yi was also very curious about what Bulma's room looked like. This is my room. When the door to the room opened, Xiao Yi felt very surprised. Xiao Yi was shocked, not by the luxury of the place. After all, as the daughter of a universal capsule company, the room naturally lacked nothing in opulence, but more so by the scientific equipment that occupied more than half of the room. Is this your room? Xiao Yi thought it unimaginable that a princess raised with a golden key would have a boudoir like this. I've loved scientific research since I was young, so my room might be a bit different from what you imagine. Bulma felt a bit flustered for the first time, uncertain of Xiao Yi's opinion of her. I really admire independent girls, Xiao Yi said kindly upon seeing Bulma's expression. Really? That's great. I knew you wouldn't mind. Bulma jumped up joyfully like a defendant who had just been declared not guilty. Come, let me show you the results of my research. Since Xiao Yi didn't mind, Bulma took out her most proud research achievement to show off to Zhao Shan. This is my new invention, a shrinking device. Just wear it and press this button, and a person will become smaller. As Bulma spoke, she demonstrated, and her body suddenly shrank to the size of a mouse. How about that? Thud! Before Bulma could finish her boast, a high-heel shoe came down and completely stepped on her. Huh, you must be Xiao Yi, right? Hello, I'm Bulma's mother, said a very young and beautiful woman to Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi was surprised to see the woman suddenly appear. Bulma's mother was startled by the person who suddenly appeared under her feet. How did you get on her mom's feet? Although surprised, Bulma's mother still smiled at Bulma. I was stepped on by you. Bulma, not having her mother's good temper, shouted angrily. You got so small, how could I see you? Bulma's mother replied. You shouldn't have come in suddenly. Bulma was very angry that her mother casually entered her room. I'm sorry, my daughter talked a lot. Bulma's mother said to Xiao Yi with a smile. Thank you. I don't really like drinking. Xiao Yi politely declined with a smile. How can you ignore me like this? Bulma was very dissatisfied with her mother's attitude. Don't mind her. She's just going through a rebellious phase. Bulma's mother said to Xiao Yi with a smile. I'm going crazy. Somehow, Bulma could never remain calm in front of her mother. Were you two planning to get married? Bulma's mother suddenly asked Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi. Suddenly, Bulma felt that introducing her parents to Xiao Yi might not be a good idea. All right, I'll step out. You two chat. Such a rebellious child. Bulma's mother said with a smile as she walked out. After Bulma's mother stirred things up, the atmosphere became a bit awkward. Xiao Yi, please don't mind. Bulma originally wanted to explain, but when the words came out, she didn't know how to continue. Thus, Xiao Yi quietly settled down at Bulma's home, studying technology with Dr. Brief every day and asking Bulma questions when she didn't understand. Her knowledge quickly increased, and many technologies from the Dragon Ball world that were ahead of Earth were gradually mastered by Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi's comprehension of Majin Buu played a significant role here. Originally, knowledge that would take ordinary people decades to master, Xiao Yi learned completely in just 1 week. However, Xiao Yi did not say goodbye. He continued to follow Bulma into the laboratory every day to conduct experiments, occasionally engaging in some flirtation with her, while he waited for Goku's arrival. Chapter 56, Flight Technique. Bulma. Goku's shout broke the brief tranquility of Xiao Yi's life. Xiao Yi, I want to go find the Dragon Balls with Goku. Do you want to come with us? Bulma looked at Xiao Yi with hopeful eyes. Sure, but how do you want to get there? Xiao Yi asked Bulma. We can use the shrinking device I invented. After shrinking, Goku can carry us there, Bulma said to Xiao Yi. No need. I have a better way to get there. When are we leaving? Xiao Yi asked Goku. Let's go now. Goku was an impatient person, and since the dragon radar was fixed, he naturally didn't want to stay any longer. Dad, where did you put my capsule box? Bulma asked Dr. Brief, who was repairing a motorcycle for a police officer. On my desk. Where are you going? Dr. Brief asked. I'm going to find the Dragon Balls with Xiao Yi and Goku, Bulma said while picking up the capsule box from the desk and tucking it into her clothes. Going again? If you collect all 7 Dragon Balls, be sure to ask for a beautiful girl for Dad. Dr. Brief hurriedly said to Bulma. Why are you and Mom like this? Bulma excitedly said to Dr. Brief. Xiao Yi, we're about to leave. How are you getting there? Goku asked Xiao Yi. Me? Like this. With that, Xiao Yi rose into the air and spun around in midair. Wow, Xiao Yi, did you grow wings? How can you fly in the air? Goku asked Xiao Yi in astonishment, looking behind him. This is a technique using ki called the flight technique. Xiao Yi explained to Goku. Can I learn it? Goku said. his eyes sparkling with envy after seeing the flight technique. Of course, actually, it's just a simple application of ki. The key is to control your ki flexibly. It's not very difficult. Xiao Yi demonstrated while teaching Goku. Wow, Xiao Yi, how did you fly into the air? Bulma also saw Xiao Yi at this moment and exclaimed in surprise. In the end, Bulma blushed, shrank down, and entered Xiao Yi's shirt. And the three of them set off on their journey to find the Dragon Balls. Have we arrived yet? We're already over the sea, Goku said, sitting on the flying Nimbus, feeling a bit sleepy. Not yet. Get a moment. Bulma, inside Xiao Yi's clothes, looked at the Dragon radar and said, the next one should be Grandpa's 4-star Dragon Ball. Goku said excitedly. Red Ribbon Army headquarters, that kid, seems to have gone to the area under General Blue's command. An intelligence officer reported to the one-eyed leader. That little brat. He's fast. The one-eyed leader complained. Send that brat's photo to General Blue and tell him to kill him on sight. The one-eyed leader ordered fiercely. Understood, his subordinates replied. Bulma's squad temporary camp. Hasn't he been found yet after all this time? General Red is very angry. General Blue angrily said to his subordinates. Everyone has been searching hard, but it's like looking for a needle in a haystack. One of the tiger-headed subordinates explained to General Blue. I don't want to hear any explanations. General Blue ignored his subordinate's explanation. Hey, what are you doing? General Blue pointed angrily at a soldier monitoring the radar. Huh, me? The soldier being pointed at felt very confused. What time is it, and you're still picking your nose? General Blue shouted angrily. Sorry. The soldiers realized they were in trouble. Disgusting. Execute him immediately, General Blue said, wiping non-existent dust with a handkerchief. Spare me, General. The intelligence officer collapsed in fear on the ground, constantly begging for mercy as the guards dragged him away. Bang! The sound of a gunshot echoed, and the pleas outside instantly ceased. What a beautiful sound, General Blue said. Intoxicated. General Blue, headquarters has sent a message. The fox-headed intelligence officer hurriedly reported the newly received information to General Blue. Really? Coming here? General Blue was somewhat surprised. It seems that the Hilba army and the Walter army have been completely destroyed by this kid. An alligator subordinate reminded General Blue. They're the shame of the Red Ribbon Army. This is too interesting. General Blue showed no signs of worry, only anticipation and amusement. Whoosh! It was getting hot again. Goku and the others flew into the tropics. Stop! Quick stop! The Dragon Ball is right below. Bulma pointed at the ocean below. What? Below? It's all water down there. There's nothing else. Goku said, looking at the ocean below. Maybe it's at the bottom of the sea. Okay, let's head to a nearby island for now. Xiao Yi looked at the water below and said, there's a boat. It looks like someone lives on the island. Goku said happily upon seeing a boat at the edge of the island. Phew, I was suffocating in there. After Xiao Yi landed, Bulma jumped directly from his chest. I'll dive to the bottom of the sea to look for it. Goku pointed at the ocean and said to Xiao Yi and Bulma. No need for that primitive method. You should be thankful you brought me along. I came prepared and brought a submarine capsule, Bulma said, pulling a capsule from her pocket. Why is there only one capsule? Bulma opened the capsule and found that there was only one capsule inside, causing her to exclaim. The capsule belongs to Dad. I took the wrong box. Bulma felt a bit desperate. What does it contain? Goku asked curiously. I don't want to look. It must be something bad, Bulma said, based on her understanding of her dad. It might be useful, Goku said from the side. That's true. It might be useful. Bulma thought about how inconvenient it would be to do things on this small island without a capsule, so she decided to give it a try, wondering if there was anything usable in her dad's capsule. Okay, Dad, I'll trust you once. With that, Bulma threw the capsule to the ground. Boom! A massive amount of adult magazines poured out of the capsule. How strange. What are they doing? Goku asked Xiao Yi. You're still too young to understand. They are. Xiao Yi was about to educate Goku on this topic. Kids shouldn't look at this. Bulma snatched the magazines from Goku's hands. Xiao Yi, you can't look at this either, Bulma said to Xiao Yi with a red face. Oh, here you go. Xiao Yi continuously handed the publications to Bulma. That damn old man. I'll never believe him again, Bulma said while tearing the publications to shreds. Chapter 57. Danger approaches, then I'll dive down to look for them. Seeing that Bulma was at a loss, Goku suggested going into the water to search for the Dragon Balls. Be careful. I'll stay here with Bulma on this little island to see if there are any humans, Xiao Yi said to Goku. All right, wait for my good news. With that, Goku took off on his Nimbus cloud, leaving the island. Bulma, let's go check if there are any humans on the island, Xiao Yi said to Bulma beside him. Okay. While they were together, Bulma became exceptionally obedient. If there are people living here, we should be able to buy some capsules, right? Bulma said uncertainly as she looked at the somewhat desolate island. Don't worry, look. What's that? Xiao Yi pointed at the sky. Buzz, 2 helicopters slowly flew into view. Yay! Hello. Bulma happily raised her hands and waved at the helicopters. However, to Bulma's surprise, what greeted her was the bullets from the helicopters. Oof. Xiao Yi saw the bullets fired at them and immediately set up an energy shield in front of him and Bulma. Wow. Xiao Yi, thank goodness you're here, or I would have died here. Bulma gazed adoringly at the man she admired, her eyes filled with hearts. Don't worry, I'm here. Whoosh, whoosh. Xiao Yi said gently to Bulma before throwing 2 energy blasts into the sky, targeting the 2 helicopters. Boom, boom. 2 loud explosions echoed in the sky, and 2 fireballs fell towards the ground. Whoosh, I heard an explosion. What happened over there? Goku flew over from a distance, asking Xiao Yi. The 2 helicopters attacked us, and I blew them up. Xiao Yi said nonchalantly. By the way, how's your search for the Dragon Balls going? Xiao Yi asked Goku. No good. I can't dive that deep. Goku said helplessly. By the way, I thought a good idea. Goku suddenly exclaimed excitedly. Master Roshi's house isn't far from here. There must be a capsule that can dive at Master Roshi's. Goku seemed quite proud of his brilliant idea. Master Roshi? When Bulma heard that name, her brows furrowed. I'm smart, right? Goku said proudly. I don't want to ask that old pervert Master Roshi. Bulma continued to complain as they flew in the air. We're here, right there. Goku pointed ahead excitedly. Whoosh. Goku jumped off the Nimbus cloud. Clap. Xiao Yi followed closely and also landed on the ground. Oh, it's Goku and Xiao Yi. I missed you guys. The giant sea turtle said as it greeted Goku and Xiao Yi. Long time no see, turtle. Goku greeted the giant sea turtle. I'm a sea turtle, not a turtle. The giant sea turtle corrected him. Where's Master Roshi? Goku asked the giant sea turtle. Inside. Master Roshi. Goku and Xiao Yi are here. The giant sea turtle shouted towards the small house. Who? Goku and Xiao Yi? Master Roshi poked his head out of the small house. Xiao Yi, hello. Long time no see, how have you been? Master Roshi greeted Xiao Yi. Very well. I've been learning technology from Dr. Brief, and it's been quite fulfilling. Xiao Yi happily replied to Master Roshi. Oh, did you find a Dragon Ball left by Gohan? Master Roshi asked Goku again. Not yet, Goku said shyly. Then why are you here? Master Roshi asked curiously. Bulma, you explain it. Goku said, pointing to Xiao Yi's chest. Whoosh. Bulma, who originally didn't want to come out, had no choice but to jump out from Xiao Yi's chest after Goku said that. Master Roshi looked at the mini Bulma, who jumped out of Xiao Yi's chest with great surprise. Hello. Suddenly, Bulma instantly grew to her normal size and greeted Master Roshi. Bulma's sudden appearance startled Master Roshi and the giant sea turtle. How did you do that? Master Roshi said in shock. With this, it can shrink and restore. Bulma explained the function of the shrinking device to Master Roshi. Wow, that's really interesting, Master Roshi said in amazement. It's invented by me, the genius. Bulma said proudly. Bulma, hurry up and say it, Goku urged. All right, Master Roshi, do you have a submarine? Can we borrow it? Bulma asked Master Roshi. A submarine? Yes. What do you need it for? Master Roshi asked curiously. It seems like a Dragon Ball is at the bottom of the sea, and I can't swim that deep. Goku explained to Master Roshi. I see, that's fine. I'll lend it to you. Master Roshi said readily. Thank you. Goku said happily. How could he lend it to us so easily? Bulma didn't believe Master Roshi's words at all. However, Master Roshi then turned the conversation and stated his condition. Sure enough, Bulma thought to herself, you have to give me that shrinking machine. Master Roshi said to Bulma. This. Phew. I was worried you would ask for my shorts or try to take advantage of me again. Bulma sighed in relief, patting her chest. Master Roshi looked at Bulma speechlessly. But it would be a hassle without this thing. Let's do it this way. Here you go. Seemingly afraid Master Roshi would change his mind, Bulma handed the shrinking device to Master Roshi without any hesitation. Thank you. Master Roshi immediately put the shrinking device on his wrist. Give me the capsule for the submarine. Bulma said directly to Master Roshi. Krillin and Yamcha took the submarine to the neighboring island for special training. They should be back soon, so wait a bit. Master Roshi said to Bulma. Red Ribbon Army Headquarters, what is going on? Why didn't that kid go look for the Dragon Balls, but went to that place instead? I really don't understand. The one-eyed leader looked at the radar. Oh, I thought it was strange. That little brat must have accomplices. How could such a little guy create such a sophisticated radar? There must be a powerful scientist behind him. The black advisor said to the one-eyed leader. So his current location might be their base? The one-eyed leader said in agreement. Very likely, the black advisor replied. Good. Send a message to General Blue. Have him scout that place and find the enemy's base. Temporary base of Blue's army. Got it. We'll start scouting immediately. General Blue said into the phone. Chapter 58, Pirate Treasure. Why haven't they returned yet? Bulma said, somewhat bored. They'll all be back soon. Master Roshi said while looking towards the sea. I'll go to the bathroom. Bulma said, oh, it's on the far left when you enter. The friendly sea turtle reminded. Upon hearing the word bathroom, Master Roshi couldn't help but have a flood of thoughts. Awesome. I didn't expect to have a chance so soon. Master Roshi thought as he looked at the shrinking device in his hand. Oh dear, I'm so tired. Time to watch some TV. Master Roshi pretended to be nonchalant and walked into the room. Bang. Press these two buttons simultaneously. Following Bulma's recent instruction, Master Roshi pressed the buttons and shrank his body. Whoosh. Wow, I really got smaller. Master Roshi thought happily. Hey, Da. All right, here I come. Master Roshi crossed the hall and squeezed through the gap under the bathroom door. Oh wow, I'm so lucky. She's about to take off her shorts. Time to enjoy. To see better, Master Roshi jumped directly onto the lid of the toilet tank. Shrinking is really great, isn't it? What's going on? Is it over already? Master Roshi felt a rush of excitement when he saw Bulma pulling up her shorts. Click. Splash. Click. Whoosh. Master Roshi, too excited, fell directly into the toilet and was flushed down the drain by Bulma. I want to hear something. Bulma was washing her hands when she suddenly heard Master Roshi shout and turned around to look, but there was nothing behind her. Still not back? Bulma asked little Goku. Yeah, little Goku said, looking into the distance. Ugh, it stinks so bad. I need to wash it off in the sea. Master Roshi, seeing his clothes soaked in the foul water, couldn't help but take them off. Huh? Weren't you watching TV? Why are you all wet? The sea turtle asked Master Roshi curiously. I'm happy. What does it matter to you? However, the sea turtle didn't know that his question hit Master Roshi's sore spot, making him jump up in excitement. Something's flying over. Look, little Goku pointed to the sky. It's Krillin and the others. The sea turtle said happily. Goku. Krillin shouted excitedly upon seeing little Goku. Hi, how are you? Goku greeted everyone in the submarine. Hello, little Goku. Xiao Yi, Bulma, how are you? Yamcha said to the two standing next to little Goku. Hello, Yamcha, you've been training hard lately. Xiao Yi said, noticing that Yamcha's strength had noticeably improved. This submarine is pretty good. Even Bulma, who is very picky, was quite satisfied with the submarine. Goku, what brings you here? How's the reconnaissance plane? Any discoveries? General Blue asked the reconnaissance plane through the intercom. Nothing found yet. However, there are very few islands here, so I believe we'll find something soon. The reconnaissance plane replied to General Blue. Oh, I see. Let's borrow the submarine. While we're at it, we can also look for pirate treasure on the seabed in this area, Krillin said to everyone. What's a pirate? Little Goku asked. Is that really a thing? Bulma said, quite surprised. The treasure you're talking about is probably around here, right? Krillin asked Master Roshi. Yes. There used to be a group of pirates who hid the treasures they stole somewhere on the seabed nearby, Master Roshi recalled. Sounds fun. Treasure hunting? That sounds exciting. Bulma said with great anticipation. That sounds interesting. Can I go with you? Krillin asked little Goku. Sure, but we might encounter danger. Little Goku reminded Krillin. Master Roshi, I want to go too. Krillin said to Master Roshi. All right, go help Goku. Master Roshi said to Krillin. Xiao Yi and Yamcha were about to say something, but Xiao Yi interrupted. Yamcha, you don't need to go with us. You have enough experience already. Now you just need to calm down and build a solid foundation to make greater breakthroughs in martial arts. Krillin needs this kind of training. Your situations are different. Xiao Yi explained to Yamcha. Got it, Xiao Yi, thank you. I will definitely work harder. Yamcha was very grateful to Xiao Yi for always thinking of him. Buzz, we're off. Little Goku said to Master Roshi and the others. Be careful on the way. Sea Turtle, waiting for your good news. Yamcha, whoosh. This is a plane. Aren't we going to the seabed? Little Goku said in surprise. Don't worry, this can dive to the seabed as well. Bulma seemed to know a lot about this submarine and said first. You're not lying to me, are you? Little Goku still wasn't sure. Oh no, I forgot the bag with the 2 Dragon Balls on the island. Bulma suddenly said worriedly. No need to worry. Master Roshi will keep an eye on it. Krillin said calmly. That's true. We'll go back to get it later. Bulma felt Krillin's words made sense and relaxed. General Blue, I found an aircraft. It's headed that way. I think it must be that kid. The pilot on the reconnaissance plane reported to General Blue. Investigate in the direction they came from. The enemy's base might be there. General Blue commanded. Whoosh. Indeed, I found a small island. There's a house on the island, located at ESA 7024. The reconnaissance plane reported to General Blue. Zoom in. See if there are any people. General Blue instructed the reconnaissance plane. Yes. The pilot of the reconnaissance plane replied to General Blue. A woman, a turtle, and an old man. No other people found. The reconnaissance plane reported to General Blue. Lan Shi, aren't you going to the bathroom? Master Rashi said to Lan Shi, who was about to enter the house. Huh? Lan Shi was taken aback by Master Rashi's words. The old man should be the doctor who makes the radar, General Blue said, thinking he understood everything. Buzz. We're here. Dive down, Bulma said to Krillin, who was driving the submarine, while looking at the Dragon Ball radar. Whoosh. The submarine directly entered the sea. But all of this was seen by General Blue from afar through his telescope. Chapter 59, Cave. Hee. It really is that little brat. This time there are 4 people. General Blue was very pleased to find little Goku. Okay, understood. I will report to General Blue immediately. Report to General Blue. According to the radar from headquarters, that kid's Dragon Ball is on that island. The intelligence officer reported to General Blue. That island is indeed their base. Let me go kill them. General Blue said excitedly. Listen, we'll split into teams A and B. I will lead Team A to chase that little brat. You lead Team B to attack the enemy's base, understood? General Blue said to a fat officer under him. Understood. The fat officer saluted General Blue while responding. Right here, just below. Bulma looked at the Dragon Ball radar and said to Krillin, strange, I don't see any Dragon Balls. Krillin, looking at the seabed below, responded curiously, impossible. It must be right beneath us. Bulma confidently said about her Dragon Ball radar. I'll go look for it. Goku volunteered. Can I breathe underwater with this thing? He was very curious about the breathing apparatus Bulma had given him. That's right. Bulma told Goku. Look closely. Bulma's voice echoed in Goku's ears. Wow, it can talk too. Goku exclaimed in surprise. There's nothing here. Oh, there's a trench here. It looks deep. Could the Dragon Ball have fallen in there? Goku said to Bulma. Wait a minute. I'll measure the depth from the side. Bulma told Goku. This looks about right. This trench is really deep. Bulma muttered to herself. Can you dive into the trench? Bulma asked Goku through the intercom. It's too narrow. I can't fit. Goku replied honestly. If only we had that machine that can shrink people, Goku said. Wait a minute. Bulma hesitated. What's wrong? Krillin asked curiously. From the cross-section. This trench seems to connect with somewhere else. I'll expand the range and take a look, Bulma said to herself. The Dragon Ball radar even has terrain scanning capabilities? Xiao Yi was also shocked. Although he had learned most of what Dr. Brief knew during this time, the knowledge system in the Dragon Ball radar, designed and manufactured by Bulma, was completely different from Dr. Brief's. Yes, the Dragon Ball radar is originally the most advanced radar, and searching for Dragon Balls is just one of its functions, Bulma proudly said upon seeing Xiao Yi's surprise. Bulma respected Xiao Yi quite a bit, not only for his powerful martial arts skills, but also for his extraordinarily strong learning ability. She had learned from Dr. Brief that Xiao Yi had almost mastered all of his achievements during this time, and this mastery was not merely a simple memorization, but a complete understanding. It could be said that Xiao Yi was now on par with Dr. Brief in terms of scientific research. How could Bulma not be happy that such a genius, who was also her crush, admired her in the field of research? Look, there's a cave below. We can go in through that entrance. Bulma pointed to the Dragon Ball radar and showed Xiao Yi. Can we go in? Goku asked Bulma. Goku, come back. Bulma called out to Goku. At this moment, in the sky not far from Master Rashi's island, a squadron of bombers was flying towards the island. How many people are there in the enemy's base? One pilot asked the chubby officer. It seems like there's only an old man and a woman. Easy to deal with, the chubby officer said calmly. Meanwhile, General Blue's submarine was also gradually approaching the submarine of Goku and the others. We're getting close to the enemy's submarine. The radar operator reported to General Blue. Shall we start the attack? Asked Captain Hippo of the submarine. No, wait a little longer. Attack after they find the Dragon Balls. General Blue was not only looking to kill Goku, he was more interested in obtaining the Dragon Balls. We're almost there. Found it. It's right there. Let's go in. Bulma excitedly told Krillin, who was driving the submarine. General Blue, the enemy seems to be entering that cave. The radar operator reported to General Blue. The Dragon Balls must be there. Good. Begin the attack. General Blue commanded excitedly. Fire torpedoes. Captain Hippo ordered. What happened? Krillin panicked as he saw an explosion beside him. Missed. The radar operator reported to General Blue. Useless. Prepare for second shot. General Blue ordered Captain Hippo. What's going on? Krillin shouted in panic. That submarine is attacking us. Bulma looked outside the submarine and saw a large submarine not far away, firing torpedoes at them. So annoying. Is it those Red Ribbon Army guys again? Goku frowned. What? Bulma and Krillin exclaimed in surprise at the same time. You mean the Red Ribbon Army? Bulma trembled as she spoke. You know about them? Goku asked Bulma curiously. They're looking for the Dragon Balls. They find me troublesome and keep causing me trouble. Goku told everyone. Are you kidding? You got involved with them? The Red Ribbon Army is the most evil organization in the world. Krillin exclaimed in shock at Goku. Wow, they fired torpedoes again. Quickly into the cave, knowing that the enemy was the infamous Red Ribbon Army. Krillin and the others lost their will to fight and just wanted to get into the cave to avoid the attack. They missed again. They've escaped into the cave. The radar operator reported to General Blue. Quick, follow them. Shoot that torpedo-firing guy. General Blue ordered his subordinates. Understood. His subordinates replied. Boom. They're catching up. Drive faster. Bulma said to Krillin as the giant submarine drew closer. Think of a way. If not, we'll be hit sooner or later. Krillin shouted. Why didn't you mention the Red Ribbon Army? Bulma shouted at Goku. What was supposed to be a pleasant trip had unexpectedly turned into such a dangerous adventure. We're saved. The cave is getting narrower. Krillin said happily. Great. Their submarine is too big. It can't get in. Krillin said joyfully. Prepare the small submarine. I'll go myself. General Blue told his subordinates. Chapter 60. The Battle of Kame House. Meanwhile, at Kame House. Virum. Something is flying over. The sea turtle looked at the distant sky and said, Huh, what is that? Master Roshi also looked up at the sky. Boom. The bombers landed on the small island. Capture them. The chubby officer ordered. Huh. Master Roshi was taken aback by their actions. Who are you people? Master Roshi asked the suddenly appeared individuals. Are you the doctor who created the advanced radar? The chubby officer asked affirmatively. What doctor? Me? Master Roshi was even more confused by their words. Stop playing dumb. We've done our research, the chubby officer said confidently. I'm not playing dumb. Who are you? Master Roshi was puzzled by their self-talk. Red Ribbon Army. The chubby officer said proudly. Oh, I've heard of you. Your reputation is not good. You're an organization that commits all sorts of evil and opposes justice. Master Roshi said calmly, not reacting with the fear the chubby officer expected. There's only one woman in the house. A soldier was escorting Lan Chi out of the cabin. What do you want from me? Master Roshi asked the fat officer. Hand over the 2 Dragon Balls left here with that brat. Also, make us a radar for that brat. The confident fat officer stated his demands. The Dragon Balls left here? Master Roshi looked at Lan Chi in confusion. They forgot their backpack. Could it be inside? Lan Chi said to Master Roshi. What do you want the Dragon Balls for? Master Roshi turned to the fat officer and asked. That's none of your business. The fat officer didn't want to waste time talking to the old man. What if I don't give them to you? Master Roshi replied to the fat officer. Ha ha ha. You should know that the consequence of opposing us is death. The fat officer was amused by the old man's ignorance. Is that so? Then let's give it a try. Master Roshi said leisurely. You dare. The fat officer didn't expect the old man to actually dare to oppose the Red Ribbon Army. Hey! Master Roshi didn't give the opponent a chance to react and directly punched the fat officer, causing his eyes to bulge as he slowly fell down. Huh! Master Roshi didn't give the Red Ribbon Army any time to react. After knocking down the fat officer, he flew up and kicked another soldier to the ground, then used his cane to knock down another soldier. Bang! Thud! Wow! As a result, Master Roshi pushed his speed to the limit, and wherever he passed, soldiers were knocked down, temporarily losing their combat ability. Tot. A soldier, who had regained his senses, began to spray bullets at Master Roshi with a submachine gun. Papa. However, Master Roshi's reaction speed was also extremely fast. He waved his hands to create multiple afterimages and caught all the bullets that approached him. Done shooting? Master Roshi asked the soldier who was firing. The soldier didn't expect to shoot an entire magazine and not kill the old man in front of him. Papa. Master Roshi threw all the bullets he had caught to the ground. This action directly scared the soldier, causing his mouth to drop open. Boom. Bang. Master Roshi stepped forward and kicked the soldier away. Stop it, or I'll kill him. A big man, seeing that he was no match for Master Roshi, directly took Lan Chi hostage and threatened Master Roshi. This is bad. This is troublesome. Master Roshi was threatened by the opponent and dare not attack. If you don't want him to die, hand over the Dragon Balls. Seeing Master Rashi stop his attack, the opponent intensified his threats. Just when Lan Shi was in a panic, she suddenly saw a giant tortoise crawling over, holding a branch full of leaves. The giant tortoise struggled to crawl. All right, it's just the Dragon Balls. Seeing the giant tortoise's actions, Master Rashi felt relieved and agreed to the big man's demands to distract him. If you dare to play tricks, don't blame me for being rude. The big man felt something was off with Master Rashi's quick agreement and threatened him. Hurry up and bring it. To avoid any more delays, the big man urged Master Rashi to hand over the Dragon Balls immediately. Hiss, hiss. At this moment, the giant tortoise had already brought the leaves close to Lan Shi's nose. Achoo! Lan Shi finally sneezed because of the leaves. Stinky girl, sneezing at a time like this. The big man felt very dissatisfied when Lan Shi sneezed and scared him. Suddenly, the big man noticed something strange. The beautiful girl he had just kidnapped, who clearly had blue hair, now had golden hair. You bastard! How dare you call me a stinky girl? Before the big man could react, Lan Shi, in a rage, directly broke the arm that was choking her neck and then delivered a back fist that sent the big man flying. Say that again. Go on, say it. Lan Ki in si. While the big man had already passed out. Fool! Idiot! Bastard! Lan Shi kept hitting the unconscious big man, seemingly trying to wake him up again. Stop it, Lan Shi. That's enough. Master Rashi hurriedly stepped forward to stop her. If she continued to beat him like this, the unconscious big man might be killed by Lan Shi. I spit. How dare they mess with me? Lan Shi still felt unsatisfied. Yes. Master Rashi had to keep calming her down. Perhaps she was even tougher to deal with than the Red Ribbon Army. The giant tortoise suddenly had this illusion. Swoosh! A pilot, fortunate not to be hit by Master Rashi, was quietly sneaking toward the helicopter. Hey, you little brat. Master Rashi seemed to have noticed his presence long ago and called out to him. What? The pilot was startled by Master Rashi's shout, but had to stiffen his neck and ask. These guys are too much an obstruction lying here. Take them away. Master Rashi pointed at the many unconscious soldiers on the ground and said to the pilot. Yes, sir. The pilot replied stiffly. Chapter 61. Electric Light at this moment. Xiao Yi and the others were chased into a cave by the Red Ribbon Army's 8th team, led by General Blue. Buzz, buzz, buzz. They've switched to small boats. Little Goku shouted to Krillin in front. Fire the torpedoes. Captain Hippo asked General Blue beside him. No way. We'd die if the cave collapses. Keep chasing. General Blue ordered Captain Hippo. Hurry up. We're almost there. Bulma kept urging Krillin. We're outside the cave? Little Goku asked, confused as the submarine entered an underground cave. No, we're still in the cave. It's just that there's air here. Bulma said confidently, looking at the Dragon Ball radar. We can't use the submarine. Let's run. Hey, Krillin said as he jumped directly onto the ground in the cave. I'll carry you up. Xiao Yi was calm and wrapped his arms around Bulma's waist, taking her with him. Thank you, Xiao Yi. Bulma said, her face flushed. Hey, Bulma, Xiao Yi. Hurry up and run. They're catching up. Little Goku had no signs of panic. He seemed to treat it as a fun game. Got it. You talk too much. Bulma was very dissatisfied, feeling that little Goku interrupted such a romantic atmosphere. Puffed. At this moment, the 2 submarines of the Red Ribbon Army also surfaced, and Bulma could no longer bother to scold little Goku, pulling Xiao Yi to run. Stop! Xiao Yi called out to Krillin and little Goku, who were running ahead, and casually pulled Bulma. What's wrong? Little Goku ran over to ask. Why are we running? Can't we just deal with them? Xiao Yi said to everyone. Yeah. Little Goku suddenly realized. No, they have guns. Krillin ran over and said. We just need to avoid the bullets. Little Wukong excitedly said. I've been running away all this time, which makes me extremely uncomfortable. I prefer this kind of direct confrontation. Xiao Yi, it's very dangerous. Bulma said. Although she knew Xiao Yi had a point, she was still very worried about his safety. It's okay, I'm very strong. These people don't pose a threat to me, and if I really do die, you can use the Dragon Balls to bring me back. Xiao Yi had to gently deceive Bulma to ease her worries. Yeah, just be careful, Xiao Yi, and make sure to come back safely. Bulma said tenderly to Xiao Yi. Wukong, you need to do your best too. But this is also the trouble you caused. Bulma was quite dissatisfied with Wukong for putting them in such a dangerous situation, especially for making Xiao Yi take such a big risk. Meanwhile, on the Red Ribbon Army submarine, another scene was unfolding. What is going on? General Blue asked the Hippo captain piloting the submarine. They abandoned the submarine and ran away. The Hippo captain reported to General Blue. Give chase. General Blue ordered. General Blue, it's a call from Team B. Just as General Blue was about to jump out of the submarine to pursue, the Hippo captain said to him, "Oh, this is Blue." General Blue answered the phone. What? The entire army was wiped out. General Blue was shocked to hear what was being reported on the other end of the line. Wait, don't chase anymore. Don't be reckless. The Hippo captain shouted to his subordinates. The enemy seems stronger than we expected. We can't act blindly. We must be sure before taking action. General Blue admonished his men. But there are only 3 kids and 1 adult. One soldier said dismissively. Yet one of those kids single-handedly took down Colonel Silba and General Walt. And the B team attacking the enemy base was completely wiped out by their accomplices. An old man and a woman. General Blue had to share this embarrassing news with his subordinates. The previously dismissive soldier was now shocked into silence by this information. Oh, how strange. Why didn't they chase after Little Yukong? Little Yukong initially wanted to wait for the Red Ribbon Army to come over and have a big fight with them, but after waiting for a long time, he didn't see any soldiers from the Red Ribbon Army. Should we go over and deal with them? Little Yukong suggested to Xiao Yi. Don't act recklessly. This could be a trap. Bulma interjected from behind before Xiao Yi could respond. Let us move forward and deal with them when the Red Ribbon Army arrives. Xiao Yi originally wanted to go directly and resolve the Red Ribbon Army issue, but seeing Bulma's worried expression, he changed what he was going to say. There's no choice. We have to move forward. Krillin noticed that Little Yukong and Xiao Yi had stopped their plans for a direct attack and took the initiative to run to the front of the group to explore the cave. Just wait and see. I have a way to deal with those few people. General Blue was saying to his subordinates. If we go further, can we really find the Dragon Balls? Little Yukong asked Bulma, looking at the seemingly bottomless cave before him. There shouldn't be a problem, as long as we don't get killed by the Red Ribbon Army. After realizing the enemy was the Red Ribbon Army, Bulma felt an extreme sense of crisis about her own safety. It seems like no one is chasing us. Krillin looked back and didn't see any signs of the Red Ribbon Army. It's too dark. We can't see anything. Little Yukong unknowingly walked to the front of the group. Your head is brighter, so you go ahead. Bulma joked with Krillin. And I'm getting angry. Krillin was still quite sensitive about his bald head. Oh, smack. Little Yukong saw something on the dark wall that looked like a button and pressed it. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be the switch for the cave lights. Everyone was surprised by the sudden light. Just press this button and the cave lights up. Little Yukong said happily. Oh, why are there lights in here? Bulma asked curiously. What is going on? Krillin also said, puzzled. It seems we're not the first ones to enter this cave. Someone must have used this cave before, Bulma speculated. How could this be? General Blue's subordinates asked him. Confused. From the looks of it, this cave could possibly be a secret base, General Blue also speculated. Chapter 62. Traps. It's really puzzling. General Blue expressed his great doubts about this place. Why are there electric lights in an underwater cave? Bulma was still contemplating who installed these lights when suddenly she heard someone calling her name from behind. Bulma turned to look behind her. Clack! A skull was staring directly at Bulma. A scream came from the depths of the cave, startling the Red Ribbon Army behind her. The enemy is screaming. Go see what is happening. General Blue commanded the soldier who had questioned him earlier. What? Me? The soldier pointed at himself in disbelief. Thump! Thump! There was no choice. The consequence of defying General Blue's orders was a dead end. While going to check it out, though also fraught with danger, still held a glimmer of hope. So, the soldier overcame his inner fear and walked forward. Ha! Little Yukong took the skull off his head and laughed at Bulma, who was paralyzed with fear. Bulma and Krillin were both startled by Little Yukong. What time is it? And you still have the energy to play? Bulma yelled at Little Yukong. Yukong, where did you get this thing? Krillin looked at the skull in Little Yukong's hand in shock. Right here. Look. Little Yukong pointed to a corpse next to the wall. I remember now. I know where this is. Krillin exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. Didn't I just say that pirates hid treasures nearby a long time ago? This is the place. Krillin said excitedly. Oh, so that is how it is. This place is indeed very hidden. Bulma also realized it. I never expected to find it here. This is truly a surprising discovery, Krillin said excitedly. Little Yukong didn't understand why Krillin and Bulma were so excited. Yay! Yay! Bulma jumped up in joy. The soldier who came to scout overheard Krillin and Bulma's conversation and rushed to report to General Blue. General Blue. General Blue, I've heard some astonishing news. Really? There is treasure in this cave? General Blue was also very surprised to hear this news. This is as exciting as finding the Dragon Balls. Commander Reed will definitely be very pleased. General Blue said excitedly. That's great. That's great, Krillin said excitedly, completely forgetting about the Red Ribbon Army behind him. Krillin, don't forget the Red Ribbon Army is still chasing us, Bulma reminded him, seeing Krillin's excited expression. I want a good meal, little Goku muttered to himself. Wow, what a flat road, Krillin exclaimed as he looked ahead, noticing that the rocky path was replaced by a smooth surface, making him very happy. This road feels a bit strange. Where are those holes on the ground and walls? Bulma said worriedly, looking at the numerous holes. Forget about it. Right now, I'm just thinking about the pirate treasure. Krillin was too focused on the treasure to heed anyone's concerns. Crack! What was that? As soon as Krillin stepped onto the road, he seemed to trigger a mechanism, and arrows shot over his head, hitting the wall beside him. Ah! Little Goku was startled as well. There's really something wrong. I felt it, Bulma said in panic. What is this? Krillin was scared and fell to the ground. This is a trap to prevent treasure hunters from entering, Bulma explained to everyone. Once you step on the button on the ground, arrows will shoot out from the holes in the wall. She continued, lucky you're short, or you would have been hit. Little Goku added, aren't you short too? Krillin was quite sensitive about his height. This is trouble. We can't get past ahead. The Red Ribbon Army is catching up behind us. What do? Bulma said anxiously. That's simple. Just don't step on the buttons on the ground. Little Goku said matter-of-factly. That's wishful thinking. With so many buttons packed together, how could we avoid stepping on one? Bulma pointed at the densely packed buttons on the ground. Just jump over it. Whoosh. Thud. Little Goku said as he stepped back a bit, then took a running start and jumped over the flat road. That's terrifying. It's at least 20 meters long, Bulma said, staring at little Goku in disbelief. Hey, you guys should jump over too. Little Goku waved from the front. Yeah, that works. Krillin suddenly realized. You can forget it. Humans can't do it, Bulma said as she saw Krillin retreating. Hey, we're Master Roshi's disciples. This is a piece of cake, Krillin said confidently. Hee-haw. Krillin tried to jump like little Goku, but he misjudged the height, jumped too high, and hit his head on the ceiling of the cave. Falling down. Crack, crack, crack. Fortunately, Krillin fell on the edge of the mechanism, and only his head touched it while lying down, so all those several arrows were triggered. They didn't hit him. Little Goku saw Krillin fall in front of him and immediately grabbed his legs, dragging him away from the trap area. That was close, Krillin said, rubbing his head. Who told you to jump so high? Little Goku complained to Krillin. Bulma, it's your turn. Jump quickly. Little Goku shouted to Bulma at the other end of the mechanism. Are you kidding? I can't jump over that. Bulma angrily replied to little Goku. Women are so troublesome. Little Goku couldn't help but say, Bulma, let me carry you over. Xiao Yi said to Bulma. Great. Xiao Yi, you're the best, Bulma said, throwing herself into Xiao Yi's arms. Whoosh. Xiao Yi held Bulma and slowly ascended, flying smoothly over the mechanism without touching any traps. We're here, Bulma, Xiao Yi softly said to Bulma, who was still in his embrace. So fast. Bulma reluctantly left Xiao Yi's arms. What's happening on the enemy side? General Blue asked the scouting soldiers. General Blue, the enemy seems to have stopped moving ahead, the scouting soldier said to General Blue. By the way, I noticed those 4 guys seem to be unarmed, the scouting soldier reported. They rushed out of the submarine in a panic earlier, so they must have forgotten their weapons, General Blue said, feeling a bit puzzled. They're so strong. They must have very powerful weapons. Now that they are unarmed, they are just 4 ordinary people. We are definitely going to win, General Blue said with a somewhat manic smile. Chapter 63, Mechanical Monsters. All right, let us keep moving forward, Krillin said to Xiao Yi and Bulma, who were standing still. It seems like there are no traps here, little Goku said as he walked ahead. Still, it's better to be careful, Krillin warned little Goku, having learned a lesson. Let's go. There's nothing to worry about. Charge ahead. Eliminate them all. General Blue ordered his men. Charge. Following the command, General Blue's subordinates rushed forward. Hee. The Dragon Balls and treasures will all belong to me. General Blue leisurely walked at the back. Hey, ugh, Cries of despair came from the distance. General Blue heard the sound and felt very strange. What's going on? Wow. General Blue ran over and saw that his subordinates had all been shot dead by the traps. How could they have triggered the traps? General Blue couldn't accept what he saw. How did those kids get past? He thought about the key issue as a general of the Red Ribbon Army. There must be a secret passage. Here, this is it. General Blue found a button in a rock near the traps through reverse thinking. Slap. Crunch. General Blue pressed the button, and the rock beside him slowly moved, revealing another passage. There really is a secret path, Hee hee. Just wait and see. Let me show you my power. General Blue felt incredibly proud of his cleverness. Ah, it's so big inside. Little Goku was the first to enter a vast area, shocked by everything in front of him. Oh, after hearing little Goku's exclamation, Bulma and Krillin rushed over. Wow, it's a pirate port, Bulma exclaimed loudly. Krillin couldn't believe that such a treasure trove existed deep in a trench. I never imagined there would be such a place in the cave. Little Goku also exclaimed. No wonder the pirate base wasn't discovered. Xiao Yi said in amazement. It looks like there really will be treasure here. Seeing such a large base, Krillin became even more confident in the legend of the treasure. If there are submarines here, there must be other exits. Bulma said confidently. Huh? Why? Little Goku asked in confusion. Because in the past, there were no capsules. They couldn't shrink the submarines to take them away. So there must be another exit. Bulma explained to little Goku. So that's how it is. Little Goku suddenly understood. If we take them out now, it would be better to wait until they find the Dragon Balls before we act. General Blue was calculating his own plans. Huh? What sound is that? Little Goku suddenly said, as if he had discovered something. Is it the Red Ribbon Army? Krillin couldn't help but ask little Goku. It seems like it's not human. Little Goku replied uncertainly. Not human? Could it be the ghost of a pirate? Bulma said fearfully. Over there. Little Goku pointed in a direction. A series of mechanical sounds echoed, and a mechanical monster emerged from the direction little Goku pointed. Bulma screamed in shock at the sudden appearance of the mechanical monster. This mechanical creature had a skull-like head, human limbs, a long tail, and wielded a giant sword. Swish! The mechanical monster approached the group, and, before they could react, swung its sword horizontally. Be careful! Xiao Yi shouted to everyone, quickly wrapping his arms around Bulma's waist and jumping aside with her. Is it really a ghost? Bulma said in shock. No, it's a robot. Xiao Yi told Bulma. What is that? General Blue was also startled by the sudden appearance of the mechanical monster. Tot tot tot. The mechanical monster, having missed with its sword, transformed one of its arms into a submachine gun and began firing at Xiao Yi and the others. Little Goku and Krillin were hit by bullets and ran for cover, while Xiao Yi took Bulma and hid in the distance. Damn it. Boom. After dodging a barrage of bullets, little Goku seized the opportunity and kicked the mechanical monster hard on its shoulder from behind. This guy. Krillin also took his chance and delivered a knife hand strike, cutting the mechanical monster's giant sword in half. Boom, boom, boom. Little Goku unleashed a rapid series of punches to the mechanical monster's chest. So they know martial arts. General Blue finally realized that the ones he was chasing were actually a group of martial artists. Bang! At that moment, the battle turned. The mechanical monster landed a heavy punch that sent Krillin flying, and little Goku's previous continuous punches seemed to have little effect on it. Krillin, are you okay? Little Goku rushed over to check on Krillin. Ouch, it hurts, Krillin said, holding his jaw. The guy's really strong. Krillin couldn't help but say to little Goku. He has some skills. Little Goku also said, that robot is the guard here. Bulma reminded little Goku and the others. Tot tot tot. The mechanical monster saw an opportunity and started shooting at little Goku and Krillin again. Krillin, you go protect Bulma. I'll take care of this guy, Xiao Yi said to Krillin. Huh, okay. Krillin was very convinced of Xiao Yi's strength, and upon hearing his words, he agreed without hesitation. Xiao Yi, I'll deal with this guy. You guys go find the Dragon Balls. Little Goku stopped Xiao Yi from helping and urged them to go look for the Dragon Balls first. All right, I understand. Xiao Yi knew that little Goku's fighting spirit had been ignited by this battle, and at this moment, he wouldn't give up until he defeated the opponent or was knocked down himself. Hey, bang! Little Goku seized the opportunity and kicked the mechanical monster into the sea. Now hurry up, little Goku urged Krillin. Okay, be careful, Krillin reminded little Goku. Whoosh. Oomph. The Dragon Balls are mine. Seeing Xiao Yi and the others run far away, General Blue also came out from the corner, closely following behind them. Can Goku handle it alone? Bulma said anxiously while running. Don't worry. Goku will definitely take care of that mechanical monster quickly. Xiao Yi kindly risusuret Bulma. Huh. General Blue followed Xiao Yi and the others into a passage made of blue bricks. Chapter 64. Treasure, did you hear the explosion? Krillin turned to Xiao Yi and Bulma. Yeah, what happened? Bulma looked back. It should be the sound of the mechanical monster being blown up by Goku. Xiao Yi said confidently. Crackle, crackle. Huh. Krillin heard a noise above and couldn't help but look up. The explosion just now cracked the wall. Oh no, this cave seems like it's going to collapse. Bulma said nervously. Oh my. Hearing Bulma's words, Krillin quickened his pace. There are two paths, Bulma exclaimed in surprise. Which one should we take? Krillin said, feeling a bit lost. The radar shows that the Dragon Balls are this way. We need to mark it, or Goku will take the wrong path. Bulma said to Krillin. Sizzle sizzle. Krillin used a stone to carve an arrow on the ground. Let's go. Bulma urged. Is it that way? Hee hee. Let me erase it and draw it the other way. General Blue, seeing the arrow Krillin drew, realized it was a mark for that little boy with a long tail. So he stepped forward, reversed the direction of the arrow, and hid in the shadows. There are two paths. Not long after, little Goku arrived at the fork in the road and saw the two passages. Oh, there's a directional mark. Great. Little Goku suddenly spotted the arrow on the ground. It's this way. Little Goku ran quickly in the direction the arrow indicated. Hee hee. What a fool. He fell for it so easily. General Blue, hiding in the shadows, felt pleased as his scheme succeeded and chased after the path Xiao Yi took. Crack, crack, crack. Not good. The collapse is getting faster. Krillin looked at the widening cracks in the ceiling, feeling anxious. Run. Bulma urgit Xiao Yi anxiously. What is ahead? Bulma exclaimed in surprise. A well? How can there be a well here? Krillin said in confusion. There's no way forward. It looks like we can only go down to continue. Bulma said, seeing the well that connected to the seabed at the end of the passage. Thud! Xiao Yi and the others jumped directly into the well and swam through the underwater passage that the pirates had dug in advance. Do we really have to dive? How troublesome. I wonder if the water is clean, and the seawater irritates the skin, but there's no other choice. General Blue said as he took off his clothes, grumbling. Although General Blue was very unwilling, he reluctantly jumped into the deep well and swam along the underwater passage dug by the pirates. On the other side, little Yukong was running down the wrong passage. Strange? Why haven't I caught up with him, even though I'm running so fast? Little Yukong muttered to himself as he ran. No way forward. Just as little Yukong was thinking, he suddenly looked up and found that he had reached the end of the passage. How could this happen? Just when little Yukong was at a loss, the stone slab beneath him suddenly split with a sound. Wow, it's a trap. As he fell down, little Yukong realized he had fallen into another trap. Little Yukong felt like he had landed on a soft surface, and just as he was wondering, he suddenly looked down and found he was standing on the head of a giant octopus. It's been a while since I've had a snack delivered to me. The giant octopus said happily. Slap. Little Yukong jumped from the giant octopus onto a stone. Hey, I know you. Aren't you a cuttlefish? Little Yukong said to the giant octopus while sitting on the stone. I'm an octopus. The giant octopus said angrily. I'm Busa. Goodbye. Little Yukong was eager to reunite with Xiao Yi, so when he saw the giant octopus, he wanted to leave. Hee hee, it's not that easy to leave. I finally got a chance to feast. What will I do if you leave? The giant octopus said as it directly wrapped its tentacles around little Yukong. Wow, what do you want to do? Let me down. Little Yukong shouted at the giant octopus. So small, not enough to fill my teeth. The giant octopus lifted little Yukong up and disdainfully said, bang, 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 bang. The giant octopus kept swinging little Yukong back and forth against the nearby rock wall. After being smashed like this, little Yukong became significantly weaker. You're done for. The giant octopus said happily upon seeing little Yukong in a weakened state, preparing to enjoy this meal after little Yukong died. But how infuriating. Hey, let me give you a gift. Little Yukong said weakly. What gift? The giant octopus was very curious about little Yukong's actions. Kamehameha. Little Yukong struck a pose to unleash the Kamehameha. What is it? The giant octopus thought little Yukong was going to give it something. Bang! The energy wave emitted by the Kamehameha hit the giant octopus in the eye, instantly turning the huge octopus into a grilled octopus. Hee, this is authentic grilled octopus. Just in time because I'm hungry. However, it tastes a bit bad. Little Yukong said as he munched on the grilled octopus, but since the octopus was too old and lacked seasoning, it wasn't as delicious as he had imagined. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi and the others finally found the legendary treasure. Found it. It's this. Klin said excitedly as he looked at a huge treasure chest in front of him. Bulma was also shocked by the giant treasure chest. Come on. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Bulma and Klin, who were originally a bit tired, suddenly became extremely excited upon seeing the treasure chest, directly abandoning Xiao Yi and rushing to the front of the chest, working together to open it. Bang! Finally, with the combined effort of Bulma and Klin, they managed to open the huge treasure chest. Wow. Bulma and Clin were a bit dizzy from the sight of the treasure chest filled with gold and silver. Awesome. Clin had never seen such treasures in his life, and upon seeing so much at once, he couldn't help but jump up in joy. These things are worth a fortune. Bulma, being the daughter of the Capsule Corporation, was initially shocked, but had now regained her composure, was assessing the jewels in terms of their monetary value. Sorry. This treasure belongs to us. The Red Ribbon Army. General Blue slowly walked out of the seawater and said to the happy Xiao Yi and others, Chapter 65, Telekinesis, ça? Clin was startled by the sudden appearance of an enemy. The Red Ribbon Army? Bulma was also frightened by the words Red Ribbon Army. You're the only one left? Xiao Yi couldn't help but ask. I can easily take care of all of you by myself. General Blue angrily retorted, having been hit where it hurt. Want to fight? Let me at him. Clin, hearing that there was only one member of the Red Ribbon Army left, regained his confidence after the earlier scare. Oh, quite confident, huh? General Blue mocked as he saw the little guy in front of him wanting to fight. Bring it on. Clin struck a martial arts pose and said, Little Wukong, happily eating the grilled octopus, suddenly heard screams coming from the other side of the wall. What was that sound? It sounded like Clin. Why is the voice coming from over there? Little Wukong thought curiously. Meanwhile, on the other side, woo. Clin had already been knocked down by General Blue and was covered in wounds. Where did that confidence go? In contrast, General Blue had no injuries at all, highlighting the stark difference in strength between the two. So powerful. Bulma, hiding behind the treasure chest, gasped upon seeing Clin being beaten to the ground without any power to fight back. Clin, you come rest for a bit. Let me handle this. Xiao Yi said to Clin, knowing that he was no match for General Blue. Okay, be careful. Clin knew that his strength was far inferior to the imposing figure in front of him. So after Xiao Yi spoke, he didn't insist and stepped back. You must be the strongest here. Come on, let me see your strength. General Blue said confidently. All right. Xiao Yi didn't waste words with General Blue and directly threw a punch at General Blue's face before he could react, sending him flying. Wow, awesome. Xiao Yi, give it to him. Bulma couldn't help but get excited and cheered loudly upon seeing her crush's impressive performance. It's Bulma cheering. Little Wukong heard it clearly this time, put down the nearly finished grilled octopus, and jumped into the nearby waterway. Ugh, how dare you kick my handsome face? Blood? Nosebleed? I'm so handsome, and I've got a nosebleed. After being knocked down, General Blue's first reaction was not to defend himself, but to worry about his appearance, muttering to himself. How embarrassing. I'm so embarrassed. I'm done for. I can't show my face again. General Blue squatted on the ground, trembling all over. What's wrong with that guy? Clin fell a bit speechless. Was that really the guy who had just beaten him up? How dare you kick me? I won't let you off, General Blue said, his eyes shining with a strange light as he looked at Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi felt a binding force that fixed his entire body in place. He tried to use his physical strength to break free from this layer of restraint, but although he felt some loosening and was able to move slowly, he still couldn't break free from this binding. You can still move. This is impossible. General Blue, very confident in his own abilities, couldn't accept Xiao Yi's actions. You are indeed affected by my power. Your movements are so slow. Suddenly, General Blue observed that Xiao Yi's movements seemed slower than usual, and he couldn't help but feel pleased. So that's how it is. Great. While Xiao Yi's eyes were fixed on General Blue, his brain was continuously analyzing the other's powers. Soon, General Blue's abilities were completely analyzed by Xiao Yi, becoming a new ability for him. Successfully acquired General Blue's ability, telekinesis, the ability to manipulate matter through thought. Max level, a system notification echoed in Xiao Yi's mind, and, at the same time, Xiao Yi's body shook. The binding he had previously felt vanished without a trace. I will make you understand what despair is, General Blue said as he punched toward Xiao Yi. That's exactly what I wanted to say to you. Stay still. With Xiao Yi's words, General Blue's body, which had just been moving at high speed, suddenly froze, and then, driven by inertia, he rolled out. Thud, thud, bang. General Blue rolled toward Xiao Yi like a balloon, until he passed by Xiao Yi and crashed hard into the wall of a nearby cave. Crash. Ugh. Although General Blue was not harmed by this roll, his previously maintained cool appearance was now a mess, and his clothes were in tatters. More importantly, General Blue found that the ability he was so proud of was completely binding his body, and he experienced the feeling of being unable to act independently. How does it feel? Quite refreshing, right? Xiao Yi smiled at General Blue. Why you? How can you use my powers and bind me? This is impossible. General Blue was now somewhat frantic. His most proud ability not only couldn't restrain the handsome man in front of him, but he was also bound and unable to move. With a swish, Xiao Yi took out a piece of specially processed, extremely sturdy rope from his spatial ring and directly tied up the immobile General Blue into a bundle. Snap! Snap! The cave is about to collapse. We need to find the Dragon Balls quickly, or we will all be trapped here. Xiao Yi turned to Bulma and said, I won't kill you, but this cave is going to collapse soon. Whether you survive after that depends on your luck. Xiao Yi said to the immobile General Blue. Defeated General Blue. Reward free attribute points. 50 gold. 50 coins. 1,000. Phew. Suddenly, little Goku popped his head out from the nearby waterway, breathing heavily. Goku, you finally came. Krillin, who had mostly recovered, ran over to little Goku. Yeah, I was in another cave and heard you and Bulma screaming. So I swam over. Little Goku said to Krillin. Chapter 66. Escape. Snap. Snap. Just as little Goku and Krillin were talking, the cave shook and became unstable. Some rocks slid down from above, scaring Bulma into dodging repeatedly. It's not good. Run. Krillin saw the situation was bad and immediately urged everyone to flee. Bulma, where are the Dragon Balls? But little Goku didn't follow Krillin to run away. Instead, he shouted loudly at Bulma. They're at the bottom of the pool. Don't worry about it. There's no time. Bulma pointed toward the pool. Xiao Yi, you protect Bulma and escape first. I'll find the Dragon Balls and follow right away. Little Goku said as he jumped into the pool with a splash. Huh, that guy. Krillin saw little Goku jump into the pool and became very anxious. But he also knew that going into the pool now would only hinder little Goku. Xiao Yi, Kuririn, Huri. Let's run first. Bulma urged Xiao Yi and Krillin. You go ahead, I'll catch up. As he spoke, Xiao Yi ran toward the pirate treasure chest. Xiao Yi directly stored the huge pirate treasure chest into his spatial ring. After completing this action, Xiao Yi meaningfully glanced at the still struggling General Blue and then ran toward Bulma. After Xiao Yi left, General Blue suddenly stopped struggling violently and appeared very calm. Then a miraculous scene occurred. The ropes binding General Blue suddenly twisted as if alive, and in no time, they slipped off General Blue's body. Just wait. I will definitely get my revenge. General Blue, seeing the falling bricks from the ceiling, glanced at the pool and had no choice but to leave. However, not long after he left, little Goku rushed out from the pool and quickly ran toward the submarine. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi and the others encountered trouble. This is bad. The exit is blocked, Krillin said worriedly. The trap passage they had previously used was now completely blocked, and they were trapped in the giant port built by the pirates. Forget it. Let's get on the submarine first. Maybe we can get out. Xiao Yi shouted to Krillin. Click. Thud. It started. Bulma said in surprise. She had actually started the submarine that had been left by the pirates for years. Where's Goku? Why hasn't he come out? Bulma said anxiously. Oh no. Hurry. Krillin also said worriedly. It's no good. We can't wait any longer. Looking at the stones continuously falling from the cave ceiling, Bulma said. Prepare to dive. Close the hatch quickly. Bulma shouted to Krillin. Are you just going to watch Goku die? Krillin couldn't help but say. The most precious thing in this world is one's own life. Isn't that right? Bulma yelled back at Krillin. That's true. But I still feel that leaving little Goku behind and fleeing alone is not a good thing. Bang! The hatch of the submarine was closed. Don't worry. That kid is tough. He won't die. Bulma comforted Krillin. All right, let's go. If we dive down and can't reach the sea, we're still done for. Bulma prepared to drive the submarine underwater to see if there were other passages. Wait, it's Goku. He's coming out. Krillin, who had been watching the passage, suddenly saw Goku running toward them and called out to Bulma. Ugh! Just as he was running, a rock the size of a human head fell and hit little Goku on the head, knocking him to the ground. Ugh! Knowing time was tight, little Goku didn't care about the pain, quickly stood up, rubbed his head, and continued running toward Xiao. Goku, over here, quickly, hurry. Seeing Goku running toward the previous cave entrance, Krillin couldn't help but shout at him. Hurry, hurry. Krillin kept urging, let's go. Bulma said to everyone. With a rumble, the somewhat worn-out submarine sank to the bottom of the sea. Go faster, go faster. Krillin urged Bulma as he watched large boulders falling into the water. Great. It's okay now. Sun Wukong finally relaxed. Who said it's okay? We haven't even entered the sea yet. Bulma shot back. The whole cave is really going to collapse. Krillin exclaimed in shock. Bang, bang. Rocks kept hitting the top of the submarine. It's over. It's over. With the cave collapsing, The underwater passage was also in danger of collapsing due to the chain reaction. Look, there's an opening over there. It might lead to the sea, Bulma said happily. Over there, over there. Clint loudly pointed out to Bulma where the boulders were falling. Hurry, this place is going to collapse too, Clint said anxiously. I know, Bulma replied, a bit irritated by Clint's nagging. Suddenly, the submarine stopped. Huh? Bulma quickly checked the submarine's control system. What's wrong? Why did we stop? Clint asked, confused. We're out of fuel at such a critical moment. Bulma felt helpless. What did you do? Clint yelled at Bulma. Oh my god, I don't want to die, Clint cried out. I haven't even experienced my first kiss yet, Bulma said, feeling a bit desperate. Let me do it. Suddenly, Xiao Yi's voice came from the back seat. Before anyone could react, Xiao Yi wrapped his energy around the entire submarine, and, just like before when he flew with Bulma, he took the submarine and shot towards the end of the passage, which was blocked by falling boulders. With a loud bang, the submarine burst out of the passage and into the sea, although there was enough oxygen in the submarine. Bulma and Clint were still panting to relieve the despair they had just experienced on the edge of death. We did it, Sun Wukong said happily. We're saved. Yay. Bulma cheered. Xiao Yi controlled the submarine, flying into the air, and soon arrived at the previous deserted island. Phew, that was close. Sun Wukong felt like he had survived a disaster. Yeah, we finally escaped. Thanks to you, Xiao Yi. Bulma said affectionately to Xiao Yi. Yeah, thank you, Xiao Yi. Clint also expressed his gratitude. No problem. Helping each other is the essence of adventure. Xiao Yi, flattered by everyone's praise, said a bit shyly. Chapter 67. The Giant Diamond, however, it's a pity about those treasures. I was so close to becoming a billionaire, Clint said regretfully. Hee hee, Bulma smiled smugly at Clint. Clint looked at Bulma in confusion. Sure, look, what is this? Bulma surprisingly took out a huge diamond from her underwear. This diamond was not only perfectly crafted, but also just fit in one of Bulma's hands. Compared to the diamond Xiao Yi had obtained last time, this one was clearly more than twice its size and was worth a completely different level of money. What did you bring this out? Clint, who had spent most of the time next to Bulma, was surprised that he hadn't seen her put the huge diamond into her underwear. This is a super large diamond, Bulma said happily. What a clever guy. Hidden in that place. Clint couldn't understand how Bulma had managed to fit such a large diamond into her underwear. This is worth at least several hundred billion, Bulma said proudly. By the way, I brought out the Dragon Balls too, Wukong said happily. But only 3 stars, not Grandpa's. Wukong said regretfully. Damn, it was all for nothing, Wukong said angrily. Wasn't 4 stars? Bulma asked curiously. No, Wukong said dejectedly. Do you really have to find that 4-star Dragon Ball? Bulma looked at the Dragon Ball in her hand. Of course, Wukong said as if it were obvious. What a reckless guy. I'm so fed up. I'm not helping you anymore, Bulma said angrily when she saw Wukong still wanting to find the Dragon Ball. Hey, I told you not to come. You insisted on coming. Wukong looked at Bulma in confusion. If you had said there were Red Ribbon Army members, I wouldn't have come. Although Bulma knew she was in the wrong, she still blamed Wukong for the previous chase. Stop arguing. Let's just go back to Master Roshi first. Clint pointed to a plane not far away and said to everyone, fortunately, there are Red Ribbon Army planes here. Bulma piloted the plane, taking Clint and Xiao, while Wukong sat on the flying Nimbus, flying towards Game House. Meanwhile, somewhere on the deserted island, General Blue watched Sun Wukong and the others flying in the sky. They must be going back to that secret base, General Blue said thoughtfully. I'll give you this diamond, Bulma said, handing the diamond to Clint as she piloted the plane. Clint was very surprised. Consider it compensation for Master Roshi's submarine. No need to give change, Bulma said generously. No need to give change? Really? Is that okay? Clint was at a loss, holding the diamond, not knowing what to do. No problem. Don't forget my dad is a billionaire, Bulma said proudly. Clint, holding the diamond, approached it with some confusion. What are you doing? Bulma asked, puzzled by Clint's actions. Nothing. Just smelling to see if it stinks. Clint blurted out his thoughts when suddenly questioned. What do you mean by that? Bulma yelled angrily. Buzz buzz. Just wait and see. Meanwhile, General Blue was also piloting a helicopter, following Sun Wukong and the others from a distance. Oh, is this diamond for me? Master Roshi said as he looked at the diamond in his hand. Wow, this is worth a lot. Launch exclaimed from his side. Yeah, it's worth about several hundred billion. Bulma said nonchalantly. Several hundred billion? Master Roshi, who had just been calm, was now so surprised that his beard stood on end. Wow, even if I went to the dance hall every day to pick up girls, it would take many years to spend. Master Roshi began to calculate. Don't even think about spending it recklessly. I exchanged my life for that. Klin said discontentedly from the side. I was just making an analogy. Master Rashi hurriedly defended himself when his thoughts were exposed. I'm really sorry. Then I'll accept it. Master Rashi said politely to Bulma. If you regret it, I won't return it. Master Rashi made a final confirmation. Let me keep it. If I give it to you, you'll spend it recklessly. The big turtle said beside Master Rashi, what? Do you doubt my character? Master Rashi angrily replied to the big turtle. Yes, as the one who knows Master Rashi best. The big turtle did not fall for his tricks and retorted without hesitation. You stinky turtle, Master Rashi said, somewhat exasperated. Krillin, are you still considered a famous martial arts master? Bulma said, seeing Master Rashi and the big turtle arguing. Hey, don't move if you want to live. At some point, Bulma had been replaced by the rampaging Bulma, who was holding a submachine gun aimed at everyone. Huh? Everyone was somewhat confused by this scene. Although the rampaging Bulma often appeared, they had become so familiar with her that she no longer pointed guns at them. Hand over the diamonds. Rampaging Bulma said directly. Now there's no way out. Krillin saw that rampaging Bulma was after the diamonds and knew that they were the main reason for her pointing a gun at them. Master Rashi didn't dare to play any tricks. After transforming, Bulma's physical qualities had greatly improved, and he wasn't confident he could take the submachine gun from her without harming her. Goodbye. Rampaging Bulma didn't make things difficult for everyone. After getting the diamonds, she directly flew away from the island in a helicopter. Huh, aren't they one of us? Bulma looked at the rampaging Bulma, flying away in confusion. Half are our people, half are robbers, Krillin said while looking up at the sky. What are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and chase her to get the diamonds back. Bulma said anxiously when she saw everyone not reacting. Don't worry, once she sneezes, she'll turn back into a good girl. Master Rashi said calmly. What do you mean? Bulma was somewhat confused. She's a weirdo with both good and evil personalities. Every time she sneezes, her personality changes, Krillin explained to Bulma. Buzz, their secret base must be around here. General Blue saw Turtle Island and little Goku through the telescope. He. The Dragon Balls are mine. I might as well take care of you guys, General Blue said, and with that, he jumped directly from the helicopter with a whoosh. Chapter 68, General Blue's Counterattack, Whoosh. General Blue fell at a very fast speed, without any landing gear. However, just as he was about to make a close contact with the ground, his body suddenly hit the brakes in midair, then flipped 180 degrees and landed steadily on the ground, as easily as if he had performed a somersault on flat ground. Why hasn't he come back yet? Master Rashi looked up at the sky, anxious. Hey, General Blue saw little Goku and the others looking up at the sky and knew his chance had come. My diamonds. Master Rashi lamented. I'm going to find the Dragon Balls, little Goku said to Master Rashi when he noticed Bulma hadn't returned for a long time. I want to go home too. I have to go to school on Monday. Bulma said affectionately to Xiao Yi. Are you coming with me? Or are you going to continue exploring with little Goku? I want to explore with little Goku for a while, Xiao Yi said honestly, not want to give up the upcoming opportunity. All right, but after your adventure, you must come find me. Bulma said deeply to Xiao. Okay, I'll come find you after my adventure. I have a lot of knowledge to ask you about. Xiao Yi blurted out as he thought of the Dragon Ball radar. Bulma was clearly not satisfied with this answer. Of course, mainly to see you, Xiao Yi said immediately upon seeing Bulma's expression. Ugh, you must pay attention to your safety. Bulma said, blushing. Master Rashi, lend me a plane? Bulma said to Master Rashi. A plane? I don't have a plane. I don't even have a boat. Master Rashi replied. Huh, then how am I supposed to get back to the city? Bulma asked in surprise. Then just stay here and marry me. Master Rashi said calmly. In your dreams. Bulma shouted angrily at Master Rashi's shameless words. I'll carry you to land. The big turtle kindly offered to Bulma, but with its speed, it would take a long time to get her to land. Bulma, don't worry, I'll take you back first, then go explore with little Goku. Xiao Yi said gently to Bulma. Xiao Yi, you're so nice. Bulma said happily to Xiao Yi. Master Rashi, I'll leave the Dragon Balls here with you. Little Goku said to Master Rashi. Okay. Master Rashi agreed without hesitation. Keeping the Dragon Balls will attract the Red Ribbon Army. Krillin said worriedly. With me, the famous martial arts master, what is there to fear? Master Rashi said nonchalantly. By the way, Krillin, didn't you go out traveling? Why are you still on Turtle Island? Xiao Yi had been curious as to why Krillin was still on Turtle Island. I traveled around a bit, but I didn't know where to go, and my strength hasn't improved here as quickly as it does on Turtle Island, so I came back. Krillin said shyly to Xiao Yi. How about this? You can continue traveling with us and face the Red Ribbon Army with little Goku. This will greatly help your strength. Xiao Yi said to Krillin. Krillin's face clearly showed signs of difficulty. Think about it. If at the next martial arts tournament, you can only be a side character while Goku's strength is pulling further away from you, will you be satisfied? Xiao Yi guided Krillin. But I can't ride the flying Nimbus. I can't keep up with you guys, Krillin said, clearly wavering. No problem. Master Roshi has a shrinking device. Just shrink yourself and let Goku carry you. Xiao Yi offered a solution to Krillin. Master Roshi was reluctant to part with the shrinking device as he had planned to use it on Bulma. Rumble. Huh? What is happening? Suddenly, numerous snake-like ropes descended from the sky. These ropes seemed alive and quickly wrapped around Xiao Yi and the others, tying them up tightly in an instant. Even the big turtle was not spared. What's going on? Bulma said anxiously. How would I know? Little Goku was also tightly bound and unable to move. Why is everyone tied up? Krillin said anxiously. Although Xiao Yi was also tied up, he did not show any signs of anxiety. He secretly tried to break free and found that although the ropes were tough, for someone like him who also possessed extraordinary abilities, it was hardly a difficult task to untie them. We meet again. General Blue walked out from the shadows with confidence. How does my second superpower taste? General Blue said to Xiao Yi and the others, but his eyes did not look at Xiao Yi, fearing that Xiao Yi would again trap him in place. The Red Ribbon Army. Bulma had a very deep impression of General Blue. You're not dead yet. Xiao Yi pretended to be surprised. The Turtle Hermit also felt a headache from these annoying Red Ribbon Army members. Sorry, I need to go in and find the Dragon Balls. General Blue ignored the shocked expressions of the crowd and directly walked into the Turtle House to search for the Dragon Balls. This is it. He will definitely kill us. Bulma said anxiously as she saw General Blue enter the Turtle House. I can't break free. Little Goku exerted all his strength but still couldn't get out of the special ropes. It's useless. These ropes are made of special materials. Xiao, he said to little Goku. How could this happen? Aren't you the famous Master Roshi? Krillin complained about the Turtle Hermit, who had just been bragging in front of him but was now helpless. I was careless for a moment. Master Roshi blushed from Krillin's complaint. This guy is really strong. I didn't even notice, and these ropes are tied so well. It makes it impossible for me to exert my strength. Master Roshi also tried to use brute force to break the ropes, but they showed no reaction. That's right. There are 3 of them. Thank you. General Blue found all the Dragon Balls and the Dragon Radar from the Turtle House. I'm so angry. Little Goku was furious to see that the 3 Dragon Balls he had worked hard to find were taken away by the enemy, and they were all tied up. What do you want Dragon Balls for? Bulma asked as she saw the enemy relentlessly pursuing the Dragon Balls. It's a matter for Commander Red. I can't concern myself with that, General Blue said to Bulma. Thank you. This gift is for you. It's also my way of saying thank you for not killing me last time. General Blue took out a time bomb and said to Xiao Yi. Chapter 69, Pursuit. Click. Tickle tickle. This is a super powerful time bomb. It will explode in 5 minutes. Enjoy these 5 minutes of terror. General Blue said to everyone. Bulma looked shocked at the timed bomb beside her, which resembled an alarm clock. Goodbye. This is really interesting. General Blue felt excited thinking about the impending explosion. Kaboom. Bang. General Blue directly opened a fighter jet capsule. Wait, I want to join the Red Ribbon Army. Let me go. Bulma suddenly shouted loudly at General Blue. What nonsense are you talking about? Krillin shouted angrily at Bulma. Buzz, the Red Ribbon Army doesn't need women. General Blue directly rejected Bulma's request. Can you see me? Master Roshi said shamelessly. Master Roshi. The sea turtle couldn't stand it anymore and shouted at Master Roshi. Buzz, enjoy your last 4 minutes. General Blue said to Xiao Yi and the others before getting on the plane. Boom. General Blue ignored everyone and directly boarded the fighter jet, flying off the small island. Help! Help! Bulma shouted loudly for help. Ugh, I can't break free. Little Goku continued to try to break the ropes, but still had no effect. 2 minutes left. Bulma said anxiously. Oh no. Master Roshi also started to panic. Something is flying over. Little Goku suddenly looked up at the sky. Thank God. Lan Shi is back. Master Roshi said excitedly. Why am I on this plane? Lan Shi said curiously as she got off the plane. What happened to you guys? Lan Shi asked when she saw everyone tied up. Throw that bomb far away. Little Goku shouted loudly at Lan Shi. Hurry, throw it. Krillin urged anxiously. Is this it? Lan Shi leisurely picked up the bomb. Yes. The further you throw it, the better. Bulma urged. It's so heavy, I might as well throw in the trash can. Lan Shi said, struggling with the bomb. Don't throw in the trash can. Bulma shouted anxiously. Help me untie the ropes. Little Goku suddenly said to Lan Shi. It's too tight, I can't untie it. Lan Qi struggled for a long time, but couldn't get the knot undone, and time was running out. Use a knife to cut it. Master Rashi said anxiously from the side. Oh no. Lan Qi was also sweating from the tense atmosphere. Hurry, little Goku urged. Only 5 seconds left. Krillin screamed. It broke. At the critical moment, the ropes finally snapped. Great. Little Goku finally gained his freedom. Without any hesitation, little Goku dashed straight toward the alarm bomb and threw it into the air. Boom! With a loud bang, the bomb exploded in the sky. Wow. Bulma felt like she had survived a disaster. Phew. Master Rashi also breathed a sigh of relief. Flying Nimbus. After such a shock, little Goku, who was filled with anger, suddenly relaxed. How could he not take revenge on this matter? Wait, Goku, don't chase too far. Master Rashi was extremely wary of General Blue's strength, fearing that little Goku would encounter danger alone. The Dragon Balls must not fall into the hands of that bad guy. Little Goku ignored Master Rashi's advice and shouted loudly. Lan Qi, hurry, untie my ropes, I'm going to help Goku. Xiao Yi suddenly said to Lan Qi. Oh, okay. Lan Qi hurried over to help Xiao Yi cut the ropes. Xiao Yi, be careful. Bulma shouted at Xiao Yi, who was rising into the air. Sky dance technique. Master Rashi couldn't help but exclaim at the familiar martial skill. Boom! Found it. Little Goku finally caught up with General Blue's fighter jet. Stop! Give me back the Dragon Balls. Little Goku shouted at the fighter jet ahead. What troublesome guy. General Blue felt a headache as he saw little Goku getting closer. Whoosh! Little Goku's flying Nimbus was now side by side with General Blue's fighter jet. Humph! Let's see how I can shake you off. General Blue laughed as he activated the jet's secondary acceleration, instantly throwing little Goku far away. Humph! Let's see where you escape to. Flying Nimbus. Charge! Little Goku also accelerated to catch up. Meanwhile, down below in Penguin Village. Boom! Whoosh! Huh? What is that? Aral looked at the two flying objects in the sky, curiously asking little Gigi beside her. Little Gigi said. Oh, what exactly flew away? Aral said disappointedly. Whoosh! Little Wukong flew next to the fighter jet, level with General Blue. Huh? How is that possible? He actually caught up with my rocket-powered plane? General Blue exclaimed in shock. Isn't my Nimbus Cloud amazing? Little Wukong said proudly. I'm going to make my move. Little Wukong raised his golden staff. General Blue gasped as he saw little Wukong's action. Hey! Little Wukong swung his staff down. U-turn. General Blue maneuvered the fighter jet and suddenly turned, dodging little Wukong's golden staff. Whoosh! General Blue accelerated away again. Huh? Little Wukong clearly didn't expect his certain hit to miss. This isn't good for me. All right, I'll turn off the rocket booster for now. General Blue muttered to himself. Whoosh! Huh? Little Wukong noticed the plane's speed had slowed down, feeling quite puzzled. Yay, it's coming back. Aral looked at the sky and exclaimed to little Gigi. Hee, have you finally admitted defeat? Little Wukong said happily. Hee, you fell for it. When little Wukong got close to the fighter jet, General Blue suddenly said to him, Ignite the booster. Suddenly, the fighter jet's booster emitted a huge flame, sending an unprepared little Wukong tumbling off the Nimbus Cloud. Oof. Little Wukong fell downwards without any defense. Ha 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 ha. General Blue felt a sense of triumph as he finally escaped little Wukong's pursuit. Oh no. However, to his misfortune, when General Blue turned back, he found a massive mountain right in front of him. With a loud bang, the fighter jet exploded into a huge fireball. Chapter 70, Penguin Village. Little Wukong, flying in the sky, was also attracted by the loud noise. Whoosh. So stupid. Hey! Little Wukong was delighted to see General Blue's fighter jet crash into the mountain and explode. Wow! Aral exclaimed in surprise as she saw little Wukong falling head first. Thud! Just before landing, little Wukong did a backflip and landed heavily on the ground. Hello! Aral greeted little Wukong amicably. Oh, hello! Little Wukong was taken aback by Aral's enthusiasm and replied friendly. Nimbus Cloud. Little Wukong ignored the suddenly appearing strange child and directly called for Nimbus Cloud. The Dragon Balls shouldn't be destroyed. Jumping on Nimbus Cloud, little Wukong muttered to himself. So cool. Hey, let's play together. Aral shouted towards little Wukong. But at that moment, little Wukong had already flown far away and couldn't hear her. Wobbling. Damn it. I'm so mad. Near the site of the crash, General Blue struggled to get up. I must kill that kid. General Blue blamed everything on little Wukong. Whoosh. Little Wukong flew over on Nimbus Cloud towards the crash site. Wow, you're back so soon. General Blue was extremely annoyed by little Yukong. There. I hope the Dragon Balls weren't destroyed with the plane. Little Yukong muttered to himself. Huh. General Blue quickly hit himself. It seems I should return to headquarters first. That kid is too difficult to deal with. At this moment, General Blue regretted his hasty decision and thought he should have dealt with little Yukong on Turtle Island. Shoo! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After dodging little Yukong, General Blue jumped down from the mountain and quickly ran away. Where is it? Huh? Why can't I find the bag with the Dragon Balls? Little Yukong searched the ruins for a while, but found nothing. Right? I haven't seen that guy either. He must not be dead. Where'd he go? Little Yukong looked around. Hey! In the distance, Aral waved at little Yukong. Little Yukong, puzzled, forgot to go over. Top, top, top. Aral ran closer. Hee hee. Aral smiled at little Yukong. You're the little Yukong from earlier, right? She asked uncertainly. Did you run over here? Little Yukong exclaimed in surprise. Yeah, Aral replied. Wow. Amazing. You're almost as fast as Nimbus Cloud. Little Yukong exclaimed in astonishment. How did you train? Little Yukong asked Aral and little Gigi. Huh? What are you talking about? Aral didn't understand what little Yukong was saying. Hey, what are you playing? Aral asked little Yukong. Not playing. I'm looking for bad guys. Little Yukong replied to Aral. Nimbus Cloud. Bam. Little Yukong didn't chat much with Aral and jumped on a Nimbus Cloud, searching in the sky. Wow. Aral envied little Yukong's Nimbus Cloud. Where did it go? Where did it run off to? Little Yukong searched nearby. So troublesome. How can I get back to headquarters? General Blue had lost his flying capsule. From a distance, the sound of a car approached. Great. General Blue said happily upon seeing the approaching car. Bang. General Blue suddenly jumped in front of the car, startling the people inside, who screamed and barely managed to stop in front of him. What do you want? Are you crazy? A middle-aged man wearing glasses in the car yelled at General Blue. Get out of the car. General Blue ordered the driver. What for? The middle-aged man was taken aback by General Blue. So you're a robber? Once he realized this, the middle-aged man not only didn't panic, but was rather pleased. Hee hee. I see. There's a phone booth nearby. You're going to regret this. The middle-aged man muttered to himself. Top, top, top. After a moment, the middle-aged man jogged into a nearby phone booth and slammed the door shut. General Blue looked at the middle-aged man in confusion, not knowing what he was up to. I am the famous Maygon Superman. Shocked, aren't you? This is just your bad luck. The middle-aged man emerged from the booth in a superhero costume, having taken off his glasses, and said to General Blue. So what? General Blue replied to the middle-aged man. What did you say? You don't even know who I am? You're from out of town, right? No wonder you look unfamiliar. The man called Maygon Superman said. Then I'll teach you a lesson so you know my power. Maygon Superman shouted at General Blue. He was surprised that General Blue showed no reaction. He thought to himself, I'll give you one more chance. If you run away now, I won't make it hard for you. The pickled plum superhero was making a final appeal to the indifferent General Blue. General Blue glanced at the pickled plum superhero with disdain and then confidently walked towards the telephone booth. Is this how you run away? The pickled plum superhero thought to himself. Bang! Crack! Crack! General Blue directly hugged the telephone booth and with a strong push, crushed the booth, which was taller than a person, into a pile of scrap metal. Bang! Bang! After finishing this, General Blue clapped his hands effortlessly and walked towards the pickled plum superhero. Hey, how can I serve you, sir? The pickled plum superhero changed his tone and said humbly, Hand over your airplane capsule. General Blue said to the pickled plum superhero. What's a capsule? The pickled plum superhero had never heard of capsule. You don't know what a capsule is? What a bumpkin, General Blue said contemptuously to the pickled plum superhero. Well, I really am a bumpkin, the pickled plum superhero said, feeling embarrassed. Who here has an airplane? General Blue asked the pickled plum superhero. An airplane, an airplane. The pickled plum superhero pondered. Bang. Got it. That guy, Simbe, has an airplane. The pickled plum superhero said happily. Just keep going along this road. When you reach the seaside, the house on the left is it. The pickled plum superhero explained in detail to General Blue. Well, I'll take the car, General Blue said as he drove towards Senbei's house. All right, feel free to use it. No need to be polite. Safe travels, the pickled plum superhero said respectfully. I'll let you go for today. The pickled plum superhero said to himself, self-deceivingly. Chapter 71. The amazing super ability, so annoying. Where did he escape to? Little Yukong said angrily. Are you playing hide and seek? Oral said next to little Wukong. Got it. Let's use the Dragon Ball radar to see. Wherever it shows 3 Dragon Balls, that's where he is. Little Wukong said happily. Bang. Little Wukong turned on the Dragon Ball radar. It seems to be broken again, little Wukong said, looking at the Dragon Ball radar in his hand. Oral looked curiously at the Dragon Ball radar in little Wukong's hand. I'll have to go back and find Bulma to fix it, little Wukong said helplessly, looking at the Dragon Ball radar. Hey, where's this? Little Wukong suddenly realized a serious problem. It seemed he was lost. Penguin Village, Oral said. I was so focused on chasing him that I didn't even notice where I was. Do you know where Master Roshi lives? Little Wukong asked Oral beside him. I don't know, Oral said honestly. What should I do? Where exactly am I? Little Wukong said, troubled. Just then, a figure flew quickly across the sky. Xiao Yi, over here. Little Wukong saw that it was Xiao Yi's figure and couldn't help but shout happily. Wukong, it's not easy. I've been looking for you for a long time. Xiao Yi said happily to little Wukong. Hello, I am Arada. Oral said friendly to Xiao Yi. Hello, Omi Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi also greeted Oral kindly. Wukong, what are you doing here? Xiao Yi asked little Wukong. I'm looking for Dragon Balls, but the Dragon Ball radar is broken. Little Wukong handed the Dragon Ball radar to Xiao Yi. Really? There are no professional tools here. Otherwise, I could try to fix it. Xiao Yi said uncertainly. Is your thing really broken? Oral asked, pointing at the Dragon Ball radar in Xiao Yi's hand. Yeah, little Wukong said. The doctor can fix it. Oral said confidently. Really? Little Wukong said, surprised. Quick, tell me where he lives. Little Wukong said happily. Let us take that. Oral pointed at the flying Nimbus. The flying Nimbus? Little Wukong asked in confusion. I don't know if you can ride it. Little Wukong said, while pulling Oral onto the flying Nimbus. Oh, this is so fun. Oral said excitedly. Wow. Little Gigi also looked very happy. You're all good kids. Little Wukong said to Oral and little Gigi sitting on the flying Nimbus. The house that you just fell from, is it? Wish granted. Oral directly told little Wukong the doctor's address. Is it over there? Get ready. We're setting off. Xiao Yi, let's go. With that, little Wukong controlled the flying Nimbus and flew ahead, while Xiao Yi followed closely behind. Wow, Xiao Yi, do you also have wings like little Gigi? Oral exclaimed when she saw Xiao Yi flying into the sky without any equipment. Hold on tight. Don't fall. Little Wukong reminded Oral. Oral didn't listen to little Wukong's words and kept having fun. Isn't it fun? Little Wukong smiled at Oral and little Gigi. Yeah, charge. Charge. Oral shouted happily. What is that thing? Dr. Senbei looked at the flying Nimbus slowly flying over from a distance, puzzled. This is so fun. Oral said happily. Goo goo. Little Gigi also looked very happy. Isn't it great? Little Wukong was very pleased with his flying Nimbus. Who is that kid? The doctor asked his wife, Midori, beside him. It seems he is not from a village, Midori said to the doctor. That's the doctor. Oral pointed at the doctor and told little Wukong. Hi there, how are you? Little Wukong greeted Midori. Hello. Midori also smiled and greeted little Wukong. This is the doctor. Oral pointed at the man next to Midori. Just then, bang. Xiao Yi fell from the sky. Another one. Dr. Senbei said to his wife, Midori. Can you help me fix this? Little Wukong said to Dr. Senbei. What is this? Dr. Senbei looked at the radar in his hand and asked. It's the Dragon Ball radar. Little Wukong said to Dr. Senbei. Dragon Ball radar? Dr. Senbei looked at the round radar in front of him curiously. What is a Dragon Ball? Midori asked little Wukong. It can detect the location of Dragon Balls. Little Wukong explained to Dr. Senbei. What is a Dragon Ball? I'm all confused. Dr. Senbei still didn't understand. It seems to be a radar that can capture special radio wave frequencies. Dr. Senbei's genius son, Tipo, explained to his father. Dr. Senbei finally understood the principle of the Dragon Ball radar after hearing his son's explanation. It's broken. Can you help me fix it? Little Wukong said to Dr. Senbei. Let me take a look first, Dr. Senbei said uncertainly. Oh my god. Dr. Senbei opened the radar's casing and was stunned by the precise components inside, not knowing what to say. Such a precise machine. Who made it? Dr. Senbei asked in surprise. A girl named Bulma. Little Wukong said to Dr. Qiambingwei. There are actually girls who are smarter than me. A genius. Dr. Qiambingwei was shocked to think. It's because this family has an airplane. At this moment, not far from Dr. Qiambingwei's house, General Blue was driving a car he had stolen from the Dried Plum Superman, heading towards Dr. Qiambingwei's house. Can you fix it? Little Wukong asked Dr. Qiambingwei. No problem. He's a genius. Grienzi was full of confidence in her husband. No, the structure is too complex. I can't even understand it. Dr. Qianbingwei thought to himself, what should I do? This time I'll lose face as a genius. Dr. Qianbingwei was troubled. Click, click. Dr. Qianbingwei's son saw his father's troubled expression and realized that Dr. Qianbingwei couldn't fix the Dragon Ball radar. So he used his superpowers to repair the radar. Huh. Dr. Qianbingwei noticed that the radar seemed to have undergone some changes. Dad, you're amazing. It's fixed. Dou Po said beside him. Huh? I haven't even done anything. Dr. Qianbingwei was also very curious about how this radar was fixed. Is it fixed? Little Wukong asked Dr. Qianbingwei. Chapter 72. Retrieve the Dragon Balls at this time. Xiao Yi also had a satisfied expression. Successfully obtained the superpowers of Dou Po. 1. Superintelligence. 2. Spatial abilities, space levitation, instant teleportation, advanced super speed, max level. Everything he did before was to find Penguin Village and acquire what is said to be the most powerful superpower in the Aral comic. Deeds.The, whose full name is Zhe Wan Dou Po, is the eldest son of Zhe Wan Qianbingwei and Shanshui LVZ. During an outing, he was hit by a spaceship intending to land on Earth when he left Dr. Qianbingwei's sight, temporarily losing his life. However, after the aliens used advanced resurrection surgery on him, he was safely revived. But the side effects of the surgery gave him powerful superpowers and very high intelligence, enabling him to levitate in the air, teleport instantly, and translate multiple languages. The strength and speed of Zhe Wan Dou Po are comparable to Aral and Little Master, and his intelligence far exceeds that of Zhe Wan Qianbingwei. Compared to Little Dou Po's superpowers, General Blue's abilities are almost negligible, making them incomparable. This is also why Xiao Yi continuously let General Blue go, wanting him to lead to the Penguin Village plot. For Xiao Yi, Little Dou Po, as the most powerful ability user in the Aral story, has abilities that far outweigh General Blue's singular telekinesis. This must be the family. At this moment, General Blue had arrived at Dr. Qianbingwei's house. Great, there really is an airplane here. General Blue thought happily. Why are they here too? General Blue was surprised to see Xiao Yi and Little Wukong next to the airplane, almost gasping in shock. This is troublesome. General Blue felt that things seemed to have become more complicated. Here you go. Dr. Qianbingwei handed the mysteriously fixed Dragon Ball radar to Little Wukong. It's really fixed, Little Wukong said happily. Snap. Beep. Little Wukong turned on the Dragon Ball radar. Awesome. It's fixed. Little Wukong exclaimed upon seeing the Dragon Ball symbols displayed on the radar. Huh. How about that? A genius is a genius. Although Dr. Qianbingwei was somewhat puzzled as to how the Dragon Ball radar was repaired with his blunt nature, it didn't take long for him to take the credit for himself. Thank you, Little Wukong said happily to Dr. Qianbingwei. The 3 Dragon Balls are located in the middle. Could it be? Little Wukong said uncertainly. We meet again, General Blue said to Aral, pointing a dagger at her, while addressing Xiao Yi and Little Wukong. Aral felt very strange as to why this unfamiliar person was pointing a knife at her. You! Little Wukong exclaimed in shock. If you dare to move, I will kill her. General Blue threatened Little Wukong. Bastard! Little Wukong said angrily. Don't use your abilities to control my body. Last time I was careless, which gave you a chance. This time I'm prepared and will definitely evade your powers before you can activate them. General Blue confidently told Xiao Yi, clearly still brooding over his previous defeat. Oh, is that so? Are you really sure? Xiao Yi said to General Blue with interest. Don't move, or I will kill this little girl. Clearly, General Blue wasn't too sure about what he was saying. Give me back the Dragon Balls. Little Wukong angrily shouted at General Blue. Just as Little Wukong was about to rush over, General Blue's eyes sparkled, and he directly activated his powers, immobilizing Little Wukong in place. Oh no, I can't move my body. I'm so angry. Although Little Wukong was extremely anxious, his body couldn't move at all. What's wrong with you? Dr. Qianbingwei asked Little Wukong when he saw him standing still. This is superpower, Little Dou Po said to Dr. Qianbingwei. You dare to use such superpowers in front of me. Break. Saying this, Xiao Yi directly used the newly acquired spatial abilities to nullify the powers General Blue had placed on Little Wukong. The level of spatial abilities is indeed much stronger than telekinesis. Xiao Yi muttered to himself. General Blue was a bit panicked when he saw his powers so easily nullified by Xiao Yi and immediately ran towards the airplane. You can't escape, Xiao Yi said. directly using the teleportation from his spatial abilities to appear in front of General Blue, kicking him into the sky before he could react, not knowing where he would land. Xiao Yi did not kill General Blue. In the story, General Blue was killed by Tao Bai Bai. He did not want to change the plot, and the experience points and abilities that General Blue could gain had already been completely looted by him. Therefore, he was not too concerned about General Blue. By the way, the Dragon Balls. Seeing General Blue kicked away by Xiao Yi, Goku quickly rushed to the plane to look for the Dragon Balls. Here it is. Goku happily found a backpack containing 3 Dragon Balls in the cockpit of the plane. All right, come on, Nimbus. Goku called out to Nimbus in the sky. Thank you all. Xiao Yi, let us go. Goku said to Xiao Yi, okay, we'll return to Kame House first. You take Krillin on an adventure, and I'll send Bulma home first, then come find you. Xiao Yi said to Goku. All right, let us hurry. Goku said, Kame House. Why haven't Xiao Yi and the others returned yet? I hope they're not in any danger. Bulma paced back and forth in Kame House, anxiously saying, don't worry, with Xiao Yi's strength, these dangers are nothing to him. Master Roshi said to Bulma. But even though Bulma agreed with Master Roshi's words, she still couldn't shake her worry for Xiao Yi, and she seemed completely different from her usual carefree self. Hey Bulma, Goku went along too. You should at least worry about him a little, Krillin said to Bulma with dissatisfaction. Bulma directly ignored what Krillin said, her eyes fixed on the sky. Whoosh whoosh. 2 figures appeared in the sky. One was Goku, riding Nimbus, and the other was Xiao Yi flying using the flight technique. Xiao Yi, you finally returned safely, Bulma said happily as she looked at Xiao Yi. Let's tidy up. I'll take you home, Xiao Yi said to the enthusiastic Bulma. Krillin, are you ready? Let us go on an adventure, Goku said to Krillin. Chapter 73, The Sacred Land of Korin. Xiao Yi, thank you for accompanying me back. Be careful on the next adventure. The Red Ribbon Army is not easy to deal with, Bulma said worriedly to Xiao Yi. Don't worry, I'll be careful everywhere, Xiao Yi said gently to Bulma. By the way, Bulma, I have a gem here. I want you to analyze its composition and see if you can create a radar to search for this type of gem. Xiao Yi took out a piece of jade he bought on Earth from his space ring and handed it to Bulma. This gem is wrapped in stone, so the frequency it emits is much lower than that of the gem itself. I wonder if Bulma can make such a detection radar? Xiao Yi asked Bulma. This is very simple. When do you need it? For Bulma, this task is easy. She just needs to modify the Dragon Ball radar slightly to complete it. In fact, with some time, Xiao Yi could fully accomplish this small modification by himself. However, since Xiao Yi needed to follow Goku on his adventure now, he didn't have time for scientific research, so he entrusted this task to Bulma. Norus, after I accompany Goku to find the 4-star Dragon Ball, I'll come back to see you, Xiao Yi said to Bulma. Okay, I'll prepare the radar and wait for you to return at home, Bulma said sweetly to Xiao Yi, like a newlywed wife waiting for her husband to come home. I'm leaving. Xiao Yi looked at Bulma's expression, originally wanting to say something, but suddenly, it seemed that all words felt somewhat powerless at that moment. It was the hardest to bear the grace of a beauty. It was that Xiao Yi didn't want to make some promises. It was that Xiao Yi couldn't give Bulma any promises at all. In reality, Xiao Yi had a wife and daughter, and he loved them very much. Xiao Yi felt a bit guilty as he chose to leave Bulma's house and flew towards little Wukong's direction. At this moment, little Wukong was also facing a life-and-death crisis. Wukong, carrying Krillin and 3 Dragon Balls, was flying west on the flying Nimbus, continuing to search for the next Dragon Ball. Hopefully, the next one would be his grandfather's 4-star Dragon Ball. Little Wukong looked at the Dragon radar and said to Krillin. On the other hand, at the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army, Commander Red reported, that little brat seems to have gone west. The Black Lieutenant reported to Commander Red. Is he heading to Colonel Yellow's place? Commander Red asked. Yes, that guy Yellow. Has he found the Dragon Balls or not? Commander Red inquired. It seems he has run into some trouble, the Black Lieutenant replied honestly. Bunch of useless fools, Commander Red became increasingly dissatisfied with his subordinates. Hand over that Dragon Ball, or else, shouted a tiger-head leader of the Red Ribbon Army, pointing a gun at a giant man dressed as an Indian. I'm not interested in that Dragon Ball, but I will protect this sacred land and won't allow you to mess around here. Get lost, the Indian giant said firmly. I've heard that line too many times. The tiger-head leader and his subordinates all aimed their guns at the giant, showing no intention of leaving. You don't have many men left. If you don't get lost, I'll wipe you out, the Indian giant said resolutely. Daddy, watch out behind you. Suddenly, the child beside the Indian giant reminded him from the tent. Whoosh, a Red Ribbon soldier, preparing to attack him from behind, was directly pierced by the giant's spear, along with the tree behind him, like a candied hawthorn. Bastard! Fire! The tiger head leader, seeing his plan thwarted, ordered his men in anger. Bang! 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 After a flurry of gunfire, the Indian giant still stood unharmed, his body as smooth and flawless as marble, without a single scar. I told you, that thing can't kill me, the Indian giant disdainfully said to the tiger head leader. Bang! Thud! Oh, no! Help! After the gunfire, the Indian giant charged into the Red Ribbon Army camp, throwing punches and kicks, directly breaking the bones of these gun-dependent Red Ribbon soldiers, leaving none able to get back up. Just as the Indian giant was enjoying the fight, he suddenly heard the buzzing of a helicopter. Turning around, he saw the tiger head leader flying the plane high into the sky. Bang! Running away, after taking care of the last Red Ribbon soldier, the Indian giant looked up at the sky. Clap! Daddy! A little Indian boy jumped down from the tent and ran towards the Indian giant. I'll bury these guys first. Wait a moment, the Indian giant said to the boy. Buzz, this is Colonel Yellow. Headquarters, please respond. The tiger head leader was trying to contact headquarters while piloting the plane. Lieutenant Black, Colonel Yellow calling headquarters. An intelligence officer reported to the Black Lieutenant. What? The entire army is wiped out, and you're the only one left? At all costs. If you fail, you won't survive either, the Black Lieutenant said to Colonel Yellow on the other end of the line. Yes, I will do my best, the tiger head leader replied. Do you still deserve to be called the infamous Red Ribbon Army? Commander Red appeared behind the Black Lieutenant without anyone noticing. Commander Red, the Black Lieutenant was shocked. Yellow, listen carefully. Commander Red took the phone from the Black Lieutenant and spoke directly to Colonel Yellow. Yes, Commander Red. Colonel Yellow replied nervously upon hearing Commander Red's voice. If you don't get the Dragon Balls within an hour, I'll have Tao Pai Pai come for you. Commander Red said directly to Colonel Yellow. Don't bye. Colonel Yellow was no longer just nervous but terrified. Do we really need to use that killer? The Black Lieutenant said, shocked by Commander Red's words. I have to get rid of those little brats. Commander Red was completely furious with little Wukong and the others. Let me tell you, if you fail, Tao Pai Pai will kill you too. Commander Red threatened. Yes. Colonel Yellow was completely terrified this time. Buzz, that guy's a kid. If I capture his kid as a hostage, the Dragon Balls will be mine, Colonel Yellow said to himself, motivating himself. Sand. Whoosh. Okay. Silence the engine noise, fly low. Colonel Yellow had spotted the little Indian boy not far away. Chapter 74. The world's greatest killer. I want to become as strong as Dad soon, the little Indian boy said to himself while roasting fish. Clap. Dad. The little Indian boy was grabbed by Colonel Yellow, who was piloting the plane at low altitude, and as the plane ascended, he was taken high into the sky. Oh no, UPA. The Indian giant was digging a pit to bury the Red Ribbon soldiers he had killed when he suddenly heard his son UPA shout. Looking up, he saw his son had been taken into the sky by Colonel Yellow. Buzz, where did that person go? Colonel Yellow searched nearby for a long time after grabbing the little boy, but found no trace of the Indian giant. Put my son down. Suddenly, a roar came from below the helicopter. So that's where you are? Colonel Yellow finally located the Indian giant. Listen, if you hand over the Dragon Ball, your son will be fine. Throw the Dragon Ball up to the plane. Do you hear me? Colonel Yellow demanded from above. Bastard. Although the Indian giant was very angry, he felt helpless with his son in the other's hands. It seems this is going quite smoothly. The Black Lieutenant happily reported to Commander Red. Even if you grab the Dragon Ball, Sun Wukong will be a big problem. Commander Red was not as optimistic as the Black Lieutenant. Commander, Sun Wukong is quickly approaching Colonel Yellow's area. The radar monitoring personnel reported to Commander Red. Not good. How can he be so fast? Has he arrived already? Commander Red said worriedly. All right, I'll give it to you. You come down first. The Indian giant, holding the Dragon Ball, had no choice but to compromise. I want to fall for your tricks. Hurry and throw the Dragon Ball up. Colonel Yellow in the helicopter refused to compromise. I want to do anything like you, the Indian giant said angrily. Whoosh. It should be nearby. Little Wukong said to Krillin in his arms. Help me, Dad. The Indian boy UPA shouted to the ground. Huh? What's going on? Before little Wukong could start looking for the Dragon Ball, he heard cries for help not far away. Quick, help me. UPA kept shouting. Whoosh. The little Goku, who was originally flying in a straight line, turned directly towards the helicopter upon seeing UPA. Huh? Colonel Yellow was momentarily taken aback by the sudden appearance of little Goku. It seems like I've seen that plane's insignia somewhere before. Little Goku felt a sense of familiarity upon seeing the emblem on the helicopter. Goku, it's the Red Ribbon Army. Krillin reminded him from his chest. You little brat. Could it be that you are Colonel Yellow? Seemed to guess his identity from Little Goku's outfit and actions. Bang! Knowing the identity of the opponent was the Red Ribbon Army, Little Goku did not hesitate at all and directly punched out from the side, striking Colonel Yellow and sending him and the helicopter plummeting towards the ground. Colonel Yellow was attacked and couldn't care for UPA anymore, who fell freely from the high altitude towards the ground. UPA, the Indian giant, saw his son falling from the sky and couldn't help but shout. Bang! UPA, falling from the sky, landed directly on the soft, cotton-like Kintown cloud. Hee. Little Goku felt a sense of satisfaction from the prank working out as he saw UPA's surprised expression. Hi. Little Goku greeted UPA enthusiastically as he landed on the Kintown. UPA, Indian giant. The communication was cut off. The Black Aide reported to Commander Red. Immediately call Tao Pai Pai here. At that moment, Commander Red had only one thought in his mind: to destroy Little Goku and the others at all costs. Tweet, tweet, tweet. Thank you for saving my son, the Indian giant said gratefully to Little Goku. It's nothing. I saved him while fighting the Red Ribbon Army. Little Goku said honestly without being arrogant. Hello. Krillin. Krillin, now back to his normal size, introduced himself to the father and son. Hello. I'm Bra. This is my son UPA. The Indian giant said kindly to Krillin. Uncle, that's the Dragon Ball in your hand. Little Goku exclaimed in surprise. Do you want this thing too? Bra asked Little Goku. Let me see. Little Goku said happily to Bra. Great. It's the 4-star ball. Grandpa's 4-star ball. I finally found it. Bra handed the Dragon Ball to Little Goku, who was overjoyed. Yo-ho. Little Goku started dancing happily. What's going on? What is the secret of this ball? Bra asked curiously. At the Red Ribbon Army headquarters, whoosh, crack. Hey, stop. This is not a place anyone can come to. Get lost. Otherwise, I'll shoot you. The city guards of the Red Ribbon Army stopped General Blue, who was not in uniform. Hey, General Blue was filled with anger at this moment. So he didn't reveal his identity and directly elbowed the nearest city guard into the wall, who then slowly slid down, clearly unable to survive. Bastard, you don't even recognize the commander. After venting, General Blue shouted loudly. So it's General Blue. At this moment, another guard recognized General Blue and hurriedly saluted while speaking. Hurry up and open the door, General Blue said naturally. Meanwhile, inside the Red Ribbon Army headquarters, I am the world's #1 assassin, Tao Pai Pai. A middle-aged man dressed in ancient clothing with a long braid said to Commander Red. Welcome, don't bye. Commander Red did not get angry at Tao Pai Pai's unreasonable behavior, but spoke to him very kindly. Just so you know, my fees are quite high. Tao Pai Pai said expressionlessly. As long as you can complete the task, I don't care how much it costs, Commander Red said to Tao Pai Pai. Good. To kill one person is 100 million. Tao Pai Pai stated his price cleanly. 100 million? The Black Aide was taken aback by this price. But you're in luck. This year I'm holding a 20-year anniversary promotion for assassins, and it's currently half price. A special offer, killing one person only costs 50 million. Such words, combined with Tao Pai Pai's expressionless demeanor, gave a comical feeling. Thank you, Commander Red said somewhat speechlessly. Chapter 75, The Death of Blue. Are you really that Tao Pai Pai? The Black Aide asked uncertainly. Do you want to try? Don't bye Saij maliciosely. No thanks. Although the Black Aide had some doubts about whether the person in front of him was Tao Pai Pai, he didn't dare to risk his life to find out. Bang. Who is it? The Black Aide asked from outside the door. It's me, Blue. The voice of General Blue came from outside. General Blue, come in. Although Commander Red spoke in a very calm tone, just by seeing his angry expression, one could sense his current mood. Reporting. I'm back. General Blue saluted Commander Red. You actually managed to come back. Commander Red said meaningfully to General Blue. Yeah, the plane and car were stolen, and I had a hard time coming back. General Blue didn't grasp Commander Red's meaning and continued to talk about the difficulties of his return. That is not what I meant. I meant that the Dragon Ball was taken by Son Goku, and you actually have the face to come back. Commander Red finally let out his inner anger completely. That was an accident. General Blue finally realized that his current situation seemed a bit dire. I ordered you to retrieve the Dragon Ball, and since you didn't complete the task, you should be executed. Commander Red said the words that made General Blue feel despair. Oh no, General Blue finally got scared. However, considering your considerable contributions to the Red Ribbon Army, I'll give you a chance. Fight this Tao Pai Pai. If you can win against him, You'll be spared. Commander Red gave General Blue a chance, as he also wanted to measure Tao Pai's actual strength. Thank you. General Blue was absolutely confident in his own strength, and even though he had lost to Xiao Yi before, he considered that just an accident. Are you really the so-called world's #1 assassin, Tao Pai? General Blue said confidently to Tao Pai. Do you want my autograph? Don't bye, who was also a very arrogant person, replied. Ha ha ha. If you're the world's #1, then I am the universe's #1 assassin. General Blue said confidently. If I kill this kid, can I also get a reward? Tao Pai stopped arguing with General Blue and turned to Commander Red to ask. No problem. Let me see your abilities. Commander Red not only didn't he get angry, but was excited to speak to Tao Pai. To deal with you, I don't even need to use my hands or feet. Just my tongue will be enough. Tao Pai said disdainfully to General Blue. Then let us see it. General Blue was so confident because his super abilities had never been revealed in front of Commander Red, fearing that Commander Red would become wary. At this moment, in order to save his life, he had no choice but to reveal this ultimate move he had been keeping hidden. Previously, although his superpower was defeated by Xiao Yi, it was because Xiao Yi also had a similar superpower that inherently restrained him. He did not believe that Tao Bai had such ability. As for ordinary martial artists, he completely disregarded them. Even if their martial power was high, in a situation where they couldn't move, they could only obediently become fish on the chopping board. Begin. The Black Deputy announced the start of the match as a temporary referee. General Blue launched a fierce flying kick aimed at the side of Tao Bai's head. Although he decided to use his superpower, he still had a certain confidence in his martial abilities. Moreover, the opponent was the #1 assassin in the world. So he instinctively chose to test the opponent with martial arts first before using his superpower. Whoosh! Tao Bai easily dodged General Blue's seemingly unavoidable kick, even without moving his body, simply leaning his upper body back to an incredible angle. Next, just as Tao Bai said, he stuck out his tongue and utilized the rapid forward thrust of his head to shape the tip of his tongue into a dagger-like form, which pierced into General Blue's temple with a puff sound. Commander Reed and the Black Deputy were stunned into silence by this sudden outcome. Thud! General Blue's whole body convulsed, paused for a few seconds, and then fell to the ground with a thud, lifeless. Poor General Blue, who hadn't even begun to showcase his strength, died here. And even Commander Reed was unaware he once had a powerful subordinate. Killing such a guy is a sure profit. After killing General Blue, Tao Bai did not show any excitement, as if he had just done something trivial. In an instant, he killed Blue, leaving Commander Reed shocked beyond measure. Completely different from his usually composed image. It was hard to believe how terrifying Tao Bai was. The Black Deputy, seeing Tao Bai's skills, couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. He had just questioned Tao Bai, and if he really clashed with him, there would likely be another corpse on the ground by now. All right, the game ends here. Tell me the real target. Tao Bai said impatiently. What? This kid? Tao Bai looked at the photo of little Wukong with confusion. He's not an ordinary kid. He's very powerful. The Black Deputy stepped forward to remind Tao Bai upon seeing his disdain. No problem. As long as you pay, no matter who it is, I will take him down. As the #1 assassin in the world, Tao Bai strictly adhered to the assassin's code, regardless of whether the opponent was old, weak, sick, or disabled. As long as they were the target, he would eliminate them without mercy. All right, this little brat is named Sun Wukong. He has 4 orbs, so also grab those for me. Commander Reed made another request of Tao Bai. These kinds of orbs. The Black Deputy quickly took out a Dragon Ball and introduced it to Tao Bai. If anyone obstructs, kill without mercy. Commander Reed ordered Tao Bai. No problem. The location is 300 kilometers northeast at Karen, right? Tao Bai confirmed one last time. The helicopter is ready. Please follow this way. The Black Deputy gestured for Tao Bai to follow. No need, the plane is too slow. To the surprise of Commander Reed and the Black Deputy, Tao Bai bluntly rejected the helicopter prepared for him. The Black Deputy felt quite puzzled by Tao Bai's refusal. Let me borrow this pillar, Tao Bai said, looking at a huge pillar nearby. Chapter 76, Crushing a Pillar? What do you want it for? Commander Reed asked, puzzled. Whoosh, bang, top. Tao Bai stood under the pillar, suddenly jumped up, lightly tapped the top of the pillar with his right hand, and kicked the base of the pillar with his left foot. After completing this series of actions, Tao Bai landed steadily on the ground. Crack! Tao Bai hugged the pillar with both hands and gently exerted force, causing the entire pillar to split from the 2 points he had just touched, forming an independent cylindrical segment. Commander Reed and the Black Deputy were already dumbfounded by this series of actions by Tao Bai Bai. 300 kilometers northeast. I'll be back in about half an hour, Tao Bai Bai said, then used all his strength to throw the stone pillar, which flew out of sight like a missile. Hey! Tao Bai Bai's next move was beyond human comprehension. He quickly leaped, crossing 100 meters, catching up to the rapidly moving stone pillar, and stood steadily on top of it, flying towards his destination. Whoosh! Buzz! This guy is really amazing. The Black Deputy couldn't help but exclaim, completely forgetting that he had previously doubted Tao Bai Bai. Ha ha ha! Now the Dragon Balls are definitely mine. Commander Reed also couldn't help but say happily, Karen Holy Land. So this orb hides such a secret. No wonder they are fighting to snatch it. Bulma marveled at the Dragon Ball in little Wukong's hands. However, I don't have any wishes. I just want to find a 4-star ball left by my grandfather. Little Wukong said happily. By the way, what is that tall thing? Little Wukong pointed at the towering stone pillar beside him. That? Bulma was quite surprised that little Wukong didn't know about Karen Tower. That's Karen Tower. No one knows how tall it is. Legend has it that if someone can climb to the top of the tower with their own strength and drink the holy water given by the immortal, their power will greatly increase. Our family has guarded this holy tower for generations since our ancestors. Bulma explained. Wow, can it really increase one's power? Has Uncle climbed it before? Krillin said excitedly. Recently, he found that his strength was increasingly falling behind little Wukong, while he himself had no good way to improve his strength. Hearing Bulma mention Karen Tower suddenly made him extremely excited. I tried once when I was young, but I didn't succeed. No one has climbed to the top of the tower to this day, Bulma told Krillin. Really? That's so high. Can you ride the Nimbus cloud up there? Little Wukong also exclaimed. That's the place, and at this moment, Tao Bai Bai was already not far from Karen Tower. Wow. It can increase one's power. I want to try too. Little Wukong said happily. This is a very old legend. Maybe it's just superstition. Bulma saw little Wukong and Krillin's expressions and knew they were moved by her words and wanted to climb Karen Tower, so she explained. Dad, what is that? It's flying this way. UPA, who was sitting on Bulma's shoulder, suddenly said to her. Bulma also looked up at this time. It's a person. There's someone up there. Little Wukong said first. It's coming towards us. Krillin said in panic. Be careful. Bulma suddenly warned everyone. Bang! The stone pillar directly smashed into the spot where little Wukong and the others had just stood, creating a deep pit in the ground. Clap! Tao Bai Bai lightly landed on the stone pillar. Hello, everyone, Tao Bai Bai said gently. Who are you? Bulma said warily. Little Wukong still didn't know what was happening. The world's #1 assassin, Tao Bai Bai. Tao Bai Bai proudly said. What are you doing at the Karen Sacred Land, assassin? Brah, on guard, replied to Tao Bai Bai. It's nothing. I just have a little matter with this kid, Tao Bai Bai said truthfully. Bra didn't expect the other party to say such a thing and was momentarily stunned. You have something to discuss with me? I don't know you, little Wukong said curiously. I was invited by the Red Ribbon Army. Now you understand, right? My mission is to kill anyone who obstructs them from collecting the Dragon Balls. Tao Bai Bai explained instead of attacking right away. The Red Ribbon Army again. Damn, they are really troublesome, little Wukong said angrily. Dad, help this brother, UPA said to his father. This child saved my son's life. I won't let you hurt him. Bra shouted at Tao Bai Bai in front of him. Uncle, it's okay. Let's take care of him. Krillin was also ready for battle at this time. My mission is to protect the sacred land. UPA, step aside, Bra said to his son, standing next to him. Hee, stupid guy. You're just asking for death. Tao Bai Bai mocked the giant man in front of him. Make your move. Bra picked up a spear and took a defensive stance. Go for it, Dad. UPA encouraged his father from behind a big tree. Little Wukong and Krillin were also ready for battle, not daring to slack off against such a strong opponent as Tao Bai Bai. Hee, it seems you have to meddle in this matter. Don't blame me then. As he spoke, Tao Bai Bai, like teleporting, appeared next to Bra's spear and grabbed the spear handle. Bra didn't expect that his weapon would be grabbed by the opponent right away. In a hurry, he tried to lift the spear and throw the opponent off. Oof. Tao Bai Bai felt the immense force from the spear and also exerted force with his hand. Wow. Little Wukong was astonished watching from the side. The speed just now was even faster than the limit speed he used when employing his clone technique. Ugh, Bra, no matter how hard he tried, couldn't move the spear even a bit. What's wrong? Can't move? Tao Bai Bai easily held onto the spear with one hand and said to Bra. Ugh, Bra was almost using all his strength, but still couldn't make the spear budge. Then let me help you a bit, Tao Bai Bai said casually. Whoosh. Hee. Tao Bai Bai held onto the spear with one hand and directly lifted it up along with Bra. Smack. Suddenly, Tao Bai shook the spear up and down quickly, causing Bra's tightly gripped hands to lose their hold on the spear, and he flew up into the sky. Bra soared high into the sky as if weightless, flying higher and higher. Chapter 77. Xiao Yi arrives. Here's your spear back, Tao Bai said, tossing the spear away. Dad, UPA cried anxiously. Oh no, Nimbus. Little Wukong did not anticipate this sudden turn of events, and by the time he wanted to rescue, it was already too late. Crack. The spear pierced through Bra's body without any obstruction, and Bra let out a piercing scream. Little Wukong was stunned by what he saw. Thud. Bang. Bra's corpse fell from the sky, and his sharp spear, possibly due to its owner's death, fell to the ground and broke into 2 pieces. Dad! Dad! UPA cried as he ran towards Bra's corpse. Wow! Wah! Dad! Dad! UPA lay on Bra's body, crying heart-wrenchingly. You bastard! Little Wukong said angrily and charged towards Tao Bai. It should be known that Bra's death was entirely because he was trying to repay his kindness, which meant that Little Wukong was the primary cause of his death. Whoosh! Zoom! Thud! Little Wukong rushed to Tao Bai's front and kicked up, but Tao Bai jumped up and easily dodged, then kicked directly at Little Wukong's face in the air, knocking him against the side of the Karen Tower, and he slowly slid down. Wukong, don't be impulsive. Krillin's words were not finished when Little Wukong was already knocked back. UPA, seeing Little Wukong also fall into the ground, was a bit dazed. Wukong. Krillin hurried over to check on Little Wukong's injuries. Is it over? This isn't satisfying at all. Tao Bai looked towards Little Wukong. Bastard. Little Wukong struggled to get up from the ground, surprising Tao Bai. Oh, you're not dead? Tao Bai was taken aback. He knew his own strength, and with that kick, even a bear would definitely be dead, but the Little Wukong in front of him was just a bit disheveled, not even injured. Let me show you my power. Little Wukong knew that ordinary techniques posed no threat to this battle-hardened king of assassins, so he directly used his strongest technique, the Turtle School's Kamehameha. Kamehameha! Little Wukong shouted and unleashed the Kamehameha, a beam of light rushing directly towards Tao Bai. Tao Bai didn't expect Little Wukong to have such a technique, but the Kamehameha was too fast. It was impossible to dodge at this point, so he could only cover his head with his hands and take a defensive stance. Puff! Bam! Boom! You dare to ruin my clothes. Tao Bai emerged from the energy beam of the Kamehameha, looking extremely disheveled, and his clothes were almost gone. But from the exposed skin, Tao Bai surprisingly had not sustained any injuries. It didn't work. Little Wukong was stunned by the turn of events. The Kamehameha could be said to be his strongest technique, yet Tao Bai remained completely unharmed after taking a direct hit, leaving Little Wukong at a loss. Finger beam. Tao Bai did not give Little Wukong any more chances and directly shot an energy finger at the dazed Little Wukong, sending him flying. Thud! Bang! Little Wukong was sent flying a great distance, crashing to the ground, motionless. Wukong! Krillin exclaimed and rushed towards Little Wukong. The Dragon Balls are here. He, mission accomplished, Tao Bai happily said as he picked up the backpack left by Little Wukong. With this guy taken care of, the Dragon Balls will be mine. The world's #1 assassin can't go back looking so disheveled. I need to get a new outfit, Tao Bai thought to himself. Tao Bai approached the stone pillar that had been driven into the ground, preparing to pull it out and leave. You bastard, why did you kill my dad? UPA angrily shouted at Tao Bai. Whoosh! UPA picked up a stone and threw it at Tao Bai. Whoosh! Tao Bai blew a breath at the flying stone, and it returned the same way, hitting UPA to the ground with a loud thud. Wah! UPA squatted on the ground, crying while rubbing his head that had been hit by the stone. Ha! You're lucky I didn't kill you. You should be laughing, Tao Bai said to the crying UPA. You can't leave. You murderer! I will avenge Wukong. Just as Tao Bai was about to leave, Clin suddenly appeared in front of him and said, Do you want to be my enemy too? Tao Bai coldly replied, Yes. You won't leave here unless you step over my dead body. Clin said firmly. Oh really? Then don't blame me for killing you. After saying this, Tao Bai prepared to quickly deal with Clin and leave. Just as the battle was about to break out, an object in the sky flew swiftly toward them. Tao Bai looked up in surprise at the person flying over using the sky dance technique. Xiao Yi. Clin exclaimed happily upon seeing Xiao Yi in the sky. Clin, what happened here? Although Xiao Yi knew the plot, he pretended not to know and asked Clin. Xiao Yi. He was sent by the Red Ribbon Army. He killed Wukong, Clin said sadly as he glanced at Little Wukong. Leave this to me. You take this kid away and wait until I deal with him before you come back. Xiao Yi told Clin. Okay, Xiao Yi, you must be careful. Couldn't reminded Xiao Yi. Don't worry. Leave this to me. Xiao Yi made a reassuring gesture to Clin. Hey, who are you? Don't you know I'm the famous #1 assassin, Tao Bai Bai? To dare boast in front of me is truly seeking death. Tao Bai Bai said to Xiao Yi. Let me see your strength. Instead of attacking, Xiao Yi took a defensive stance. Seeking death, Tao Bai Bai said as he launched a punch. Bang, bang, bang. Tao Bai Bai's series of fierce attacks were easily neutralized by Xiao Yi. Bang, as Tao Bai Bai threw another straight punch. This time Xiao Yi did not defend but instead countered with a straight punch of his own, sending Tao Bai Bai flying a considerable distance, crashing to the ground. Chapter 78. Request. Xiao Yi initially defended against Tao Bai Bai because he wanted to learn some practical martial arts moves from him. After all, Tao Bai Bai is the world's #1 assassin, and his skills must be better than those of Xiao Yi, a rising star in martial arts. However, to Xiao Yi's disappointment, Tao Bai Bai's fierce attacks did not showcase any impressive moves. They were all just ordinary leg techniques. It was only Tao Bai Bai's strength, speed, and years of killing experience that made these moves appear much stronger than those of an average martial artist. Kid, don't be too arrogant. That was just a test. This time, I'm going to get serious. Tao Bai Bai said sternly. Get on with it. I don't have time to listen to you ramble on like an old man. Xiao Yi replied impatiently. Go to hell. Try my ultimate skill, the divine finger technique. Tao Bai Bai exclaimed. As he spoke, he raised his right hand and pointed his index finger at Xiao Yi. Watch out, Xiao Yi. Fein et gleam, sang Tao Bai Bai's aksung. A beam of light shot directly from Tao Bai Bai's finger towards Xiao Yi's face. Child's play, Xiao Yi declared as an energy shield appeared around him, completely negating the energy from the incoming attack. The energy shield only wavered slightly. How could this happen? My divine finger technique, my proudest martial skill, couldn't break through Xiao Yi's defense. Tao Bai Bai felt a devastating blow from this realization. This move has no effect on me. Do you have any powerful techniques left? If not, it will be your end. Xiao Yi said, finally releasing all of his power, causing the area to tremble violently. For the first time, Tao Bai Bai felt a genuine fear, a primal instinct kicking in, as if a mouse encountered a cat, making him tremble uncontrollably. In that case, you shall die. With that, Xiao Yi prepared to kill Tao Bai Bai. Wait, Xiao Yi. At some point, little Goku awoke from his feigned death. Great, Goku, you're not dead. Krillin said happily. Yeah, I almost died. The Dragon Ball saved my life. Little Goku pointed to the Dragon Ball at the hole in his chest. Xiao Yi, can you not kill him? I want to avenge Bra myself. Little Goku pointed at Bra's corpse. All right, I promise you, but you need to work hard. I'll be leaving soon, and 1T always be by your side. Next time you encounter Tao Bai Bai, if you're not his match, you might be killed. Xiao Yi said, giving his final advice. Krillin wanted to persuade little Goku, but upon seeing little Goku's determined gaze, he swallowed the words that were about to come out. UPA, forgive my selfishness. I will find a way to gather all the Dragon Balls to revive your father. Little Goku declared firmly. Really? Can you really do that? UPA, still crying beside Bra's corpse, asked in disbelief upon hearing little Goku's words. Of course, the dragon can grant any wish. Little Goku assured him. Tao Bai Bai. Since little Goku has chosen to spare you, I'll 1T kill you this time. But the next time you meet Sun Wukong, it will be your end. Xiao Yi asserted. I admit my strength is far from yours, but dealing with this kid will be effortless. The next time I encounter him, it will be his end, Tao Bai Bai said, pulling a stone pillar out of the ground and throwing it far away. Then he quickly jumped onto the stone pillar and disappeared from everyone's sight like a rocket. Defet Tao Bai Bai, Su Set Fun Defet Tao Bai Bai, Zuat, Ajibut Poi, Dammui, Yuan Bao, 50 gold, 1,000. Goku, do you have confidence in dealing with Tao Bai Bai? Krillin asked worriedly. No, that bastard is too hard to deal with. My current martial arts skills can't compete with him. This is the first time I've encountered such a strong opponent. Little Goku replied honestly. By the way, you can try climbing the Korin Tower. UPA said excitedly to little Goku. Huh? Little Goku turned to look at UPA. You can definitely climb it. UPA encouraged little Goku. Yeah, there are herbs at the top that can greatly enhance my power. Little Goku's eyes gleamed as he gazed at the towering Korin Tower. I'm sure there are. UPA cheered little Goku on. This tower? Xiao Yi pretended to be puzzled. This Korin Tower is legendary, Krillin explained to little Goku. What a magical place. Let's go up and take a look together. Xiao Yi suggested to Krillin. Sure, After witnessing Tao Bai's strength, Krillin also felt dissatisfied with his own abilities. How could he miss such a place that could enhance his strength? If I could use the flying Nimbus, it would be easy, but I have to rely on my own strength, right? Little Goku asked UPA, right? It said that little ones can see it, UPA told little Goku, recalling what he had heard from his father. Hey, Xiao Yi, Krillin, let us race to see who gets to the top of the tower first. Little Goku said to Xiao Yi and Krillin. All right. Xiao Yi smiled at little Goku. Sigh, it looks like I'll be in last place again. Although Krillin said this, he didn't slow down at all and quickly dashed ahead, climbing rapidly. You're cheating, little Goku exclaimed as he quickly chased after him. Then I'm off too. UPA, you'll have to fend for yourself for a while. We'll gather the Dragon Balls and bring your father back to life. Xiao Yi said to UPA. Thank you. Good luck. UPA replied to Xiao Yi. Whoosh. Xiao Yi jumped and covered over 1,000 meters in distance, leaving little Goku and Krillin behind. Bang! Crash! Whoosh! As Xiao Yi reached the highest point and was about to descend, he grabbed the edge of the Korin Tower with one hand and pushed off with one foot, covering another 1,000 meters, surpassing the others. Like a flea, Xiao Yi hopped up and down the Korin Tower, and, after a few jumps, he could no longer see the ground, as it was blocked by thick clouds. Crack! Boom! Just as Xiao Yi was about to use the same trick again, a massive flash of lightning and thunder stopped his movements. It seems I can't take shortcuts. I'll have to climb up bit by bit. Looking at the omnipresent lightning around the Korin Tower, Xiao Yi had no choice but to climb steadily. Fortunately, the distance wasn't very far. After passing through a thick layer of clouds, Xiao Yi finally saw the top of the Korin Tower. Chapter 79, Korin Sage System Prompt. Entering special scene. 1 month requires 1 merit gold light. Just as Xiao Yi was about to reach the top of the Korin Tower, he suddenly received a system notification. As expected, this Korin Tower is a special scene. Xiao Yi thought, but his movements didn't slow down at all. After a few more jumps, he reached the top of the Korin Tower. The top level of the Korin Tower was a 2-story palace-like structure, with a lower level mostly containing daily necessities and various jars. Xiao Yi guessed that this might be where the Korin Sage lived. Xiao Yi knew that Master Karen should be waiting for him at the top of the palace, but he didn't immediately ascend to the second floor. Instead, he began to inspect the various jars and bottles on the first floor. After some searching, he indeed found several jars filled with soil, and he guessed that this must be the place for planting the fairy beans. Here, come up. Just as Xiao Yi was about to continue his search, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Huh? Xiao Yi was surprised to find that Master Karen had such an ability. Climbing up the nearby stairs, Xiao Yi reached the top of the palace. Your speed truly amazes me, Master Karen said to Xiao Yi. Master Karen? Xiao Yi pretended to be surprised. It's me. But to be precise, I should be called the fairy cat. Ha ha. Master Karen cracked a very cold joke. I heard there is water here that can enhance one's power. I want some. Xiao Yi said to Master Karen. You must be talking about the super holy water. Of course, we have it. Look over there. The super holy water is in a jar on that platform. Master Karen pointed to the center of the palace. However, you are already quite powerful. Why do you still want to enhance your ability? Master Karen asked Xiao Yi a strange question. Huh? Just as Xiao Yi was about to say something, he suddenly felt a sense of probing. At the same time, within him, Buu's powerful comprehension ability instantly allowed him to understand Master Karen's superpower. The system prompt sounded. Mind reading skill obtained can synchronize with the images in the other person's mind. Huh? Master Karen, who had just been calm, suddenly changed his expression. Why can't I see your thoughts? Master Karen's cat face showed a look of shock. Hee, I can also use mind reading, Xiao Yi said, and then he released his mind reading ability towards Master Karen. Until now, it had always been Master Karen using mind reading on others, but suddenly being subjected to Xiao Yi's ability left him in a daze. Although Xiao Yi's mind reading was quickly blocked by Master Karen, he still managed to catch a glimpse of some of the things in Master Karen's mind. You actually know mind reading too. I'm so surprised. Master Karen didn't suspect that Xiao Yi learned mind reading from him, because even if one learned it immediately, there would still be a certain acclimatization period. It was impossible to release it as skillfully as Xiao Yi did right away. This is troublesome. I don't know your motives, so I'm sorry. I can't offer you any help. Master Karen apologized to Xiao Yi. I'm not trying to take your things for free. I will exchange food with you. Saying this, Xiao Yi took out a capsule, and inside was a pool of lively fish. Fish. So many fish. Master Karen squinted his eyes into crescent shapes, greedily looking at the pool of lively fish before him. I told you, I'm a fairy cat. Don't treat me like an ordinary cat. Although Master Karen spoke lightly, his eyes kept glancing towards the fish pool, revealing his inner thoughts. Don't misunderstand. What I want to exchange is not these ordinary live fish, but the delicacies made from these live fish. Saying this, Xiao Yi took out another capsule, and when he opened it, it was filled with various fish delicacies. Try this. Sweet and sour carp. I guarantee you've never tasted anything like it before. And try this. Braised pompano. Xiao Yi handed plate after plate of delicious fish dishes to Master Karen. Although Master Karen was still a bit resistant, his hands involuntarily accepted the plates of delicacies. Wow, this is so delicious. This is the most delicious meal I've ever had, Master Karen said, patting his already full belly, very satisfied. How about it? Not bad, right? These delicacies are my conditions for the exchange. I wonder if you agree? Although it was a question, Xiao Yi already knew the answer. Earlier, in the mind reading, Xiao Yi saw that the most frequent images in Master Karen's mind were various delicacies, which is why he was so confident in this trade. These capsules were all treasures Xiao Yi exchanged from General Blue in this world. Besides some unique fish delicacies from this world, there were also many earth delicacies that Xiao Yi personally made, which was also the reason why he came here so late. What do you want to exchange for? Master Karen couldn't help but ask curiously. Super holy water, fairy beans, and the planting method for fairy beans. Xiao Yi said without hesitation. You actually knew about the existence of super holy water from my memories. Master Karen murmured. I can exchange the fairy beans and their planting methods with you. But super holy water is not like super holy water, which is just ordinary water that deceives. It is a magical water that can unleash all of a person's potential. So, if you have already exerted all your strength through regular training, drinking super holy water would be useless. Moreover, this super holy water is actually very poisonous. If you don't have superhuman stamina, willpower, and strong vitality, you will die. Only those who can withstand its toxicity can unlock their potential, Master Karen advised Xiao Yi. You misunderstood. I want this super holy water not to drink, but for research. Xiao Yi said to Master Karen. Research? Master Karen looked at Xiao Yi speechlessly, realizing that his lengthy explanation had been pointless. Yes, besides being a martial artist, I'm also a scientist. I am very curious about novel things. Xiao Yi said without any concealment. Xiao Yi indeed had no intention of drinking the super god water. It is known that in the entire Dragon Ball world, only Goku was able to drink the super god water and survive. Moreover, Xiao Yi suspected that this was related to Goku being a scion, as Earthlings simply could not withstand such intense toxicity. Chapter 80. Farewell. Xiao Yi is not the kind of character who possesses a protagonist halo. Apart from having a cultivation technique and a strong comprehension gained from wishing on the Dragon Balls, he is just an ordinary human, and naturally, he wouldn't take the risk of drinking any divine water. Since you say so, fine, I agree to exchange with you. Although Xiao Yi is unsure if what he said is true, Master Karen has fulfilled his duty. If Xiao Yi truly refuses to listen to advice and insists on his own way, Master Karen would have no way to stop him. After some bargaining, Xiao Yi exchanged a full jar of senzu beans from Master Karen. In fact, Xiao Yi could have exchanged for more, even all the senzu beans in Master Karen's possession. But doing so would affect the subsequent plot, which is not what Xiao Yi wants to see. Master Karen straightforwardly taught Xiao Yi the method of cultivating senzu beans. The reason for his straightforwardness is that cultivating senzu beans requires a massive amount of spiritual energy. And the spiritual energy at the top of Karen Tower is the most concentrated in the entire planet. Even if one knows the method elsewhere, they wouldn't be able to cultivate senzu beans, which is why Master Karen is so generous. I want to spar with you once to test my martial arts. After the transaction, Xiao Yi said to Master Karen. Good. I also want to see your strength. Master Karen said, and with a swing of his staff, he attacked Xiao Yi. Whoosh! Xiao Yi sidestepped to avoid it, while kicking towards Master Karen. Although Master Karen looks chubby, his movements are not slow at all. Seeing Xiao Yi's kick approaching, he jumped up and rolled in the air to evade it. Master Karen is the most powerful character Xiao Yi has encountered so far. Not to mention anything else, just the techniques he uses are the result of countless refinements. Xiao Yi and the immortal Carlin fought for about half an hour. During this time, Xiao Yi had basically learned all of Carlin's martial arts techniques. Therefore, he stopped tangling with Carlin and seized the opportunity to launch a punch at him. Bang! Carlin extended his claws to block Xiao Yi's punch, but to his surprise, Xiao Yi's punch was incredibly heavy, knocking Carlin down to the ground with a single blow. You win. Seeing that Xiao Yi had finally taken the fight seriously, Carlin realized that he was no match for him, and, without any hesitation, chose to concede. Task: Carlin Tower trial completed. Rewards: attribute points, 100 ingots, 100 gold coins, 5,000. Xiao Yi opened his attribute panel and checked his attributes. Name: Xiao Yi. Strength, attack power 425, 5, bear demon axe, speed, for 25, constitution, defense power 425, 5, bear demon armor, neural reaction, 420. Note: values have been synchronized with the alien detector. Attribute value: 570 yuan bao, 435 gold coins, 16999 silver coins, 9 cultivation technique, body refinement technique, 20 martial skills, basic martial skills, proficient, 72 transformations, max level, Qigong bullet, skilled, can produce various changes, Qigong wave, advanced spell of Qigong bullet, giant ape transformation, max level, supernatural ability, carrot transformation technique, max level, telekinesis, max level, super intelligence spatial ability, max level, mind reading technique, max level. Active skill: Xiao Yi fought against Master Karen and unexpectedly obtained basic martial arts, proficient, which made him very happy. However, it also made him realize that the basic martial arts in the Dragon Ball world are not very impressive. Only after sparring with a being like Master Karen did he barely achieve basic martial arts, proficient, which clearly indicates the state of the Dragon Ball world. Note: the system meets the conditions. Upgrade countdown: 2359, 59. During the upgrade period, the host will be forcibly taken away from the main world and will wait for the system upgrade to complete. Xiao Yi was taken aback by the sudden system notification. There was still a day left until the system upgrade, and during this time, it was difficult for him to access the system. This situation completely disrupted Xiao Yi's series of plans. However, fortunately, he had already reaped all the benefits from the Karina storyline, and there was still a 3-year buffer period. As long as Xiao Yi could enter the Dragon Ball world again within 100 days of real-world time, he would be able to catch up with the upcoming plot. At least I was given a day's buffer. Otherwise, I would have to leave without notice again, Xiao Yi thought to himself. Karen, I'm leaving now. Please take good care of those 2 little guys down there, Xiao Yi said to the happily munching Karen. No problem. You can leave with peace of mind. I will take care of those 2 little guys, Karen replied without lifting his head. Whoosh. Xiao Yi ignored the gluttonous cat and directly performed the sky dance technique. Jumping down from Corinne Tower. Wukong, I'm going to train in another place. You need to work hard for these 3 years, and we'll meet again at the World Martial Arts Tournament in 3 years, Xiao Yi said to the focused little Wukong who was climbing the Corinne Tower. Okay, I will definitely work hard. In 3 years, I will surprise you. Little Wukong waved his hand at Xiao Yi, and if it weren't for his tail holding on, he would probably have fallen straight down. Corinne, I'm going to be gone for a while. You stay here at Corinne Tower and train with Master Corinne. We'll meet at the martial arts tournament in 3 years, Xiao Yi said to Corinne. Alright, Xiao Yi. See you in 3 years. Corinne didn't wave his hand like little Wukong, but just nodded at Xiao Yi. After saying goodbye to them, Xiao Yi went to the Turtle Hermit's house and informed his friends about the trial of little Wukong and Krillin, suggesting Yamcha to also go to Corinne Tower for training after completing his training on Turtle Island. Leaving Turtle Island, Xiao Yi flew straight to Bulma's house, where Bulma was in her room, staring blankly at a radar. Bulma, I'm back. Xiao Yi's voice sounded next to her. Xiao Yi, you're back. That's great, Bulma exclaimed, jumping up with joy. This is the radar I made according to your request. It can scan underground for several kilometers. Bulma said proudly. You're amazing. In the field of radar, there's hardly anyone in this world who can surpass you. Xiao Yi Pides. You're making me shy. Although Bulma was a carefree girl, such compliments from her crush made her feel a bit bashful. I am Sora, Bulma. I'm about to leave here to train far away, and I want to be back for 3 years, Xiao Yi said. Seeing Bulma's eyes already filled with tears, he couldn't help but swallow his words. Chapter 81. Class Reunion. I will wait for you. Bulma had no complaints, but this only made Xiao Yi feel more guilty. Bulma, you're still young, Xiao Yi said hesitantly, not wanting to delay Bulma. Xiao Yi, don't say that. I will wait for you. Bulma gently interrupted him. Okay, wait for me. I will give you a satisfactory answer. Xiao Yi finally let go of his inner turmoil and formally said to Bulma. I'll wait for you. Bulma said happily yet shyly. The reason Xiao Yi had not responded to Bulma for so long, aside from the external reasons of wife and daughter, was also related to the time flow in the Dragon Ball world. Xiao Yi didn't want to invest in a relationship only to find that, by the next visit, the other party would have become a middle-aged woman. Although Xiao Yi could wish for Bulma to regain her youth through the dragon, Her mindset would be hard to return to that of a young girl. Since he promised Bulma, Xiao Yi had to find a solution. The best method was to use the system to take Bulma out of the Dragon Ball world, but currently, the system did not have this function, and upgrading the system was not something that could be completed in a short time. Another way was for Xiao Yi to stay in the Dragon Ball world for a long time, but that would inevitably cause irreparable effects on his wife and daughter in the main world. On that day, Xiao Yi accompanied Bulma and had a great time playing in this bustling city, purchasing a large number of items from the Dragon Ball world, especially meat, which accounted for the majority of their purchases, almost putting the city in an awkward situation of having no meat. The next morning, as Xiao Yi left West City using the instant transmission technique, he noticed Bulma's reluctant gaze. He arrived at a remote wilderness and chose to return. This trip to the Dragon Ball world took Xiao Yi even less time than the last one, mainly spent on battles, making time feel like it was dragging on. "Are you Xiao Yi?" Suddenly, a woman's voice came from behind him. "Are you Yang Lanlan?" Xiao Yi said uncertainly as he looked at the woman in front of him. "It really is you. I was a bit unsure just now. How are you so young?" Yang Lanlan asked Xiao Yi in surprise. "You're young too, and even prettier than in school," Xiao Yi said, not just flattering her. The Yang Lanlan in front of him was completely different from the somewhat naive, doubtily dressed little girl with big glasses he remembered. Now, even with Xiao Yi's outsider perspective, he could tell that every piece of clothing she wore was quite expensive. Moreover, Yang Lanlan had a diamond worth over 10 carats around her neck. Based on Xiao Yi's recent research on diamonds, it was definitely a real diamond, not the kind found on the streets. "Thank you for your compliment. Back in school, you were such a clumsy kid. You never knew how to compliment anyone," Yang Lanlan said, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes turning into crescent moons, looking very charming. "What are you doing here?" "Xiao Yi asked Yang Lanlan. "My parents live in the nearby Jinlan community. How else would I be here?" Yang Lanlan replied with a smile. "Oh, really? After all these years? I didn't know you lived here," Xiao Yi said, somewhat embarrassed. "Haha, I'm not teasing you. I'm glad to have met you today. Otherwise, I would have known how to find you." Yang Lanlan found Xiao Yi's awkwardness amusing. "The main reason I came back this time, besides visiting my parents, is that our high school classmates are planning a reunion. The few of us organizers have been busy these days trying to find your phone numbers, but back in school, we didn't have mobile phones, so it's quite difficult to gather all the classmates. Including you, we've found over 40 classmates, but there are still more than 20 left. We plan to go door to door according to the addresses registered when we entered school to see if we can find a few more." Yang Lanlan said to Xiao Yi, "When are we having the reunion?" Xiao Yi asked Yang Lanlan. "This Saturday at noon at the Hilton Hotel, Rose Hall on the 3rd floor. Don't forget to bring your sister-in-law and kids." Yang Lanlan said to Xiao Yi. "Huh, the Hilton Hotel is quite upscale." Xiao Yi couldn't help but exclaim. "Don't worry. All expenses will be covered by Director Shui." Yang Lanlan smiled at Xiao Yi. "Director Shui? I don't remember having such a classmate," Xiao Yi said. "It's Shui Su." Yang Lanlan explained it. "Shui Manzi?" Xiao Yi asked uncertainly. "Yes, that's him. He is the most successful among our classmates, owning a listed company and being worth billions before the age of 30. When Yang Lanlan spoke of Shui Manzi, a hint of admiration appeared on her otherwise calm face. "You're doing well too," Xiao Yi said with a smile as he looked at Yang Lanlan. "Oh, we're different. I married a rich man, while Shui Su built his fortune from scratch. It's fundamentally different." When Yang Lanlan said this, she inadvertently revealed a hint of helplessness, indicating that her married life didn't seem very fulfilling. "All right, I will be there on time this Saturday," Xiao Yi said to Yang Lanlan with a smile. "Xiao Yi, there's something I think I should tell you. Don't think too much about it after you hear it." As they exchanged phone numbers and Xiao Yi was about to leave, Yang Lanlan suddenly hesitated. "What is it?" Xiao Yi asked in confusion. "It's about Gao Yuanyuan. She is now Shui Su's wife. You should be mentally prepared," Yang Lanlan said hesitantly. Hearing the name Gao Yuanyuan suddenly plunged Xiao Yi into a series of memories. "Xiao Yi, what kind of girl do you like?" "Xiao Yi, there's a very ugly girl in the next class. Let me give you this letter." "Xiao Yi, it's so dark. Can you walk me home tonight?" "Xiao Yi, you're such an idiot." Scenes from the past flashed through Xiao Yi's mind like a movie. Each memory brought a hint of sweetness, but more often a painful feeling in his heart. These memories had been carefully preserved in the depths of Xiao Yi's mind, untouched. But today, due to Yang Lanlan's words, he couldn't help but revisit his past with Gao Yuanyuan. "Xiao Yi, you coward, I hate you." When Xiao Yi recalled the last scene, he couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 82, Grandpa. "Xiao Yi, don't think too much. We were all young and naive back then. And now we are adults." Yang Lanlan wanted to comfort Xiao Yi, but as she spoke, she didn't know what else to say. It's okay. I will be there on Saturday. Xiao Yi steadied his emotions and smiled at young Lanlan. That's great. See you on Saturday. Young Lanlan smiled swiftly at Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi left the small park and walked towards home. Xiao Yi's house was actually not far from here. After a 10-minute walk, he returned to his villa. Before he even entered the house, he heard his daughter's cheerful laughter, and upon hearing that sound, all his fatigue from the journey seemed to disappear in an instant. Wanwan, guess who was back? As soon as Xiao Yi entered the house, he saw his mother and father playing games with Wanwan. Dad, Wanwan, seeing her father whom she hadn't seen for a few days, happily ran toward Xiao Yi, wobbling as she came. Hey, my big baby, did you miss Daddy? Xiao Yi lifted Wanwan above his head, and she laughed joyfully while sitting on top. You're back. What do you want to eat for lunch? I'll cook for you. Xiao Yi's mother said happily upon seeing her son return. No need. I'll be the one cooking for you all at noon. You can taste my cooking. Xiao Yi smiled and replied to his mother. You're back? Everything went smoothly, right? Although Xiao Yi's father was also very concerned about his son, he didn't show it too much. Everything's fine. No need to worry. Dad, you seem to have something on your mind. Although Xiao Yi didn't have mind-reading abilities, ever since he gained them, he unconsciously paid attention to other people's expressions. Seeing his father's furrowed brows, he couldn't help but ask, Sai, it's about your grandfather. Now he is bedridden, unable to move, and his health is deteriorating day by day. It's heartbreaking to see him like this, and your two aunts are always arguing with your dad about taking care of him. His mother complained to Xiao Yi. All right, you should say less. It's not easy for them to take care of an elderly person, and, as the brother, I haven't really fulfilled my duty to care for him all these years. Xiao Yi's father said involuntarily. Isn't that for work? How can I take care of him when I'm away? His mother defended his father. How is Grandpa doing now? Xiao Yi couldn't help but ask his father. Still the same, bedridden, only one hand and one foot can move. He can't speak, but he should still have some awareness. Xiao Yi's father sighed. Don't worry. This time when I met my master, he gave me a miraculous medicine that can restore Grandpa to health. Xiao Yi said to his sighing father. Really? That's great. Xiao Yi's father stood up excitedly from the sofa. However, this miraculous medicine is extremely rare and has an immediate effect, so we can't let others know. Otherwise, our family will be in danger. Xiao Yi said to his parents. Of course, we must keep it a secret. Xiao Yi's father agreed. I think we should bring Grandpa over. Xiao Yi said to his father. That is fine, but your two aunts. Xiao Yi's father said hesitantly. It's okay. I'll handle this. Xiao Yi assured his father with a pat on his chest. By the way, is Miao Xian still at the shop? Xiao Yi asked his mother. Yes. She has been taking care of the shop while you've been away these past few days. She should be back around this time. His mother said while cooking. Just then, Xiao Yi heard the sound of the door opening outside. Although it was quiet to Xiao Yi, it sounded as if it were right next to him. Creak. The door was pushed open from the outside. Xiao Yi, you're back. Bai Miaoxin's face lit up with a sweet smile the moment she saw Xiao Yi. However, since his parents were present, she didn't rush into his arms. Yes, you've worked hard these past few days, Xiao Yi said, feeling a pang of heartache as he noticed Bai Miaoxin looking noticeably thinner. It's okay, the shop is quite relaxed. I just need to contact some clients online every day, Bai Miaoxin replied gently. Let's find a few more customer service staff. How can we let the boss lady do this all the time? Xiao Yi said with a smile. Huh, look at you, if I handed over all the online work. I might really end up with nothing to do. Bai Miaoxin declined Xiao Yi's kindness. It's all right. I have many projects to work on in the future, so you? The boss lady, one TB idol. The ornamental fish shop is just my first attempt, Xiao Yi explained to Bai Miaoxin. By the way, we're having a high school reunion on Saturday, and we're required to bring family. You and Wanwan should come with me. Xiao Yi asked Bai Miaoxin. A reunion? From high school? Bai Miaoxin asked curiously. Yes. Xiao Yi affirmed. Is your first love going to be there? Bai Miaoxin casually asked. Xiao Yi was caught off guard by Bai Miaoxin's sudden question. Haha, there really is. I'd better prepare well. Bai Miaoxin initially asked casually, but upon seeing Xiao Yi's stiff expression, she realized her guess was likely correct, which made her suddenly interested in the reunion. By the way, I'm planning to bring Grandpa over to stay. Please prepare a room, Xiao Yi said, somewhat changing the subject. Grandpa? Bai Miaoxin asked, puzzled. Xiao Yi explained to Bai Miaoxin again. There is such a miraculous medicine. That's amazing, Bai Miaoxin exclaimed. That afternoon, Xiao Yi went to his grandfather's house and saw his grandfather, who had become somewhat unrecognizable, and his heart ached as if it were being cut by a knife. When Xiao Yi was young, due to his parents' busy work, he was raised by his grandparents, which created a deep bond between them. ever since his grandfather fell seriously ill. Xiao Yi has rarely visited him. One reason is that Xiao Yi's work is extremely busy, and when he returns home in the evening, he also needs to take care of his newborn daughter. But the main reason is that Xiao Yi simply cannot bear to see his grandfather in such poor health while feeling powerless to help. Knock, knock, knock. Xiao Yi knocked on his grandfather's door. The house, built in the early 1990s, now looked quite worn down. "Who is it?" came the voice of his aunt from inside. "Aunt, it's me, Xiao Yi," he replied. The door creaked open. "Oh, it's Xiao Yi. Come in." His aunt warmly welcomed him inside. "Sit down. I'll get you some fruit. Why didn't you bring Miaoxin and the baby with you? Go check on your grandfather in the back." While preparing the fruit, his aunt continued to speak to him. "Aunt, you don't need to fuss. Come sit down. I have something to discuss with you and my other aunt," Xiao Yi said to his busy and overly enthusiastic aunt. "All right, just a moment. I'll be right there." His aunt quickly arranged the washed fruit and brought it in. "Grandpa, how are you?" At this moment, Xiao Yi was trying to communicate with his grandfather mentally. Xiao Yi, his grandfather, who originally had a dull look in his eyes, suddenly brightened up. "Is that you, Xiao Yi?" his grandfather thought with some confusion. "It's me, Grandpa. Don't worry. Your illness will get better soon, I promise," Xiao Yi assured him. Good, good, good." His grandfather became a bit incoherent with excitement. "Aunt, my other aunt, you are here." Seeing his aunt call over his sleeping other aunt, Xiao Yi stood up and made room for them on the sofa. "Xiao Yi, I heard you have something to tell us." His other aunt spoke first. "Yes, I want to take Grandpa to my villa for rehabilitation. It will greatly benefit his recovery." Xiao Yi slowly explained to his two aunts. "Don't worry about Grandpa's daily care. I've hired the most professional nurse to take care of him 24/7. Moreover, I brought back special medicine from abroad that will help treat Grandpa's illness. I believe that soon, Grandpa will be able to stand up again," Xiao Yi told his aunts. "Really? Grandpa can really stand up again?" Initially, his aunts only listened quietly. But when Xiao Yi mentioned that he could cure their father's illness, their expressions became excited. "Rest assured, I'm doing this for better treatment, which is why I want to bring Grandpa to my place," Xiao Yi said to them. "And you have worked hard during this time, especially you, aunt. With your heart condition, you shouldn't overexert yourself." Xiao Yi felt quite satisfied with his aunts. Although there were some minor disagreements with his parents regarding taking care of Grandpa, their emphasis on family ties deeply moved Xiao Yi. "Okay, we have no problem with that, but don't delay Grandpa's treatment. You need to take good care of him during this time," his aunt said excitedly to Xiao Yi. "All right, I'll call an ambulance to take Grandpa to my villa." Seeing how understanding his aunts were, Xiao Yi felt very happy. "Grandpa, although your health is not too bad now, you need to eat more meat during this time and practice the exercises I taught you." Originally, Xiao Yi thought that if his grandfather took a miraculous bean, he would be fully revitalized, but unexpectedly, while the illness was cured, he still looked very thin and weak. "Don't worry about me. I feel better than ever." After being bedridden for years, Xiao Yi's grandfather was nearly driven mad, and now that he could move his body again and didn't feel as weak as before, how could he not be happy? "Dad, you're finally better." Xiao Yi's father looked at his father, standing up again, and couldn't he help but feel choked up. "This is all thanks to my eldest grandson." The grandfather, who had walked through the gates of hell, couldn't he help but feel emotional. "Dad, during this time, don't worry about the store. Spend time with Grandpa, and by the way, call Uncle and his family back. Let us have a family gathering," Xiao Yi suggested. "Yes, such a joyful occasion calls for a family gathering to celebrate, but it's a pity." As Xiao Yi's father spoke, his tone became a bit somber. "Dad, don't think about those sad things. Uncle will be released soon. When that happens, we will all be reunited, right?" Xiao Yi comforted his father while secretly deciding to resolve the matter with his uncle as soon as possible. "Xiao Yi, how do I look in this dress for your class reunion?" On the morning of the reunion, Ban Miaoxin changed into a simple, elegant white dress and asked Xiao Yi, Good, good, good. My wife is naturally beautiful. She looks good in anything." At this moment, Xiao Yi dared not be dismissive, especially since Ban Miaoxin had learned that his first love would also be at this reunion. "Hee, you're so sweet-talking. This is the suit I carefully selected for you, so don't let your rival outshine you." Afterward, Ban Miaoxin learned about the situation with Shui Su and Gao Yuan from Xiao Yi. "Look, I only have you in my heart now." Xiao Yi had to say some sweet words that he usually found hard to express, hoping his wife, Ban Miaoxin, would let him off the hook. "We're an old married couple now, and you still can't be serious." Although Ban Miaoxin scolded Xiao Yi, the slight upward curve of her lips showed that she was quite pleased with his words. "Is our little princess's outfit ready?" Xiao Yi asked Ban Miaoxin while looking at their daughter, who was playing with toys nearby. "It's been ready for a long time," Ban Miaoxin said while applying light makeup. "Wan Wan, how about I take you out to play later? There are many big brothers and sisters there. Among his classmates, Xiao Yi was considered to have had children relatively late. Most of his classmates' children were a few years older than his daughter. Okay, Daddy. Due to the food in the Dragon Ball world, their daughter developed a bit faster than normal children and could communicate simply with adults. All morning, Bai Miaoxin was meticulously preparing the three of them until she was finally satisfied with the results and stopped this somewhat exhausting activity. Xiao Yi, let us hurry up. We'll be late. Bai Miaoxin urgit Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi glanced at the clock. It was just past 10. Xiao Yi was driving his Dior Q7, taking Bai Miaoxin and Nan Nan towards the Hilton Hotel. Although Bai Miaoxin was very concerned about this gathering, her personality was similar to Xiao Yi's. She was not the flashy type, which was evident from her choice of a simple white dress. Of course, Bai Miaoxin was not being frugal. This dress was quite expensive, costing Xiao Yi nearly $1 million, which gave him a new understanding of his thrifty wife. The Hilton Hotel was very close to the Xiao family home, and they arrived at their destination in less than 10 minutes. After handing the car keys to the doorman, the three of them headed towards the Rose Hall. Xiao Yi, over here. Shortly after entering the hotel, Xiao Yi spotted Yang Lanlan waving at him. You still haven't changed that habit from school. You're always right on time. Our classmates are already here. You're the last ones. Yang Lanlan chided Xiao Yi. This must be your sister-in-law and your daughter. No wonder you haven't kept in touch with us old classmates over the years. With such a beauty and a lovely little treasure, who would have time for us? Yang Lanlan was indeed the kind of woman who was charming and cordial, never neglecting anyone. Chapter 84. Song Zhao. I've heard Xiao Yi mention that he has a beautiful class monitor, and seeing her today, it's truly well-deserved. Bai Miaoxin, after some recent experiences, had noticeably improved in her social interactions. Xiao Yi looked speechlessly at the two women who were flattering each other upon meeting. What kind of expression is that? His wife, Bai Miaoxin, who understood him well, said with dissatisfaction. Not at all. I just think it's about time. If we go in any later, it won't be acceptable. Xiao Yi hurriedly changed the subject. Yes, this time it's not just classmates. Even our homeroom teacher, Teacher G, is here. Yang Lanlan also realized that this was not a good time for chatting. Really? Teacher G is coming too? She took good care of me back then. Xiao Yi reminisced. Let's go. My young master Xiao. If we don't go in now, we might really be late. Yang Lanlan said as she noticed Xiao Yi lost in his memories again. Xiao Yi was the first to push open the door to the Rose Hall, and he saw familiar yet unfamiliar faces, as well as his homeroom teacher, Mr. G, who was sitting in the main seat with some gray in his hair. He couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. Mr. G, long time no see. Xiao Yi smiled and said to Mr. G, Oh, it's Xiao Yi. You've grown into a handsome young man. This must be your wife and daughter. They're truly beautiful. Mr. G said sincerely. Miao Xin, this is my high school homeroom teacher. Mr. G, Xiao Yi introduced to Bai Miao Xin, who was beside him. Hello, Mr. G. I'm Xiao Yi's wife, Bai Miao Xin. Bai Miao Xin said obediently. Xiao Yi, you finally made it. We've been looking forward to your arrival for a long time. You're really a busy person. A voice came from behind Xiao Yi. Although the words were not wrong, they made Xiao Yi feel a bit awkward. Xuemanzi? Xiao Yi turned around to see a burly and unattractive man approaching. The nickname Xuemanzi was given to Xuesu because he resembled an ugly barbarian warrior from a game. Xuesu seemed taken aback by Xiao Yi's address, and his expression changed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. Sorry, it's been a long time since anyone called me that. So I didn't react right away. Xuesu said self-deprecatingly. Some people, not only do they arrive late, but they also act like they're someone important. It's really ridiculous. A plump middle-aged woman said. Who are you? Xiao Yi wondered why there was such a stranger at a class reunion. The woman, not expecting Xiao Yi to react this way, felt angry, but could only choose to ignore him and sat down. All right. It's been so many years since we've had a reunion. Can't we speak properly? Besides, Mr. G is still here. Yang Lanlan, who had not spoken much since entering, stepped forward and said seriously to the middle-aged woman. Yes. Old class monitor is right. Several classmates who usually got along well with Yang Lanlan also stood up to speak. I'm not the old class monitor. Yang Lanlan resumed her sweet smile. With Yang Lanlan's efforts, the awkward situation that had just occurred finally returned to a warm atmosphere. You're really hurtful. You don't even recognize Xie Xiaofang. Yang Lanlan revealed the identity of the middle-aged woman. Xie Xiaofang. Xiao Yi found it hard to connect this middle-aged woman with the pure girl he remembered who always had two ponytails. What? Xiao Yi said in confusion. Her husband works at Xuesu's company. Yang Lanlan certainly knew what Xiao Yi wanted to say. Don't blame Xie Xiaofang. she's had a tough time these years. Her child was diagnosed with leukemia right after birth. If it weren't for the lack of options, who would let their husband work under their old classmates? Yang Lanlan explained to Xiao Yi. I understand. After hearing Yang Lanlan's words, Xiao Yi didn't know what to say, and the atmosphere suddenly became very heavy. Xiao Yi. Over here. Suddenly, Xiao Yi heard someone calling him. Dazao. I didn't expect you to be here too. Why didn't you call me when you got back? Xiao Yi walked over with by Miao, Xian, and Wan, happily greeting the handsome man in front of him. Hello, sister-in-law. This must be your little niece. I remember when I went abroad, you had just gotten married, and now the child is so big. The handsome man said to Bai Miao, Xian. It's Song Zhao. You too. Wan, quickly call uncle. Bai Miao, Xian said to Wan. Uncle. Wan sweetly said. Good. Here, this is uncle's red envelope. Song Zhao took out a thick red envelope and handed it to Wan. Wan held the red envelope in her hand, looking puzzled, not knowing what it was. We brothers don't need this. Xiao Yi said to Song Zhao. It's fine. It's the first time meeting my big niece. I can't come empty-handed. Song Zhao waved his hand at Xiao Yi. Song Zhao and Xiao Yi were very close friends during high school, and although they went to different cities for college after graduation, they still communicated frequently online. Unlike Xiao Yi, who chose to work right after graduating from college. Song Zhao continued his studies and even chose to pursue his doctorate abroad after Xiao Yi got married. Did you graduate with your doctorate? Xiao Yi asked Song Zhao. Sort of. Aside from that certificate, which will take some time to issue, everything else is done. Song Zhao said casually to Xiao Yi. Are you planning to develop back home this time? Xiao Yi asked with concern for his good friend. You know, my dream has always been to pursue excitement. While my dad keeps urging me to go back, inherit the family business, and marry someone I don't know, living the same life as him, Song Zhao complained quietly. Xiao Yi only learned that Song Zhao was a rich second generation after knowing him for a long time, during a night when Song Zhao got drunk. Although he didn't inquire specifically, Xiao Yi was sure that Song Zhao's family wealth was definitely not less than Shui Su's. I actually have a project that requires a trustworthy person to help. Xiao Yi suddenly thought of the professional manager he had been searching for a long time. Although Song Zhao did not come from a professional background, his family had cultivated him as a successor since childhood. So he had an unparalleled advantage in controlling the overall situation. Moreover, since Song Zhao was Xiao Yi's best friend and his family was extremely wealthy, Xiao Yi didn't have to worry at all about embezzlement. It could be said that Song Zhao was the most ideal professional manager Xiao Yi could find at present. Chapter 85. Provocation. Wow. It seems you've done well for yourself over the years, buddy. Song Zhao said enviously. Haha, I can't compare with your family, but I think you'll definitely be interested in what I want you to do. From Xiao Yi's understanding of Song Zhao, he knew that as long as he mentioned something interesting, Song Zhao would jump at the chance to do it, even without any payment. Just as Xiao Yi was about to reveal his plans to establish a foundation, a commotion suddenly broke out ahead. Wow, Yuan, you look stunning today. You and our General Shui make a great match. A flattering voice from Xiaofang rang out. Xiao Yi looked at the distant figure of Gao Yuanyuan, still graceful, and couldn't help but fall into memories. At that moment, Bai Miaoxin's hand grasped his, looking at him with concern. Don't worry, I just remembered some past memories. Xiao Yi said to his wife in front of him. All right, all the old classmates who could make it today are here. So I declare that the class reunion officially begins. Yang Lanlan announced to everyone, seeing that everyone had arrived. Next, let us invite our homeroom teacher, Teacher Ji, to say a few words. Everyone welcome. Yang Lanlan seemed very skilled at handling such situations, hosting smoothly. As soon as Xiao Yi and Gao Yuanyuan entered, they saw Xiao Yi standing out like a crane among chickens. Over the years, it seemed that time had left no trace on Xiao Yi's face. The once handsome young man had transformed into a strikingly handsome man. Unlike those young boys, Xiao Yi carried a mature man's aura, and the majority of the female classmates present often glanced towards him, intentionally or unintentionally. Meanwhile, the other men in the class looked rather pitiful. Time had not only left them with wrinkles on their faces, but had also turned their once handsome figures into beer bellies. Some men were even balding. Compared to Xiao Yi, they appeared as mere green backdrops, insignificant in contrast. This was also why, after Xiao Yi had been there for so long, no other male classmate had come over to greet him, except for the equally handsome Song Zhao. Come on, go greet your old flame. Unbeknownst to him, Shui Su had already approached Gao Yuanyuan's side. Seeing his wife, whom he had pursued for years, staring at her old flame as soon as she entered, made Shui Su, who was usually very protective of his wife, feel a surge of anger. Shui Su, don't misunderstand. Gao Yuanyuan was also taken aback, having never seen Xue Su angry at her before, and quickly explained. What? Seeing your old flame has made you forget what I said before? Xue Su didn't calm down at Gao Yuanyuan's words. Instead, it felt like adding fuel to the fire. All right, but we've been classmates for many years. Don't go too far. Gao Yuanyuan certainly understood that Xue Su wanted her to cooperate in humiliating Xiao Yi at this class reunion, as revenge against someone who had always excelled over him in school. Xue Su was a man with a strong possessive nature, harboring resentment towards Gao Yuanyuan's first love, who was not him. In the past, it hadn't been so bad, but over the years, as his business grew larger, his temper became increasingly strange. Even when Yang Lanlan proposed organizing this reunion, he immediately decided to sponsor the event, aiming to strike a blow against his rival Xiao Yi materially. Xiao Yi, take a look, who is this? Xue Su brought Gao Yuanyuan to Xiao Yi and said, Xiao, long time no see, how have you been lately? Gao Yuanyuan greeted Xiao Yi politely, her tone still gentle, but the feelings that once stirred him were gone. Yeah, long time no see. Xiao Yi Sikit. Let me introduce. This is my wife by Miaoxin, and this is my little princess Nuan Nuan. When Xiao Yi saw his wife walking over with Nuan Nuan, he introduced her to Gao Yuanyuan. Hello, I'm Gao Yuanyuan, Xiao Yi's high school classmate. You're really beautiful. Gao Yuanyuan did not expect to see Xiao Yi again in such a scene, completely different from her imagination. Yuan, you are the love of my life. Having you makes me feel like I own the whole world. Yuan, this is your favorite breakfast. I specially went far to buy it for you. Eat it while it's hot. Yuan, your head is really hot. It seems you have a fever. Wait for me, I'll go get you some medicine. All the past memories resurfaced in Gao Yuanyuan's mind, making her suddenly envious of the woman in front of her. If she had let go back then, perhaps the lovely child before her would have been hers and Xiao Yi's. Haha, Xiao Yi, how's the environment here? If you need anything, feel free to tell the waiters. I have shares here, and they will do everything to meet your needs. Although Xue Su spoke humbly, the unhidden smile on his face revealed that he was there to show off. General Xue, the industries you own are certainly not limited to this small 5-star hotel, right? In our Jiang city, your legendary experiences are well known among the wealthy. CS Xiaofang walked up to Xue Su at that moment, continuously praising him, even making Gao Yuanyuan blush. Haha, not at all. My achievements are insignificant. Xiao Yi, you were always better than me in school. You should be doing even better than me now, right? Xue Su finally began to challenge Xiao Yi. How could that be? With Xiao Yi like this, he is just a bookworm. How could he compare with our General Xue? CS Xiaofang suddenly said loudly, drawing the attention of classmates who had been chatting in small groups. CS Xiaofang, you should say less. How could Xiao Yi be, as you say? Gao Yuanyuan reprimanded CS Xiaofang, but this action made Xiao Yi frown. Yuan, although what I'm about to say might upset you, I still have to say it. Xiao Yi is not worthy of you. CS Xiaofang seemed to have no hesitation after Gao Yuanyuan spoke, raising her voice even more. What is going on? Why is there a fight at a good class reunion? A few classmates who were nearby came over. You arrived just in time. General Xue just said that Xiao Yi was always better than him in school and should be doing better now. But I don't think so. Although Xiao Yi excelled academically, success in this society doesn't rely on book knowledge, but rather on exceptional abilities, like our General Xue. CS Xiaofang shouted loudly, her voice almost echoing throughout the Rose Hall. Chapter 86. Counterattack CS Xiaofang. Didn't you hear what I just said? Are you deliberately causing trouble at this class reunion? Yang Lanlan was originally sitting next to Teacher Ji when she suddenly heard CS Xiaofang's words and couldn't help but respond angrily. Although the financier of this class reunion was Xue Su, the initiator was Yang Lanlan, and she personally took on the task of gathering classmates. Otherwise, with Xue Su's charisma, gathering a dozen classmates would be quite an achievement. Therefore, it can be said that everyone came here for Yang Lanlan's sake. At that moment, the big sister, known for her gentleness, suddenly got angry, which startled CS Xiaofang, who had been quite arrogant until then. After being directly reprimanded by Yang Lanlan, CS Xiaofang was at a loss for words. In her fluster, her eyes involuntarily glanced at Xue Su, and seeing his calm expression, even with an encouraging look, CS Xiaofang gradually stabilized her emotions. I'm not causing trouble. I'm just stating facts. Can't we express our thoughts at a class reunion? After receiving Xue Su's hint, CS Xiaofang was no longer as timid as before and directly spoke to Yang Lanlan. Good, very good, Yang Lanlan said, trembling with anger. Although Yang Lanlan was once the class monitor and was highly respected, she realized that she really had no way to deal with Xie Xiaofang's unreasonable behavior. Let everyone speak. Am I right? Xiao Yi, can you compare yourself to President Xue? Xie Xiaofang said triumphantly. I think what Xue Manzi said is right. Xiao Yi responded calmly, as if discussing the taste of a dish. I told you. Look, even the person involved admits that he is not as good as President Xue. Xie Xiaofang said happily after hearing Xiao Yi's words. I think you may have misunderstood. I agree with the last thing Xue Manzi just said. Xiao Yi interrupted Xie Xiaofang. What did he say? Xie Xiaofang seemed not to have reacted yet, and asked without thinking. Xue Manzi said that he was not as good as me in school, and he definitely won't be as good as me in society. I think he is very right. Xiao Yi calmly replied to Xie Xiaofang. You. Xie Xiaofang was choked by Xiao Yi's words and suddenly didn't know how to respond. Aladikt, Xiao Yi. I want to hear how I am not as good as you. Xue Manzi's previously proud face turned pale, and he said in a deep voice, Do you think you have anything to compare with me besides money? Xiao Yi said with a look of disdain at Xue Manzi. Xue Manzi wanted to say something, but after thinking it over, he realized that, as Xiao Yi said, aside from money, he really had nothing to compare with Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi's appearance, height, and even figure are now incomparable to Xue Manzi. Standing together, they're like a prince and a peasant, with no basis for comparison at all. In today's society, those who look good can only become escorts. Only those with wealth are the rulers of this society. Xue Manzi is extremely confident in his achievements and is not affected by Xiao Yi's earlier words at all. Wealth? Good, let's talk about wealth then. Seeing that Xue Manzi was still not giving up, Xiao Yi knew that if he didn't make the other party despair today, he would definitely continue to pester him. Let me take it from here. Young Lanlan interjected. First of all, I want to apologize to everyone present. Recently, I hesitated and wanted to find you all quickly, so I hired a private investigator to look into your addresses and current situations. There were many surprising things, and Xiao Yi was one of them. Yang Lanlan said to everyone present. Perhaps everyone has heard a piece of news recently about a mysterious person who used the money from the auction of their diamonds, amounting to over 3 billion RMB, entirely for charity, and promised to publish the expenditure list online. Yang Lanlan said to her classmates and teacher Ji. That's right, maybe some have guessed it. This mysterious person is Xiao Yi. Yang Lanlan revealed this shocking news to everyone present. Moreover, not only that, but Xiao Yi has now opened an ornamental fish shop that nearly monopolizes all high-end markets in the ornamental fish industry, with annual transaction funds reaching 1 billion renminbi. Yang Lanlan introduced to the crowd. Wow, I didn't expect Xiao Yi to be an invisible billionaire. This is a completely different realm. One is a capitalist who works hard to make money, and the other has already ascended to a charity that benefits the masses. There's indeed no comparison between the two. Gao Yuanyuan must be blind, choosing a roadside dung ball instead of gem. A wave of discussion made Xue Su and his group feel extremely embarrassed, especially Gao Yuanyuan, who regretted it immensely at this moment. She recalled Xiao Yi's kindness to her and thought of the evidence of Xue Su's infidelity that she had just discovered a few days ago. In her heart, she couldn't help but hate herself, and at the same time, she made a decision. Xiao Yi, are you really that mysterious person? Even Teacher Ji, who was sitting there, became unsettled. Yes, Teacher Ji, Xiao Yi repeated respectfully. Good. I am proud to have such a student as you. Teacher Ji said excitedly. It should be noted that Teacher Ji had previously only affirmed Xue Su's achievements. As an educator, she viewed money quite lightly, and her excitement was entirely due to Xiao Yi's charitable actions. The class reunion suddenly became very lively with the presence of such a legendary figure as Xiao Yi. Except for Xue Su and Gao Yuanyuan, who left midway due to embarrassment, the other classmates who attended the reunion had a great time. Xiao Yi, the project you mentioned is not asking me to manage your charity fund, right? After the reunion, Xiao Yi took his wife by Miaoxin and daughter Wanwan home, and then brought Song Zhao to a nearby CAF. Of course, I think you'll definitely like something so interesting. Xiao Yi said to Song Zhao. It's good that my brother knows me. He knows I like exciting things. All right, leave the fund management to me. I promise to spend all this money on those in need. Song Zhao assured Xiao Yi. I knew you would like my arrangement. Hearing Song Zhao's agreement, Xiao Yi couldn't help but say happily. Chapter 87, Road Tyrant. Xiao Yi, this afternoon, your uncle's family is coming back from abroad. You need to pick them up at the airport. During breakfast, Xiao Yi's father said to him, Okay, what time is their flight? Xiao Yi asked his father. 2:30 p.m. Make sure you check the time so your uncle's family doesn't have to wait for you. Xiao Yi's father reminded him. Got it. They will definitely be surprised to see Grandpa this time, Xiao Yi said with a smile. Huh. Yes, even I was surprised, Xiao Yi's grandfather said with a smile. At this moment, Xiao Yi's grandfather was no longer the skeletal figure he once was. After a few days of recuperation, his once prominent cheekbones were no longer visible, and his previously sunken cheeks had puffed up again. Even more miraculous, the teeth that had long since fallen out had miraculously regrown after practicing body refining techniques. Although they were just beginning to emerge from the gums, it was still a source of amazement for Grandpa. Furthermore, Xiao Yi's grandfather's appearance had changed dramatically. His once pale face was now replaced by a healthy flush, and the balding head that had been bare for years had sprouted some sparse hair. The wrinkles on his face had diminished significantly, making him look like a man in his 60s. Xiao's father and mother initially did not pay much attention to the body refining technique that Xiao Yi presented. Moreover, the movements were indeed quite difficult, so they were not very dedicated to practicing it. However, after seeing Grandpa Xiao as a living example, their enthusiasm for training was completely ignited. Xiao Yi was pleasantly surprised by this change. Compared to his own explanations, Grandpa's example was much more persuasive. Uncle, Aunt, over here. Xiao Yi immediately spotted his uncle's family walking out of the airport and called out loudly. Xiao Yi, you've changed so much. If you hadn't called out, I wouldn't have recognized you. His uncle was quite surprised by Xiao Yi's transformation, having last seen him 2 years ago when Grandpa was seriously ill. Xiao Yi, hello, you look even more handsome than before, Anne exclaimed. The last time she saw Xiao Yi was over a decade ago, so she wasn't too surprised by his change, just thinking that he had become a handsome young man. Let's go. Get in the car. Grandpa is already waiting at home. Xiao Yi picked up 2 large suitcases as if they were toys and walked ahead. Wow, Xiao Yi, I didn't expect your physique to be so strong, Aunt said in astonishment. By the way, Xiao Yi, your dad said on the phone that Grandpa's illness is cured and that the whole family should come back to celebrate. He wouldn't tell me the specifics, though. What's going on? Uncle was still quite concerned about Grandpa's health. Let's get in the car. We'll understand everything once we see Grandpa, Xiao Yi said to his uncle, noticing that the airport was crowded and not a good place for conversation. Huh? When Xiao Yi reached the parking spot, he found a Hummer parked arrogantly in the traffic lane, blocking him and several other cars from leaving. What's going on? Xiao Yi asked a block driver curiously. Looks like they're also here to pick someone up, but they shouldn't be any decent people. There are clearly parking spaces nearby, yet they insisted on parking in the traffic lane. The driver complained. Did you call to have the car moved? Xiao Yi asked next. Of course I did. Just a moment ago, a guy called, and the response he got was, if you want to get through, just crash into it. And then they hung up. The driver said helplessly, so we're just going to wait? Isn't the airport going to do anything? Xiao Yi looked back at his uncle's family. Didn't you see? The other cars over there. Their owners couldn't wait and just went off to get taxi. The private car driver said helplessly. Xiao Yi, why don't we wait a bit? No, Rus. Uncle suggested after hearing the whole story. It's okay, Uncle. You take Aunt and the 2 kids in the car first. I'll handle this. Xiao Yi said gently to his uncle. All right, just remember, don't act impulsively. Although Xiao Yi was very calm, Uncle could still tell that he was a bit angry. Hey, is this the owner of the Hummer? Your car is parked in the middle of the road. Please move it. Xiao Yi said politely. Damn, is this ever going to end? I told you, either wait or crash through, don't bother me. Came an extremely arrogant voice from the other side. Hello, is this the traffic police? There's a Hummer parked illegally in the middle of the road. Could you please send a tow truck to remove the vehicle? Xiao Yi, with no other choice, had to call the traffic police for help. Sorry, our tow trucks are all out. Please negotiate with the car owner first. It's best to reach a consensus. The operator's words left Xiao Yi speechless. Fine. What started as a small matter has turned into a series of incidents. And even Xiao Yi, who usually has a gentle temperament, was provoked. Hey buddy, can you move aside? I'm going to crash through. Don't scratch your car. Xiao Yi said to the kind private car owner. Bro, don't act impulsively. Waiting a bit isn't embarrassing. There's no need to get angry with this kind of person. The driver kindly advised, seeing that Xiao Yi was considering such extreme measures. It's okay. Since I dare to crash, I'm not afraid of him. Xiao Yi thanked the car owner. All right, bro, if I didn't have older and younger family members to take care of with my temper, I would have crashed through already. Let us clear the way for this brother's car. The private car owner, being friendly, took charge of the situation. Xiao Yi, are you really going to crash through? It's not necessary. Uncle, who was sitting in the passenger seat, advised. Don't worry, Uncle. My car has been reinforced all around. I guarantee that car will be smashed, and my car will be unharmed. Xiao Yi said as he accelerated toward the Hummer. Xiao Yi certainly did not tell the truth. His real reliance was on a power so strong that it could be externally released. However, after Xiao Yi released his energy, he discovered that the energy, which was everywhere in the Dragon Ball world, was actually so thin here that it was almost non-existent. Fortunately, Xiao Yi still had a large reserve of energy in his body, allowing him to release it, but this took away more than half of the energy he had. Chapter 88. Reunion. The violent collision that everyone imagined did not occur. Xiao Yi's Dior Q7 crashed through the front of the Hulk like it was breaking a bubble, creating a huge hole, while the Dior Q7 remained unscathed. Wow, it turns out to be a low-key big shot. Is this a car modified from a tank shell? The private car owner who had just called Xiao Yi brother exclaimed in surprise. Xiao Yi, his uncle said in shock just now. I told you. It's fine. When we get home, I'll explain everything to you one by one. Grandpa is probably already impatiently waiting. Xiao Yi didn't explain too much to his uncle, and this ability was not something he could clarify in a short time. The airport was not very far from Xiao Yi's villa area. In less than half an hour, Xiao Yi's Dior Q7 had smoothly entered his villa. Xiao Yi, your villa is so big, his aunt said in surprise. Haha, it's nothing. The housing prices here are very cheap. Xiao Yi maybe repeat. Dad, just as Xiao Yi was talking to his aunt, a sudden exclamation came from the side. Huh, you're back. That's great. Grandpa was waiting at the door with Xiao Yi's father as they exited the villa. Your body, his uncle said in shock. Come in. There have been many changes at home during this time. You'll be surprised. Since Grandpa recovered, he has regained his decisive personality from his youth. Xiaobo, come and try the burgers that Xiao Yi specially made for the two kids. They taste absolutely no worse than those from your place. Xiao Yi's father took out the burgers that Xiao Yi had just made and handed them to his uncle's family. Wow, Dad, this burger is really delicious. His uncle's eldest son exclaimed. Delicious. The youngest daughter nodded while devouring it. This was made by your brother. Don't you want to thank your brother? His uncle said to his two children. Thank you, brother. The two kids said in unison, showing that although they were abroad, their uncle's discipline had not been relaxed at all. Uncle, you should also try these dishes. They were all made by my mom early in the morning, and they taste quite delicious. Xiao Yi said to his uncle and aunt. Wow, big sister-in-law, your cooking is really good. His aunt exclaimed after taking a bite of the dish made by Xiao Yi's mother. My skills are just okay. It's mainly because these ingredients are good. Xiao Yi's mother modestly stated the reason for the dish's deliciousness. Xiaobo, come on, eat more. It's not like a home when you're abroad. You can't find such authentic hometown dishes. His aunt insisted on putting more food into his uncle's bowl. After dinner, while the family was enjoying tea, Xiao Yi took the lead in speaking to his uncle. Uncle, the reason I called you back this time, besides celebrating Grandpa's recovery, is also to let you come back to develop. Xiao Yi revealed what he had already discussed with his family. Come back. His uncle did not expect that Xiao Yi would make such a proposal. Actually, this was also Grandpa's decision. You've been drifting outside for so many years, and you understand the hardships out there. Just right. I'm planning to start my own business recently and need trustworthy people to help. So Grandpa thought of you and wanted you to come back to develop. Xiao Yi explained to his uncle. I don't mind coming back to help you, but your younger brother and sister have already gotten used to living abroad. I'm afraid they might not adapt suddenly when they come back. His uncle voiced his concerns. This could be done gradually. There are elite schools in the country now that have foreign teachers. We can let your younger brother and sister try there first. It would be best if they can adapt, and if not, I can fund the establishment of a school like that nearby. Xiao Yi said generously. You have so much funding? His uncle was taken aback by Xiao Yi's words. He originally thought that after Xiao Yi donated over 3 billion, he wouldn't have much money left, which was why he wanted to start business. And helping Xiao Yi was not about how much money he could give him. He just hoped to spend more time with his father here. But now, hearing Xiao Yi's words, it seemed to be completely different. You don't need to worry about the funding. Don't you want to know how Grandpa's illness got better? Xiao Yi addressed the question that had been on his uncle's mind. Actually, the reason I didn't tell you over the phone was also to avoid the call being monitored. Xiao Yi repeated what he had said to the family, to his uncle's family. Are there really such extraordinary people and events in the world? His uncle, who had revered science for many years, was hearing about such secrets for the first time. Although there was Grandpa as a witness, he still found it hard to believe. Let me show you the magic of spells. Saying this, Xiao Yi transformed into a gorilla. It was the first time seeing Xiao Yi's transformation, and the family was stunned by this change. How is it? Fun, right? Xiao Yi felt very happy, seeing his family's astonished expressions. Xiao Yi, what is this? His father was the first to ask, as he had only been at the stage of strengthening his body regarding cultivation, and he never expected Xiao Yi to surprise him again. The 72 transformations. Not unfamiliar, right? It often appears in film and television works. Xiao Yi said to his family. How could that be? Isn't that something from myths and legends? Grandpa also said in surprise. Cultivating is the process of a person becoming an immortal. This time, Xiao Yi was not joking, but was very serious in explaining to his family. You used this method when you crashed into the Hulk, right? As a university student from the 90s, his uncle was not easily fooled. He didn't believe Xiao Yi's words before when the Dior collided with the Hulk, as many things contradicted the laws of physics. Now he finally got an explanation. That's right, you saw through it. Xiao Yi said shyly. Did you crash a car? Hearing the conversation between the two, Xiao Yi's father couldn't help but ask. Yes, Xiao Yi recounted what had happened at the airport to everyone. What a reckless thing. How could there be such a rude person? Xiao Yi, you did well in crashing. Grandpa, having experienced the hardships of war, couldn't he stand such bullying and strongly supported Xiao Yi's actions. Dad, this is a society ruled by law, even if the other party was unreasonable. You can't. Xiao Yi's father hurriedly said to Grandpa. Dad, don't worry. I just checked. There are no cameras at the place where I crashed. If the other party wants compensation, I can just compensate them at the original price. If they come hard at me, I'll let them experience the power of a cultivator. Xiao Yi said to his father. Chapter 89. Magnetic Levitation. What is going on? While Xiao Yi's family was happily enjoying their reunion dinner, a burly young man beside the Hulk at the airport said to his subordinates. The subordinate didn't know what had happened here at all and couldn't answer the young man's question. Master Tong, I apologize for the inconvenience. I didn't expect such a thing to happen. The young man saw his subordinate's state and knew he wouldn't be able to get any results. He couldn't help but turn around and said to an elderly man behind him, who was dressed in vintage clothing, It's all right. Since I was hired at a high price to investigate the feng shui, I have the obligation to help you relieve your worries. The elderly man advised. This matter ends here. Do not pursue it further. Oh, master, what have you seen? Could you enlighten me? The strong young man still had great faith in the elder and couldn't help but ask upon hearing his words. I haven't seen anything. That's precisely what makes it the most terrifying. Normally, if there's a dispute here, the cause and effect would be chaotic, and with our Ma'i lineage, we should be able to sense something. However, I've just calculated the cause and effect of this place, and I found no abnormalities. There is only one possibility. You have encountered a person of great skill. It's best not to disturb such a person, or the outcome could be unpredictable. The elder advised the robust young man. Thank you for your guidance, master. This divination should not be done for free. I will transfer 10 million to your account. The strong young man said respectfully. Thus, a dispute was resolved without a trace, but the person named Xiao Yi was remembered by the robust young man. Xiao Yi, is this the project you want to start? The young uncle looked at the project plan Xiao Yi presented, his hands trembling slightly. Yes, this is the project I want to start. Xiao Yi affirmed. But can we succeed? The young uncle said worriedly, looking at the dazzling words maglev car on the plan. I didn't say it has to be solely funded by us. If we can collaborate with the country, that would also be a good choice. Xiao Yi repeated calmly. Is this technology replicable? The young uncle asked Xiao Yi. Don't worry, I will ensure the encryption is done well. Before an agreement is reached, I guarantee that no one will be able to replicate this technology. Xiao Yi assured his uncle. All right, please tell me your thoughts in detail, the young uncle said excitedly. After the young uncle left, Xiao Yi fell into deep thought. Xiao Yi's decision to unveil the maglev car, a powerful weapon, was made after careful consideration. Now is not the best time for the maglev car to debut. If Xiao Yi were to develop it further, he could occupy a more advantageous position. However, the incident at the airport served as a wake-up call for Xiao Yi. While he indeed possesses great strength, it has little practical application in modern society. He cannot recklessly go out into the streets to commit mass murder. Can he? Besides brute force, Xiao Yi realized that he had little leverage in this modern society. If he had certain privileges during the last incident, how could the traffic police dare to be so inactive? Therefore, he thought of the advanced technology he brought back from the Dragon Ball world. The reason Xiao Yi dared to present the maglev car so early is that he is a knowledgeable scientist who is not afraid of questioning from any country. Moreover, this technology has already been modified by Xiao Yi to align perfectly with the development history of Earth technology, and it does not contain any technology that is ahead of its time. Xiao Yi's goal is to have certain privileges for himself and his family in this country, while money is of secondary importance. With the radar modified by Bulma, money is just a number that Xiao Yi can easily obtain. Director Wang, there's a patent application outside. Clerk Xiao Zhang rushed into Director Wang's office, excitedly speaking to him. Xiao Zhang, you've been with our patent office for 3 years, right? I've always had high hopes for you. But when are you going to change your impatient personality? Although Director Wang was somewhat dissatisfied, he couldn't get mad at the pretty young girl in front of him and could only speak earnestly. I. Xiao Zhang was suddenly at a loss for words when Director Wang said this. Don't rush. You just mentioned that a patent application came in from outside. Is it for a very practical patent? Director Wang asked patiently. Yes, but the other party brought a finished product and refused to register the core technology. Xiao Zhang regained her composure and said to Director Wang, Xiao Zhang, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but our patent office has strict rules. This isn't the first time something like this has happened. If they don't present the core technology, we won't approve the patent. Director Wang said sternly to Xiao Zhang, but the application is for magnetic levitation technology, and they brought a magnetic levitation motorcycle. Xiao Zhang couldn't help but explain to Director Wang, no matter what the technology is, according to the rules, anything that doesn't meet the standards cannot be granted patent approval. Director Wang continued to speak in an official tone. What do you mean? Mature magnetic levitation technology. Although Director Wang had been in administrative work for many years due to the unique nature of the patent office, he still had some understanding of cutting-edge technologies at home and abroad. Where are they? Where? Hurry and take me over. Director Wang finally couldn't sit still and urged Xiao Zhang. Don't rush, they're still in the VIP room. Seeing the anxious expression on Director Wang's face, Xiao Zhang felt an inexplicable sense of happiness. This is our Director Wang. This is Mr. Xiao. Xiao Zhang introduced politely. Hello, Mr. Xiao. My surname is Wang. If you don't mind, you can call me Brother Wang. Director Wang greeted Xiao Yi enthusiastically. Director Wang, about the patent application? Xiao Yi didn't pay attention to Director Wang's friendliness and spoke in a businesslike manner. Xiao, this matter of yours is a bit tricky. The patent office has rules. And although I feel a good rapport with you, rules are rules, and personal feelings can't come into play. And don't worry, if you hand over the core technology to the patent office, we will strictly protect it and ensure that your product suffers no losses. Director Wang spoke in an official tone. Are you saying there's no room for negotiation? Xiao Yi said calmly. That's not the case. Legal principles also require consideration of personal relationships. Although our patent office has strict rules, there are still some lenient policies for inventions with good prospects. If you agree, we can help you sell this patent, which not only solves your troubles, but also resolves many issues in the patent-to-product transition. Director Wang proposed a solution. Chapter 90. Cooperation O? I wonder what price Director Wang plans to sell my patent for. Xiao Yi said with a half-smile. That's not urgent. Let's first take a look at your finished levitating vehicle. Let me, this old man, see it. Although Director Wang was very eager to secure this technology, the appraiser just now was, after all, the inexperienced Xiao Zhang, and there was a possibility of being deceived. All right, since Director Wang is interested, I'll demonstrate it for you again, Xiao Yi said while starting his magnetic levitation motorcycle. Xiao Yi took out a motorcycle mainly because he valued its small size, which allowed for quick maneuvering between skyscrapers. Now, I will demonstrate the performance of this maglev motorcycle, Xiao Yi said as he personally drove the maglev motorcycle into the air to showcase its specific capabilities. Wow, it really flew. The other colleagues who rushed over upon hearing the news were astonished to see the maglev motorcycle silently ascending into the sky. After the demonstration, Xiao Yi slowly descended in front of the patent office, leaving everyone wanting more. Your invention has truly opened my eyes. All right, let's go inside and talk. Director Wang was the first to regain his composure and said to Xiao Yi, Mr. Xiao, what are your thoughts on my previous proposal? Although Director Wang knew the answer, he still made one last effort. If it were you, would you sell this technology for a low price? Xiao Yi countered with a half-smile. It's not about selling it cheaply. I will help you find a powerful company, and you will gain unimaginable wealth. Director Wang continued to tempt Xiao Yi. All right, Director Wang, let's discuss the patent application instead. As for finding someone to collaborate with, you don't need to worry about that. Seeing that Director Wang was still not giving up, Xiao Yi directly refused. Fine, Mr. Xiao, let's talk about your patent application. Your technology has no obstacles for patent application. But the only difficulty is that the core technology of maglev must be submitted to the patent office for record, as clearly stipulated in patent law. And there's nothing I could do about it. Director Wang said in a businesslike manner, seeing that Xiao Yi was uninterested in selling the patent. Well then, I'll try other institutions. Xiao Yi said calmly, without showing any signs of anxiety. Mr. Xiao, you should know that this is the National Patent Office. If your patent is rejected here, I dare say that you won't get it approved anywhere in China. Director Wang stated bluntly. Oh well, I guess I'll just give up this patent then, Xiao Yi said nonchalantly. Mr. Xiao, have you thought it over? You should know that if this patent goes into production, your wealth will instantly surpass that of the richest person in China. Seeing Xiao Yi so unyielding, Director Wang had to be patient and continue to tempt him. It doesn't matter. I'm already financially secure. Earning more money doesn't mean much to me. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now, Xiao Yi said indifferently. Mr. Xiao, could you stay a little longer? Although I can't change the regulations, I can report your situation to my superiors. I believe they will handle it as a special case. Director Wang ultimately compromised with Xiao Yi out of desperation. Reporting to superiors was the last thing Director Wang wanted to do. Initially, he thought that since Xiao Yi was young, he could secretly acquire the patent under the name of the patent office. Whether to hand it over or sell it to a state-owned enterprise, both were good options. However, Director Wang did not expect Xiao Yi to be so stubborn, preferring to permanently shelve the technology rather than hand over the core technology to the patent office, which left him in a very passive position. Although reporting this matter to superiors would earn both the patent office and Director Wang himself some credit, this credit was negligible compared to the credit gained from obtaining the core technology. Out of desperation, Director Wang contacted his supervisor, Deputy Director Jiang of the National Intellectual Property Administration, to inform him of the situation. What? Maglev technology? And is already a finished product. Did you see it with your own eyes? Good. You must keep this person stable for me. I will immediately notify Director Liang. Deputy Director Jiang ordered Director Wang. Understood. I guarantee to complete the task. Director Wang knew that as long as he could keep Xiao Yi there until Director Liang and the others arrived, he would earn his credit. Mr. Xiao, come try this. It's an excellent Dahong Pao brought by an old friend of mine, said to be from the finest tea trees in Wui Mountain, cultivated in the most suitable environment. Although it can't be called the king of tea, it is still a rare treasure. Director Wang presented it to Xiao Yi like a treasure. Oh, then I must try it. If it were anything else, Xiao Yi wouldn't care much, but premium tea was the favorite of his entire family, a habit that started with his grandfather who enjoyed brewing kung fu tea. After Xiao Yi sipped about a third of the tea, he closed his eyes to savor it. Indeed, it is good tea. It is smooth on the palate and leaves a fragrant aftertaste, much better than what I usually drink. Although Xiao Yi was not a professional tea taster, years of drinking kung fu tea allowed him to discern good tea. If you don't mind, this box of Dahong Pao is a gift for you, Mr. Xiao. Such good tea is wasted on a rough guy like me. Director Wang, being a leader, managed to improve Xiao Yi's impression of him with just a few words. How can I accept that? Although he said this, Xiao Yi still accepted the premium Dahong Pao handed over by Director Wang. Suddenly, a series of knocks sounded from outside the door. Guomin, Director Wang said while getting up to welcome them. Director Liang, Director Jiang, you are all here. Indeed, standing outside were several important leaders from the National Intellectual Property Administration. Mr. Xiao, let me introduce you. This is Director Liang from our National Intellectual Property Administration, and Deputy Director Jiang. This is Mr. Xiao Yi, the inventor of maglev technology. Through their earlier conversation, Director Wang learned that maglev technology was actually developed by this young man in front of him, which astonished him. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. If our country had more talents like you, Mr. Xiao, how could we be blocked by foreign technologies? Director Liang remarked with emotion. Thank you for the compliment, Director Liang. Xiao Yi replied politely. Director Liang, I believe you would like to see my results as well. Let us go outside to test my maglev motorcycle. Xiao Yi knew that to take the initiative in the negotiation, he had to showcase his results to the newly arrived leaders once again. Great. I happen to have an old professor, Professor Li, who specializes in maglev research. He should have more authority than us. Director Liang was indeed prepared, having found an old professor engaged in maglev research from somewhere. Hello, young man. I look forward to your results. Professor Li said kindly to Xiao Yi. Professor Li, I hope you can provide guidance as well. Xiao Yi said friendly to Professor Li. This is where Xiao Yi began his explanation, during which many theories greatly benefited Professor Li. However, while Xiao Yi introduced his theoretical basis, he glossed over specific physical parameters, and Professor Li understood and did not delve deeper. How is it? The data of my maglev motorcycle is quite good, right? After showcasing the maglev motorcycle, Xiao Yi asked Director Liang. Director Liang was somewhat speechless after being shocked by the exaggerated data of the maglev motorcycle. Xiao Yi, do you think your technology could be sold to the state? Director Liang pondered. I'm not short of money. Xiao Yi rejected directly without any hesitation. Don't be so quick to refuse. You may not know how much the country will pay you. Director Liang continued without giving up. You might not have had time to investigate me. I just donated 3 billion recently. Xiao Yi interrupted Director Liang. Director Liang, Mr. Xiao, may I ask what your future plans are regarding the patent in your hands? Director Liang cautiously inquired, looking at the wealthy man before him. Although I invented this technology, as a Chinese person, I also understand the importance of giving back to my country. I plan to cooperate with the government to jointly develop a series of magnetic levitation products, with my technology accounting for 60% of the total shares. Xiao Yi stated the plan he had already thought out. Chapter 91 meeting, this is impossible. Although your technology is extremely important, the amount of funding the country needs to invest is in the trillions. It can't just work for you because of your personal situation. Director Liang said excitedly. Director Liang, I'm a bit tired today, and this place is clearly not suitable for negotiations. Let's discuss this matter another day. Do you see this patent? Xiao Yi knew that although Director Liang held a relatively high position, such a massive deal involving trillions was not something a mere director could decide. All right, Mr. Xiao, please wait a moment. I'll have Director Wang handle it for you right away. Director Liang was very pleased. As long as he could connect Xiao Yi with the higher-ups and enter the negotiation process, his contribution would be secured, regardless of whether the negotiations were successful or not. Professor Li, how do you evaluate Xiao Yi's capabilities? If we manage to acquire this patent completely, can we break free from his technology and develop independently? At this moment, Professor Li was invited to a heavily guarded location, where an elderly man often seen on television asked him, Sir, I only had a brief exchange with Xiao Yi, but from our conversation, I sensed his profound knowledge. I can say that Xiao Yi not only has deep expertise in the field of magnetic levitation, but is also absolutely top-notch in other areas. You also know that before I researched magnetic levitation, I spent 10 years on a project in space physics. To speak honestly, I still have a place in the domestic field of space physics. During our conversation, I intentionally discussed space physics with Xiao Yi, and I was surprised to find that his understanding of space physics surpassed my own. Although I can't draw a conclusion from this alone, Xiao Yi is very likely a genius who could influence a century. Professor Li expressed his evaluation of Xiao Yi. Thank you, Professor Li. You've been a great help to us this time. The country will remember your contribution. The elderly man expressed gratitude to Professor Li. Sir, you're being too serious. This is what I should do. Professor Li did not dare to take credit in front of the elderly man. Long Qi, have you found any information on Xiao Yi? The elderly man said to the heir after Professor Li left. Sir, I've already checked. Xiao Yi is not one of our hidden members. Nor have I heard of any senior from the hidden world coming to the real world to take in disciples. Came Long Qi's voice from the air. Good. Thank you for your hard work. It seems I need to see this Xiao Yi in person, the elderly man muttered to himself. Xiao Yi, I have set up the foundation operation team. My father, upon hearing that I am helping you manage the charity fund, has recognized what I am doing for the first time and has given me considerable support. Song Zhao said excitedly to Xiao Yi. It was clear that receiving his father's approval made Song Zhao very happy. You've done well. Next, focus on developing the online aspect, interact more with netizens, and identify those who need help the most. We should leverage the power of netizens. Xiao Yi offered his suggestions. All right, I understand. Song Zhao listened attentively while taking notes. This card has 3 billion. The password is 6 once. You can use it for the foundation, but remember to keep a record of every expenditure. As for your and the employees' salaries, I will have Miaoxin ensure they are paid on time monthly. Xiao Yi handed a black bank card to Song Zhao, reminding him. Xiao Yi, this is too much. We don't need this much funding at the start. Song Zhao declined. Just take it. You are my brother, and I trust you with the money. Xiao Yi sincerely said. In the coming period, I will be busy with a new project and may not be able to pay much attention to this charity fund. You can make the decisions. Just remember that this money must be spent on those who need help the most. Xiao Yi earnestly told Song Zhao. Xiao Yi, thank you for your trust. Song Zhao said, somewhat moved. Between brothers, there's no need for such formalities. Xiao Yi patted Song Zhao on the shoulder, encouraging him. I have seen thousands of mountains and rivers. A song interrupted Xiao Yi and Song Zhao's conversation. Hello, Xiao Yi greeted politely. Hello, is this Mr. Xiao Yi? A man's voice came from the other end of the line. Yes, who are you? Xiao Yi asked. I am a colleague of Director Liang. Our superior wants to meet you in person. May I come to pick you up? The other party said courteously. Sure, I'm free anytime. How long will it take? I'll inform my family. Xiao Yi inwaited. Not long. I will arrive at your villa by helicopter tomorrow morning and should be back by evening. The other party replied promptly. All right, see you tomorrow. Xiao Yi responded equally quickly. Do you have something to do? Song Zhao asked Xiao Yi, still unaware of the magnetic levitation matter. Nothing much, just a business collaboration with the government. I need to meet a leader in the capital tomorrow. Xiao Yi said without hiding anything, but downplayed it. You are really becoming more and more impressive. But this matter is enough to keep me busy. So I want to interfere with your other business, Song Zhao said casually. I know you too well. I actually want you to help me more. But I'm afraid you might just drop everything and not even handle the charity fund. Xiao Yi was very well aware of Song Zhao's tendency to avoid trouble. The next morning, Xiao Yi was practicing body refinement in the yard when a sudden thudding sound filled the sky. A helicopter landed directly on the lawn of Xiao Yi's home. Hello, you must be Comrade Xiao Yi, right? We spoke yesterday. A man in military uniform, around 30 years old, got off the helicopter and walked directly to Xiao Yi. That's right, it's me. Are we leaving now? Xiao Yi asked the man. If you don't need to prepare anything, we can leave right now. The man in uniform confirmed to Xiao Yi. Okay, let's go. Xiao Yi had already informed his family. So he jumped into the helicopter. I didn't expect Mr. Xiao to be quite the practitioner. The military man marveled as he saw Xiao Yi jump directly from the ground to over a meter high into the helicopter. You flatter me. In front of people like you, I'm just showing off. Xiao Yi sensed the man's strength as soon as he got off the plane. Chapter 92, Hidden World. Xiao Yi sensed that this group of people was extremely powerful, especially the man in military uniform in his 30s in front of him, whose combat ability was almost on par with little Wukong. If it weren't for the repeated confirmations, Xiao Yi would never believe that such a strong person could exist in a world with such thin spiritual energy. Moreover, he felt a very familiar aura from the other person's body, which was why he deliberately made the previous move. You must be a soldier, right? I've admired soldiers since I was a child. It's a pity that I didn't meet the physical standards when I was young. Otherwise, I would have become a glorious soldier by now. You must have practiced cultivation too, right? I wonder if you could explain to me the current levels of cultivation. To be honest, even though my strength is decent, it's all self-taught, and I have no idea how practitioners are defined in this world. As soon as Xiao Yi boarded the plane, he chatted nonstop with the leading soldier, not caring about the other person's cold attitude. Xiao Yi was speaking while sensing the other person's memories. Xiao Yi became more and more animated as he spoke, and he was extremely happy inside. Through their conversation, he learned a lot about the secrets of this world. In contrast, the man in military uniform across from him felt as if time was dragging on. He did not expect Xiao Yi to be such a chatterbox. Having been raised as an elite since childhood, most of his peers treated him with great respect, and even elders paid a lot of attention to etiquette. After reaching adulthood, he was sent down the mountain by his master to serve as a personal bodyguard to a leader, with the first rule being to maintain absolute silence. If the leader did not speak, the bodyguard must not make a sound. The man in military uniform grew up in such an environment, and now, encountering a talkative person like Xiao Yi, he felt extremely out of place. Other than pretending not to hear what was being said, he had no other way to respond. The helicopter slowly descended into a manor on the outskirts of the capital. From the outside, this manor looked no different from an ordinary vacation resort. It was just located in a somewhat remote area, surrounded by mountains, with only a rugged road leading to it. Although the manor appeared very peaceful, with only a few security guards patrolling occasionally, Xiao Yi sensed that there were at least over 100 soldiers armed with guns hiding in the shadows, ready to strike at any moment. Mr. Xiao, this way, please. Although the military man was tortured by Xiao Yi's incessant chatter along the way, his good upbringing still allowed him to maintain a smile. Walking on the pristine white tiles of the manor, Xiao Yi could feel many gazes on him, but he was no longer the naive Xiao Yi of the past, and chose to ignore these stares. Report. The military man knocked on the door of the innermost room. Come in. An old voice came from inside the room. Mr. Xiao, please. The military man gestured for Xiao Yi to enter. The helicopter slowly landed at Xiao Yi's villa. Mr. Xiao, we have arrived. The military man said to the contemplative Xiao Yi. Okay, thank you very much this time. Xiao Yi replied with a hint of meaning in his words. This is what we should do. We should also thank you for your cooperation. The military man clearly did not understand Xiao Yi's implication. After bidding farewell to Xiao Yi, the military man did not linger and directly took off in a helicopter, returning to the capital. Xiao Yi, on the other hand, fell into deep thought, reflecting on the gains and losses from this conversation. Although the conversation unfolded as Xiao Yi had anticipated, there were still many unexpected developments. Firstly, the level of the meeting exceeded Xiao Yi's expectations. The leader who received him this time turned out to be General Yi Guohua, the former Prime Minister of Huaxia. Xiao Yi had grown up hearing stories of this old general's heroic deeds, and now, at nearly 90 years old, he was still spirited. Moreover, through Xiao Yi's system check, he discovered that this old general was surprisingly a practitioner with considerable cultivation. From a military man, Xiao Yi gained a rough understanding of the cultivation situation in this world. Due to the scarcity of spiritual energy, most practitioners chose to enter the path through martial arts, starting with fixed techniques and through long-term practice. A body's ability to fully release the power of those techniques marks the first stage of cultivation, the Mingjing period. This period has many martial artists, but they are unable to withstand bullets. As martial artists reach the Mingjing period, their strength and speed rapidly increase with their cultivation, eventually allowing them to open all 12 meridians in their bodies, entering the Anjing period. Although there are not many martial artists in this period, each Anjing martial artist can easily handle a company of soldiers. Once martial artists enter the Anjing period, their cultivation progresses slowly, but as their cultivation increases, they can leap in strength. Each level up leads to dramatic changes in their abilities. Eventually, they must open all 8 meridians of the extraordinary channels, connecting heaven and earth, to draw external spiritual energy into their bodies, completing their physical cultivation. Of course, by this time, the martial artist has reached the innate realm, where they have 2 choices. The first is to draw energy into their body and practice the techniques of the Qi refinement period. The second is to continue honing their skills in the innate realm until perfection is achieved before moving on to the cultivation of Qi refiners. Contrary to what Xiao Yi thought, most martial artists chose to directly enter the Qi refinement period. This was not due to laziness, but rather because they wanted to go from the initial innate realm to the perfected innate realm, a process that is both time-consuming and requires a vast amount of spiritual energy, which is difficult for most sects to provide. Xiao Yi not only learned about the cultivation levels on Earth from the military-clad man, but they also saw a magical place called the Hidden Gate from the memories of that military man. The Hidden Gate is not a sect, but a collective term for many sects passed down from ancient times. These sects are not the ones seen by today's people in scenic spots, but rather true martial arts sects with rich heritage that have been inherited since ancient times. When the spiritual energy on Earth gradually depleted hundreds of years ago, many sects gathered to discuss countermeasures. Through the collective wisdom of numerous sects, they indeed came up with a method to slow down the depletion of spiritual energy, which was to use the gathering spirit formations passed down from ancient times to connect the entire sect with the nearby earth veins, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy to sustain the sect. Although this method could slow down the depletion of spiritual energy within the sect, it would also accelerate the loss of spiritual energy in the outside world. To avoid being discovered by others, all sects collectively chose to seal their mountains, only sending out some disciples to enter the world and gather wealth for their cultivation needs. The military-clad man, named Luo Xiao, is the living inheritor of the Hidden Gate's Wudong Mountain. There are many inheritors of the Hidden Gate like Luo Xiao and Huaxia, and most of them come into the world to protect the stability of the Huaxia regime and prevent foreign dark forces from invading. This is also a form of mutual compromise with the state. The country needs their martial support, and they need the state's assistance, allowing them to focus on cultivation without being distracted by other matters. This world seems quite deep. Xiao Yi couldn't help but exclaim, "Xiao Yi, what are you doing outside? You don't even know to hurry inside when you come back. Wan Wan has been calling for Daddy." His wife, by Miao Xin, couldn't help but shout at the door. "Okay, I'm coming right now." Xiao Yi stopped his thoughts and walked towards home. "Xiao Yi, how'd it go?" His father, seeing that Xiao Yi seemed to be in a good mood, stepped forward to ask. "The country agreed to invest in my magnetic levitation technology. I will receive 1/3 of the total profit as guidance for patents and technology," Xiao Yi said with a smile. In fact, Xiao Yi was not negotiating with General Yi. General Yi had just chatted with Xiao Yi for a while and encouraged him. As for the negotiation, it took place later in another room with several experts discussing the results with Xiao Yi. Chapter 93, Unlocking a New World. Xiao Yi actually didn't mind the result. Even if he was only given 10%, he could still accept it with some reluctance. During the negotiation process, he discovered a strange phenomenon. The expert on the opposite side seemed to be making great efforts to facilitate the negotiation and didn't mind giving Xiao Yi a bit more profit. With the joint efforts of both parties, the important negotiation that originally required months was concluded in just one afternoon, which could certainly be described as a miracle. Is the negotiation completed? At this moment, in a secret base in the capital, General Yi asked the negotiation expert. "It's done. We have tried our best to meet the other party's requirements as per your request, the negotiation expert said with some regret. All right, you all did very well on this matter, and the country will reward you. General Yi interrupted the negotiation expert. Contributing to the country is our duty. The negotiation expert dared not take credit in front of General Yi. Okay, you can leave now. Someone will escort you out. General Yi said kindly to the negotiation expert. I wonder if this move of mine is a remedy for saving the world or a poison for killing people. I hope it will be successful. General Yi muttered to himself. System upgrade complete. In the midst of sleep, Xiao Yi suddenly heard the system's voice in his mind. The sound of the system instantly made Xiao Yi lose all drowsiness. What's wrong? Hearing the noise, Bai Miaoxin got up to check. It's nothing. I just had a nightmare. You go back to sleep. I'll sleep later. Xiao Yi said to the still somewhat dazed Bai Miaoxin. All right, you should also rest early. Don't wake Muan up. Bai Miaoxin glanced at their stirring daughter and said softly. Okay, I'll go sit outside for a bit and come back later. Xiao Yi said to Bai Miaoxin. Xiao Yi arrived at the hall, brewed himself a pot of tea, and while drinking, began to check the new changes in the system. Although this update was labeled as an upgrade, the actual changes were very few. There were no alterations in his attributes or the system shop. The only difference was that next to the six-pointed star array for entering the Dragon Ball world, a new world had appeared. The exterior of the world was shrouded in a layer of mist, and even the entry button was black. Unlock requires 5,000 gold coins. Below the button, a line of small text prompted Xiao Yi. After checking his merit value, he found that the merit golden light had indeed increased to 8 strands, and surprisingly, his merit value had risen to 800, which made Xiao Yi quite happy. Xiao Yi glanced at his personal panel. Name, Xiao Yi Strength, Attack Power 425, 5, Bear Demon Axe, Speed, for 25, Constitution, Defense Power 425, 5, Bear Demon Armor, Neural Reaction, 420 Note. Values have been synchronized with the alien detector of the Dragon Ball world. Attribute value, 570 yuan bao, 435 gold coins, 16999 silver coins, 9 cultivation technique, body refinement technique, 20 martial skills, basic martial skills, proficient, 72 transformations, max level, ki blast, proficient, can produce various changes, wolf fong wind fist, max level, ki wave, advanced spell of ki blast, giant ape transformation, max level abilities, carrot transformation technique, max level, telekinesis, max level, super intelligent spatial ability, max level, mind reading, max level. Xiao Yi found that he only had 435 yuan bao, which was still quite far from the 5,000 needed to unlock the next level. It seemed impossible for him to do so at the moment. Just as he was about to exit the system interface, he suddenly remembered that when he first entered the Dragon Ball world, he had received treasures from an unnamed Taoist, which could all be exchanged for yuan bao. Among these items, only the storage ring was essential for Xiao Yi, while the remaining items, the meditation cushion, the mysterious stone door, and the gluttonous formation flag, had become somewhat dispensable for him now. The mysterious stone door had been actively closed by Xiao Yi ever since he became powerful, and he hadn't opened it for a long time. However, this item was still very useful for Xiao Yi when exploring other worlds, so he couldn't sell it for now. The meditation cushion, which was once a very important treasure for Xiao Yi, had become somewhat redundant since he gained Bu's understanding. Although it still provided some benefits, its effect on Xiao Yi had diminished. One thing Xiao Yi was concerned about was whether Bu's understanding could be applied in other worlds. If not, the importance of the meditation cushion would become particularly significant. The least useful item among them was undoubtedly the gluttonous formation flag. It wasn't that it wasn't powerful enough, but it required strong cultivation to unleash its effects, and cultivation was Xiao Yi's current weakness. Xiao Yi was preparing to exchange the gluttonous array flag for ingots to unlock this sealed world. The gluttonous array flag could be exchanged for exactly 5,000 ingots. Without much hesitation, Xiao Yi directly took out the gluttonous array flag from his storage ring and placed it in the system's exchange slot. Do you want to proceed with the exchange? The system's voice echoed in Xiao Yi's mind. Yes. After issuing the command, Xiao Yi saw the gluttonous array flag being illuminated by a beam of light, disintegrating into fragments. At the same time, the number of ingots in Xiao Yi's personal panel increased by 5,000. Unlock the new world. Xiao Yi commanded the system. Do you want to consume 5,000 ingots to unlock the new world? A young woman's voice came from the system. Unlock. Xiao Yi replied directly to the system. Unlock successful. Congratulations, host. You have gained access to the new world. The The system announced. The new world requires the host to explore on their own. The system will issue random tasks to help the host better integrate into the new world. During the host time in the new world, time in the Dragon Ball world will remain frozen until the host returns to the real world. The system seemed to have become more human-like. Compared to when Xiao Yi was exploring alone, the current system clearly had some intelligence. Does entering the new world also require consuming virtue points? Xiao Yi asked tentatively. Yes. The virtue points consumed will be equivalent to those in the Dragon Ball world. To his surprise, the system really responded to Xiao Yi's question. Do you have intelligence? Xiao Yi asked the system directly. Yes. The system now possesses basic intelligence, and as the host level increases, the system's intelligence will also improve. The system affirmed. Who exactly created this system? What is its purpose? Did any other hosts have this system before me? Xiao Yi voiced his doubts. Sorry, the host permissions are insufficient, and the system will not answer the host questions. The system did not respond to Xiao Yi's inquiries. If the system level increases, will my permissions also increase accordingly? Xiao Yi continued to ask. Yes. As long as the host continues to enhance the system, you will soon possess all of the system's permissions. It seemed that the system was trying to entice Xiao Yi not to give up. Chapter 1. The new world, what will the next world be like? Xiao Yi asked the system. Sorry, the system generates random worlds, and it will not know before the host enters. The system replied. Are there any rules for generating worlds? Xiao Yi asked persistently. It is determined by the main world the host is in and human preferences. For example, a good movie or an exciting novel could generate an independent world. The larger the audience, the greater the chance of generation. The system explained in detail to Xiao Yi. Can you tell me what I need to do when entering the world? Xiao Yi inweited. Don't worry, host. When your strength reaches a certain level, you will naturally know. Right now, the host's primary task is to enter this unknown world and quickly enhance your own strength. The system said in a very human-like manner. After Xiao Yi understood the general changes of the system upgrade, he did not choose to immediately enter the new world. He still had some matters to handle in the real world, and it was late at night. Leaving suddenly would worry his family. Mr. Xiao, this is a contract regarding national funding and your specific share. Please take a look, and if you have no questions, sign and stamp it. Luo Xiao said to Xiao Yi in military uniform. Okay, it's written quite clearly. After carefully reading the contract, Xiao Yi signed his name without hesitation. This is the document prepared for you by General Yi, an academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Your identity information is now directly managed by the central government, and local authorities have no right to exercise any authority over you. Luo Xiao took out a document from his pocket and said to Xiao Yi, All right, please thank General Yi for me. He really is a thoughtful person. I only mentioned it once during our conversation, and General Yi took care of it for me and sent it over. How is the store renovation going, Miaoxin? Xiao Yi asked by Miaoxin. Since Xiao Yi returned last time, he decided to expand the store. He negotiated with the 3 neighboring stores of the ornamental fish shop, purchasing them an exorbitant price of 50,000 yuan per square meter, spending over 50 million yuan in cash, and entrusted the renovation work to the decoration company of Boss Huang from last time. Tiles are being laid. In about 10 days, we should be able to operate normally. Bai Miaoxin now had the aura of a strong woman. When it came to serious matters, she was quite straightforward. Have you contacted the pet dog suppliers? Xiao Yi continued to ask. I've already contacted several large breeding farms, and they guarantee to supply the purest puppy breeds. Bai Miaoxin handed Xiao Yi a notebook that listed the addresses, phone numbers, and contacts of several large breeding farms, along with the types and quantities of puppies they could provide. Thank you for your hard work. It's time to get you a secretary. Xiao Yi looked at his somewhat slender wife and couldn't help but feel distressed. Not needed for now. My work isn't tiring, and I really enjoy this fulfilling feeling. Bai Miaoxin declined Xiao Yi's suggestion. All right, you decide for yourself. Our family isn't short on money. Don't neglect your health and family for work. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Bai Miaoxin, Xiao Yi kindly reminded her. Okay, I know I have a capable husband. Bai Miaoxin felt touched, seeing Xiao Yi care for her and hug him tightly. Don't move, this is the living room. Before long, Bai Miaoxin was left gasping as Xiao Yi's mischievous hands roamed. All right, let's go. Back to the room. Saying this, Xiao Yi directly picked up Bai Miaoxin and walked towards the room. Xiao Yi, you've become more and more impressive lately. I can hardly keep up. Is it because of that body refining technique? Bai Miaoxin said, feeling weak and nestled in Xiao Yi's arms. Yes, the body refining technique can enhance various bodily functions. Xiao Yi nodded. It seems I need to practice hard too, otherwise. Miaoxing blushed and said, I've recently hit a bottleneck in my training and need to retreat in the secret room for a few days. If there are no urgent matters, please don't disturb me. Xiao Yi instructed Bai Miaoxing. Okay, but you need to pay attention to your meals. Bai Miaoxing expressed her concern about Xiao Yi's diet. Don't worry, I have pills that can sustain me without food, and it's only 3 or 4 days, it'll be fine. Xiao Yi assured her. All right, just be careful while cultivating. Safety is the most important. Bai Miaoxing reminded Xiao Yi. System, enter the new world. Xiao Yi said to the system in his mind. Whoosh. Xiao Yi, who was originally sitting on the meditation cushion in the secret room, suddenly vanished into thin air. In a dense, primitive forest, a lone wolf was glaring fiercely at its prey. A frightened little antelope and a mother antelope that refused to escape alone, standing protectively in front of the little one. Whoosh! Xiao Yi appeared on a boulder beside them, causing both parties, who were initially on high alert, to instinctively react. The lone wolf lunged directly at the little antelope, while the mother antelope did not hesitate to launch a desperate attack at the lone wolf. Hey, little one, you're lucky to run into me. Seeing the scene before him, Xiao Yi chose without hesitation to help the 2 weak antelopes and directly slammed a doorboard towards the lone wolf's waist. Thud! Contrary to expectations, the doorboard smashed through the lone wolf's stomach and created a deep pit in the ground, while the lone wolf was directly dismembered, resulting in an extremely bloody scene. Xiao Yi didn't expect such a result. In the Dragon Ball world, he had used the magical stone door to kill many creatures. But those animals had never ended up like this, being smashed into a pulp. They would usually die instantly, foaming at the mouth. This led Xiao Yi to a misunderstanding of the magical stone door, thinking its attack power was average, even less powerful than his current strength. If he had defensive items, he might have actually sold this stone door to the system. The laws of the 2 worlds are indeed different. Xiao Yi's greatest concern had indeed materialized. The laws between the 2 worlds differed. Although the magical stone door's attack and defense had greatly increased in this world, correspondingly, the skills Xiao Yi learned in the Dragon Ball world might be geometrically weakened. This should be a cultivation planet similar to the unnamed Taoists. Xiao Yi made a rough guess. Chapter 2. Cultivation Techniques. I still need to find someone to ask. Xiao Yi looked at the pair of antelopes beside him and said somewhat speechlessly, what luck? Xiao Yi originally thought this was a primitive forest, but unexpectedly, after walking a few steps, he saw a group of people approaching him. Hey, Erguzi, what do you think that young man is? How can he be so generous? Casually pulling out a gold coin? Xiao Yi said resentfully to Erguzi, who was walking beside him, looking at Xiao Yi, who had taken a seat. Hey, no matter who he is not someone we can provoke. We can't even earn a gold coin in a year. Erguzi didn't feel sorry for Xiao Yi. He was just regretting Xiao Yi's gold coin. In his view, he only needed to pay 1/10 of a gold coin to secure a seat in the carriage of this merchant group. I'm not doing this anymore after coming back from Wutan City. I've almost saved enough for my wedding with Arya. We'll hold the wedding when we go back, and you must come. Xiao Yi said to his best friend Erguzi. Don't worry, I'll definitely attend your wedding. But if you're not doing this, what are your plans for the future? Although Xiao Yi had no intention of eavesdropping, with his current powerful senses, he could hardly miss any movement within 100 meters. Wutan City? Have I arrived in the world of Dou Po Cang Qiong? This is an incredible world. I have to go see it. Xiao Yi thought of the various tragedies of the male protagonist and couldn't help but feel a bit gloating. Mr. Xiao, we have arrived at Wutan City, and we welcome your next visit. A chubby and amiable manager of a merchant caravan said to Xiao Yi. Wutan City is indeed one of the major cities of the Giant Empire, bustling with activity. Although it is scorching hot right now, the streets are still crowded, and you can occasionally see some unusual races. Do you know Xiao Yan from the Xiao family? Xiao Yi tried to ask a young man who looked relatively young. What do you want with that waist? The person opposite replied rudely. I heard Xiao Yan is the #1 genius around Wutan City, so I came from very far away to witness it. Xiao Yi casually said. That news is already 3 years old. Now Xiao Yan has become the disgrace of Wutan City, the most useless waste. The person, having heard that Xiao Yi did not know Xiao Yan, began to chat with him. It seems the plot is about to begin. I should find a place to stay first. Xiao Yi did not immediately visit Xiao Yan, but after some twists and turns, purchased a manor near the Xiao family. Sigh, the prices here are quite cheap, but the humans here only accept gold coins. Xiao Yi couldn't help but complain as he saw that more than half of his gold coins had disappeared. The moon was like a silver plate, with countless stars in the sky. At the top of a cliff, Xiao Yan lay on the grass, chewing on a blade of grass. letting the faint bitterness spread in his mouth. Huh! Spitting out the grass root, Xiao Yin suddenly jumped up, his face twisted in rage, and roared at the night sky. Was I brought back to be a waste? Damn it, little friend. It seems you need help. Xiao Yi, dressed in a bagua robe, wearing a Taoist hat, and with layered cloth shoes on his feet, stood leisurely behind Xiao Yin, wearing frameless glasses, and said to him, You. Xiao Yin was so shocked to see Xiao Yi that he couldn't speak. Surprised? Xiao Yi smiled at Xiao Yin. How could you? Xiao Yin originally wanted to ask if Xiao Yi had crossed over from Earth, but the words stopped at his lips. Little friend, do you have any troubles? I can help you solve them, but you also need to pay the corresponding price. I want to become a genius again. For some reason, the typically cautious Xiao Yin suddenly revealed his true thoughts upon seeing Xiao Yi or the familiar clothes he wore. I can fulfill that request, but can you bear the consequences of changing the future? Xiao Yi said seriously to Xiao Yin. What I have to lose? Xiao Yin said dejectedly. 3 days ago. System, the host's attributes have been modified as follows due to arriving in the Dou Po world. Name, Xiao Yi cultivation. Peak of innate realm attribute value. 570, temporarily sealed. Yuan Bao. 435 gold coins. 16. 999 silver coins. 9 cultivation method. Body refinement technique. Perfect. Martial skills. Basic martial skills. Proficient. 72 transformations. Max level. Chi blast skilled. Can produce various changes. Weakened to 10 of original. Wolf Fong Wind Fist. Max level. Kamehameha. Chi blast advanced spell. Weakened to 10 of original. Giant ape transformation. Max level. Abilities. Carrot transformation technique. Max level. Weakened to 10 of original. Telekinesis. Max level. Weakened to 10 of original. Super intelligence. Weakened to 10 of original. Spatial ability. Max level. Weakened to 10 of original. Mind reading technique. Max level. Weakened to 10 of original. Xiao Yi discovered that all the unique skills or supernatural abilities from the Dragon Ball world have been weakened to 1/10 of their original power in this world. Although there was no comprehension attribute listed on the attribute panel, Xiao Yi knew without looking that the comprehension he obtained from Shenlong regarding Majin Buu had also been reduced to 1/10 of its original value. However, there was a positive side. The body refining technique that Xiao Yi had been practicing had finally reached perfection, meaning he could continue using the transmission jade slip to transfer the next part of the cultivation method into his mind. Without any hesitation, Xiao Yi took out the transmission jade slip and the meditation cushion from his storage ring. Having had one experience before, he skillfully placed the transmission jade slip on his forehead, and streams of information began to flow into his brain. Xiao Yi let out a long sigh. This time, although he did not lose consciousness during the transmission, it still made his head feel swollen, as if it were about to explode. He had been a bit overconfident. The transmission jade slip typically transmits information according to the development level of one's brain. A slight pain indicates that the brain has reached its limit. However, when Xiao Yi felt pain in his head this time, he did not stop but continued the transmission, which led to the feeling of his head potentially bursting. Nevertheless, this risk was worth it, as it allowed him to obtain the cultivation method from the innate realm to the peak of the Golden Core realm. Xiao Yi murmured to himself. Chapter 3. Peak of the Foundation Establishment Stage, the cultivation method that Xiao Yi practices officially marks the entry into the world of cultivation, starting from the Qi refining stage. Cultivating the path of immortality is generally divided into 4 steps. Refining essence into Qi, refining Qi into spirit, refining spirit back to emptiness, and refining emptiness to unite with the Tao. Refining essence into Qi is divided into 3 stages: Qi refining, foundation establishment, and golden core. Refining Qi into spirit is also divided into 3 stages: nascent soul, out of body, and spirit transformation. When reaching the stage of refining spirit back to emptiness, it consists of 3 stages: dividing spirit, merging body, and void penetration. The final stage of refining emptiness to unite with the Tao is known as the Great Ascension stage. As for the final tribulation stage, it is no longer categorized. Those who succeed ascend to the immortal realm, while those who fail turn to ashes. In the world of Dou Po Cang Qiong, it is also divided into 10 realms: fighter, master fighter, great master fighter, fighter spirit, fighter king, fighter emperor, fighter sect, fighter venerable, fighter saint, and fighter emperor, each level further divided into 9 stages, corresponding 1-to-1 with the cultivation levels. Xiao Yi's current cultivation level is only at the peak of the innate realm, not even reaching the Qi refining stage. However, Due to the power of the body refining technique, he has already completed the physical transformation that should have been finished during the foundation establishment stage ahead of time. This means that as long as Xiao Yi has enough spiritual energy accumulation, he can break through from the qi refining stage to the peak of the foundation establishment stage without any bottlenecks. Xiao Yi took out a top-grade spirit stone that he had never used from his storage ring, placed it in his palm, and began his cultivation in the qi refining stage. Although the world of Dou Po Cang Qiong is a cultivation world with a noticeably higher concentration of spiritual energy than the Dragon Ball world, the number of Dou Qi practitioners in Dou Po Cang Qiong is far too many, resulting in a dilution of spiritual energy that is inferior to that of the Dragon Ball world. However, with the top-grade spirit stone, which can supply a portion of spiritual energy to a crossing tribulation stage cultivator, Xiao Yi found himself in an ocean of limitless spiritual energy. Especially since he was just starting his cultivation. After spending half a day, Xiao Yi saturated the spiritual energy in his body, and yet he had used less than 1% of the energy from the top-grade spirit stone. Checking his personal attributes, he confirmed that his cultivation level had indeed reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage. According to the level classification of this world, Xiao Yi was now a peak Dou Shi realm cultivator. Congratulations to the host for the increase in cultivation level. Reward: ability to automatically adjust the time ratio between the main world and the crossover world, with a maximum time ratio of 130. Before Xiao Yi could recover from his surprise, the system's voice continued. Phase Task 1. Exchange the ring containing Yao Lao from Xiao Yan. If successful, you will become king. If unsuccessful, you may become immortal. The host cannot just linger around the child of this world and must actively seize opportunities. Reward: luck in this world, 10 yuan bao 100. Gold coins, 1,000. Phase Task 2. Help Xiao Yan reach the 7th stage of Dou Qi within a year. Seizing Xiao Yan's fate requires repayment. Otherwise, it will be difficult for the host to gain recognition in this world. Reward: 100 yuan bao 1,000 gold coins. For each additional level gained, yuan bao increases by 50. Gold coins increase by 500. Xiao Yi looked speechless at the task sent by the system. It required him to undermine Xiao Yan while helping him rise to success. System, reminder to the host, due to the host cultivation level increase, the system mall has been updated. Please take a careful look. The system's female voice kindly reminded Xiao Yi. System mall? Xiao Yi repeated with some confusion. In Xiao Yi's view, the items sold in the system mall were not only expensive, but most were also items he could obtain in the Dragon Ball world. Therefore, after a moment of novelty, he lost interest. Hearing the system's prompt suddenly, he couldn't help but feel curious and clicked on the mall page. Upon opening the mall page, Xiao Yi was overwhelmed by the treasures that greeted him. The treasures here far exceeded those in the Dragon Ball world by countless times, and they were categorized in great detail. The pill category occupied one section, with items like Blood Fusion Pill, 3-pattern Blue Spirit Pill, Blood Fusion Pill of the Sky Soul, and 7 Collection Pill. Almost all the spiritual pills that appeared in Dou Po Cang Qiong were here, but the prices still made Xiao Yi hesitate. Although the treasure category had fewer items than the pill category, there were still quite a few, including Silkworm Armor, 10,000 Beast Cauldron, Mysterious Heavy Ruler, and Ancient Fire Constant Ruler. Although the exotic fire category was also a separate section, there were no exotic fires within it, which left Xiao Yi feeling disappointed. Not only that, but the special item section also had many products that caught Xiao Yi's attention, one of which was an item called the Demon Scroll. Demon Scroll, a scroll signed in the name of a demon. Both parties must adhere to the agreement written on the scroll, or they will face punishment from the world's power. Single-use item. Price: 100 gold coins. I will use this body refinement technique to exchange for the black ring in your hand. Xiao Yi said to Xiao Yan, taking out a handwritten body refinement technique manual. This ring is my mother's relic, Xiao Yan said somewhat reluctantly. The culprit that turned you from a genius into a waste over the years is this. Xiao Yi pointed at the black ring on Xiao Yan's hand and said, What? That's impossible. My mother would never harm me, Xiao Yan said firmly. Of course, your mother wouldn't harm you, but there is an impressive remnant soul residing in this ring, isn't there? Yao Lao? Xiao Yi finally spoke to the black ring. Who are you? How do you know of my existence? Are you from the Soul Palace? Suddenly, a figure burst out from Xiao Yan's ring, standing opposite Xiao Yi and asking, Who I am is not important. What matters is that I can help you take revenge. Xiao Yi looked at Yao Lao, showing no surprise, even speaking in a tempting manner. What is your purpose? Upon hearing Xiao Yi's words, Yao Lao not only showed no joy, but became even more wary. I am a merchant. Of course, what I give requires a return. We sign a contract. I take revenge for you, and you will give me all your learned skills. Xiao Yi said calmly. I will not trade with you. Give up this thought. Yao Lao said to Xiao Yi, holding a great deal of caution. Even though Xiao Yi spoke through his heart, he remained unmoved. I am not trading with you. I am trading with this little brother in front of me. We will discuss our trade later. Xiao Yi said without getting angry at Yao Lao's refusal, still calm. Who are you? Why have you been absorbing my dou qi? Making me suffer ridicule and grievances for 3 years? Xiao Yin trembled as he spoke, on the verge of exploding. But during these 3 years of ridicule, haven't you also grown quite a bit? Yao Lao not only felt no guilt, but instead lectured Xiao Yin. Chapter 4. Failure. So, should I thank you? Xiao Yin said, clenching his fists. Hey, both of you. I'm the one making the trade here. Xiao, he said to the two in front of him, feeling a bit speechless. Clearly, he was the one making the trade. Yet these two started arguing first. Don't agree to him. I can help you reach the peak again, Yao Lao said nervously. You caused me to suffer like this. Why should I listen to you? Xiao Yin, who was originally somewhat hesitant, tilted the balance in his heart towards Xiao Yi upon hearing Yao Lao's words. And if it weren't for you, I would still be a respected genius now. Xiao Yin said angrily, little boy, do you want to become stronger? Do you want to be respected by others? I can help you. Although he was angry, when Xiao Yin heard Yao Lao's words, his heart couldn't help but beat violently for a few moments. Now that I know the reason for the disappearance of dou qi, with my talent, do I still need you to become stronger? Xiao Yin said lightly, knowing in his heart that there is no free lunch in the world. Accepting others' kindness inexplicably is not a wise decision, and he couldn't help but glance in Xiao Yi's direction. He really can help you. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yi suddenly spoke up. Oh, Xiao Yin had a certain fondness for Xiao Yi, so when he spoke, he didn't immediately refute him. Your talent is indeed good, but you must know that you're already 15, and your dou qi is only at the 3rd stage. You should be having your coming-of-age ceremony next year, right? Do you think you can elevate your cultivation to the 7th stage of dou qi in just 1 short year by relying solely on hard work? Am I right? Yao Lao, Xiao Yi said, looking towards Yao Lao. The words that were about to be spoken were preempted by Xiao Yi, leaving Yao Lao feeling stifled. Of course. Besides Yao Lao, I can help you increase your cultivation, but the premise is that you trade your ring with me. Xiao Yi smiled at Xiao Yin, disregarding the constantly changing expression on the other person's face. Can I know your purpose in doing this? Although Xiao Yin leaned more toward Xiao, he instinctively felt a certain resistance to this suddenly emerging stranger. I already know the body refinement technique. It has no value to me, but it is a priceless treasure for you. I can just exchange it for your ring, hoping to learn some of Yao Lao's alchemist techniques. Xiao Yi stated plainly. What? An alchemist? Xiao Yin exclaimed, having never heard that this spirit before him was actually a great alchemist. Don't be surprised. He is not only an alchemist, but also an 8th-tier peak alchemist with bone spirit cold fire. Xiao Yi seemed to feel that Xiao Yan's shock was not enough, and continued to stimulate him. At this moment, Xiao Yan's mind went blank, unsure of what to say. Since you have mentioned Yao Lao's extraordinary nature, what do you have to exchange with me? After a while, Xiao Yin, regaining his composure, barely managed to keep calm, and said to Xiao Yi, the body refinement technique manual and my guidance. Xiao Yi simply presented his chips. Clearly, what Xiao Yi said did not have much appeal. Yao Lao, this is the manual for the body refinement technique. Take a look and see the grade of this manual. Xiao Yi waved his hand, and the body refining technique manual landed steadily beside Yao Lao. This action made both Yao Lao and Xiao Yin's bodies tremble simultaneously. They didn't feel any fighting spirit, but the manual seemed to be supported by an invisible hand, landing steadily beside Yao Lao. Just this one move made Yao Lao dare not act recklessly. This is impossible. How could there be such a manual in the Duki continent? Yao Lao initially flipped through the body refining technique indifferently, but as he continued to read, his casual expression gradually became extremely serious, and he was even stimulated to the point of exclaiming, this manual can really help me increase my cultivation in a short time? What level of skill is this? Seeing Yao Lao gradually calm down, Xiao Yin couldn't help but curiously ask, this manual has already surpassed the limits of heavenly level techniques. It is simply a technique that should not exist. As Yao Lao spoke, his emotions became somewhat agitated again. Is it really that miraculous? Xiao Yin found Yao Lao's words quite convincing, since he was an 8th-grade alchemist. This is a supreme, foundational technique. As long as you complete all the movements in it, your body will reach a state of no leaks. Moreover, once your realm is reached, You can use pills to increase your cultivation by several large realms without any harm to your body. Although Yao Lao was reluctant to admit it, he knew that such a manual was undoubtedly the most suitable for Xiao Yan at present. Even with his own guidance, it would be impossible to cultivate such extraordinary talent. Do you agree to this exchange? Xiao Yi said to Xiao Yan with a smile. I give up. When Xiao Yan learned the effects of this manual, his heart was overjoyed. Just as he was about to agree, he suddenly saw Yao Lao looking somewhat dejected, and the words that were about to come out of his mouth were suddenly changed to a refusal. Why? Xiao Yi still maintained his usual smile and asked, I can trade the things I possess with you, but I do not have the right to dictate the choices of others. Although it's a pity, Xiao Yan still said with difficulty. Good, very good. I greatly admire your character. Xiao Yi couldn't help but look at Xiao Yan with new eyes. 3 years of setbacks still allowed Xiao Yan to maintain his original intentions. This is indeed a rare thing. Yao Lao, since Xiao Yan is unwilling to trade with me, let's talk about the trade instead. Xiao Yi turned to Yao Lao and said, How do you want to discuss it? Yao Lao did not refuse outright this time. I will exchange this spirit stone with you. Xiao Yi took out the top-grade spirit stone he had absorbed earlier from his storage ring. What is this? Such abundant spiritual energy, it can actually be absorbed by a spirit body. This is amazing. Yao Lao did not expect that such a small gem could contain massive amounts of spiritual energy. And this energy was pure enough to be directly absorbed by a spirit body. How about it? Do you agree to this trade? Xiao Yi asked Yao Lao the same question again. I give up. After Yao Lao said this, he appeared even older. Chapter 5, Apprenticeship. Why? This time, Xiao Yi was truly surprised. I absorbed the spiritual energy of young friend Xiao Yan for 3 years, and in return, I hope to exchange my freedom for the body refining technique manual. Yao Lao said very seriously. Xiao Yan had just disliked Yao Lao immensely, but at this moment, he felt somewhat at a loss due to Yao Lao's actions. I just want to make a trade. Why does it feel like I've done something bad? Xiao Yi himself did not understand how a simple trade had turned into this. How about this? Xiao Yan, I will sign a contract with you to exchange the black ring you have for the body refining technique in my hands. Then I will sign an agreement with Yao Lao. Yao Lao only needs to pass on all his knowledge to me, and I will supply a large amount of spiritual energy that Yao Lao needs. Wouldn't that be good? Xiao Yi proposed a win-win solution. However, to accept my inheritance, there must be many stringent conditions. Yao Lao was not stingy with his inheritance. He was just worried that Xiao Yi would go to great lengths and end up with nothing. Then please check my body to see if I qualify to receive your inheritance, Yao Lao. Xiao Yi was confident in his body and was not worried about the possibility of being unable to accept Yao Lao's inheritance due to physical reasons. I didn't expect you really practiced the body refining technique, and it turned out to be much stronger than I anticipated. This technique is truly amazing. Yao Lao looked at Xiao Yi's body as if he were looking at a shining gem, reluctant to look away for a long time. Hey, old man, if you keep looking at me, I might get angry. Even with Xiao Yi's calm demeanor, he could not withstand Yao Lao's unabashed gaze. I can't help it. Little boy, Yao Lao said sheepishly. My name is Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi corrected him. Xiao Yi, let's make a deal. You take me as your master, and I promise to pass on all my knowledge to you without omission. Yao Lao looked at this talented young man before him. Although he did not fully understand the other person's character, he felt that Xiao Yi was not the kind of villain, and thus could not help but entertain the thought of taking him as a disciple. Well, I already have my own cultivation technique now. I can only learn the alchemy skills from you. Yao Lao, Xiao Yi said somewhat awkwardly. That's not a problem. My specialty is alchemy. As for cultivation, I can only be considered average. Yao Lao hurriedly replied upon hearing Xiao Yi's words. It is only natural to relax the entrance standards for such a talented disciple. Master, I bow to you. Xiao Yi did not hesitate and bowed his head to Yao Lao. Good. My name is Yao Lao. From now on, we will address each other as master and disciple. A kind smile finally appeared on Yao Lao's aged face. Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task, taking Yao Lao as your master. Reward, 10 luck in this world. 500 yuan bao, 5,000 gold coins. Xiao Yan, take a look at this agreement. If there are no problems, sign your name and press your handprint, and our trade will officially take effect. But I want to remind you that if either party violates the agreement, they will be punished by the demon scroll. So think carefully before signing. Xiao Yi reminded Xiao Yan again, just as he was about to sign. Thank you, Xiao Yi. I've already thought it through. Since Xiao Yi had become Yao Lao's disciple, he naturally would not monopolize Yao Lao's position, and he was also very eager to obtain the body refining technique manual. Xiao Yi, Is this the manual for the body refining technique? Are these movements really that magical? Xiao Yin couldn't help but ask curiously. Don't worry. It will still be somewhat difficult to cultivate the body refining technique solely on your own. You will need my guidance. Xiao Yi said slowly. To practice the body refining technique, you need to consume a large amount of meat, and the more energy the meat carries, the more helpful it will be for your cultivation. If possible, during this period, try to have monster meat for all 3 meals a day. Xiao Yi told Xiao Yin. I will come to find you every day during this time to guide you. So don't worry. Xiao Yi comforted Xiao Yin. Xiao Yin, this movement is incorrect. You need to raise your arm 3 inches higher, and your leg muscles need to be tightened even more. Xiao Yi sat leisurely in a rattan chair, holding a pot of tea, watching Xiao Yin practice hard. Third young master, the clan leader asks you to go to the hall. An elderly voice came from outside the courtyard. Xiao Yi, my father's calling me. Xiao Yin said to Xiao Yi in the rattan chair. Go ahead, come back early. Xiao Yi waved his hand at Xiao Yin. Let's go, Butler, Missouri. Xiao Yin smiled at an old man in green robes outside the courtyard. Father, 3 elders. After arriving at the hall, Xiao Yin quickly stepped forward and respectfully bowed to Xiao Zhan and the 3 others seated above. Hee, you're here, come sit down. Seeing Xiao Yan's arrival, Xiao Zhan stopped chatting with the guests, nodded at him, and waved his hand. With a smile, Xiao Yin turned around to scan the hall, but was surprised to find that there was no seat for him. Alas, my status in this family seems to be getting lower and lower. It wasn't like this in the past, and now I'm being made to feel uncomfortable in front of the guests. These 3 old geezers. Xiao Yin smiled self-deprecatingly and shook his head inwardly. The second elder, sitting at the head of the table, also saw Xiao Yan's awkwardness. A trace of anger flashed across his face as he frowned at the old man beside him. Cough. Apologize. I actually forgot about the 3rd young master. I'll have someone prepare it right away. The old man in the yellow robe, who was glared at by Xiao Zhan, smiled faintly, showing no remorse. Brother Xiao Yin, sit here. A girl's gentle laughter suddenly rang out in the hall. The 3 elders were momentarily taken aback, their gazes shifting to the quiet Xiao Suner in the corner, their mouths moving but not daring to speak. You helped me out again, Xiao Yin said with a low laugh, sniffing the faint fragrance of the girl beside him. Brother Xiao Yin, do you know their identities? Xiao Suner quietly asked Xiao Yin, pointing at the guests above. You know? Xiao Yin turned his head curiously. Did you see the cloud-shaped silver sword on their sleeve? Xiao Suner smiled slightly. Oh, after Xiao Suner's reminder, Xiao Yin indeed noticed that the sleeves of the 3 guests were embroidered with a cloud-shaped silver sword. They are from the Yunlan sect? Xiao Yin exclaimed in a low voice. What are they doing in our family? Xiao Yin asked in confusion. Xiao Suner was silent for a moment before saying, Maybe it has something to do with you, Brother Xiao Yin. Me? I haven't had any interactions with them. Xiao Yin was taken aback and shook his head in denial. Do you know what that girl is called? Xiao Suner glanced at the delicate girl across from them. What? Xiao Yin frowned and asked. Nailin Yinran. Xiao Suner's small face showed a hint of peculiarity as she glanced sideways at the somewhat stiff Xiao Yin. Nailin Yinran? The granddaughter of the Lionheart, Marshal Nailin Jia from the Jaimar Empire? The fiancé we were betrothed to since childhood? Xiao Yan's expression stiffened as he spoke. My grandfather was a life-and-death friend of Nailin Jia back in the day, and at that time, you and Nailin Yinran were born simultaneously, so the 2 old men arranged this marriage. However, unfortunately, my grandfather passed away from injuries sustained while fighting enemies in the 3rd year after your birth. And as time passed, the relationship between the Xiao family and the Nailin family gradually faded. Xiao Suner paused, looking at Xiao Yan's wide eyes, unable to help but chuckle lightly, then continued. Nailin Jia is not only stubborn, but also extremely concerned about promises. The marriage was agreed upon by him personally. So even though Brother Xiao Yan's reputation has been poor in recent years, he has not sent anyone to annul the engagement. That old man is indeed stubbornly lovable. Xiao Yin couldn't help but laugh and shake his head at this point. Nailin Jia has absolute authority in the family. What he says, generally no one dares to oppose. Although he dotes on his granddaughter Nailin Yinran, asking him to annul the engagement would be quite difficult. Xiao Suner's beautiful eyes curved teasingly, but 5 years ago, Nailin Yinran was personally accepted as a disciple by Yun Yun, the sect master of the Yunlan sect. Over these 5 years, Nailin Yinran has shown exceptional talent in cultivation, making Yun Yun dote on her greatly. When a person possesses the power to change their own fate, they will do everything they can to eliminate things they dislike. Unfortunately, the engagement with Brother Xiao Yan is one of the things she is most dissatisfied with. Are you saying she is here to annul the engagement? Xiao Yan's expression changed, and a surge of anger erupted in his heart. This anger was not due to Nalan Yinran's discrimination against him. To be honest, although the girl across from him was beautiful, Xiao Yin was not a lecher controlled by his lower body. Even if he couldn't form a relationship with her, it would only be a slight regret for him. However, if she really publicly asked his father to annul the engagement, then his father's face as the clan leader would be completely lost. Nalan Yinran was not only beautiful and charming, but also of high status and exceptional talent. Anyone who talked about this matter would think that Xiao Yin was a toad wanting to eat swan meat, only to be stepped on by the swan instead. If that were the case, not only would Xiao Yin be ridiculed in the future, but even his father would become a laughingstock, losing all authority. Just then, Xiao Yin's expression suddenly darkened as the old man across from him, under Nalan Yinran's repeated signals, finally stood up. He, using the Yunlan sect to pressure my father? Nalan Yinran really has some good tricks. Xiao Yin's heart echoed with a cold sneer of anger. The subsequent story unfolded just as it was written in the original text, with the white-robed elder Yi and Xiao Yan's father Xiao Zhan starting to argue, leading to a standoff, and a great battle was about to break out. Xiao Zhan, don't you forget, you're the clan leader of the Xiao family. Just as Xiao Zhan was about to act recklessly, the three elders of the Xiao family simultaneously shouted sternly. Xiao Yi knew that this was only the beginning of the plot. What followed would be a super performance by Xiao Yin that would push the plot to its peak. Miss Nalan, may I ask if today as annulment of the engagement was approved by the old master Nalan? Since the old master has not spoken, I hope you can understand that my father will not agree to your request. The marriage was personally agreed upon by the two old masters, and now that they have not spoken to annul it, no one dares to do so. Otherwise, it would be disrespecting the deceased elders. I believe no one in our clan would do such a rebellious thing, right? I really want to kill you. With his teeth trembling, revealing a chilling murderous intent. Xiao Yin clenched his fists, his dark eyes burning with furious flames. Do you need help? At this moment, a voice suddenly came from Xiao Yi in the silent hall. Xiao Yin did not expect this mysterious Xiao Yi to follow him into the hall, and most importantly, Xiao Yi had not allowed anyone present to notice his arrival. Do you need me to kill her? Xiao Yi repeated his previous question. The solemn atmosphere was suddenly lightened by Xiao Yi's words, leaving Xiao Yin feeling both amused and helpless. How dare you? The Xiao family's forbidden area is not a place where an outsider like you can enter at will. The third elder, who had been somewhat embarrassed by Xiao Suner earlier, naturally wanted to take the opportunity to attack when he saw this person, who seemed to be a friend of Xiao Yin. Shut up. With a casual wave of his hand, Xiao Yi sent the third elder flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing into the wall several meters away and unable to get up for a long time. A chorus of gasps filled the hall. Do you need me to kill her? Xiao Yi repeated for the third time, and this time, the weight of his words was completely different from the previous two. Can you help me kill her? Xiao Yin, still recovering from Xiao Yi's earlier display of power, inquired along with Xiao Yi's words. Of course, as long as you sign a contract with me and pay the necessary price, I can help you destroy the Yunlan sect. Xiao Yi said casually. Presumptuous. To disrespect our sect is to deserve death. The old man in the white robe, Yi, reluctantly stood up to face this mysterious figure after hearing Xiao Yi's words. Without a word, Xiao Yi waved his hand, and the powerful old man Yi was sent crashing against the wall like the third elder. The entire hall instantly fell silent. The crowd that had just been clamoring for revenge for the third elder was now mute. Even Xiao Suner looked at Xiao Yi with a serious expression. Do you want to sign a contract? Seeing Xiao Yin still in a daze, Xiao Yi reminded him again. No, I don't need it. Once my strength increases, I will seek justice from the Yunlan sect myself. In the end, Xiao Yin rejected Xiao Yi's offer. Oh, well then, I'll be going back. Practice diligently. Xiao Yi swaggered out of the conference hall, and the crowd parted ways for him as he passed. Chapter 7. Same cultivation Xiao Zhan. Having regained his composure, asked Xiao Yin, who was that just now? His name is Xiao Yi, and his origins are extremely mysterious. He likes to make deals and sign contracts no matter what he does. Xiao Yin finally calmed down and replied to Xiao Zhan. Contracts? Xiao Zhan recalled carefully and realized he had never encountered such a strange person before. As for how Xiao Yin dealt with the aftermath, or whether he could still shout the classic phrase 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, don't bully the young and poor. At this moment, Xiao Yi was exceedingly pleased. Hidden mission completed, disrupting the engagement. Rewards, luck in this world, 10 ingots, 500 gold coins, 5,000. Defeated the third elder of the Xiao clan. Reward, Xiao family's top-tier technique, Furious Lion's Roar. Level, Intermediate Xian Stage. In the Dou Po Cang Qiong world, gold coins, 1 million. Defeated Xiao Yi of the Yunlan sect. Reward, profound technique of the Yunlan sect, Qingmu, sword technique. Level, low-level Xian Stage. Qi gathering pills, 3 pieces. Moreover, Xiao Yi also tested his weakened abilities during this battle. Previously, Xiao Yi did not use the stone tablet, which was his strongest treasure, but merely tested his telekinesis and spatial abilities. When Xiao Yi faced the third elder, he used telekinesis. Although the third elder was easily subdued by Xiao Yi could still feel a sense of pressure, even though the third elder's cultivation level was only at the early stage of the great fighter realm. Xiao Yi estimated that his telekinesis should be able to control fighters not exceeding the peak of the great fighter rank, which means surpassing the first level of his own rank. However, using spatial abilities was quite effortless. Xiao even threw Xiao Yi against the wall without detecting any limits, leading him to speculate that his spatial abilities could at least control fighters at the spirit fighter level. After assessing his own strength, Xiao Yi gradually eased his concerns. In this world filled with powerful beings, his peak great fighter strength indeed seemed somewhat inadequate. This was not Xiao Yi being overly worried, but rather a recognition that for a period of time to come, his cultivation would be difficult to advance. When Xiao Yi obtained this unnamed cultivation method, it was not an easy task to condense the Golden Dan when his cultivation reached the peak of the Foundation Establishment stage. Xiao Yi learned from the transmission Jade Slip that the Golden Core realm has grade distinctions, ranging from the lowest 9th grade Golden Core to the top 1st grade Golden Core. With each grade increase, one's strength undergoes tremendous changes. Furthermore, above the 1st grade Golden Core, there are 3 higher grades: Divine, Sacred, and Immortal. The once nameless Taoist was a possessor of a divine grade Golden Core. Therefore, in a letter he wrote to his successor, the nameless Taoist explained in detail the importance of condensing the Golden Core. Practitioners who condense 7th to 9th grade Golden Cores are referred to as the pseudo-Golden Core stage. Although they can cultivate normally, their maximum cultivation level can only reach the peak of the Essence Refinement stage, which is the peak of the Golden Core realm. Practitioners who condense 4th to 6th grade Golden Cores are called the Golden Core stage, with their maximum cultivation reaching the peak of the Qi Refinement to Spirit Transformation stage, which is the peak of the Spirit Transformation realm. Practitioners who condense 1st to 3rd grade Golden Cores have their Golden Cores referred to as Absolute Grade Golden Cores, with their maximum cultivation reaching the peak of the Spirit Transformation to Void Return stage, which is the peak of the Void realm. The Divine, Sacred, and Immortal grade Golden Cores are collectively referred to as Superior grade Golden Cores. Any practitioner who can condense a Superior grade Golden Core at the Golden Core realm, as long as they do not fall midway, can break through to the Great Ascension stage and reach the Tribulation stage. Whether they can pass the Heavenly Tao's test and achieve the Immortal Path depends on their individual opportunities. With Xiao Yi's current qualifications, as long as he condenses a Golden Core, it will definitely be a breakthrough to the 1st grade Divine Golden Core, and there is even a certain probability of achieving a Sacred grade Golden Core. However, it is absolutely impossible to condense an Immortal grade Golden Core, as this not only requires extraordinary qualifications, but also special condensing techniques. On the Jinlan star, where the nameless Taoist resided, countless extraordinary talents with heaven-defying qualifications appeared over billions of years due to fortuitous coincidences, but all of these individuals' Golden Cores ultimately stopped at the Sacred grade. None could break through to the Immortal grade. The nameless Taoist was originally just an ordinary practitioner without a name. During an adventure, he obtained a method to condense an Immortal grade Golden Core. Later, he found ways to enter the Tianhua sect on Jinlan Star, gradually standing out among billions of beings and becoming one of the top figures on Jinlan Star. The condensing technique that the nameless Taoist obtained, in simple terms, is to use the flames he possesses to perform a second refining on the already sufficiently solid Golden Core, ultimately causing a qualitative change in the Golden Core, reaching the Immortal grade realm. Although the reasoning is simple, without special techniques to accompany it, success is nearly impossible based solely on pure imagination. However, due to the limitations of the nameless Taoist's own qualifications, even with postnatal compensation, he could only reach the level of a Divine grade Golden Core, which made him feel regretful. Xiao Yi originally wanted to follow the path of the nameless Taoist, cultivating heavenly fire, using it as a guide, his body as a furnace, and the golden elixir as a seed to achieve the supreme great medicine, breaking through to the Immortal grade. However, since arriving in the world of Dou Po Cang Qiong, his original thoughts gradually faded. This is a world where magical flames gather. As long as Xiao Yi collects enough flames, his immortal-grade golden elixir is completely within reach. Yao Lao, do you think the burning decision can be cultivated alongside the technique I'm practicing? Xiao Yi suddenly asked Yao Lao in the courtyard, struck by a thought. The burning decision is merely about refining and condensing one's own laws, while the purpose of your technique is mostly to enhance soul strength. One focuses on physical development, and the other on soul refining. Theoretically, they shouldn't conflict. Yao Lao replied uncertainly. All right, then please give me the burning decision. I want to cultivate it. Xiao Yi said directly to Yao Lao without hesitation. You need to think this through. Doing so carries great risks. Moreover, the technique you are currently practicing is definitely of a quality that surpasses heavenly rank techniques, and there's no need to practice an uncertain manual alongside it. Now, Xiao Yi is the heir of Yao Lao's teachings, and Yao Lao naturally does not wish for Xiao Yi to take unnecessary risks. Yao Lao, don't worry, I'll be cautious. And I have my reasons for doing this. Don't you want to see what it would be like to gather all the? Xiao Yi knew that his master was an alchemist who possessed and naturally understood the wonders of even more. So he spoke to Yao Lao. Although I really want to see the final form of the gathered, if it comes at the cost of your life and safety, I would rather not see it. Yao Lao said something that surprised Xiao Yi greatly. Chapter 8. The auction house. Don't worry, master. I'll be careful, and I have compelling reasons to do this. It was the first time Xiao Yi called Yao Lao master. Indeed, Xiao Yi has his own reasons. Using to refine the immortal-grade golden elixir does not actually require cultivating the burning decision. He only needs to merge one type of like an alchemist. Xiao Yi chose to cultivate the burning decision not only because it could evolve infinitely, but also because it allowed him to continuously refine his body with exotic fire during cultivation. The biggest drawback of cultivation methods is that in the later stages, the body becomes a weak point. Although the attack power is tremendous, being approached by an opponent can be nearly fatal. In contrast, fighting chi methods allow one to cultivate their body simultaneously while practicing fighting chi, continuously strengthening the body and ultimately turning it into a powerful weapon in battle. Moreover, Xiao Yi's current cultivation level is still shallow, making it an excellent time for dual cultivation. Even if the two methods clash, Xiao Yi can completely choose to abandon one and start new. Xiao Yin, your back is not arched enough. You need to raise it by another centimeter. Xiao Yin, the meat is almost burnt. Hurry up and eat so you can continue practicing. For a period of time afterward, Xiao Yi became extremely busy. In addition to guiding Xiao Yan's cultivation every day, he also attempted to cultivate the burning decision and refine pills, making his days very fulfilling. Of course, due to the last impressive display of power, Xiao Yan's small courtyard became lively recently, with visitors coming to propose trades with Xiao Yi. I certainly welcome trades, but you need to have corresponding treasures. These broken copper and iron won't even earn back the cost of scrolls. And you want to trade with me? Xiao Yi lay on the wicker chair, helplessly complaining to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan didn't know what to say. During this period, he had once again become the focus of the family. Although his cultivation level hadn't improved much with a master like Xiao Yi, no one in the family dared to mock him anymore. In fact, every time they met Xiao Yan, they would show flattering expressions. However, after 3 years of hardship, although Xiao Yan had regained his status, he didn't waste a single moment. He would only stop to rest when Xiao Yi called for it. These 3 years of experience made him thoroughly understand that strength is the foundation of this world. Despite being respected now, without Xiao Yi, he would still be the same useless Xiao Yan as before. As his body refining technique deepened, Xiao Yan's aura underwent significant changes. The past confidence gradually returned to him, and the previous feelings of inferiority were no longer visible. Xiao Yan, stop for a moment. Xiao Yi halted the exhausted Xiao Yan in his training. What's wrong? My body hasn't reached its limit. Xiao Yan asked curiously. I know, but your body is already struggling, Xiao Yi said, looking at the visibly thinner Xiao Yan. I understand, but the Xiao family doesn't have money to supply me with beast meat anymore, Xiao Yan replied helplessly. After all, the Xiao family didn't only have him. It was impossible to use all resources on one person. Oh, I see. This card has 100,000 gold coins. Take it and use it first. If it's not enough, ask me again. Xiao Yi handed a black card to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yi, I can't use your money. You've already helped me a lot, Xiao Yan said sincerely, not accepting the card. Moreover, the reason the Xiao family stopped supplying beast meat is that there isn't much left in Wutan City. Xiao Yan told Xiao Yi. How is that possible? Wutan City is so big. How could there be no beast meat? Xiao Yi seemed to hear the biggest joke. This is not surprising. It's very far from the beast mountains here, and beast meat is practically worthless compared to magic cores or other useful parts of magical beasts. Therefore, it's unlikely that any mercenary group would use their precious spatial rings to carry these worthless things. Generally, after hunting magical beasts, besides the extremely delicious parts, their bodies would be discarded. The knowledgeable Yao Lao came out to clarify Xiao Yi's doubts. But without beast meat, Xiao Yan's progress will be greatly slowed. Although Xiao Yan is very diligent in his cultivation, his speed is still not as fast as Xiao Yi's during his training. He has barely managed to practice the 90th movement, which is still due to his extremely solid foundation. In fact, you may have some misconceptions. The energy needed to replenish the body doesn't only come from beast meat. Pills can also completely achieve this. Yao Lao said with a smile to Xiao. Pills? Xiao Yi asked, puzzled. Yes. Many low-level pills have the effect of replenishing the body's lost energy. Yao Lao confirmed. Moreover, this way, you can not only help Xiao Yan solve his cultivation problem, but you can also gain a further understanding of alchemy. Yao Lao said to Xiao Yi. During this time, Xiao Yi had been accompanying Xiao Yan. Although he learned a lot of theoretical knowledge from Yao Lao, knowledge is just knowledge. Only through practical experience can it become one's own skill. All right, that's settled. Xiao Yan, you continue cultivating. I'm going to stroll around Wutan City. Saying this, Xiao Yi stood up and walked out of the courtyard. Yao Lao, what do I need to buy? Xiao Yi asked Yao Lao in the ring. As an alchemist, having a good alchemy furnace is essential. This time, I'm going to teach you to refine a foundational spiritual liquid, which mainly consists of 3 complete purple leaf orchid grasses, 2 bone washing flowers, and 1 wood element magic core. The older the purple leaf orchid grass, the better the medicinal effect. Yao Lao patiently explained to Xiao Yi. I want to buy a slightly better alchemy furnace. Xiao Yi didn't go to other places, but went directly to the miter auction house and said to a female staff member who received him, Are you an alchemist? The female staff member asked in surprise. I suppose so. Is there a problem? Xiao Yi asked, puzzled. And no, it's just that such a huge transaction exceeds my authority. Please wait in the reception room. I'll call our chief auctioneer, Yafei, to assist you immediately. Although the female staff member was surprised by Xiao Yi's age, she still reported the matter to Yafei. Chapter 9. The First Alchemy. Hello. Are you the one buying the alchemy furnace? I'm Yafei, the chief auctioneer. A beautiful woman in a red dress was speaking to Xiao Yi in a charming voice that made one feel a bit weak in the knees. Xiao Yi raised his head and saw a stunning woman and a slightly gray-haired elder in a blue robe entering the reception room. Hello. That's right. I want to buy a better alchemy cauldron and some medicinal herbs. Xiao Yi said straightforwardly. Excuse my boldness. Are you an alchemist? The elder in blue suddenly asked. Xiao Yi looked at the elder behind the beautiful woman, Yafei. This is Master Guanai, a second-grade alchemist from our auction house. Yafei introduced him to Xiao Yi. Hello, my name is Xiao Yi. I'm not really an alchemist yet, just an alchemist apprentice. Xiao Yi said honestly without boasting. So you are the master of Xiaoyan? You really are young. Yafei was quite surprised, as she knew Xiao Yi's strength was at least above Douling. Are you looking to choose a beginner's cauldron? Guanai smiled at Xiao Yi. No need for that. My soul perception is very high. I can control up to 4 cauldrons at most. Xiao Yi replied to Guanai. What? You can control 4 cauldrons? Guanai was taken aback by Xiao Yi's words. Is there a problem? Xiao Yi looked curiously at the somewhat exaggerated Guanai. No, I'm just shocked by your talent. Guanai regained his composure and said apologetically. Do you have any good cauldrons here? Xiao Yi continued to inquire. Mr. Xiao really came at the right time. This morning, the auction just received a cauldron made from flame essence, crafted by the famous master He Heir from the Gamma Empire. Not only does this cauldron enhance fighting flames to a certain extent, but it also contains some rare metals that can increase the success rate of alchemy. It's a 2-horn cauldron, and recently, this type of cauldron has been very popular among alchemists in the Gamma Empire. Yafei said with a smile, her gaze enchanting. All right, I'll take this 2-horn cauldron. I also need 300 stalks of aged purple leaf orchid, 200 washbone flowers, and 100 wood element magic cores. Xiao Yi said directly to Yafei without any suspense. Okay, please wait a moment. We have all these items here, and we'll prepare them for you right away. Yafei's ability to become the chief auctioneer was not just due to her beauty, but also her sharp and capable nature. All right, these items are great. How much is it in total? The cauldron is 150,000 gold coins, and the herbs total 100,000 gold coins. So that's 250,000 gold coins in total. Additionally, This is a VIP card for the Tamir auction house. As long as you hold this card, you will receive VIP treatment at any Tamir family auction house. And the tax rate required for the auction will also be reduced from 5 to 2. Yafei took out a crystal card, which had the Tamir family emblem on it, and handed it to Xiao Yi. Okay, thank you. I will come often, Xiao Yi said while handing Yafei a black card. Master Gu and I, is it really worth it to do this? He's just an alchemist apprentice. And yet you let me give him the only gold-level VIP card in the auction house. After Xiao Yi left, Yafei said to Master Gu and I, you are not an alchemist and do not understand the importance of soul perception. Once you become an alchemist, the only two factors that limit an alchemist level are whether one can possess powerful flames and whether one has strong soul perception, allowing for increasingly refined control over the changes in flames. Although I am currently a second-grade alchemist, my soul perception can only control 3 cauldrons. Among second-grade alchemists, I'm still one of the best, and that Xiao Yi. Even without cultivation, his soul perception has already reached the level of controlling 4 cauldrons, which shows just how great his potential is, not to mention he has a powerful alchemist master behind him. Xiao Yi. Next, I will demonstrate the method for refining foundation liquid for you. You must watch carefully. In the quiet room, the old medic picked up a purple leaf orchid with his left hand, his eyes slightly squinted. After a moment, he gently exhaled, and a somewhat white flame suddenly surged from his left palm. As soon as the flame appeared, the temperature in the room rose significantly. Staring unblinkingly at the white flame, Xiao Yi felt a shock in his heart. Although he was aware of the alchemy process, the external release of fighting energy into a tangible form, and doing it so effortlessly was not something he could easily achieve even now. With a calm expression, the old medic's white flame flickered slightly and engulfed the purple leaf orchid. The flame churned, and the purple leaf orchid was almost instantly burned down to a small mass of green liquid. He grabbed another purple leaf orchid with his right hand and directly tossed it into the white flame. After throwing in all 3 purple leaf orchids, the green liquid clearly increased in size. The green liquid writhed in the flame, with the scorching temperature continuously refining the impurities within. As the flame burned, the green liquid gradually shrank, and after a moment, it was only about the size of a thumb. Next, the old medic threw 2 washbone flowers into the flame, refining them and merging them into the green liquid. Following that, it was time to refine the magic crystal. The 3 steps lasted for about an hour, yet the old medic showed no signs of fatigue. After an hour, the hard magic crystal had been burned down to a light green liquid, and the violent energy contained in the magic crystal was washed away by the old medic using magical properties. The white flame in his palm gradually faded and eventually disappeared completely. Looking at the drop of liquid suspended in the old medic's palm, which resembled jade in color, Xiao Yi rubbed his hands together, as his superior soul perception allowed him to clearly sense how abundant the energy of this liquid was. This is the foundation liquid refined with. Next, I will use this 2-horn cauldron to refine it again, so you can observe the differences. The old medic then refined the foundation liquid again using the cauldron. Although the technique was the same, the time consumed was 3 times that of using, and although the foundation liquid was still a bright green, Xiao Yi could still see that the liquid refined with the cauldron was noticeably lighter in color compared to the previous one. Now it's your turn to try. Don't worry. The herbs you bought this time are just for you to practice with. The old medic, fearing Xiao Yi might feel pressured, said to him. Xiao Yi attempted to release the fighting spirit he obtained from practicing the burning decision, reaching the peak of a great fighter. Compared to his own true energy, the fighting spirit had a kind of explosive aura, making it very difficult to control. Following the alchemy steps provided by the medicine elder, Xiao Yi carefully proceeded with the refining process. Thanks to his super brain ability, he practiced each step in his mind hundreds of times before starting the actual refining. How is this possible? The medicine elder exclaimed as he watched Xiao Yi perform flawlessly in front of him. To have such a performance on the first attempt at alchemy is beyond description. If it were any other recipe, I might think Xiao Yi had previously acquired it and practiced countless times. But this foundation establishment spiritual liquid is a unique secret recipe of mine, known to no one else in the world. The only explanation for Xiao Yi's actions is that he is a natural alchemist, inherently sensitive to the properties of fire and medicinal materials, and his control over flames has reached an abnormal level to achieve such results on his first attempt. In Chapter 10, Foundation Establishment Spiritual Liquid, as expected, Xiao Yi successfully concocted the Foundation Establishment Spiritual Liquid on his first try, and in terms of color and efficacy, it was not inferior to that of the medicine elder. The medicine elder looked at Xiao Yi in surprise. Wanted to say something, but finding himself at a loss for words. Master, how did I do? Xiao Yi asked the medicine elder. Very well, but don't be arrogant. You should know that the Foundation Establishment Spiritual Liquid is just the lowest grade of elixir. With your peak great fighter cultivation, completing it alone is nothing to be proud of. As a teacher, the medicine elder certainly couldn't start by praising Xiao, as it might give him the false impression that alchemy was very easy. Understood, I will work harder on my alchemy. Xiao Yi agreed wholeheartedly with the medicine elder's words. Seeing Xiao Yi's serious expression, the medicine elder couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. He remembered when he first started learning alchemy. He had gone through countless failures before he independently completed the formulation of the most basic elixir. Even then, it had brought great joy to the sect, and he had secretly taken pride in it for a long time. In comparison, the medicine elder felt increasingly ridiculous about his past, compared to Xiao Yi's talent. His own little bit of talent was like fireflies compared to the bright moon. There was simply no comparison. Xiao Yin, this is the Foundation Establishment Spiritual Liquid I concocted. Use it to assist you in practicing the body refining technique. Xiao Yi handed the Foundation Establishment Spiritual Liquid to Xiao Yin. Xiao Yi, if you thank me again, it would seem a bit pretentious. In the future, if you need anything from me, just say it. If I refuse even once, I would be unworthy to walk this world. Xiao Yin said sincerely to Xiao Yi. All along, Xiao Yi had been helping him unconditionally. Even though they had signed a contract earlier, Xiao Yin had suffered no real loss. On the contrary, he had sent the medicine elder, who had been absorbing his fighting spirit, away, while gaining an unparalleled Foundation establishment method. In any case, Xiao Yin had benefited greatly. If the loss of the medicine elder was still uncertain in terms of profit or loss for Xiao Yin, then the meticulous guidance and the present gift of spiritual liquid were definitely helping him. Xiao Yin had always kept this in mind, never daring to forget it. Xiao Yi, should I just take it like this? Xiao Yin blinked, looking at the spiritual liquid in his hand with curiosity. If you want to die, just take it directly. With your veins, you'll become a true waste in no time. Xiao Yi rolled his eyes at Xiao Yin, then flicked his finger, causing the emerald liquid to fall into a basin of clear water in the room, instantly turning the clear water into a green color. From now on, practice in this. With your cultivation talent, you'll complete the body refining technique soon. After you absorb this basin of medicinal liquid, you can tell me, and I will give you another batch of Foundation Establishment Spiritual Liquid. Don't save it for me. I have plenty. Xiao Yi clapped his hands and smiled. Xiao Yin was filled with joy and hurriedly nodded. The warm sunlight streamed in through the cracks in the window, creating scattered light spots that adorned the tidy room. Inside the room, the young boy was naked, his body positioned in a strange posture, eyes tightly closed, with only his head above the water surface. The wooden basin was filled with green liquid, which, when slightly shaken, reflected flickering, unusual lights, quite magical. The boy's chest rose and fell gently, his breathing rhythmic. As the practice time extended, the green liquid in the wooden basin gradually emitted a faint airflow, slightly tinted green, slowly rising and finally entering the boy's body with each breath. With the entry of the green airflow, Xiao Yan's body, which had become somewhat weak due to excessive training of the body refining technique, regained fullness and firmness, and the surface of his body emitted a glow akin to warm jade. Tasting the sweetness of success, the boy did not stop there. His eyes remained tightly closed, but his body twisted in the water like a maggot, continuously moving. With the movement of his body, a more difficult action was performed by the boy. Once he struck this pose, the external green airflow seemed to be drawn by something, crazily drilling into Xiao Yan's body at an incredible speed until he fully adapted to the movement, and only then did the green airflow slow down its entry. The training passed slowly in the arduous process of forgetting sleep and food. The sunlight streaming through the window gradually weakened, and the hot temperature slowly decreased. In the wooden basin, the boy with closed eyes inhaled the last wisp of airflow into his body. His eyelashes fluttered slightly, and, after a moment, his pitch-black eyes suddenly opened wide. In his black pupils, a white light flashed as before, but this time it carried a hint of pale green. Slowly exhaling a mouthful of turbid air from his chest, the boy blinked brightly, and then abruptly stood up, letting the cold water splash down from his body. He lazily stretched, feeling the omnipresent power within him. Xiao Yin murmured in a somewhat intoxicated manner, "The body refining technique is truly amazing. Even when I advanced to a fighter, my physical strength was far from this level, and I have just barely mastered the basics of the body refining technique." As his training deepened, Xiao Yin increasingly realized the terrifying aspects of the body refining technique. It did not increase the absorption speed of fighting qi. On the contrary, if the intake of meat was insufficient, the body would absorb fighting qi as nourishment for the body refining technique. Therefore, after practicing the body refining technique for half a month, Xiao Yan's fighting qi still remained at the fourth stage, but he knew that tremendous changes had already occurred within his body. The practice of the body refining technique had completely transformed Xiao Yan's qualifications. The meridians that had widened after reaching the fighter level had, through the training of the body refining technique, reached an inhuman level, and their solidity was no longer comparable. Even more astonishing to Xiao Yan was that the training of the body refining technique could greatly enhance a human's natural attributes. With Xiao Yan's current strength and speed, even without using fighting qi, he had great confidence in defeating those practitioners at the 9th stage of fighting qi. Although the training days were somewhat monotonous for Xiao Yan, who had endured 3 years of ridicule and setbacks, it was merely a small matter. The ridicule he faced over those 3 years made him acutely aware of how important strength was in this continent. However, despite the hardships, the results of his training brought him immense joy. In just half a month, Xiao Yin completed the training of the body refining technique and officially became the flawless body mentioned by Yao Lao. Chapter 11. Sealing in the span of a month. Xiao Yin surprisingly mastered the body refining technique. Although it was aided by the foundation-building spirit liquid, it was also inseparable from Xiao Yan's relentless training attitude. From today on, you can officially begin cultivating fighting qi, but don't stop the body refining technique. You must practice until your body feels a faint pain every day to consider it a completed task. The body refining technique will continuously change your body density. Xiao Yi generously shared his experiences with Xiao Yin without holding back. Here are 3 qi gathering pills. Take them before reaching the peak of the fighting master realm. It's just a stage of fighting qi accumulation, so you can use the pills without worry. Xiao Yi said to Xiao Yin, in the next period, I have some matters to attend to and will leave Wu-Tan City. I will return to see you during your coming-of-age ceremony. Their relationship had grown closer due to the teaching, evolving more towards a master-student dynamic. Although neither of them had addressed it directly, it was evident from Xiao Yan's increasingly respectful attitude. System, can I bring Yao Lao's soul into the main world? Xiao Yi asked the system. No. The moment Yao Lao's soul enters the main world, it will be discovered by the world consciousness of the main world. At that time, not only will Yao Lao's soul be instantly destroyed, but the host will also be implicated. The system explained to Xiao Yi in detail, fearing that its words might lead Xiao Yi to make a wrong judgment. Teacher, you may have sensed it too. I am not a human from this world. I came here solely for cultivation. I have some matters to attend to in another world and need to return for a few days. During this time, I can only trouble you to stay in this secret room. Xiao Yi sincerely said to Yao Lao, I will not pry into your past. Just know that you will always be my disciple, Yao Chun. Yao Lao said solemnly. In the secret room of the villa, a figure suddenly appeared out of thin air. After glancing around and finding no signs of disturbance, he felt relieved and began to check the gains and losses of this crossing. Name, Xiao Yi Cultivation. Peak of Foundation Building Attribute Value, 570 yuan bao, 1335 gold coins, 27999 silver coins. 9 Cultivation Techniques. Body Refining Technique. Perfect, Unnamed Technique. Peak of Foundation Building. Furious Lion Roar. Mid-level Profound Stage. Greenwood Sword Technique. Low-level Profound Stage. Martial Skills. Basic Martial Skills. Proficient. 72 Transformations. Max Level. Qigong Bullet. Skilled. Can produce various changes. Wolf Fong Wind Fist. Max Level. Qigong Wave. Advanced Skill of Qigong Bullet. Giant Ape Transformation. Max Level Abilities. Carrot Transformation Technique. Max Level. Telekinesis. Max Level. Super Intelligent Spatial Ability. Max Level. Mind Reading. Max Level. Luck in the Dou Po Cang Qiong World. 30 Time Ratio. Active Adjustment. Can reach a maximum of 130. It could be said that in a month within the Dou Po Cang Qiong World, besides a significant increase in cultivation, Xiao Yi did not experience many other changes, and he did not know the use of the only luck in the Dou Po Cang Qiong World. Checking the time, he found that 3 days had passed, which was consistent with his expectations. System, can I adjust this time ratio at will? Xiao Yi inweed it. You can only adjust the time ratio between the main world and the new world, and the time ratio between the 2 new worlds cannot exceed the upper limit of 30 times. The system replied, all right, adjust the time ratio between the main world, Dragon Ball World, and Dou Po Cang Qiong to 1. Xiao Yi instructed the system. Xiao Yi, have you come out of seclusion? Stepping out of the room, Xiao Yi saw Bai Miaoxin playing with Nuan in the hall. Upon seeing Xiao Yi, Nuan ran over. Hey, big baby, missed you so much. Xiao Yi picked up his daughter, Nuan, and lifted her into the air, making her fly around, which made her giggle with joy. Aren't you going to the fish shop? Xiao Yi asked curiously, as it was 10 in the morning, and normally Bai Miaoxin would be at the fish shop at this time. The fish shop has been shut down. Bai Miaoxin's expression turned a bit angry upon hearing Xiao Yi's words. What happened? No one in the family got hurt, right? Xiao Yi couldn't help but furrow his brows. Don't worry, it might be that our fish shop is very popular. 3 days ago, a group came to discuss investing in the fish shop with you. We really don't need any financing, and at that time, you were in seclusion, so I directly rejected their request. I didn't expect that shortly after they left, the Industrial and Commercial Bureau would shut down the fish shop on the grounds of tax evasion, and even the ornamental fish were not allowed to be taken away. Bai Miaoxin briefly explained the situation. Why haven't I seen Dad and Mom? Xiao Yi asked curiously. It was understandable that his father wasn't there, but his mother, who took care of Nuan every day, was also missing today. They didn't know when you would come out of seclusion, so they decided to look for Uncle to see if he had any connections to help resolve this. Bai Miaoxin replied to Xiao Yi. Okay, got it. I'll handle this matter. Just as they were speaking, Xiao Yi's father and mother walked in from outside. Dad, Mom, you're back? Seeing his parents' slightly grim expressions, Xiao Yi immediately went up to greet them. Xiao Yi, you finally came out of seclusion. How was it? Was your seclusion smooth? Xiao Yi's parents didn't immediately mention the fish shop issue, but were instead concerned about his cultivation. Don't worry, you know that the body refining technique isn't dangerous. Except for some strange movements. Xiao Yi comforted his parents. By the way, did you go to see Uncle? What did he say? Xiao Yi inwaited, knowing the result from his parents' expressions, but still asking. Sigh, your uncle made a few calls, but it seems they didn't have much effect. He also doesn't know who exactly is behind the shutdown of our shop. He advised us that if their demands aren't excessive, we should agree to them, as their influence seems considerable. Xiao Yi's father said, showing an angry expression. Hee, these are small matters. Recently, I've collaborated with the state on a project, so I've met some high-level figures. Look, this is my current certificate, directly under central jurisdiction, and the local authorities don't have the right to arrest me. To prevent his parents from worrying, Xiao Yi had to show them the academician certificate he had just received from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Is this certificate real? Xiao Yi's father was surprised, having never known when his son had suddenly become a scientist. Of course, so let me handle this matter. Xiao Yi smiled at his family. Chapter 12 Crisis. Hello. Is this Luo Xiao? This is Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi directly took out his phone and called Luo Xiao. Mr. Xiao, hello. What can I do for you? Luo Xiao was quite surprised to receive a call from Xiao Yi. I've run into a bit of trouble, and I'm not sure who can help me resolve it, Xiao Yi said to Luo Xiao. What kind of trouble? Luo Xiao asked. Xiao Yi explained the general situation over the phone. All right, leave this matter to me. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused to you and your family. Luo Xiao said on the phone. Xiao Yi, the Industrial and Commercial Bureau called and said we can operate normally again. Bai Miaoxin happily told Xiao Yi. Great. Gather the employees back, and I'll accompany you there this afternoon. Xiao Yi was very satisfied with Luo Xiao's efficiency. Xiao Yi tore open the seal posted by the Industrial and Commercial Bureau and walked into his own shop. The ornamental fish were listlessly settled at the bottom of the tank, trying to minimize their movement to avoid expending more energy. When they heard the noise at the door, they all looked towards it and, upon seeing a group of staff, they momentarily froze in a very human-like manner. Then, as if they had gone mad, they rushed up from the bottom of the tank, with some even jumping out of the water in excitement. Seeing that all the fish were merely a bit listless and none had died, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, these ornamental fish were worth over 100 million. It would be truly regrettable if they had starved. Xiaozhong, go feed these ornamental fish some food. But remember not to overfeed them. Don't let them eat too much at once. Xiao Lu, open all the doors and windows in the room. The rest, clean up. Bai Miaoxin instructed methodically. Ha, you really are a qualified boss lady. Xiao Yi, seeing Bai Miaoxin like this for the first time, couldn't help but say with envy. So annoying. Someone's watching. Bai Miaoxin maintained a stern demeanor in front of the employees, but suddenly being called out by Xiao Yi made her blush deeply. Hey, hello. Xiao Yi looked at the call from Luo Xiao and knew that things should have come to a conclusion. Mr. Xiao, I have learned through special channels that the mastermind behind this incident is Chen Xiaoyang, the chairman of Qiaoyang Logistics, Luo Xiao said to Xiao Yi. Chen Xiaoyang? Xiao Yi had no impression of this name, nor had he even heard of this logistics company. Chaoyang Logistics is just a recently established logistics company and not very famous. But this Chen Chaoyang is quite the background, Luo Xiao explained, sensing Xiao Yi's confusion. Chen Chaoyang is the grandson of the current head of the Lingnanshan clan. You may not know about the Lingnanshan clan, but you must have heard of their enterprise, Wind Bell Automobile, which was the #1 in national sales last year. That is his family's industry. Luo Xiao revealed something that surprised Xiao Yi. Are you saying that the other party is not targeting my ornamental fish shop, but rather my magnetic levitation technology? Xiao Yi instantly connected the dots. This is just our speculation, but the possibility is very high. Luo Xiao replied to Xiao Yi. I remember we signed a contract just 3 days ago, right? Although I knew that my identity as the inventor of magnetic levitation would soon be known to the outside world, to have external retaliation come just 3 days after signing a contract with the state still left Xiao Yi feeling extremely dissatisfied. To establish a large automotive production park in a short period, we must rely on existing factories and equipment. There's no other way. Luo Xiao explained weakly. What do you plan to do about this, Chen Chaoyang? Xiao Yi continued to ask. We have already issued a warning to the Lingnanshan family, and they have formally replied that they will not secretly target you and your family, but will only conduct normal business negotiations. Of course, regarding your losses, the state will compensate you in full at market prices. The participants from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau will also be dealt with severely. Due to the leak incident, Luo Xiao prioritized Xiao Yi's interest in handling this matter. Excuse me, is Mr. Xiao Yi there? Not long after Xiao Yi hung up, there was a knock at the door. It's you? You dare to come? Bai Miaoxin said sternly upon seeing the visitors. Miaoxin, who are they? Xiao Yi asked, puzzled. They're the investors I mentioned to you before. Bai Miaoxin said angrily. A few of you. Xiao Yi looked indifferently at the visitors. We are very sorry that we couldn't find you earlier, which led us to resort to such measures. We will double your compensation for the losses caused. The leader of the group, a young man, said politely. Who are you? Xiao Yi looked curiously at the somewhat arrogant young man, unsure of what they wanted from him. Let me introduce myself. My name is Chen Chaoyang, a member of the Lingnanshan family. Perhaps you have heard of us. Our family is in the automotive industry. We heard you developed magnetic levitation technology on your own, so we came to seek cooperation with you. Although Chen Chaoyang spoke very politely, Xiao Yi could still detect a hint of arrogance in his demeanor. That's probably not going to work. I have already partnered with the state. You should know that. Xiao Yi directly refused. Don't reject so quickly. There are many miraculous treasures in this world that you don't know about. For a wealthy person like you, a treasure that can extend life by 10 years is far more substantial than useless money. As Chen Chaoyang spoke, he carefully took out a porcelain bottle from his pocket. What is this? Xiao Yi asked uncertainly as he looked at the porcelain bottle. This is a longevity pill. One can extend an ordinary person's life by 10 years. Chen Chaoyang said proudly. This is a type of potion that I brought back from my master. When mixed with water, it forms a medicinal bath that greatly promotes the practice of body-refining techniques, combined with the previous meat diet. I believe everyone can complete the body-refining technique in a short time. Xiao, he said to the family who were drinking tea. Considering Chen Chaoyang's previously sullen expression and his various malicious thoughts, Xiao, he had to face the safety of his family. Although Luo Xiao had assured him that the other party would not secretly target him and his family. Ever since Xiao Yi learned that the other party was from the hidden gate, he no longer held any illusions about Luo Xiao's words. It was far too easy for someone from the hidden gate to silently put someone to death. Chapter 13. Canaan Academy. The simplest way to prevent danger is to possess absolute strength, allowing all conspiracies to crumble before absolute power. This world is truly marvelous. There are even legendary pills that can extend human life, albeit only acting on ordinary people. Xiao Yi thought about the longevity pill that Chen Chaoyang had presented and couldn't help but marvel. In fact, longevity pills also exist in the world of Dou Po Cang Qiong, but those are 6th grade pills, Qing Ming longevity pills, which Xiao Yi, with his current cultivation level, couldn't possibly refine. What a pity, Xiao Yi said with some regret. If only Chen Chaoyang knew the specific origin of this longevity pill, then we could trace it back and obtain the recipe. It seems that I really need to visit the hidden gate when the opportunity arises. There are still many good things there. Xiao Yi couldn't help but sigh. Miaoxin, raise your legs a bit more. Lean your body forward. Dad, lift your head a little more. Mom, lower your waist a bit. Grandpa and Wan, don't run. In order to help his family quickly complete the body refining technique, Xiao Yi had no choice but to become a full-time nanny in the villa. Not only correcting the training movements of the 4 members of the family at any time, but also taking care of his daughter, Wan. Finally done. These 2 months have been really tough. Xiao Yi looked at his slowest practicing mother, who finally completed the body refining technique and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Mr. Xiao, you finally returned my call. On the other end of the phone, Luo Xiao said excitedly. What is the matter? Xiao Yi had his phone turned off for a while because he was teaching his family the body refinement technique. The magnetic levitation car production park has already been built, and I don't know when you will be able to visit the park and explain the principles of magnetic levitation cars to our engineers. Luo Xiao said eagerly to Xiao, I've been working on an important experiment lately and can't get away. How about this? In half a month, you come and pick me up, and I'll go with you to visit the newly built car production park. Xiao Yi thought for a moment and said to Luo Xiao on the other end of the phone. Xiao Yi made this decision because he wanted to return to the Dou Po Cang Qiong world to enhance his strength as much as possible, in order to prepare for the impending crisis. Of course, Xiao Yi also hoped to find a few protective treasures in the Dou Po Cang Qiong world before the crisis arrived. It is important to note that although his family had successfully cultivated the body refinement technique, his daughter Nguyen had no cultivation at all and was just an ordinary 1-year-old child. Moreover, the other relatives at home had not yet practiced the body refinement technique. And the more troublesome issue was that Xiao Yi had no good way to make his other relatives willingly practice the body refinement technique. Miao Xian during this time. Take good care, Nguyen. You know that I refused that group of people last time. They're all practitioners, so you must be especially cautious during this period. I need to enter seclusion for a while to refine a few protective treasures. If there are any insurmountable troubles, be sure to call for me. Don't try to handle it alone. Xiao Yi reminded by Miao Xian, informing her of the stakes involved. Okay, I understand. I will take good care of Nguyen during this time. And you should be careful too. Bai Miao Xian said with concern as she looked at Xiao Yi. In the Xiao Yi residence in Wutan City, Master, I'm back. Xiao Yi said to Yao Lao. You're back? Was it smooth? Yao Lao appeared to be in a good mood. Not bad. Sorry to keep you waiting. Xiao Yi said apologetically, as he had originally planned to return home for just a few days, but unexpectedly, more than 2 months had passed. It's nothing. I haven't wasted these 2 months either. I've been absorbing the spiritual energy from the spirit stone you gave me. Not only has it replenished my soul with enough energy, but I also have a faint feeling of evolving to a higher level. This spirit stone truly is a miraculous treasure. Yao Lao said happily to Xiao Yi. I'm glad it's helpful to you. Xiao Yi was also quite surprised by this change. Master, do you know where there's in this world? Xiao Yi asked Yao Lao. The closest and easiest for you to obtain would be the Fallen Heart Flame in the Jianan Academy. I have received information before that there should be a type of called the Fallen Heart Flame in Jianan Academy, which ranks 14th on the... If you can obtain this, then the burning decision might evolve. However, I want to advise you once more, although you are currently practicing the low-grade yellow-level burning decision, due to the body refinement technique, all your meridians have been opened, and even the width of your meridians has reached an inhuman level. Therefore, the spiritual energy you gain from each level of cultivation is actually not inferior to that of high-grade heavenly-level Douqi techniques. The burning decision needs to devour to evolve, and you should know that is inherently a destructive and violent thing, not only rare to see in 100 years, but even if you do see it, who can guarantee that you will successfully devour it? Back then, I almost got burned to nothing trying to obtain this bone spirit coal fire. Yao Lao tried to persuade Xiao Yi. Don't you want to be revived? Xiao Yi asked curiously as he saw Yao Lao trying so hard to stop him. You really know? Yao Lao seemed to confirm his inner suspicion. I just don't want my own issues to influence your choices. Yao Lao said somewhat reluctantly to Xiao Yi. Master, don't think too much. I chose the burning decision because of my personal reasons. And it has nothing to do with you, Xiao Yi explained earnestly. Xiao Yi looked at the increasingly important Yao Lao after a misunderstanding. The words he originally wanted to explain were swallowed back. Perhaps this was for the best. There is still more than a year until the next enrollment at the Canaan Academy. I do not recommend that you join as a student, after all. The gap between you and ordinary geniuses is too great. If you enter Canaan Academy as a student, it might backfire and attract more attention. Yao Lao's words left Xiao Yi stunned. What do you mean? Although Xiao Yi had a guess in his heart, he still asked. Directly apply for a mentor position at Canaan Academy. Yao Lao said firmly to Xiao Yi. Apply for mentor? That might be. Xiao Yi hesitated and said. Although his strength had reached the Dou Ling level, his true realm was still only at the peak of Dou Shi. While the minimum hiring standard for mentors at Canaan Academy was the Dou Shi. Chapter 14. Dou Techniques. Are you worried about your cultivation level? Don't worry. I've already thought of it. Before you apply for a mentor position at Canaan Academy, Go to the Alchemist Guild for a level assessment. Yao Lao said confidently. As long as you can become a second-grade alchemist, the doors of Canaan Academy will be open to you, Yao Lao added. Moreover, the reason for sending you to the Alchemist Guild this time is actually for another purpose, which is to collect the 3 essential items for refining strange fire. Yao Lao mentioned. 3 items? Xiao Yi asked in confusion. Yes, to devour, at least 3 essential items are needed for assistance. The Blood Lotus Pill. This is an essential item for approaching. Without its protection, let alone you as a small Dou sure, even a Dou Huang powerhouse would not dare to easily approach. The Ice Spirit Cold Spring. If the Blood Lotus Pill protects the outer body, then the Ice Spirit Cold Spring protects your internal body. It can protect you from being burned to nothingness by the destructive temperature during the refining process. The last one is called Na Ling. This item can open a special small space within your body, and this small space is used to store. After all, given the destructive nature if you do not completely refine it, anything other than this void space will be instantly burned, including your cyclone and body. However, Na Ling is quite rare. It is related to Na rings, but this Na Ling can only be found in the central position of high-level Na stones. You should know that high-level Na stones are essential materials for making high-level Na rings, so you can imagine how rare it is. And the probability of Na Ling existing in high-level Na stones is also not very high. Well, you should now understand the rarity of Na Ling, right? Yao Lao said to Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi opened his mouth, his expression somewhat unpleasant. After a while, I've never even heard of these 3 things. Where do you want to find them? Na Ling, you don't need to worry too much. Back when I was searching I happened to have a little extra. So now you just need to find the materials to refine, the medicine elder said with a smile. Refining the requires, in a 3rd tier, is a very rare high-level medicinal material, usually growing alongside, but in extremely limited quantities. Its appearance is almost identical to, while is a commonly used low-level medicinal material. The medicine elder explained to Xiao Yi. Where can I find that? Xiao Yi asked quickly. In extremely cold or extremely hot places, the medicine elder replied with a smile. It can be found in extremely hot places too. Is it true that extremes tend to reverse? Xiao Yi said, blinking in surprise. That's exactly the principle. The medicine elder nodded, smiling. Of course, if you're lucky, you might be able to get it from someone else or at an auction, but I think the chances are slim. After all, anyone with a bit of knowledge knows how rare that thing is and generally won't part with it easily. What if we can't gather these items, but happen to encounter? What should we do then? Xiao Yi asked, rolling his eyes. Then we withdraw and give up this opportunity. No matter how precious it is, without these 3 essential items, you'll die upon contact with. The medicine elder said, his voice showing no hesitation. Isn't there anything else that can be used as a substitute? Xiao Yi asked somewhat unwillingly. There are substitutes, but these 3 items are what I've selected after countless experiments as the most suitable aids for refining. To put it bluntly, if you claim to have materials that can significantly increase the success rate of refining, many alchemists would pay an astonishing price to obtain them. The medicine elder's voice carried a hint of pride, indicating that these 3 materials had indeed cost him a lot of effort. All right, I'll try to collect these materials. If it really doesn't work, I'll use medicinal pills to exchange at the Alchemist Guild, Xiao Yi said determinedly. Right now, you shouldn't be thinking about these things. Your most important task is to pass the 2nd-tier alchemist certification at the Alchemist Guild. Although I admit that you're the most talented alchemist I've seen so far, there is one thing you lack the most: time. From the moment you started learning alchemy from me until today, only 3 short months have passed, and the actual time you've spent on alchemy is probably less than 10 days. As for alchemy, you only know how to make the. Others who want to become 1st-tier alchemists have undergone decades of hard study and practice to achieve that level. This gap can't be bridged by talent alone. Of course, with your talent, as long as you concentrate and learn alchemy from me seriously, I guarantee that in a year, you will definitely be able to advance to a 2nd-tier alchemist, and in 3 years, you will certainly become a 4th-tier alchemist, the medicine elder said excitedly, as if feeling immensely honored to witness this miracle. By that time, my cultivation will have already broken through. Xiao Yi couldn't help but complain. You. The medicine elder looked at Xiao Yi's disdainful expression, speechless with anger. During this period, you can't just learn alchemy from me. You also can't fall behind in fighting skills. I prepared 2 combat techniques for you, the medicine elder said, pointing out and gently touching Xiao Yi's forehead. 8 Extremes Collapse, a high-level combat technique. A close-range attack technique known for its powerful attack. When perfected, it contains 8 layers of hidden energy, the combined power of which is comparable to low-level combat techniques. Flame Separating Devouring Wave, a low-level combat technique When perfected, it can split mountains and cut waves with a flick of the hand. The medicine elder pondered for a moment, and a huge black object suddenly shot out from the ancient ring, landing heavily on the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Ah! Xiao Yi stared blankly at the pitch-black object in front of him, which was as tall as he was, and beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. Swallowing hard, he said, "What use is this? This is forged from, and there is probably only one piece like this in the entire continent. It is not only extremely hard, but also incredibly heavy. Most importantly, it has a magical effect of suppressing. Under its suppression, if you can adapt, then in future battles, when you take this off, your strength will shock everyone. Combined with the flame-separating devouring wave technique, it will have an even greater effect." The medicine elder said with a smile, then added, Chapter 15. Achievements. You're giving away combat techniques and weapons. Do you have some plan? Xiao Yi asked curiously. Hee. I plan to take you out for training and, by the way, teach you alchemy during the practice. The medicine elder revealed his plan. Why go through training? Isn't it more time efficient to just teach alchemy directly? Xiao Yi felt very confused by the medicine elder's arrangements. First, you need to understand that the rank of an alchemist is closely related to one's own strength. If your cultivation doesn't reach a certain level, no matter how skilled you are in alchemy, you absolutely cannot refine corresponding grade pills. Second, training is the best way to stimulate human potential. Facing different dangers every day will naturally help you grow rapidly. Moreover, in the wild, there are abundant medicinal materials, and hands-on teaching is far more memorable than theoretical discussions. The medicine elder explained to Xiao Yi. All right, the reasons are very sufficient. Do you have a route in mind? Where do we set off? Xiao Yi asked eagerly after hearing the medicine elder. I plan to have you walk from Wutan City all the way to the eastern part of the Beast Mountain Range. Then cross the Beast Mountain Range to reach the Tagore Desert. That will be our final destination for training. As for the timing, I have no requirements. If you have no other matters, we can set off any time. The medicine elder said with a smile. All right, let's set off now. Xiao Yi said impatiently. Under the blazing sun, the intense heat caused the muddy ground to crack, and as his feet stepped on the hard soil, a wave of heat surged from the ground, making the traveler sweat profusely while cursing the terrible weather. On the spacious yellow earth road, a young man dressed simply was trudging along, his face drenched in sweat. With every step he took, it felt as if a heavy object had fallen to the ground, thumping heavily and kicking up a cloud of yellow dust. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the young man was carrying an enormous black giant sword on his back. Rather than calling it a giant sword, it would be more accurate to describe it as a thick iron giant ruler without a sharp edge or point, as the end appeared to be cut straight through, revealing a smooth, mirror-like cross-section. The surface of the pitch-black giant sword was adorned with strange, somewhat blurred patterns that spread almost all over the sword body, combining with its ancient black color to give it a mysterious look. The length of the bizarre giant sword almost exceeded the height of the young man, and such an unusual combination drew curious glances from the occasional passerby. Xiao Yi was actually very much in favor of Master Yao's method of weight training. This training method, which runs through the entire Dragon Ball world, although quite glitch, was indeed very effective. Of course, the reason Xiao Yi looked so exhausted at this moment was not just because of the Xuanzhong ruler, although it could suppress fighting spirit. It was difficult to suppress true energy, let alone Xiao Yi's body, which was as powerful as a prehistoric beast. The reason for Xiao Yi's apparent fatigue was that he had a sudden idea and exchanged 4 gravity bracelets from the System Shop's special items category, putting them on his limbs. These gravity bracelets were created by the North King after Sun Wukong's death to help him train better. However, when transformed by the system, they became a highly technological gravity bracelet that could adjust the weight at will, with the highest single bracelet able to reach a weight of 100 tons. Moreover, these system-produced gravity bracelets were also exquisitely crafted, fitting snugly around the arms and automatically adjusting according to the size of the body. Naturally, such exquisite and practical gravity bracelets came with a hefty price. Each one was priced at 100 gold coins, and just 4 of them caused Xiao Yi's gold coins to shrink by nearly half. However, the effect was quite evident. Under continuous weight training, Xiao Yi's strength was rapidly increasing, and in just a month, he made significant breakthroughs in his 2 cultivation methods. Originally stuck at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, Xiao Yi finally took a step forward and entered the core formation stage. In this realm, in addition to significant increases in his body's various functions, the most important aspect was that the core formation stage could greatly compress the large amount of saturated spiritual energy stored in his body, forming a golden elixir that was difficult to see with the naked eye. After breaking through the peak of the foundation establishment stage, one needed to go through both the core formation stage and the nascent soul stage before truly reaching the golden core stage. The core formation stage is the process of further compressing the spiritual energy in the body to form a solidified elixir. As spiritual energy continuously supplies the elixir, its volume keeps increasing. When it reaches the limit that the body can bear, it enters the nascent soul stage. The process of the nascent soul stage is the core process for the entire transformation of spiritual energy into the golden core. And the method of nascent soul is a closely guarded secret in all sects, as it relates to the very foundation of the sect. The essence of the nascent soul lies in recompressing the enlarged golden core, allowing the golden core to undergo a qualitative change while shrinking in size, laying a solid foundation for future cultivation. When the nascent soul process is complete, the cultivator enters the true golden core stage, which is when the cultivator's true strength is revealed. In this series of complex processes, the most important thing for the cultivator is to avoid using this unformed golden core. Otherwise, it could lead to an unripe golden core, severely impacting future cultivation. Therefore, from the peak of the foundation establishment stage to the golden core stage, cultivators generally choose to enter closed-door training, not entering the golden core stage until they absolutely cannot exit. Of course, Xiao Yi's fighting spirit also entered the early stage of the great fighter realm, enabling him to release his fighting spirit and form a sturdy armor. Furthermore, during this half-month, Xiao Yi's alchemy skills also made rapid progress, astonishing Master Yao to the point of speechlessness. The theoretical part of alchemy was the most troublesome memory part for all alchemists. But for Xiao Yi, it became the easiest hurdle. No matter how thick the manuals Master Yao presented, as long as Xiao Yi simply flipped through them, the knowledge seemed to be etched in his mind. With the assistance of his superintelligence, he answered Master Yao's questions fluently, as if he were an experienced alchemist with years of practice. In terms of alchemy, Xiao Yi was able to produce finished products almost on the first try, and after 3 attempts, the pills in the alchemical furnace would form intricate pill patterns, looking remarkably beautiful. Chapter 16. Alchemist Guild. If Xiao Yi's alchemy skills only shocked Master Yao, then Xiao Yi's martial arts training was simply terrifying to him. Terrifying? That was the true thought of Master Yao. Remembering a month ago, when Xiao Yi first practiced the 8 extremes burst and produced 4 layers of hidden energy, Master Yao still found it hard to believe. However, what shocked him even more was yet to come. The 8 extremes burst, a close combat fighting technique, seemed to perfectly match Xiao Yi's powerful physique. Originally capable of releasing only 8 layers of hidden energy, Xiao Yi managed to unleash 18 layers, elevating this fighting technique to the level of a high-tier earth fighting technique, astonishing even the well-traveled Master Yao. Xiao Yi, stop. Master Yao called out to Xiao Yi, who was currently engaged in weight training. Master, what's the matter? Xiao Yi looked at Master Yao, puzzled. I didn't expect your alchemy skills to improve so quickly. You already have the strength of a second-tier alchemist. I've thought it over, and we should head to Black Rock City ahead. You can undergo alchemist-level certification at the Alchemist Guild there, Master Yao said to Xiao Yi. Do we still need to continue our training? Xiao Yi asked, looking at Master Yao confused. Of course, the training must continue, but there's no need to go to the Monster Beast Mountain for the time being. Master Yao replied to Xiao Yi. Black Rock City is a large city located in the eastern province of the Gamma Empire, and its scale is even more magnificent than that of Wutan City. In terms of overall strength, Black Rock City ranks among the top in all large cities within the Gamma Empire. As Xiao Yi approached, he discovered that the city's massive walls were entirely constructed of neatly arranged black rocks. He heard passersby mention that these walls had withstood the combined might of 2 Do Wong strongmen without budging, demonstrating the formidable level of defense of these walls. After paying the tax at the city gate, Xiao Yi was smoothly allowed entry. Passing through a somewhat dark passageway in the city wall, his vision suddenly brightened, and the sounds of bustling crowds flooded his ears, making his head feel slightly dizzy. It's so lively here, Xiao Yi exclaimed happily. As a modern human accustomed to life on Earth, such a lively scene made Xiao Yi feel at ease. Let's find a place to stay for the night, and we'll go to the Alchemist Guild for the test tomorrow. The voice of the old alchemist suddenly echoed in Xiao Yan's heart. The next day, at the first light of dawn, Xiao Yi left the inn early and even inquired about the location of the Alchemist Guild. Black Rock City truly deserves its reputation as one of the top cities in the Jamadi Empire, Although it was morning, the streets were still bustling with activity, filled with the sounds of people, and occasionally, the orderly march of the guard could be heard. The clanking of their armor resonating in the morning sky like a clear morning bell. Xiao Yi followed the route described by the innkeeper, slowly turning through several long streets. After a while, he finally came to a stop, raising his head to look at the grand building that appeared before him. The design of this building was quite unique, resembling a medicinal cauldron. Surrounding the building were windows that looked like the fire openings of a cauldron, and a large cover of the cauldron loomed down from the high roof, shrouding the rooms beneath it. His gaze fell on the faintly purple sandalwood plaque outside the building, where 5 ancient characters were faintly illuminated. Alchemist Guild, he murmured softly. Xiao Yi tilted his head to look around and noticed that most people passing by this distinctive building would cast a look of reverence at the plaque. Of course, there were also some passers-by who shot curious glances at Xiao Yi, who stood foolishly outside the Alchemist Guild, ignoring the surrounding gazes. Xiao Yi gently touched the heavy ruler on his back, and then strode towards the Alchemist Guild. As he approached the entrance, 2 heavily armed men, who had been watching him for a long time, reached out to stop him, saying in a gruff voice, "Little brother, this is the Alchemist Guild. Do you want to go in? Do you have a letter of introduction from your mentor?" "Huh? A letter of introduction?" Xiao Yi was momentarily taken aback. With some confusion, he softly asked, "What is that?" "I don't know either. Each empire on the Duki continent has its own Alchemist Guild, and their rules vary. I rarely come to the Jiamar Empire, so I don't know what that is." The medicine elder in his ring also responded with some surprise. "I don't have a letter of introduction. My mentor is not from the Jiamar Empire, so he didn't prepare this for me." Xiao Yi replied to the guards. "That's a problem. According to the rules, we cannot let you in without a letter of introduction," one of the guards said to Xiao Yi. At that moment, an old man walking lazily caught Xiao Yi's attention. He had a badge on his chest depicting an ancient medicinal cauldron with 4 silver waves on its surface. A 4th-grade alchemist. Xiao Yi was taken aback. "Master Otto." The 2 guards respectfully greeted the old man. "Please wait, sir." As the old man was about to pass by Xiao Yi and enter the Alchemist Guild, Xiao Yi called out to him. "Oh, you called me?" The old man looked at Xiao Yi curiously. "Yes, I want to enter the Alchemist Guild for the Alchemist Assessment, but I don't have a mentor's letter of introduction. I wonder if you could make an exception?" Xiao Yi said calmly. "Oh, you want to get certified as an alchemist? Why don't you have a mentor's letter of introduction?" Master Otto took an interest in the handsome young man before him. He had rarely encountered a young person who could speak to him so confidently since becoming a 4th-grade alchemist. "My mentor is not from the Jiamar Empire, so before he left, he didn't give me a letter of introduction. He just told me to come to the Alchemist Guild for the assessment to become an alchemist." Xiao Yi continued speaking to Master Otto calmly. "Oh, I see. I can make an exception for you. But are you sure you can pass the 1st-grade alchemist assessment?" Master Otto smiled at the young man before him. "Of course. In fact, I came this time to pass the 2nd-grade alchemist assessment." Xiao Yi said something that greatly surprised Master Otto. Master Otto's previously favorable impression of Xiao Yi instantly turned negative upon hearing this. "Do you think I'm bragging, Master Otto?" Seeing the change in Master Otto's expression, Xiao Yi guessed his thoughts and spoke first before the other party could explode. "Isn't it?" Master Otto suddenly found this young man particularly shameless. If it weren't for his status, he might have already left in a huff. Since you don't believe me, why not test me?" Xiao Yi prompted Master Otto. "You know, being an alchemist is not a profession where one can fake it." "All right, I'll test you." Seeing Xiao Yi's confidence, Master Otto's thoughts began to waver. He started asking increasingly difficult questions about the formula for the 1st-grade restorative pill and the temperature requirements for the 2nd-grade nourishing pill. However, Master Otto's face grew redder. "Little brother, what is your name?" Master Otto suddenly stopped questioning and excitedly asked Xiao Yi. "My name is Xiao Yi." Xiao Yi replied simply. "Young friend Xiao, I misunderstood you earlier. With your solid theoretical foundation, even an average 3rd-grade alchemist might not surpass you." Master Otto was someone who could let go of his pride. After realizing he had wronged Xiao Yi, he took the initiative to apologize. "It's nothing. My appearance does invite misunderstandings." Xiao Yi couldn't help but mock himself a bit. Indeed, in the profession of alchemy, age is the first thing people look at. Someone as young as Xiao Yi possessing such solid pharmacology knowledge was indeed rare. "No, it was I who judged you by my own standards and was a bit arrogant," Master Otto said apologetically. "Sir, can I go inside to take the alchemist assessment now?" Xiao Yi did not forget the main purpose of his visit and asked. "Of course. Please come in." This time, Master Otto seemed very enthusiastic. "This is the assessment area for 1st-grade alchemists. Lin Fei, come over and meet young friend Xiao. You'll see what a genius looks like." Although Master Otto had not seen Xiao Yi refine medicine with his own eyes, he believed that someone with such a solid foundation in pharmacology would definitely not be just a pretty face. Moreover, Xiao Yi's goal this time was to become a second-grade alchemist, so passing the first-grade assessment would naturally be a piece of cake. Teacher, you're so annoying. Lin Fei saw her teacher praising the young man in front of her and belittling herself, which made her very angry. She shot Xiao Yi an angry glare and turned to leave. Sigh, this child is really getting more and more disrespectful. Although Master Otto spoke sternly, the smile in the corner of his eye indicated that he was not actually angry. Uncle Otto, hello. A tall, silver-haired woman with clear eyes walked over to greet Master Otto. Oh, it's Xuemei. No wonder Lin Fei was so irritable just now. You're here to participate in the first-grade alchemist test. Good. Quickly return to your position. The test is about to begin. Master Otto said kindly to Xuemei. Suddenly, there was a commotion at the door as a group of examiners walked in from outside. Xiao Yi's gaze swept across the chests of these people, and he was surprised to find that most of them were actually real alchemists. At the front of this group was an old man, and from the way the people around him addressed him, Xiao Yin realized that this elder was Frank, the president of the Black Rock City Alchemist Guild. Upon seeing the newcomer, Xuemei, who was standing next to Master Otto, suddenly stepped forward. Master, she said, approaching Frank. A faint smile appeared on the delicate face of the silver-haired woman, and for a moment, her smile was like a snow lotus blooming on an ice mountain, leaving people in awe. Otto, I said I couldn't find you anywhere, but it turns out you arrived first, Frank said, walking up to Otto with a hint of dissatisfaction. It's just that I had some matters to attend to, Otto replied. Let me introduce you, this is my young friend Xiao. He explained to Frank while pulling Xiao Yi over. Oh, I didn't expect that today our Alchemist Guild would have a genius visiting. I'm very much looking forward to your performance, Frank said kindly to Xiao Yi. I announced that the assessment officially begins, Frank declared in the center of the hall. The basic requirement for a first-tier alchemist is to successfully refine a pill on their own, and the type of pill can be determined by the Alchemist Guild. Xiao Yi picked up a piece of parchment from the stone platform and glanced at it. The prescription was for a type of pill called the energy-boosting pill, which could temporarily enhance a person's strength. Although this pill was only considered mediocre among first-grade pills, it posed a challenge for newcomers taking their first assessment. Holding the prescription for the energy-boosting pill, Xiao Yi looked around and noticed that everyone had a different prescription. The expressions of the two girls nearby suggested that they were quite confident about the pills they needed to refine. Is this old man deliberately making things difficult for me? Xiao Yi murmured to himself, glancing at the beaming Frank, then shook his head helplessly and turned his gaze back to the stone platform. On the stone platform, the three required medicinal materials for the energy-boosting pill were neatly prepared. This meant that if anyone used up all three materials during the refining process, they would fail the assessment. Next to the materials were several beautifully colored jade bottles, presumably for the final storage of the pills. Like the other candidates, Xiao Yi quickly placed his palm on the fire opening of the cauldron, and the fighting spirit within him surged out. Suddenly, with a few muffled sounds, flames erupted from the cauldron. As the flames blazed in the cauldron, a transparent light curtain slowly rose around the outside of the stone platform, forming a square that enveloped all the candidates inside. With the activation of the protective light curtain, the whispers in the hall fell completely silent, and everyone focused intently on the movements of the candidates on the stone platform. Occasionally, when they saw a newcomer demonstrating good control, they would nod in approval. Xiao Yi ignored everyone else and quickly melted the herbs according to the method given to him by the elder Yao, then used a special technique to fuse them together. Chapter 18. Passing the assessment, not bad. The foundation is solid, and the technique is flawless. What a rare talent. Frank nodded repeatedly. Frank's actions inevitably attracted the attention of everyone present, including the examiners and the students who had just arrived for the exam, all of whom couldn't help but shift their gaze to Xiao Yi's stone platform. Bang, bang. The students were somewhat influenced by Xiao Yi's outstanding performance, and the first to be affected were Lin Fei and Xuemei, who were beside him. They watched in shock as their alchemy furnace suddenly let out a loud noise and then exploded. Oof, that annoying guy. If it weren't for him, I would definitely pass the first-grade alchemist assessment this time. Lin Fei, who had been saved by Master Otto and was uninjured, couldn't help but vent all her resentment on Xiao Yi, who was still focused on refining pills. Some people clearly lack skill but still make a fuss about it. I've seen it all. Although Xuemei also had her furnace explode due to distraction, she couldn't help but sarcastically approach Lin Fei, who was complaining. If you're so great, why did your furnace explode, just like mine? Lin Fei then turned her attack towards Xue Mei. All right, how embarrassing. There are still students taking the exam here. Frank, the president of the Black Rock City Alchemist Guild, stepped forward to mediate. Oomph. Lin Fei and Xue Mei simultaneously turned their heads away. By the way, Otto, do you know who this little guy's teacher is? To be able to teach such an impressive student, his identity must be extraordinary. Frank asked Otto. Not very clear. From what Xiao Yi said, it seems his teacher is an alchemist named Elder Yao, and he doesn't seem to be from the Jiama Empire. Otto replied to Frank. This is within my expectations. If his mentor were from the Jiama Empire, given our identities, we should have known by now. Frank nodded. Just as the two were talking, Xiao Yi's elixir was also completed. So fast. This was the thought that appeared simultaneously in both of their minds. You see, although the steps for refining elixirs vary, the quantity of materials needed for elixirs of the same grade is generally similar. Therefore, their refining times are also not significantly different. The energy storage pill is made from the fusion of 3 types of herbs. The alchemist needs to melt each material individually before finally fusing them together. However, the time Xiao Yi spent was only half of the normal time required to refine an energy storage pill. This can only be explained by the fact that Xiao Yi was using the furnace fire to simultaneously melt the 3 materials, allowing him to complete the elixir so quickly. This technique sounds simple, but very few can actually achieve it. Not to mention that the melting temperatures and times for the 3 herbs are all different. Just the ability to focus on 3 things at once is something that ordinary people cannot do. To complete the refinement of an elixir, one needs an extremely powerful soul perception and an exceptional control over the heat, which is clearly not something a first-grade alchemist can accomplish. Monster. This was the second thought in Otto and Frank's minds. Although high-level alchemists can also refine low-grade elixirs simultaneously. In addition to the 2 hard requirements of soul perception and heat control, it also requires hundreds of experiences refining a certain elixir to form an intuition, enabling one to perform as easily as Xiao Yi does. At least for the 2 of them, it was difficult to achieve this. After Xiao Yi finished refining the energy recovery pill, he noticed that the surrounding students seemed to have not yet completed their refining. So he sat down beside the stone platform and began to meditate with his eyes closed. Is the assessment time up? When Xiao Yi woke up again, he found that Otto and Frank had somehow come to his side, and the attention of everyone in the venue was inadvertently gathered on him. Just a few minutes have passed, but I saw you seem to be meditating, so I didn't disturb you. Don't worry, this won't disqualify you from the assessment. Otto said gently to Xiao Yi. All right, time's up. Now Frank and I will evaluate the pills refined by all of you. Frank announced the end of the refining session as soon as he saw Xiao Yi wake up. Frank and Otto first provided feedback on Xue Mei and Lin Fei. Although they did not manage to refine any pills due to the explosion of the alchemy furnace, they were both apprentices of 2 4th-grade alchemists. So their evaluation took a bit longer, but the students showed no dissatisfaction on their faces. After commenting on the shortcomings in the 2 women's refining process, Frank and Otto did not immediately check Xiao Yi's pills. Instead, they bypassed him and reviewed the pills of the next 6 newcomers. Among those 6, only 2 met the requirements, while the other 4 hung their heads in disappointment. You don't need to be discouraged. If you can't make it this year, there's always next year. Young people, if there's nothing else, you at least have plenty of time, Frank said with a smile, looking at the 4's expressions. Then he exchanged glances with Otto, and the 2 returned to Xiao Yi. As they approached, all eyes in the hall slowly focused on Xiao Yi. Meanwhile, Xue Mei and Lin Fei curiously stared at him, eager to know what level of pill this guy, who had distracted them and caused their furnace to explode, had refined. Frank casually picked up the sheepskin paper from Xiao Yi's stone platform and, glancing at it, his expression changed slightly, exclaiming in shock, "Energy recovery pill?" Otto was also taken aback upon hearing this and said in disbelief, "You refined an energy recovery pill in such a short time." Upon hearing the name of the pill, Xue Mei and Lin Fei shook their heads helplessly. Not to mention anything else, just in terms of the difficulty of the prescription level, they fell short. TSK. This young man is quite capable, managing to successfully refine an energy recovery pill in such a short time. Even I would find it difficult to accomplish that in such a brief period, Frank exclaimed, clicking his tongue in admiration as he poured the pill from the jade bottle. Instantly, a light yellow, round pill rolled out playfully. The pill was about the size of a thumb, entirely light yellow, with a faint ring of green ripples mixed in. resembling spreading ripples, giving it a rather peculiar appearance. Looking at the ring of green ripples, Frank and Otto were left speechless in shock. Generally, when refining pills, the pill's color and luster must reach their peak for such patterns to appear. And Xiao Yi, while simultaneously refining 3 materials, was able to extract the essence of all 3 and perfectly meld them together, which was something even the 2 fourth-grade alchemists found difficult to accomplish. Congratulations, Xiao Yi. You have passed the assessment for a first-grade alchemist, Frank sincerely said to Xiao Yi. Chapter 19. Second-grade assessment. After putting the pill back into the jade bottle, Frank slowly exhaled and smiled at the young man. Upon hearing this, everyone in the hall turned their envious and amazed gazes toward the lucky young man on the stone platform. Hearing this, Xiao Yi blinked and tilted his head, softly saying, can I continue to apply for the second-grade alchemist assessment? At Xiao Yi's soft words, the previously smiling faces of Frank and Otto suddenly froze in shock. Continue to apply for the second-grade alchemist assessment? Xiao Yi's words not only left Frank and Otto stunned, but even Xue Mei and Lin Fei, who were nearby, abruptly stopped their actions, lifted their heads, and gazed at the young man on the stone platform with mouths agape in shock. In the hall, all eyes were foolishly fixed on the youth. If Xiao Yi's successful passing of the first-grade alchemist assessment had filled them with amazement, his current application for the second-grade assessment truly left everyone dumbfounded. Xiao, you should rest for a day and come back tomorrow for the second-grade alchemist assessment. Otto wasn't doubting Xiao Yi's ability to become a second-grade alchemist, but he was concerned that Xiao Yi's fighting spirit might not be enough to sustain him through the assessment. Previously, while Xiao Yi was refining medicine, Otto and Frank noticed that his fighting spirit was actually at the low rank of yellow tier. Yet he was able to simultaneously melt all the medicinal materials and successfully refine a first-grade energy-replenishing pill. In their eyes, he had already exerted himself to the limit, which was why he immediately began cultivating after the pill was completed. Now, seeing Xiao Yi directly propose to apply for the second-grade alchemist assessment, Otto couldn't help but kindly advise him. You should know that second-grade pills are far beyond what first-grade can match. Even if you can refine them, it's better not to experiment lightly until your fighting spirit is fully replenished. It's okay. Master Otto, I'm confident. Xiao Yi responded to Otto's kindness with a grateful smile. Don't underestimate the requirements for the second-grade alchemist assessment. To pass the second-grade assessment, not only do you need to refine a second-grade pill, but your own strength must also reach the level of a fighter. A fighter? You've reached that level? Lin Fei frowned as she saw that Otto's persuasion still couldn't stop Xiao Yi from wanting to take the assessment. Fighter? Xiao Yi chucked it lightly. Looking at Lin Fei's beautiful and charming face, he smiled and said, I just want to give it a try. Whether I pass or not isn't a big deal. Do you really want to take the second-grade alchemist assessment again? Frank asked in a deep voice, looking at Xiao Yi, who showed no signs of giving up even after hearing Otto and Lin Fei's words. There shouldn't be any problem, right? Xiao Yi shrugged and smiled. How confident are you? Otto's expression was slightly serious at this moment. If this little guy really passed the second-grade alchemist assessment in one go, he would be an extraordinary talent. Perhaps in the future, the alchemy world of the Gamma Empire would produce an alchemist stronger than the Pill King Gu He. This would undoubtedly be a sensational piece of news for the Empire's alchemy community. About 80%. Although Xiao Yi was 100% confident, he still spoke humbly. However, even if this figure was somewhat conservative in Xiao Yi's mind, when he announced it, both Otto and Frank's bodies trembled slightly, while the expressions of others changed significantly. The failure rate of refining second-grade pills was quite high. Even some second-grade alchemists present wouldn't dare to claim an over 80% success rate when refining second-grade pills. Yet, the young man in front of them spoke with a smile. Instantly, several second-grade alchemists in the hall felt a flicker of doubt. Clearly, they were not entirely convinced by what Xiao Yi said, even though his earlier performance was indeed stunning. 8%, Xiao Yi murmured softly. Xue Mei tilted her head slightly, looking at the slender figure of the boy on the stone platform, and couldn't help but softly think, is this guy being a bit too arrogant? So, can you continue with the assessment? If it really doesn't work, then forget it. Anyway, I'm just temporarily staying in Black Rock City. If there's a chance, I'll go to another place next time. Seeing Frank and Otto silent, Xiao Yi shook his head helplessly and said, Wait. Hearing Xiao Yi's words, Frank hurriedly said, This is a great opportunity for the Black Rock City Alchemist Guild to showcase itself in front of its peers. So, he wouldn't let Xiao Yi go to another city for the assessment. Wouldn't that be giving this chance to someone else for nothing? Someone Prepare the second-grade alchemist assessment procedures immediately. After exchanging a glance with Otto, both of them saw a hint of excitement in each other's eyes. Frank waved his hand and shouted. Upon hearing this, several alchemists behind them quickly stepped forward and hurried into a side door of the hall. Outside that side door, the words second-grade alchemist assessment venue were written. All right, I'll let you continue with the assessment. Kid, you must not fool these two old guys. Frank clapped his hands and turned to Xiao Yi with a smile. I'll do my best. By the way, I heard that after passing the assessment and registering with the guild, I can enjoy some privileges of the guild. Xiao Yi stepped off the stone platform and asked with a smile. That's right. Alchemists need all kinds of rare herbs to refine pills. It's impossible for one person to run around collecting everything every day. Therefore, after you register with the Gamma Empire Alchemist Guild, you will enjoy a right to exchange. For example, if you refine a certain pill but lack one ingredient, and another alchemist happens to have that ingredient, then, with both parties willing, our guild can facilitate the transaction for you. Of course, the premise is that you must offer something that satisfies the other party. Frank nodded and smiled. Moreover, the higher your rank, the more rights you can enjoy. So, to trade for what you need without any obstacles from others, you must work hard to elevate your rank. This is indeed a great benefit. Xiao Yi nodded slightly with a hint of joy on his face. The Alchemist Guild's measure would undoubtedly save many alchemists the time of running around. And just right, he was currently lacking some extremely rare items. Once he passes the assessment, he must ask Frank to help check if anyone has them. If someone really does, it would be a tremendous help.